All right, ladies and gentlemen, after an epic first day of brawling it out here at the Masters of Steel tournament in Denmark, Copenhagen, it is my pleasure to commence day number 2. We've already had some epic games here yesterday, and it's only going to get better from here on out as our players, our contenders right now, they're already getting ready for another day of non-stop action here. And I am just so happy once again to be able to bring you guys all of this excitement, all of this entertainment here live from the LAN. And man, I am just so amazed right now. Like, we're already getting set up over there. The players are getting ready. We still have some like last minute practice games going on right now before we are going to be opening up with our first set of the day, which is going to be Marine Lord up against Wham 01. They have been able to progress through their bracket yesterday, so you can already see them right now setting up. There are some last-minute skirmishes going on because we will be getting ready here very, very soon. You know, they got that trophy right between them, and it's a very, very beautiful sword. Everybody's gunning for that one. A very, very beautiful trophy over there. And right now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an introduction to every single one of these players, and then we're going to be getting ready for our first sets of the day.
For game. You know, when you're living in Belarus for a few years, you're starting to realize that you need to make money somehow. I was thinking about what can I do, and turns out it's nothing. I can only play video games. So that's why I became a video game pro gamer. Okay, what my strengths that sets me apart from other IFO pros? I think it's ability to think, to be honest. Because to be honest, it looks like other pros just pressing buttons. That's it. And I'm starting to think when I'm playing the game. My name is Alexander Beastyqt Kristic. I compete in Age of Empires 4. So the first time I got into gaming was when I was about 3 or 4 years old. My dad got me into video games, and since then I've been loving every moment of it. And I think when I was about 12 or 13, I told my parents I'll play video games for money, which they told me that's not a thing no one's gonna pay money for. But turns out it did work out. You don't prepare in a day or two. You gotta figure out what your plan is. You gotta figure out what your strategy is going into it, who you're playing against it. So you just kind of have to be aware who you're playing against, what kind of style they're going to do, and just kind of be prepared for every option they might throw at you. I think it's really hard, and I think that people underestimate the amount of hours that you need to put in order to make it work. And some days will be extremely hard on you mentally, where even though you've been playing for many, many hours, it just doesn't feel like it's working out. You have to push through it, and I think that's one of the hardest parts, and you just have to keep going.
Okay.
My name is Alexis Eusebio, aka Marine Lord. I'm 30 years old, and I play in Age of Empires 4 since the release. And before that, I was a StarCraft 2 pro. When I did very well in StarCraft 2 tournaments in like 2010 or 2011, and I won some money, and I was at school at the time, and eventually I could get into a big team. My proudest moment of my esport career, I think it's pretty close. It's between 2016 Nation Wars on StarCraft 2 and Red Bull 2022, because it was the biggest tournament I've ever played in, and I won pretty easily. I practice a lot. I make sure I understand my opponent's game plan, or how he plays, like his little weakness or what he likes to do. I think you should go pro only if you start doing very well already as a semi-pro. So like if you're maybe top 10 in the world on AoE4 and you feel like you should go pro, maybe then you can. But obviously it's a pretty hard career, especially on AoE4 you need to be like top 1 or top 2 to make a good living. So if you think you can beat me, maybe you can start a career as a pro, but I will not advise to.
part. I just played Age of Empires as soon as it came out. I started getting really good, so I played in tournaments, did well, and yeah, kind of went on from there. Having a brother that also plays Age of Empires 4 at the top level gives me an advantage. For AoE players who want to go pro, I would say just play the game because you enjoy it, and things will come naturally. I think at the moment, the scene is very competitive. I think anyone can win.
我的名字叫路易 MT， 玩的游戏是《帝国时代4》。我上小学的时候被我表哥带着玩《魔兽争霸3》，然后就从小一直玩这个类型的游戏。上了大学之后，发现平时在排位里可以赢一些比较厉害的人，就一直为之努力。对于一个这样的老游戏来说，我的年纪相对来说比较年轻一点，对的，然后我可能更努力一点吧。
我的 ID 是 CSOH， 项目是《帝国时代4》。我从很小的时候就玩即时战略游戏，但我没有想过成为这个相关的职业选手。在来打职业之前，我会每天在家里吹琴，还有骑车，出去骑车。
Welcome everyone. Today we are talking about the amazing games we had yesterday. We are back, and with me, of course, your favorite player, Beastyqt. Well, before we're gonna go to your comeback that happened yesterday, first we need to mention that such a games between VEM and Vortex. I would really want to ask you, like, did you expect it that VEM will actually beat Vortex to 3-1?
I feel like it's really hard to call these days who's gonna beat who. So, you know, everyone has their own practice partners, their own ideas about the game. So I feel like coming into the tournament, everyone's like, yeah, I don't really know what's gonna happen. So to me, it's almost like it's expected either way, but it's also a surprise either way. Like, I can see anything happening here.
The crazy part for me in that VEM and Vortex game was actually the Rus Byzantine, because Vortex picked Byzantine on a map where the stone is so far away, right? Your first starting stone, and actually he pulled it out. He beat it Rus. Maybe we need to buff Rus in the end.
Yeah,
but I'm just joking.
Rus is not doing too well in this term. I think right now it has 0% win rate. So maybe we need some buffs for Rus stat. You know, it's not working out for us. Some of the players were playing ladder games with Rus just to get some wins in, so the confidence is not there.
So yesterday also we had Papipo versus Luyanti. Now that was very, very crazy because that was another set that went into 3-2. Well, let me tell you that one of the games that was really, really crazy to me was actually Mountain Clearing, where Papipo picked Ayubit, Louis picked Malian, and literally Papipo told me that he doesn't know how to beat Malian on Mountain Clearing.
Yeah, so this is one of those where I think clashes of kind of styles come in and what people have practiced. Like, I've talked to some players yesterday that haven't seen Ayubit on Mountain Clearing played, but obviously some people do that, some people practice it. So that's part of the first and maybe second day in these kinds of LAN events where you don't really know what's going to happen. There's a lot of new strategies coming in. And yeah, so many of the matches were super, super close. I mean, we can see this group. It was a 3-2, 3-2, right, in both matches. So kind of excited to see what's going to happen today.
Honestly, I can tell you that by just watching the scores, the 3-2, 3-2. I feel like this was one of the hardest group, right? Because there was no 3-1s. There was like literally a fight for it to get through to the next stage. And also, so let's talk a little bit of your games as well that happened yesterday. 4 legs. What happened there?
I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Yeah, I don't know. It just, things kind of go wrong. Things started falling apart. And, you know, from then on, it's kind of hard to recover, especially if you're playing against KT. So, you know, I learned something new. Hopefully got some more experience. Hopefully I know how to do that part better, and we'll see in the next one.
But honestly, you showed something. You showed that you can actually do what other people struggle with, which is comeback. After losing 2 games against Annotant, you showed that, all right, guys, it's time to activate the beast mode. And you did. You played Regions, Mountain Clearing, and Dry Arabia, and everyone on the chat was like, no, basically, they were surprised. They were like, oh, wow, the beast is coming back. The beast is showing himself. Oh, my God. The chat was like literally surprised by this 3-2 comeback. And you did that amazing. Did you set like a mindset for yourself to like, all right, now it's no more fooling around, no more joking, I have to win? Or what happened with your thinking?
So I think in these kinds of matches, like best of 5s, sometimes you'll lose the first 2 games, but if the rest of the draft looks good and you think like, okay, the rest of the matchups are looking fine for me, it's still okay to play. I think it's very important to not look at it like, oh, I'm 2-0 behind and we're going to 3. So if I lose the next one, it's over. You should more look at the whole draft and be like, okay, well, the next 3 matchups are going to be pretty good for me. So if we started, I kind of think like if we started in a reverse order, I would have won 3-0, right? So that's the way I look at best of 5s, because I think you can very easily get into the whole like, oh, I'm 2-0 down. This is really bad. If I make one mistake, I'm out. So, it is what it is. I have enough tournament experience, so. Yeah, when I'm pushed against the corner, I feel like I play the best. So maybe that was a bit of a wake-up call for me, and yeah, managed to do the comeback.
So the very, very simplest answer to those who are a little bit confused by this amount of words: Beasty has more experience when playing LANs.
Yep.
Yes.
It's a pretty good skill to have, I think.
Yes, it is. It is. Now let's talk about the today game. It's going to be Marine Lord versus Wham. The first game is going to be Marine Lord versus Wham. Who do you prefer? I mean, honestly, before you can answer, I can tell you that I think Wham can do it.
I honestly think anyone can beat anyone at this event. Like, obviously, Marine Lord is the favorite. I think everybody would probably agree with that. But if Wham beats Marine Lord, I'm not going to be like shocked because, like I said, everyone's been practicing. Everyone's really good. So I could see it going either way.
By watching Wham, honestly, when he played against Vortex, he really showed like a different style of gameplay, what he used to do. Like when I watch him as well, when he's playing, compared to this, what he shows here, it's like 2 different person. Like example, compared to the last tournament, he plays very much differently.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the preparation, right? Like if you do a style in a tournament you don't do well, it doesn't make sense to do the same in the next tournament, right? So you got to switch it up a little bit, maybe become more aggressive, less aggressive, more defensive. So you got to adjust a little bit, maybe pick some different civilizations and figure something new out, right? There's some new strategies, so you kind of just have to go with that.
All right, and the next one is going to be actually you versus Louis MT. Well, that's going to be very, very hard because we know Louis MT is the new GOAT.
Yeah.
So are you a little bit scared of playing against the new GOAT?
No, I don't. I like playing against Louis. I think his style is very unique, so it makes it a bit hard to play against him. But yeah, I like playing against him, and I'm excited to see how that one's going to go because I genuinely don't know. Like Annotant played so well yesterday that it's hard for me to say like what is my prediction or what's going to happen moving forward. So I'm just going to try my best and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see what happens. But don't forget that Louis and CSO prepared a lot. Like, I was watching them just sneak peek a little bit into the room when they are like talking and communicating and playing together. Like even yesterday or even today, they were like already prepared. Okay, we're gonna play, but we had to tell Louis that don't come to this room right now because also CSO gonna play his first game. So now you can practice, sadly. But they were already like. Louis went into the room like they already wanted to talk about the games, how to play it out. So, yeah. So they are non-stop preparing, which is really nice, and it's really good for Age of Empires 4 as well. That the younglings are rising up and they are getting better. And for a long time, we didn't had any different player in an S tier winner, right? It was either you or Marine Lord, or Marine Lord. And now Louis just broke this and. yeah, I'm curious who's gonna win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this year we had 3 tournaments, 3 different winners, so it's going to be exciting to see if we're going to have a new champion or one of the repeating ones. So I think the storyline is definitely there. Now it's up to the players, right, to do their best.
I'm curious if Vortex can come back. That's what I'm really curious about. If he can come back, of course.
I mean, I think Vortex has obviously a lot of tournament experience. He's probably played competitive the longest out of anyone here. So I would imagine that he's not like, oh, I'm in, losers match. I'm gonna panic and stuff like that. So I think he's probably prepared. He knows what he needs to do. I saw him warming up, and he's probably ready to go. And CSO, like you said, he prepared as well. So he's gonna do his best to win that one too.
Do you think in the playoff there is a chance for NO10 to get him? Because, like you mentioned as well, he's preparing. He was on a boot camp as well, right, for 7 days. Do you see him like any chance that he will eventually get into the playoff?
Honestly, I think anyone from my group has a chance to go through. Like I think Papipo and Anotand, I think both have very good chance to beat each other, right? So I think that one is super hard to call, and this is a super hard match, especially being an elimination match. So, I mean, who knows?
All right. Now you heard Beasty, you heard me, you got all the information as well. And if I'm correct, we will go very, very shortly to the casters. So, thank you so much for enjoying this little opening, and see you on the Steel Series event. Bye-bye.
Thank you very, very much to Corvinus and Beasty there on the analyst desk. And we're back.
We're back.
Number 2, indeed, of Masters of Steel Invitational. And, we saw yesterday day 1, right? Day 1 was full of emotions, full of interesting matches, all very, very exciting. But today is the elimination, right? Today is when the first players will start getting removed from the event through sheer force of competition.
Yeah, indeed. It's pretty tough because seems like it happens so fast, right? Like you just kind of start playing, and then you lose one game and you're already on the brink of elimination. So it's really, really tough. But right now we're actually gonna be casting Wham and Marinelord, which are both in the winner bracket, both won their sets. So for now, we're kind of these guys are, I think, a bit more chill, even though obviously there's a ticket to the playoffs. So
it's true. Since both these players did win their matches yesterday, they're not as big of a threat, right? They can relax just a little bit today. Of course, every single match counts.
Yeah,
at the end
of course.
The day. So they will fight tooth and nail for this win. Both very competitive players, right? Marinelord especially, he's got a lot to live up to with his previous reputations, being many consider him the absolute best, and the results speak for themselves in that regard, right?
Yes.
And we can have a look at some statistics pretty soon regarding the head-to-head between these two historically. Gonna see, of course, they met pretty recently, haven't they? We see there just the recently passed EGC Master Summer, where Marinelord, I think the set was,
yeah, that set was. I think this is the kind of set that Wham is gonna try to forget for today, right? I think mentally the pressure is probably more on him. He's gonna have to overcome Marinelord with, also really good psychologically at the whole psychological warfare. I was seeing them kind of like talk to each other before the games, and obviously Marinelord known for his a bit of a trash talk, a bit of a trash talker, and I'm just hoping that Wham can kind of overcome this, because as we see, those stats are pretty heavily in favor of Marinelord, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you mentioned Marinelord. He's as strong in game as he is with the psychological warfare, right? And that's certainly key here. But the thing is, like we spoke about this before, right? Although Marinelord is the favorite one on paper, and Wham, he knows this most likely. That's something that will play on his mind. We spoke about that's not necessarily a massive disadvantage, being the underdog, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It can, knowing that you're not favored, can sort of really relieve the pressure,
Yeah, I guess being the favorite, you're expected to win, right? So that kind of puts a lot of pressure on you to perform. And if many people don't really expect you to win, that kind of that can definitely help you relieve and make you maybe play a bit more freely and kind of focus on your game a bit more. And I think Wham is definitely a player that's been in the scene for a long time, and it's not his first tournament. So I definitely think he has it in him to put up a very good fight.
He certainly does, and although the stats really favor Marine Lord, of course, there's plenty of Wham wins in there as well.
Yeah.
On a day-by-day basis, we mention this all the time. Anything can happen. Players' abilities change day by day, depending how they feel, whether they took their vitamins, as we mentioned, right? So many factors can affect these things, and it can only be determined right here on stage.
Yeah.
Right? And we already have our draft at the ready, right? We see there not too many surprises, right? KT and Chinese, as expected, they are removed. KT on water has just proved so dominant time and time again. China as well. It feels like China has been one of the most dominant picks for a while now, up there with the likes of HRE and Rus as well. A bit of preference as to which one players ban first, but China has been the priority for both of them in this case. And our first matchup is ready as well. This, we can speak a little bit about the civs as well, but this first matchup here is starting to become a little bit of a classic by now, Shuki, isn't it?
Yeah, Byzantine Rus I feel like we've seen this so many times, right? And I think actually we had Wham and Vortex played yesterday, so Wham has already played this game. But yeah, Wham was he was the one on Rus yesterday, and he lost to Vortex with a very aggressive game plan when the ramp push against Wham was staying in feudal, which I guess was pretty surprising for a lot of us. We're not too used to see ramp pushes in feudal anymore at the highest level. So yeah, I'm very curious if maybe Wham is gonna be taking inspiration from that game against Vortex. But yeah, definitely that's a matchup that I think has been a lot of people were like thinking maybe it was Biz favored at first, and then it became Rus favored, and then maybe it's Biz favored again. And I think at this point, especially with Rus performing quite bad in the tournament up until now,
so far,
maybe Biz has the upper hand again. I mean, we know the capacity of Byzantine to just pump an insane amount of units. So yeah, and we jump right back in the game.
Here we go. Very soon, we're first going to have a look at this wonderful desktop here on display for us. A little hint of what's to come with the Dry Arabia and the cliffs here. Not exactly too many cliffs on Dry Arabia, but just bear with us while we sort that out. But it is one of those things, right? Like Byzantines, they have a very, very slow startup, don't they? But the thing is, once the level 5 system comes in, the economy just goes off the rails. And whether, we even reach that point is something we'll have to see, but the game is ready as we jump straight into game number 1 here between Gentlemates' Marine Lord, the one and only in the color pink, as the Rus spawning in the northern side of the classic Dry Arabia, facing none other than one half of the Canadian powerhouse, Wham-O-One, in the color blue as the Byzantines. And a nice way to start it with these powerhouse civs on what is the fairest and truest of all maps.
Yeah, Dry Arabia, obviously the classic, the most classic map of the game, probably the most balanced, the one where the most civs are viable. As you said, Byzantine usually a bit slow, but Rus not really known for their high tempo either. They're usually a bit more of a castle civ. They usually try to just kind of chill in the early game and secure some deer and then head to castle. But that kind of also plays in the strengths of the Byzantine, as you said, because as we see right now, we have Wham on stone, which has become, I guess, the classic build for Byzantine, and he's going to be very happy to just be able to collect his stone and build a cistern and get his economy going.
That's the thing, right? I mean, recently Rus, with the advent of pro scouts, and few civilizations do it better than the Rus. Although it plays really well to their strengths, getting that deer safely under the TC, racing towards the castle age, sometimes doing a little pit stop for some units in feudal to help secure that deer. It's very, very good and strong for Rus to play that way. There are other viable strategies for them as well, but that has been the most dominant recently, of course, where they follow up into those horse archers, utilizing that superior mobility to secure the relics, play all around the map, and just overwhelm the opponent with a massive amount of premium, high-quality units. It feels so difficult to stop for a lot of civs. However, Byzantines, just like you mentioned, right, that gives them all the time they need to get those systems up, secure their side of the map. And because Rus has this slow startup, just like Byzantines, that is one of the reasons that Byzantines doesn't really mind that much. Sure, they give away a lot of the day, but as long as they at least keep their side secure for the most part, keep their day on their side of the map, I think they can be a real threat for Rus to overcome. And of course, the tools they have, both longbows and javelins, 2 of their mercenary contracts. I mean, there's few units in the game more effective against horse archers.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is probably one of the main strengths of Byzantine in this matchup, is the fact that Rus, we know what they want to do. They want to get to castle and start making those horse archers. But as you said, longbows, both longbows and javs are excellent, probably the best units to make versus horse archers. And so yeah, I'm pretty curious as to how Marine Lord is going to play this. We saw Wham yesterday stay in feudal for quite a long time, you know, making knights, knight archers, and trying to defend the push. That didn't quite work out for him. So I'm curious to see if Marine Lord is going to be staying in feudal for a long time, or if he's just kind of gonna try to make as little unit as possible to head to Castle Age. And then even if he goes horse archers, because who knows, maybe he will go knights, maybe men-at-arms, who knows. I'm expecting horse archers because it's Rus, right? But I mean, Marine Lord knows, I'm sure he has a very, very strict game plan. This is, as we said, a classic matchup. So he's probably practiced this matchup plenty of times, and so I imagine he has a clear game plan.
And there's so many possibilities, I feel like, as well, from both sides of these civilizations, right? I mean, we spoke about the jabs, we spoke about the longbows. Of course, Limitane are often thrown into the mix as well. Such a capable spearman within the game. That additional ranged armor when engaging that shield wall is not to be underestimated. Of course, on top of it, horsemen are very much on the cards for Byzantines in many situations as well, as we see Marine Lord already putting on the pressure there, harassing that mining camp on the gold, getting it all the way down to burning, but the first Limitane will be out to push away the scouts from Marine Lord. As Pro Scouts is only a few seconds out now, 5 scouts already on the field, and Marine Lord, of course, following suit with the archers. And I have seen Marine Lord playing Rus in a previous EGC tournament up against Vortex's Byzantines, who, as you would expect, went extremely aggressive, as he did in the set against Wham yesterday, with javelins instead of longbows in that one. But Marine Lord was perfectly content staying feudal age for a very long time, making an immense amount of archers, horsemen, outmassing Byzantines for that matter, and really trapping them, because at the end of the day, the javelins and the longbows, combined with the Limitane, these are slow infantry units, and you would expect Rus normally to race directly towards that castle age. However, if you're not, if you slack on your scouting for even a little bit, you might not be able to spot the double archery range and the double stable from the Rus. And before long, you're overwhelmed by the amount of units, way more than you bargained for, and your first, maybe even second mercenary batch is cleaned up, and all of a sudden, you lost map control and ability in the game completely, and then it really starts getting tricky for Byzantines.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that, you know, where we've been saying a shift in the meta, I think recently, where people have been leaning more and more on cavalry, right? And yeah, especially in that mid game, the heavy knight play has kind of become a bit standard for most civs. And yeah, as you said, it's definitely using that mobility advantage. So yeah, I'm really curious. I'm really not sure. I mean, looking at the macro, it looks like Marine Lord is not really planning on sticking in feudal too long.
Yeah, that's not the case. A bit of an interesting variation this time around. I definitely would have expected him to go for it, but it seems like Wham is just obviously with the slowness of the Limitane and the longbows, it takes a while to get across the map. I feel like Marine Lord, seeing that he's going to be able to secure most of these deer, doesn't feel too much pressure at this point in time. So already at 7 minutes before the 8-minute mark, High Trade House is on the way with 10 villagers, and Wham does have his first longbows. 8 Limitane on the field already. Steeled Arrow is in for him as well, alongside Wheelbarrow, and there we go. The Cairo Siphon. Wham is not going to hold back in this game.
Yeah, definitely, and this is going to be obviously a pretty tricky hold for Marine Lord. Now, Marine Lord is known for his very strong defensive gameplay, right? He's incredibly hard to break. We've seen him hold insane in so many games already. So yeah, I'm curious to see if Wham and the Byzantine can outproduce and kind of keep Marine Lord stuck in his base. I wonder what he's gonna make now. Is he making racks? I think I would expect him to make racks. Yeah. So I guess he's gonna be answering that push with men-at-arms, which obviously are good against both longbows and limited A. Because yeah, I think going knights or going horse archers even right now is probably not gonna cut it. So
yeah, in these kind of positions, although Rus is a powerhouse without a doubt, this is an extremely scary push. The Byzantine single Cairo Siphon play is the bane of many a players and demands heavy respect, as Marine Lord understands. So it's going to be the double racks play together with the archers for a bit of additional firepower behind them. And in these situations, I think Rus has the tools to hold this. As long as he's able to get a blacksmith up, Marine Lord is able to get that iron undermesh. These longbows will have a much harder time dealing with them. Triple barracks, the third one is now on the way. Full production of men-at-arms has commenced by now from the 2 barracks. But the Cairo Siphon, this is what we mean. The additional range on it and the additional safety as a result of that range, it means that the first barracks is already under fire.
yeah, those Cairo Ciphers are just so strong for this kind of push. And I guess this is probably the main reason why we see Byzantine being kind of probably the only civs going consistently in Rams in Feudal, right? It's just because of how strong those Cairo Siphons are. And yeah, and I was gonna say something, but we see Wham actually following with a pretty good castle timing himself. So so he's gonna have an answer to those men-at-arms, and I'm guessing Marine Lord is gonna be stopping the men-at-arm production when he sees the castle coming. He's probably expecting it because he sees Wham moving out now.
You really should, right? I mean, you would expect a lot more Limitane if this is a heavy feudal committal, or Limitane alongside horsemen, and then you would know there's a heavy investment into this feudal age from the Byzantines. Because, it's something that's easy to forget, but I mean, more than half of this Byzantine army is... There's no food cost whatsoever, right? Yeah. It's olive oil. The 15 longbows are all olive oils, which means that because they did not cost food, that additional food outside of the 8 Limitane is going straight towards this age up, which is now soon to finish. Double broadaxe on the way for him as well, and Steeled Arrow has been finished for Wham as well behind this. The men-at-arm count has grown up to 8 now, so Wham does have to respect this and pull back just a little bit. The veterancy upgrade will be queued up immediately, I would assume, for these longbows. Yep, there we go. Veterancy for the mercenaries is coming in. We should come in quite fast here. Of course, you are able to switch to Dialecticus on the system to get it even faster, and that looks to be the case. Notably, system level 5 is already in for Wham, which means that Byzantine economy is looking mighty scary.
Yeah, definitely, and we saw Marine Lord actually upgrading his archers, which was a bit surprising to me. I was not really expecting that. So I imagine it looks like he's planning on sticking with archers for a bit. As you said, he's kind of behind on the blacksmith department. So for now, I think it's a bit of a tricky fight for him to take, and Wham still has the upper hand, I think, military-wise at least.
And so something I've seen so often before from Wham and Puppypaw especially is this longbow play with the Limitane into that very nice and cozy castle timing with the Golden Horn Tower into the Cataphract. And the Cataphract has been gaining more and more popularity seemingly every single patch. Ever since the move speed has been buffed to equal that of the Knight, this unit, with its incredible stats, has been supremely oppressive against so many civilizations. And the power of this in the situation especially, Marine Lord has just no answer. The archers and the men-at-arms, they will get demolished by the Cataphracts. You see, the Warrior Monk now uses the Wololo as a single Limitane is going to be a thorn in its side, but of course the additional move speed should allow it to escape, and Marine Lord does now get the bad news as he's forced to retreat with his tail between his legs. But these Cataphracts, they are quick, and they do an immense amount of damage to these men-at-arms. So many of them are actually going to fall on the backline, and the men-at-arms, although it is a very capable, steadfast unit on the front line, when it comes to retreating, not so much.
Yeah, definitely, and those Cataphracts is so much HP, right? They can just tank so much damage, and the men-at-arms just do nothing to them, right? So I'm not sure Marine Lord was expecting the Cataphract play so early. And right now, yeah, he's still stuck in his base. This is not something we see too often. The Rus players usually, they reach that castle age and then instantly get the map control back. And right now, he's still kind of stuck. Now, he did manage to secure his deer, so he's still going to be okay food-wise for a while. But he does need to find a way to get out. And he has one relic on the way, but he hasn't secured any. Wham already has one relic home. So for now, this is, I think, looking pretty good for Wham still.
It definitely is, and it's only going to get scarier here for Marine Lord. We saw earlier, right, he managed to secure both of his own deer packs, which is fine. However, that deer is limited. It runs out pretty quickly, especially so far with so many units having been made. Meanwhile, Wham's deer, I mean, that's at this point a distant memory for Marine Lord. I don't think he's going to be able to secure them anytime soon at all. And this composition from the Byzantines is just so difficult to deal with, isn't it? I mean, you know, you can make crossbows or spears up against those cataphracts, but there's 30 longbows on the field, and the flex into Limitane on the side of it can be done any time and so smoothly from Wham's Byzantines. All of this enabled by an incredible system economy and the ability to just switch to Dialecticus Conscriptio at Wham's whim whenever he decides. Means that he was never going to be behind in unit production here. And you see, even though Marine Lord had that day, the food income now in favor of Wham.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, that longbow mass is really key to the Byzantine strengths, right? I mean, they're kind of technically free, right, because of the olive oil. But yeah, it's pretty insane that we're 15 minutes in the game and Wham has 30 longbows that he did not really pay for. And this is really where Byzantine strength lies. And as we see the Cataphract charging through the men-at-arms, and I think those men-at-arms are not long for this world.
Yeah, this is extremely scary at this point in time. Marine Lord did flex into those knights. I'm not sure if Boyar's Fortitude is in just yet, but I don't believe so, as he prioritizes instead the additional ranged blacksmith upgrades, both defense and attack. Crossbows are in production for him as well, which will help up against the cataphracts. But getting the right mass to be able to contest this massive army here from Wham will be really difficult as food access is only becoming more and more limited. The Cataphract does get caught on the sideline trying to go for a raid, so will fall down pretty quickly to those knights. Does manage to escape with barely a sliver of health left. 2 of the relics have been secured for Wham. Now Marine Lord did manage to sneak 3 of them in besides it, but is now Wham looking directly for a dive on the wood line. 2 villages go down immediately, more fall. 5 total now falling there for Marine Lord, but there's a lot of knights here. There's a lot of knights for Marine Lord, and he will look to engage a fight now, but still the Cataphract's numbers still exceed those knights, and there's not really enough crossbows here to really challenge this mass. Wham will allow his longbows to frontline just a little bit, buying space for the Cataphracts to re-engage whilst he focuses down those crossbows, and it's looking to be a bit of a cleanup, Shoko.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Wham. He's sniped all the crossbows, and there's only a couple knights left, and the Cataphract mass is just at 15 now, which is an insane amount of Cataphracts, and I'm not sure if Marine Lord is going to be able to hold this.
It's just so many units. It's so many units, and half of them are free at this point in time. Meanwhile, Wham has 0 pressure on his side of the map. He has free reign, not only over the berries, which of course Byzantines will always gladly take, but the deer as well. The deer will enable Cataphract production to be maximized as well behind us. And we see now both of the ranged upgrades, level 1 and 2, are in for both Wham and Marine Lord. Wheelbarrow is finishing for Marine Lord as well. Springboard emplacement going to be put on these berries, however, a Cataphract does discover.
Yeah, and I think this might be the only food source for Marine Lord. I mean, he has a couple farms, but I'm not sure where else. Oh, he still has, I guess it still has a bit of deer on the TC, but really not that many. So those berries are really key right now. If Wham can manage to kick him off food, it's gonna be really hard for Marine Lord.
18 Cataphracts on the field now for Wham. Normally, you don't exactly see Cataphract numbers exceeding knights from the other civilization when they're base knights, but you know, we're almost at double the number now here for Wham, and the food income is looking really healthy behind this. However, of course, Rus economy is not to be underestimated either, especially with those 3 relics behind this alongside the high trade house. Now, Marine Lord does have a bit of food access on those berries, and I think, of course, he always will have the deer from the high trade house in perpetuity. 5 villagers will be able to gather from it for the rest of the game if he so desires. But Boyar's Fortitude is coming in for him now. Something he definitely would have liked to have earlier, an additional plus 25% health on those cavalry units here for Marine Lord. But will that be enough when it comes to this fight? Wham is being prudent, right? He's not solely relying on his cataphracts and longbows here. He recognizes the threat of those knights and is going to be adding in his own crossbows behind this. Sacred Site has been decapped by Marine Lord behind this. By Wham, sorry, excuse me, as looks like Wham did try to secure that with an outpost, but the knight there does manage to sneak it away.
Yeah, still really good map presence from a Marine Lord. Even being stuck in his base this entire game, he's still active. And, you know, he did manage to secure 3 relics, which, considering the position it was in, is pretty good. But yeah, Wham also has had the Sacred Sites, which is also adding to his economy lead, right?
One does have to be a little bit careful here because the Master of Marine Lord is actually starting to look quite scary. It's easy to forget, but despite his food issues, Marine Lord, of course, always has access to that Golden Gate. And with the amount of gold income he has, he's able to buy food at favorable rates whenever he chooses, really, when there's a ticket available. And now manages to secure the boar as well. Wooden Fortress is going to go up there, and that's so crucial there for Marine Lord. As long as that doesn't get discovered, he's going to have plenty of food for a while longer. And Marine Lord somehow pulls out a massive amount of knights still behind this. I mean, I looked away for 1 minute, and the knights went from 11 to 24 now. One lone crossbow gets abandoned on the front line and will not live to tell the tale of his overextension, as Wham is going to look to secure the northern Sacred Site as well with an outpost. But I feel like the mass is now kind of going towards Marine Lord's side. Army value is still favoring Wham, and there's a lot of longbows on the field still, but with the amount of crossbows and knights for Marine Lord, the mass is starting to look very scary.
Yeah, I mean, Knight Crossbow, it has to be the most expensive army comp in the game, probably, and probably the strongest. So this is definitely a very scary army that Marine Lord has managed to mass. And as you said, he got the boar now on the side of the map, which is going to be really key to extend his food for a bit. And he looks like he's pushing back and gaining map control again. And I'm a bit afraid for Wham. I hope this is not the moment when he starts panicking a bit, because he had this game in hand. He felt like a minute ago he just had the critical mass of a cataphract to kill him, and just 1 minute later, and Marine Lord is knocking on his door.
It's easy to forget how strong the Rus economy is, right? I mean, we talk about the systems. The level 5 system is just so easy to read. You know there's an immense amount of gather rate boost behind it, but the Rus just has so many bonuses. The 20% wood drop off from the Wooden Fortress, the favorable trades from the Golden Gate, now the 3 relics, the hunting cabins passive gold, as well as the high trade house giving not only passive gold, but the deer as well. So many bonuses for the Rus, perfectly utilized here by Marine Lord. Wham is going to look for a little run by with these cataphracts. 3 of them do peel off. 1 doesn't manage to get very far, as Marine Lord, ever the defender, manages to discover them on the flank there and will cut them off as they are forced to back away. Wham, however, keeps building those crossbow numbers. Limitane production has now resumed as well. I think he did discover the boar there. Yeah, the one villager is able to check it. This might become a serious point of contention for him, but it's pretty far away from Wham's base. You know, going there with his longbows, with his crossbows, although his cataphracts are fast, the longbows and the crossbows are not. So an overextension could be something that is more than he bargained for, but 37 Boyar's Fortitude knights on the field now, Shako.
That is a lot of knights. I mean, this is what we were talking about this, you know, mass knight and the importance of cavalry in the mid game. I guess this is what we're seeing right now. You know, Marine Lord is usually known for his methodical and often infantry-based gameplay, and yeah, right now he's got 37 knights and 8 more in queue. This is the Rus eco in a nutshell, just being able to pump so many units. That eco is just probably the strongest in the game. I mean, There's a lot of strong ecos in the game, but the Rus one is definitely up there.
It's undoubtedly up there, and Marine Lord is looking to redeem the Rus win rate in this tournament, wanting to remind players why it is one of the most oppressive civilizations in the game at this current point. Such a powerful pick here, and you can see why, as these Knight numbers, 39 now, nearly at 6 more in queue behind this. It's just incredible. Some Lance Connects getting caught on the flank once again. The Cataphracts are running towards that ball, but the Knights are there to meet them. There's a massive infantry mass here from Wham as well. A huge backline, way bigger than Marine Lords as well behind this. But the Cataphract, they get trapped. They try to trample out immediately, but a lot of them get caught. That's half of the Cataphract mass just gone in an instant.
Yeah, that was pretty costly, but that little micro move to charge away from the mass of Knights and actually saving a bunch of Cataphracts was pretty amazing from Wham. But still, yeah, definitely a super costly loss. He lost probably like 3-4 Cataphracts there. I think I didn't see exactly, but a beautiful move from both players.
Yeah, that's a good bunch of Cataphracts lost there, and these are not losses Wham can afford right now. I mean, his income is looking healthy. There's a good bunch of olive groves behind this, but Wham is looking to press the issue. He saw the Knights in the north. He knows that he might have an opening here. With such a severe mass of longbows, he knows that when it comes to backline on backline, he should have the advantage, and that is the case here. Looks like behind this, there is going to be a Horseman switch up for Wham as well. The Veterancy is in queue, and Horseman production has begun now. Much cheaper than the Cataphract, right? You can't just keep massing Cataphracts endlessly. But the Knights from the north side, they catch it. The charge is commencing, and the choke point is going to make the pathing even worse for them. There's not really enough Limitane here on the front line yet. Most of them, where are the Limitane behind this? They went for a raid on the berries in the south, and there's nothing here as a front line for Wham. Only a few Cataphracts left, and they won't be long for this world. Now, the raid on the on the ball in the north is going to bear fruit. The wooden fortress is going to go down, but Wham's army on the front line is not long for this world. However, the Knight numbers actually from Marine Lord are falling really quick. There was a very strong backline from Wham behind this. So many crossbows, but still, it's just too much, as the entirety of Marine Lord's army is here in the center, and Wham, the mass is still looking pretty good. As long as he does a nice little retreat here, he should be able to conserve most of his army behind this. But that fight, that fight was pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the destroyed value. Marilo was slightly ahead. It looks like he got slightly more ahead now. I'm not exactly sure if the destroy value is still accurate for Byzantine. I know there has been issues in the past, but it looks like the fight went slightly better for Marine Lord. But in the end, both players kind of lost a decent, like the same amount of units, it seems, and the game goes on. I was kind of expecting this to be a decisive fight, but it looks like we still have an equalish game.
Yeah, it's those longbows, right? Even against armored units, they can do tremendous amount of damage, and Wham did a great job focus firing the backline from Marine Lord, so he's able to trade out favorably despite a good portion of his Limitane not being there to keep Marine Lord's Knights at bay. But Wham did manage to kill, I believe, pretty much all of the Vils on that ball, and you can see he does have a pretty healthy villager lead now at this point in time, with 9 over Marine Lord, with 79 to Marine Lord's 70 at this point in time. Marine Lord is going to go onto the berries to the north of his base and is going to retreat back towards his base to keep himself safe. Yeah, after a fight like that, you know, when it's so close, a bit of a stalemate, neither player really has the confidence to really push forward. But look at this, Shako. How does he afford a high armory behind all of this?
I don't know. To be honest, I did not see this coming at all. and yeah, the military numbers are not that much in favor of Wham. So Marine Lord with looking to get an age advantage, but Wham might be also behind, slightly following him to Imperial. I'm not exactly sure. He's got a lot of food in the bank, but the gold is still lacking. So I imagine once you see the age up from Marine Lord, he's probably gonna follow pretty soon after. And yeah, now everything is looks like his resources are starting to stack. So I imagine he will be reaching Imperial pretty soon also.
Yeah, there's no additional units in production here for Wham outside of the olive oil used for those longbows. Marine Lord has reached the Imperial Age with the High Armory. Siege Workshop has been prepared on the side as well. We did see that going up just there within the influence, of course. Cheaper Siege there for Marine Lord. Such a powerful bonus from the High Armory. Meanwhile, for WAM, the Foreign Engineering Company is on the way, which will mean that those longbows will become all the scarier for them. The arrow volley ability will be an immense attack speed boost for them. Such huge DPS will be coming out from those longbows. Still, the number is looking very healthy. 50 longbows now out. The Golden Horn Tower will keep producing them alongside Lancaster. Little raid from WAM is going to idle out the villagers from Marine Lord. However, the Cataphracts do pay with their lives for that raid. University in, prioritized by Marine Lord. Most likely going to see incendiary arrows here with such a healthy backline for him. Elite status for the archers is in, and straight away, yep. The incendiary arrows. Marine Lord knows, of course, the priority is so important for incendiary arrows when you have such a big ranged mass, because the damage gets out of control very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And knowing Marine Lord, he's most likely going to try to take advantage of that slight tempo advantage he's got now with the Imperial upgrade already being researched and incendiary arrows, as you said. That's pretty close to being done already, even though it's a pretty slow upgrade. WAM obviously has access to that improved research speed with the Byzantine, so I'm not sure how long that window is going to be for Marine Lord, but he will probably try and press it, I imagine.
Poleaxe is behind this for Marine Lord as well, so going to add that additional damage to his knights. But there is no elite status for the knights just yet, so of course the elite upgrade is more expensive than the Poleaxe, so Marine Lord might just want to get maximal value out of these knights without investing too much into them any longer. But for WAM here, this seems to be a real significant gold struggle for him. Looking at the minimap, he does have access to that large gold vein in the north still if he so chooses, and even the south potentially. He might look to secure either of them, either with some mangonel towers or a keep for that matter. But the burn through is there. Limitane as well as horsemen look to press the issue towards the south side of the Marine Lord's base, but the archers now soon with incendiary arrows are there to meet them, and with so many, it's not like the horsemen can really contest them. The knights from Marine Lord are met as well by WAM's range mass. For a couple of them will go down on the retreat there. Looks like we have a little bit of a lull now, right? Both players understand that the game is pretty even at this stage, so neither really wants to overcommit too much here, really, because an overcommitment at this stage can mean death.
Yeah, definitely. You don't know if your opponent has been maybe doing a cap switch in the back, and if you move out with that big massive archer, you might just get caught and wiped, and that would be the end of the game. So both players playing it carefully, as we would expect. Both players have a pretty careful play style. So yeah, not too much gamble. But yeah, and what is also pretty surprising to me is that we're 30 minutes in the game and they're both still on 1 TC also. We never saw any player go on 2 TC, which shows the amount of units they've just been pumping the entire time. This has just been about massing military and making sure you don't fall behind, because even if you can seem that, you know, at the 20-minute mark, you can afford a TC. It's not too expensive when you have a good economy. But as we see, these players just don't want to gamble. They know that it could mean death.
It was such an action-packed game, right? Like it feels tough to manage to squeeze a TC in there, even though you might be able to afford it. It's easy to forget how much of an additional food cost it is. I mean, villages from 2 TCs, sure, villages are only 50 food, but when you're dealing with such fine margins, that food can mean the difference, especially with Imperial Ages like this being placed inside as well. But now we see the fight looks to be happening, as both players are willing to commit at this point in time. Incendiary arrows is in for both. However, Marine Lord also has silk bowstrings with biology on the way as well. It is pretty much archers on top of longbows at this point in time. Now, this should favor the longbows. The mass is just really good here from WAM. However, there's a notable lack of kiting, which means that the additional range bonus for the longbows is not going to be significant here, but the archers are so much easier to produce for Marine Lord than the longbows are for WAM, as olive oil, although olive oil income is looking pretty healthy, not quite as healthy as the food and wood combination there for Marine Lord. Raids on the back of this, some horsemen sneak into Marine Lord's economy there from WAM. They will idle out some of the villages, but are then met by the knights to be cleaned up. Horsemen follow up as well for Marine Lord, right as biology is about to finish. I'm not sure whether he has the elite upgrade in yet, but all of the longbows, Shako, are cleaned up on the front line.
Yeah, and this is really tricky for Byzantine, because they can't really make that many. They're not English, right? They can't just make infinite amount of longbows. they're kind of limited by that olive oil. And even though we're later in the game and there's been that they have a farm transition already, it's still, they can't just remake 50 longbows just like this. And this was pretty costly. He tried to get a raid going at the same time and kind of like trade half of his army and get some damage done with the other half. But I don't really think he managed to get the damage that he wanted.
No, definitely not. And at this stage, I mean, you definitely want to keep throwing horsemen into the economy in order to bleed the opponent out. But of course, the horsemen have a cost. Food is pretty plentiful at this stage of the game. However, you need to make sure that you actually get value for the food that you invest into these horsemen. You see little skirmishes here in the north side once again. Neither player is max. Both of them struggling with the pop. Marine Lord even more so actually. And the food income especially is looking way, way healthier here for Wham. Ooh, Marine Lord gets caught though. He needed to move out onto that gold there, but is instead not going to be able to, as the horsemen will spot the villagers. They will peel off from the main army there to chase after them, but are then caught once again. And Wham actually with a significant military lead by now is just able, that system economy is just looking stellar for him. We can see there the army count severely in favor there for Wham. A massive Varangian switch behind this as well, 44, and we did see that elite infantry tactics coming in for him, and these Varangians, they are beyond scary, Shuckle.
Yeah, this, and Marine Lord just calls it. What a game, Mirad. That was an insane game, and as we can see on Wham's face, he's pretty relieved because that was very stressful. He had the game in hand for what felt like the entire beginning, and then he kind of lost it in the middle, but he prevails in the end. And that Byzantine eco, the farm economy, that food economy, just meant that he was able to remass so much faster than Marine Lord, and yeah, what a decisive win, and I'm pretty sure he feels very relieved by this.
Absolutely, you can see, look at that stoicism and power look on his face. He's happy with that one, and understandably so. A very strong start here for Wham in this game number one, taking out Marine Lord's Rus as well. Once again, looks like Rus is struggling more than expected. I mean, you know, especially for a player like Marine Lord, you wouldn't really expect someone like him to end up failing when it matters most with Rus, but it just goes to show, well, we see this time and time again, right? This Byzantine pick up against the Rus just seems to work wonders when executed this way.
Yeah, indeed, and Rus just keeps on losing. They're definitely they haven't won a single game in the tournament yet so far. I think they're 0-5 and 0-6 maybe even. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's pretty. So I hear in my headset that they're 0-5. Thank you, production, indeed. And yeah, this is pretty surprising, right? Because obviously Rus, we all know how strong Rus is, and they just cannot find a win.
I'm not sure what exactly what the exact struggle is in this case. I mean, a bit of the opinion myself as well, right? That the Byzantines especially seem to do quite well up against the Rus in these kind of situations, especially on these kind of maps where there's only just the regular amount of deer, right? And it's all good getting your own 2 deer packs in, that's all fine. However, Byzantines, they get so much more out of berries than any regular civs, right? They not only get the food, but the olive oil as well, so they're able to expedite their unit production to enormous extents compared to other civilizations, even though the Rus might have access to those deer. As we see there, very even game according to these graphs. You can see total resources gathered heavily favored for Wham, actually. Having the level 5 system so early, almost 20,000 ahead, but at that point, and the military value lead was there plenty of times for Marine Lord, but in the end, with those cataphracts, with those longbows, it went to Wham's favor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 20k res more is I guess that is the game right there, and that just shows the strength of the Byzantine, you know, that, you know, getting the farm transition maybe a bit earlier, giving them a slightly easier transition to the late game, and this is where Marine Lord just got caught and lost his army.
I'm really curious what Marine Lord would wonder, like what his thought process is behind as to why he lost there, as well as Wham's. Whether that was the plan from the beginning to play exactly that way. I mean, I played this matchup against him myself, and he played it very, very similar. Seems like this style, with the light sort of faint aggression with the Kairos Siphon, followed up by that Castle Age into cataphracts, it's just such an effective way to sort of dilute the Rus composition to be in favor for the Byzantines. but we have confirmation that we're getting ready for our second game here. Straight away, actually. Didn't even get a chance to have a look at the picks, as we are jumping straight into what looks to be Cliffside here in game number 2, I believe. And the matchup is, in fact, Wham on the House of Lancaster in the color blue, spawning in the north side of the map, facing none other than Marine Lord in the color pink as the French, which is not only one of his best civilizations, but also his country of origin.
Well, yeah, Marine Lord was known to be probably the best French player for a while. I mean, Lucifron also had that title, but it was kind of a battle between Marine Lord and Lucifron for a long time. But I don't remember seeing him play French too much lately. I remember him losing to Beastyqt French and I think also Louis, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, and also Cliffside is not really a map where we usually see French picked on.
It's really not, but we saw it yesterday as well, right? Louis MT pulled out French in his opening game up against... oh god, who was it? I forget now, I can't believe it.
There were so many games.
Oh yeah, it was against Puppypaw, of course, yeah, in that first game. Also against House of Lancaster, actually, the very same matchup we see repeated here on day number 2. Marine Lord with the French. Plenty to prove here. Not a position you see Marine Lord in very often, being 1 game down from the opening. Definitely has a fight on his hands, maybe more than he bargained for after that opening match as the Rus. As we see, Wham actually going for the spear opening, quite a common for the Lancaster. Of course, they have great bonuses for it. The additional gathering rate on sheep means that they're able to afford spears so smoothly, while still getting a very competitive age-up timing. And, I mean, denying gold from French, it's never a mistake, is it?
Oh yeah, when you're a French player and you get kicked out of gold so early, it's just so annoying because obviously all you want to do as French is kind of make those knights, right? And yeah, and obviously with Cliffside being the rush distance being so short, it is so good for that spear opening. And even if Marine Lord had a back gold, he still doesn't have enough gold to make a single knight.
Exactly, and quite often we see nowadays, especially French do like to go for a little wheelbarrow opening as well, right? That's becoming very common. It's just such a great thing to do, because even with the cheaper technologies for the French, you know, managing to afford pro scouts as well as an archery range, knight production, as well as getting wheelbarrow in there, which takes so long to research, you know, it doesn't delay you much to go for that initial wheelbarrow. However, Marine Lord probably anticipating an early aggression here in the Dark Age from Wham, decides to not go for it at all instead, and just gets the gold he needs to age up and is going to go for a very fast one indeed. So not going to worry about the knight, not going to worry about the wheelbarrow. He just wants to get up ASAP, push these spears away, and most likely resume gold production. On a map like Cliffside, yes, I mean, both civilizations have advantages on this map. Now, the map has a very short rush distance, right? Which means that it's good for a civilization like French in the sense that the knights can get there very quickly. However, it's also good for Lancaster, because for a civilization like them, which typically does value the infantry more than others, means that you don't have to overextend as much to get to the opponent's side as with others. And of course, the map's name is Cliffside at the end of the day. So walling can become quite plentiful in that mid-game, courtesy of those cliffs. It's just so easy and smooth to get those walls up once you get to that mid-game. Lancaster Castle for Wham's side coming up, no surprises there with the frontal gold, which, I mean, Lancaster is one of those civs that doesn't really mind having a forward gold as much as other civilizations because of this, right? They can secure it with the Lancaster Castle as well as the manors, and it's a nice forward staging point for them from then on. Stone mining is underway as well. Marine Lord, as we expected. The archers are coming out to push away the spears.
Yeah, I'm curious what Marine Lord's game plan is going to be here. I mean, this matchup also has been played quite a bit in the last couple tournaments, and we saw a lot of times going for the trade landmark, which I cannot remember the name right now.
Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce, exactly. Thank you, Myriad. And but on this map, I'm obviously not expecting much trade. So I'm pretty curious. I imagine Marine Lord kind of has to be very aggressive here.
Yeah, I think you have to be, to a certain extent at least. I mean, you know, pressuring Lancaster is always a good thing to do, but not always an easy thing to do, right? It's tough to dive under those manas, especially without undermesh. Sure, you can heal the knights, but the manas without undermesh, once the numbers start to climb, they still do a significant amount of damage. It looks like a spear is going to get quite bold there and might sacrifice its life in an attempt to go for that villager. Gets pretty close, but doesn't quite manage it. Marine Lord quick on the draw, as always there. Now, stone mining, as we mentioned, is heavily underway here for WAM. Looks like, I think, one of the manas might already be on the way in construction. Second one as well now, I believe. Does he have enough for that third one, though, is the question.
I mean,
yeah, that looks to be...
Yeah, he still has 100, so he should be able to make that third one. I think Marine Lord is probably okay with him getting 3 manas. Feels like that 6 manas has kind of been the magical number for Lancaster. But yeah, so far, kind of getting kicked out of stone, and I guess, you know, this is maybe because of the Lancaster castle placement, which is on the gold in the front there, and maybe if it was between the gold and the stone, he could have been defending a bit better. But obviously having a front defensive landmark like this is always really, really good.
Yeah, it really helps to keep yourself nice and cozy and defend against any kind of knight shenanigans here from Marine Lord. But that won't be the case for a little while longer. Marine Lord, interestingly, prioritizing the double broad axe over his pro scouts. He already had 3 scouts on the field before that professional scouts technology was in research, but now up to 4 and almost halfway done, pro scouts is. And WAM looks to be just playing very passively for now, is actually going to go straight for that Castlage. The third mana is now under construction, and Marine Lord, he can't realistically pressure this gold mine very effectively, is now the scouts are waiting patiently on the Deepex to bring them back home under the safety of that French town center. And WAM, I mean, this has to be White Tower, right?
I imagine it has to be. I mean, you know, the other landmark has that upgrade that gives a bonus damage to the against heavy for your knights, which can be really, really good into French. And as we saw Marine Lord going an extra stable, so giving him 2 stables. So I imagine Marine Lord's plan right now is probably to make a ton of knights with his pro scout that's just finished right now. And so it could be a good game plan, but it might be just a bit too greedy too. So I'm not sure what landmark he's going to go for.
Yeah, the thing is, it's an interesting one because the White Tower, of course, will help keep you safe, will give you those 3 Osgard, and yeah, it is going to be the choice. Which the Osgard, especially with only 1 knight on the field, they can do great work. Of course, it only takes 3 Osgard to throw a dagger each to, you know, kill a villager outright, as long as it doesn't have textiles. But there's prudence in the King's College as well, right? Collar of S is a little bit weaker than before, now only giving an additional +5 damage, as opposed to the +6 as it was before, right? Against armored units for the knights. However, that's not actually enough up against those veteran Royal French knights, right? Because, you know, the additional charge damage as well as the healing, it really adds up for them. So, you know, it's in a way almost wasted. If you're an age above, sure, you're gonna do great work against feudal French knights, but you know, Marine Lord with the day coming in, that's something he's going to be perfectly aware of and can easily pivot into spears if he would so choose, but it is going to be the White Tower instead. And knight production now fully underway for Marine Lord. We did see that second stable going up, which is now finished. Wheelbarrow also now soon to finish for Marine Lord. Steel Darrow coming in for him as well. Bloomery, of course, is given for free upon completion of a blacksmith for the French. Meanwhile, it is going to choose the knights in this case. So far, very similar game to the Papipo and Louis MT series from yesterday, outside of that Dark Age rush, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately couldn't catch that game, so I didn't exactly see how it happened. But yeah, I guess Marine Lord is going to stay in feudal for a bit longer. French is usually known to be quite comfortable in feudal, right? So he's going to be looking to keep securing that there. Maybe even steal some of WAM's there. I think that would be probably really important for him, as WAM does have 3 manas, which is not, you know, amazing, but it's definitely a really, really good advantage for him. And I think Marine Lord would really like a bit of extra gear to kind of make up for that eco difference.
Little poke by the archers does find a villager here from Wham. Nice work by Marine Lord there to take that opportunity. He's going to look to idle it out again, as with so many knights in queue and undermesh on the way, he feels confident idling out more and more after finding the castlage there from Wham. And Marine Lord did manage to steal, I think, most of Wham's day pack there in the north, close to the boar and the trade post. Yep, 3 of them have been brought back. 2 of them only, actually. There is a spear now patrolling there. Actually, raid on the backside Wham did find one of the villages earlier on. It wasn't with this raid, but with another one. Doesn't manage to find another one. Oh, but the knights. A knight has been traded out for one of Marine Lords, and another one is left very, very low there for Wham. Wham has to be careful, right? He has the tech advantage. His knights are stronger, but the mass definitely doesn't favor him. And with the day coming in here from Marine Lord, Wham is going to be, pretty tough pressed to be able to match the numbers here. We see him already out on those berries, so the sheep definitely a little bit of a problem for him in this game. I think Marine Lord might have gotten the lion's share there.
Yeah, it looks like this is kind of Marine Lord's only play right now, right? The White Tower kind of covers the entire base. He can't really go for any kind of ram push on the manors or whatever. But securing the food and making sure that Wham doesn't have access to food is the most important thing he can do right now, and he keeps pumping knights to make sure that he keeps that map control, right? And this is going to be really key for Wham to see if he can regain map control and secure that food, because without more food sources, those berries are going to run out pretty fast, and there's not going to be more knights coming.
Wham does have to be so careful with these trades. As we mentioned, his knights are stronger, his knights are better. However, his knights cannot heal like Marine Lords can, so every loss like this does hurt him quite a bit, especially with his inferior food income. However, he has traded pretty well, knight for knight so far, which, I mean, considering the day, you have to ask yourself whether that's actually worth it. It's very important to kill these Marine Lord knights. However, you know, the mass is looking really, really scary here for Marine Lord. Another charge comes through from Wham's Knights, met by Marine Lord's Knights in turn, and it's almost a complete surround. The additional charge, the additional damage after charge for the French Royal Knights is really significant in these kind of trades, and we can see that being reflected there. The army value very much in favor of Marine Lord now, as is the destroyed value, though not by too much. He did manage to get another villager kill upon idling that gold mine. Looks like a single Earl's Guard is going to look to be annoying on that gold mine there for Marine Lord behind this. Meanwhile, Wham is sticking to his guns. It's just more and more knights. But I really worry about his food situation. But it does seem like the second mana upgrade has come through. I do forget the name of it for now, but they are now underway. Mana number 4 is going to be coming up. Looks like number 5 is underway as well, as Marine Lord does go for more kills. I think he managed to kill another villager, if I'm not mistaken. But idles the gold mine once again, which is starting to slowly run pretty dry there on the front line.
Yeah, and I wonder if Marine Lord has seen the Wham move out on the deer there, and because his army is moving there to the east. I imagine he would see some Marine Lord as probably one of the best, one of the very best map awareness in the game, right? But so far, I mean, that's really greedy. How many villages are there? Oh, okay, so that's 4 villages making a tower finally, but it's a pretty greedy move, and it looks like Marine Lord hasn't seen it yet.
It's definitely greedy, but then what other choice does he have, right? He went for this castlage, right? He did not have as many sheep as he would like, most likely, as, you know, they did seem to run out way earlier than they should normally. Normally, you don't really want to go on those berries unless you have a bonus for them, which Lancaster does not, but notably they have a bonus for sheep, the only civilization in the game to have such a bonus innately. However, the Knights will give Wham some space behind this, right? He is distracting a good bunch of Marine Lords now. 10 to Marine Lords 19 at this point in time. And Marine Lord is going to look to deny that food, but at the same time has to contend. Nice little maneuver here by Wham, a classic there, right? As the Knights are getting chased, he peels one off to make the bulk of the Knights chase him. Does get a charge on the villager, manages to get another one, and Marine Lord managed to sneak another kill himself as well there on the north side. Tower did go up, I believe, on those on the deer pack there for Wham, which is so far retracted in his base. Yeah, Marine Lord is not going to be able to secure that very easily. However, that's such a big point of contention for him, but you do have to be careful as a Marine Lord, although he probably is aware of that and really wants to strike it. If you do that, you risk overextending with your Knights, and you are still an age down at this point in time, so you have to be so careful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got a pretty sizable knight advantage still, but he is 1 age behind. And as we can see in the army value, he's quite ahead, but the army value doesn't really reflect the age. So it is still a very tricky situation, and Wham is doing an excellent job at distracting and sending knights in the back and everywhere to kind of make sure that Marine Lord has to respect.
He is losing a decent bunch of them though, right? Like we see the destroyed value has only been creeping up in favor of Marine Lord as time passes so far. Now, almost 2,000 ahead Marine Lord is in that regard, as the knight numbers for him keep swelling. Meanwhile, Wham has been stagnating around this barely double-digit mark for a good little while. Now, Wololo comes in just as the charge comes in from the knights, looking to trap them and body block them as much as possible. Good attempt to do so, but not quite enough. It's so difficult with the mobility, as the archers will snipe out the monk. And the knights actually, they're full committed here, Shako. Most of them for Wham are going to go down. That's such significant losses.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord lost a couple too, but look at that army count. It's 28 to 8. That is not looking too good for Wham right now, and as we see in the destroyed value, he just, Marine Lord is just, seems to be taking slightly better trade every fight.
Yes, and finding that wood line behind this as well. Although there was a white tower defending it, a little charge in is all you need for those villagers to start falling, and Wham is getting a little bit desperate now, right? The spears are in production as well. He realizes he just can't keep matching this night for night. The income from the day is too much, and now gets discovered on the secondary gold as well. The villagers will make a run for it, but there's no wheelbarrow, and even that wouldn't be enough to escape in this situation. 2 of them go down, the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th falls as well at the end, and these spears, I think they're only still feudal spearmen if I'm not mistaken, which in these numbers is not going to be enough up against these knights as they get cleaned up. More villagers get discovered on the deer at the backside, and this is disaster for Wham. He knows there's nothing left for him in this game as Marine Lord secures the secondary to tie the series 1-1.
Yeah, what a masterful game from Marine Lord there. Amazing knight control, and I mean, no panic, sticking to game plan, just staying in feudal and just make knights. Make sure you keep that map control, you secure the food, and at some point Lancaster, even with their manas, you know, even with all that passive income, which we know Reddit loves to mold about, they have to go out on the map at some point, especially if they're making knights. And yeah, Marine Lord just punishes when he moves out, and really strong gameplay. And we see, you know, Marine Lord taking the French again and just showing why he's just so strong with them.
Of course, he's not going to allow himself to disappoint with the civilization. Once again, putting on a masterclass, showing why French is just so comfortable staying in this feudal age. They have all the tools they need to deal with luxury units in that castle age. Even though their stats might be a bit weaker than those castle age knights, the numbers do not lie. When the day comes in, when the gathering rate comes in, and that chivalry kicks in as well, with just a bit of micro, you can pull back the injured knights. As long as you keep denying food from your opponent, which he has done so very well, and take effective trades, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of starving them out. And obviously Marine Lord showing exactly how it's done here, as we see again. Significant lead there in the total resources gathered, and food especially tells all the tale there. And in the end, the army lead as well for him. Very well played for Marine Lord, and Wham, we saw a little bit of frustration there, right? Scrubbing his face, as you often do, right? I think he was a little bit disappointed himself in that game. I think the plan was definitely solid there, right? I mean, you can't stay in the feudal age too long up against the French. I really liked the Dark Age aggression there. I think that was the right choice, but maybe just getting a little bit unfortunate there with the sheep, misreading his timing slightly, maybe being slightly over-aggressive with those knights, trading too much. You know, not thinking too much about the reality of chivalry being there. Marine Lord's knights can just heal effortlessly, of course, whereas if Wham wants to do the same, he needs to invest into a monastery, then into monks. And it's just, you don't really have the time for these kind of commitments, or the res, or the space, really. And in the end, it results in just being starved out in this kind of a situation. However, of course, he shouldn't be too disappointed. The series is now tied. We're back on an even ground, and Wham has plenty of chances still here to defeat, you know, someone like Marine Lord, right? Someone, a very scary opponent, and Wham, I've got to say, I think he's playing really well. In that first game, he did tremendously and had a great plan in the second one. So I'm really excited to see what he keeps bringing to this series up against such a powerful opponent like Marine Lord, who is looking to impress as usual. It does appear like Four Lakes will be on next map.
Yeah, Four Lakes, another classic, you know, at this point, one of the oldest maps in the pool. A map that I personally always like because it's just so wild to play.
Oh, yeah.
You have to take your own pawn, defend your pawn, maybe try and duck the other one, and players just have to have their eyes everywhere at all times. And I'm really curious to see what civs they're gonna be playing. I see Wham still has Mongol and Japanese, as well as OTD, which could be a pick on this map. And okay, we see so OTD versus Zushi is going to be the pick. I think I think I would have to give the edge to Zushi, right? I mean, OTD is a strong hybrid civ, but I mean, Zushi has been just so dominant on this kind of map also.
Yeah, this kind of hybrid water map Zushi just has this timing, right? Quite often we see them skipping fish altogether, just using taxation to age up, not going on the gold mine whatsoever. And they can get such a competitive timing courtesy of that cheaper age up from the Tang Dynasty, the faster build speed, just like Chinese get, and they can get a very oppressive archership timing. However, that's most of the case on Kawasan, right?
Yeah.
You can still do it on Four Lakes, but it's not quite so easy as it is on Kawasan. And of course, if you want to dock the opponent's side, it's further away than it is on Kawasan, and your villager has to travel longer, it is more exposed, which means just a little bit less res. These fine margins really add up at this level, so I'm quite curious to see how Marine Lord will look to play that. And Wham as well, we mentioned, right, he has access to those Mongols. Mongols has been looking really, really powerful on a map like Four Lakes. Just, you know, if you survive to that Imperial Age and don't take too much damage, the Khaganate just ends up running away with the game. But that got nerfed, right?
That is true.
It's risky at the end of the day. You know, someone like Marine Lord is perfectly aware of that possibility. So I feel like, although Mongols might theoretically be the stronger choice if you do get away with it, getting away with it is the key word, right? It's not really easy to do, and is going to instead opt for Order of the Dragon, which is just a very solid civilization. You know, they're quite simple in their bonuses, but they're always good. They deliver. They're versatile, right? You have the Burgrave. You can easily get discounted units out very, very fast. But Zushi is a powerhouse, right? Normally OTD, they have some unique sort of matchups and maps where they can do very, very well, but it appears like we are slowly getting ready as we get a beautiful overview of the map here as we get ready to load in perfect panoramic showcase.
Yeah, this is a brand new map view that we've never seen before, and it's a really different point of view. And as we see, we're getting right in the game, and Marine Lord with the Zushi legacy in the south there with the pink, and Wham with the Order of the Dragon in the green in the north. And as we're seeing, Marine Lord already with a lumber camp, so not doing the fast age up and actually going on water right away. And actually with a corner duck, I think he's might be scared of a spear opening, maybe. That is probably why he's doing this. I'm not sure.
It's possible, right? I mean, notably on Four Lakes, we see a very clear deep sea fish split, right? It's on all corners of the pond, 4 per pond. So optimally, right, if you want to get really technical, you'd ideally have 3 docks, 1 close to each of those deep sea fish. There's one in the corner that, of course, you can't get to. We don't have docks on top of water yet. Who knows? Maybe next patch. But of course, having those 3 docks is optimal, 1 next to each of those deep sea fish. And, you know, there's always a possibility from OTD to go for that Dark Age play. We have seen it before with some frequency on this map especially. So Marine Lord always conscious of that naturally. So he's going to, you know, having the back dock is going to help with that as well, alongside the efficient gathering rate for the ships. Split, sheep split looking pretty even this game, although it's not the map where it will matter that much. Wham! Going on to the lumber camp as well, towards his backwood line. He has his own dock up as well. Fishing ship production has begun. Yeah, we see the sheep split there. 8 for Marine Lord so far, 7 for Wham at this point in time. And seems like it'll be a nice slow early game here so far. Both players will look to maximize the amount of fishing ships they can get. The only real question is who's going to age up first?
Yeah, I mean, I think in theory Zushi has a slightly faster age up, I think. And I wonder where he's going to be dropping that meditation garden. I see a spot there with like gold and stone and food, which might be good for him, but maybe he's gonna need to prioritize wood because, you know, water map, hybrid map, I'm not sure, but I mean, this spot looks pretty good for Zushi.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot, right? And wood would be nice to get for sure on a map like this, but that's I think that's more so important when there's going to be a lot of naval interaction and you really want to maximize, because ultimately fishing ships, they're not too expensive on the wood, right? So Marine Lord, that is probably the best place you can hope for. It's pretty close as well for him. Secondary docks going up for either player. Looks like Marine Lord actually is going to prioritize going on his second pond before Wham goes on his. Wham is going to instead maximize his production on his initial pond, going for that second dock there, as Marine Lord goes to start fishing on his own pond as well, which, I mean, there's always a threat of counter-docking on this map. It's been quite a common strategy for a lot of players in a lot of civilizations. Typically a civ like Zushi does it very, very well, due to that additional building speed, of course, means that, you know, the classic of pulling one scout and villager to deny the dock, which works very well against normal civs, that's not quite enough against Zushi or China for that matter.
Yeah, definitely, and I found it pretty curious to go double dock on your own pond there for Wham. Marine Lord going with a slightly greedier version of docking the other pond, and I mean, this is, I think, the kind of style of play that we've known Marine Lord for, especially on these kind of hybrid water maps. He likes to play pretty greedy and force the opponent to come to him. And yeah, so for me, no real surprise here for Marine Lord. He's just going to be playing it a bit greedier. And as we see the meditation garden coming at the spot where we expected it, I mean, this is beautiful. 25 stone, 25 gold, and 46 wood, food, I think.
36.
And 36. And then just what, maybe one wood?
Wood,
two wood.
He managed to just barely scam a couple of those trees there, right? So, but still, a very healthy meditation gardens for him. It's gonna give a nice little bit of income, just edging that 100 per minute almost thereabouts. Looks like Wham, of course, with the Aachen Chapel on the back. No surprises there. Aachen Chapel, just a very, very strong choice. Generally, never really the wrong choice. Typically, you know, some players prefer to go for the Minework Palace as the Order of the Dragon, especially if they don't have the most optimal Aachen placement. Normally, you know, if you have Aachen Chapel covering both gold and wood, then you would go for it, whereas some, if that's not the case, they would go for the Minework instead. But Wham instead deems, well, enough. One woodline is enough, right? You want to get that income, and is going to go for it. It's like Marine Lord, actually. Oh, yeah, there was a counter dock, actually. So Wham does manage to sneak up a dock with that Gilded Villager, and Marine Lord is going to spot it. So there is a Springboard ship out now for him. And the power of counter docking on this map, I think, is a little bit understated. And specifically this kind of counter docking. Notice how Wham has zero intention of producing any ships from this. And this is, I think, is so smart and effective. You invest 150 wood into this dock, and straight away you force way more than that with just one Springboard ship from Marine Lord, right? Because, you know, if Marine Lord doesn't produce anything, Wham can just throw up an arrow slits or even just make one single galley to be really, really annoying. And you can see just how big of a cost difference is. A Springboard ship is more than double the res compared to a dock. So it's just so worth it just to bait them out like that, even though Wham has zero intention of producing anything. As I say that, though, the demolition ship is in production, even a second one being put there, as well as a Gilded Horseman is going to hit the field quite soon. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, that's not the unit he wants to make up against Gilded Horseman.
Oh yeah, definitely not. And this is where this map gets tricky, right? Because those demo ships can kind of pop out of nowhere while you're looking on the other side of the map. And but Marine Lord, obviously known for his really great map awareness, doesn't get caught. But yeah, I mean, he shouldn't be able to kill that Springboard ship right away, right? But now that he has two, that Springboard ship is definitely dead.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice play there from Wham, right? He's gonna destroy the Springboard ship with a double demo investment, which, you know, it's not cheap. at all. We can see there, 160 res, but that's still way cheaper than a springboard ship. And again, it forces out not only a galley, but now a second springboard ship here from Marine Lord. Marine Lord, however, does have the economic lead. It's worth noting, of course, that WAM has less villages courtesy of them being gilded villages, so they do gather faster, they are stronger. Ooh. Just a little bit of idle time force there as WAM tries to pull the villagers to kill the Zuganu, but great micro from Marine Lord does manage to actually snipe one as the tower is being rushed out. Where is the horseman, Shoko?
Yeah, I don't know. He has one horseman on the field, but I guess that the horseman is raiding in Marine Lord's base, and he gets idle time back. And Marine Lord doesn't. Oh yeah, no. Okay, he has spears. I didn't see the spears coming already. So Marine Lord's scouting it and securing his spawn back. In the end, I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure how the trade for that dock is turning out for both players. I think it ended up being quite equal. One losing a dock and a demo ship, and then and forcing a couple ships from Marine Lord. It looks pretty equal to me.
Yeah, I think the water side definitely favored WAM just a little bit in terms of investment. However, just the unfortunate timing with the horsemen, they just passed by the Zuganu on different sides of the map and they didn't spot each other, but the Zuganu got there first and they actually managed to pick up 2 of WAM's gilded villages on that gold mine. A really painful setback there for him. As you can see, Marine Lord's economic count is starting to slowly run away for him, and he's firmly towards the castle age way himself, although WAM actually beats him to the punch. We can see the power of forcing that investment on water for him, as the Burgrave Palace is going to be the choice for him. No surprises there. Great value to be gained from the Burgrave Palace for Order of the Dragon, much more so than Holy Roman Empire. 30% discount on any units produced. That's pretty big. And I mean, of course, the Regnitz, you know, bears way more fruit if you get 3 or more relics, but against a civ like Zushi, that's not really easy to do.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that Burgrave Palace especially is really good when you have food access, right? And I mean, on a map like this, with basically infinite food, that Burgrave Palace is just so strong. And we've seen a lot of times civs just kind of falling to the amount of production that OTD is capable of having with that Burgrave Palace on a map like this. And yeah, I think right now it's looking pretty decent for WAM. But as we said, Zushi's Legacy's eco is just so good. So I'm just not exactly sure who is going to be coming ahead right now.
Yeah, it's pretty early to say here. It depends a lot on these compositions. The Mountlu Academy is the choice for Marine Lord. Another really potent landmark there. 20% of all taxes are also dropped off as food alongside the gold. A great bonus for Marine Lord, as well as some fantastic unique upgrades for those officials. 2 Gilded Horsemen will look to be annoying as they charge in from the north side of the woodline, causing a little bit of idle time, but are then met and pushed away by the spears. Little peel off there from WAM is going to distract the spears, 2 of them chasing away this horseman as more idle time forced towards the right side of that woodline. Men-at-arms production, gilded men-at-arms are now in queue for WAM from that Burgrave Palace. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, yeah, is the knights coming in from the stable, as well as crossbows in production for him. And those Dali horses, knights, they are scary.
Oh yeah, definitely. I imagine Marine Lord is going to be leaning heavily on knights at this point. It's just that I say that DQ is 3 more. Obviously, the Burgrave Palace is able to make spears also and right away counter those knights. But I mean, that mid game with a heavy knight has been so strong for many players in many matchups, and I'm sure Marine Lord is going to be leaning heavy into it.
Looks like we're about to have quite a significant little skirmish over that relic there in front of WAM's base, but he realizes he's a little bit outmassed for sure as he turns back straight away. Doesn't want to look for that fight. The horseman is going to peel off to the north, maybe to actually distract the army there. It looks like the prelate actually is going to go south towards the relic nearby the trade post. I think there's 2 relics there actually, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's just 1 actually. So he's going to look to pick that one up there instead as he distracts the army. The horseman finds his way towards the gold mine and actually does manage to pick up a villager just before. We did miss that part. However, yeah, full spin production in for WAM right now. And as you mentioned, right, they definitely counter those lances, but the lancers have a notable mobility advantage. However, alongside gilded crossbowmen in production for WAM as well, you know, we're getting to a point with this Burgrave, right? constantly being in production. Military Academy as well, boosting that production speed. Alongside Gilded Crossbowmen, this mass infantry composition from Wham, if he's able to afford military inspiration as well, that's a really scary composition.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen many games with OTD just kind of overwhelming their opponent thanks to that, the production of the Burger Palace, as well as the strength of those Gilded Crossbows, which are insanely good, But I'm not exactly sure what the fishing ship situation is. I see that Marine Lord has a lot of, it seems like he's got every fish covered, and it looks like Wham has slightly less, at least the north spawn looks a bit emptier to me. There's 10 eco advantage for Marine Lord, but as we know, Order of the Dragon has always less villages.
It looks like Wham does actually have the optimal amount of fishing ships. 12 per pond, 3 per deep sea fish is ideally the amount to go for. Marine Lord might have invested a little bit more. Of course, you can go for more, which will give you additional food income earlier, but will later lead to some idle time on those spawns. However, for these timings, that might be exactly what Marine Lord needs to take control of this mid-game. It looks like control of the mid-game he did indeed take, as 3 of the relics are secured and a 4th one on the way in for him as well. The Lancers just being really annoying, preventing the cap on this site. And they're going to look to be raiding quite soon as well. But the numbers from Wham are growing. 6 Gilded Spearmen, 8 Gilded Crossbows, Men-at-Arms as well, plenty more in production for him. And it looks like, yes, we have inspired warriors on the way. If Wham is able to get up to a pretty good mass of prelates, 4 to 6 or so, and start inspiring this army, it's going to be really scary for Marine Lord. But Marine Lord actually is going to go for that Yuan dynasty, the Shaolin monastery on the way, and with so many relics, definitely a good choice. Once the pagodas come in, over 400 resources per minute per pagoda per relic that are deposited in them, an immense boost in income.
Yeah, really, this is going to be really good for Marine Lord, but pretty greedy play, and a play that potentially Wham could be able to punish. But I mean, Marine Lord really proficient with Zushi, and he's gonna be getting those discounted units now, so he's gonna be able to make even more knights if he wishes, or more of whatever he wants, really.
Exactly, the Yuan dynasty bonus for the Jushi's legacy, a hefty discount on all units produced alongside those pagodas, definitely significant for him. Dali horses has been finished as well, so those lancers will now attack 25% faster, a notable military bonus for them as Wham moves out with his army, but that opens the way for Marine Lord to go for a significant raid here. Pretty much the entirety of his lancer mass goes directly, shamelessly, into Wham's base here. They are met by a good bunch of crossbows, and in these choke points, it's tough to get a good surround on them and actually win an overwhelming fight. No real significant damage found here except some idle time. Does then pick up a villager. Actually, Wham does on the other side as he pushes forward. And there's a lot of Zuganu here, but a good bunch of men-at-arms as well. But Wham seems a bit hesitant to take this fight. Now, the upgraded advantage is there for Marine Lord, and maybe Wham realizes this, which is part of the reason he doesn't want to go in. There's a horseman switch behind this as well for Marine Lord as they start charging in towards the mass from Wham. But there's so many Zuganu.
Yeah, but look at the destroyed value being heavily in favor of Wham right now, and it looks like that raid with all the knights didn't really pay off, and he lost quite a lot of it. And right now, still looking pretty good overall for Wham, but half of his army is back home. So Marine Lord kind of trying to take advantage of the fact that his army got split by the night raid.
Yeah, all of the lancers from Marine Lord actually fell down within the base there. It looks like Marine Lord was a bit distracted on this side and may potentially forgot to fully retreat with the knights there. And Wham actually looking to really force the issue as a result. We spoke about this, right? The Gilded Men-at-Arms produced so cheaply from the Burgrave Palace, and inspiration from the prelates as well, alongside the significant massive Gilded Crossbows. And these Gilded Crossbows, meanwhile, who you might think, oh, Zuganu do counter these Gilded Crossbows, and sure, that is the case, but these Gilded Crossbows have a significant range advantage over the Zuganu. I mean, they have more range than regular archers, and regular archers alone outrange the Zuganu. So Wham can actually just kite the Zuganu if he so desires without too much effort. And Marine Lord actually in a bit of trouble now, as maybe the greed for the Yuan might have really bit him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that military count for Wham is looking very, very strong. And as you said, those gilded crossbows, he's got 25 of them, which is an insane amount of firepower. And yeah, Marine Lord is in a bit of a pickle, if I may say.
Pickle indeed, as he needs to sort of scramble together the correct unit composition here to deal with this. But is it too little too late? There's a lot of horsemen. They are going to start cutting the reinforcements here, but these gilded men-at-arms, I mean, you know, you can sort of trap them and pinch them and try to kill them, but it's going to take so long to bring one of them down, even with that Dali horse's additional attack speed for him. But Wham! He smells blood, Shako. He saw weakness and he wants to exploit it as he looks to pressure the wood line there, but there's no villagers to be found there. Realizes the threat of these horsemen, which means that his gilded crossbows are under threat whenever they march across the map. So he's going to look to connect with his reinforcements and escort them safely back towards that front line, as the horsemen do pick up a few of the crossbows. Nice little pickups there for Marine Lord, and they will march and charge upwards towards Wham's base to go look for a raid. But look at this army, Shako. That is really scary.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, the ability of that Burger's Palace to just make so many units when you have infinite food like this. And it's getting really scary, and as we see, it's getting, yeah, it's really strong. But Marine Lord, oh, I thought he was going Imperial there, but it looks like he decided to reinvest right away. So no Imperial just yet, which did feel pretty greedy, but because I'm not sure if he would have been able to hold this.
Yeah, that was like, I thought, you know, there's just absolutely no way he would decide to go Imperial Age here, but when he sees the sheer numbers here from Wham, he realizes, okay, not quite the right choice here. I have to reinvest here and defend, and prudently done so. Looks like Marine Lord did manage to resecure the relics that were denied towards the southern part of his base, as the pagoda did get torched. Now Marine Lord is going to bring them back to safety once again. It looks like the horsemen did great work in cutting those reinforcements. There's no more gilded men-at-arms on the field, only one left in production. Wham now resuming full gilded spearman production upon recognizing the sheer mass of horsemen here from Marine Lord. And Marine Lord does make a bit of space between his base and Marine Lord's mass, but the pathing just ruins him. I don't know whether that was intentional or not, but he goes from the one side of the wood line to the other, going all the way through Wham's mass in the meanwhile, and actually goes Imperial behind us. He did commit, Shako. Imperial Age is coming in, but look at that, there's no gold. There's no gold for elite upgrades.
Yeah, this is looking really scary for Marine Lord. This, you know, Marine Lord's greed is kind of one of his signature playstyle. And right now, I am not sure how he's going to be able to hold this, especially if he cannot afford a single upgrade, because it's nice to reach Imperial, but if you don't upgrade any of your units, it's kind of useless.
Yeah, and we do have 1,000 bolts as the priority upgrade of choice here for Marine Lord, but the back line is not looking like it's enough here, and he's forced to take the fight before 1,000 bolts comes in, and it looks like it's just too much. It's too much for Marine Lord to handle. Wham! Takes game number 3, and look at the smile on his face.
Yeah, that is the smile of a very happy man. I mean, OTD. Just that Burger's Palace production is just so strong, and it looks like maybe Marine Lord played it slightly too greedy. I'm not sure. We would have to ask him what his analysis of the game is, but right now he's looking pretty disappointed in himself.
Yeah, it was like you can see, we saw the face cover and him shaking his head a little bit, clearly not happy with the result. I mean, who would be, right? I think he definitely thought that this is a good matchup for him and something he should be able, you know, that they should be able to close out the game in his favor, and I think so as well. But I think you might be right, Shako. Maybe just slightly too greedy there with the Yuan and the Imperial Age, just misreading his timing slightly there. We'll have to get his thoughts and maybe Wham's thoughts as well regarding this. Of course, depends who wins. I mean, the series is not over yet, but even, of course, externally, we'll be talking to them about this. But what a game, man! Wham taking the lead once again in this set, and in stunning fashion as well, with Order of the Dragon up against Zushi's Legacy, two of the strongest picks in the game, piloted by one of the strongest players in the game, just dispatched here by Wham in stunning fashion. And suddenly Marine Lord, with his back against the wall, he can afford no more mistakes in this series.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as we see, he even had a slight advantage there in resource gathered, and that was just not enough. As we see the military lead value there, just absolutely, absolutely, absolutely in favor of Wham. And yeah, Wham now with a 2-1 advantage, which I'm not sure many of us had expected before.
You know, not to discredit Wham, of course, Wham just a fantastic player, but Marine Lord just has looked so dominant historically against, well, most players for that matter, but Wham as well, right? Just a very good win percentage for him in that regard. But yeah, just the bird rate value really coming in there for him. Great decision making as well alongside it for him. It's just really, really effective, and Wham just delivering in this series so well. And there we go. Looks like we already have the decisions for the next game. Marine Lord does opt to go for Frisian Marshes, and interestingly, opts to go for the Malians here, met by Wham's Japanese. And I find this matchup really intriguing because, frankly, I don't really know who it favors.
Yeah, me neither. I used to think this matchup was heavily in favor of Mali, but then you know there were the changes to for the cheaper racks for Japanese, which really made their Dark Age play so much better. And as we know, you know that Dark Age spear rush against Mali has kind of always been so strong. So yeah, as you said, I have no idea who this matchup favors at this point.
We'll have to see the way the players decide to play it, but as you mentioned, yeah, it's the threat of that Dark Age that Malians is always so susceptible to, similarly to Byzantines. But the game is now underway. We see the perspectives, the movement, the fast hands, the fast camera scrolling of each player as Wham and Marine Lord face off yet again in game number 4. Marine Lord spawning in the southern side of Frisian Marshes here as the Malians in the pink playing for Gentlemates, facing Wham 01 in the color blue as the Japanese looking to make history here at the Masters of Steel LAN, spawning the north side of the map as the Japanese. And yeah, he knows what's up, right? It is going to be the spear opener here. 1 on the field already, 2nd in production. The only question is how hard is he going to commit to this? Are we going to see 5 spears on a tower, potentially even more? And what's Marine Lord's response going to be? And as looks like Marine Lord is banking on the Malians here on Frisian to take him to a game number 5.
Yeah, I imagine Marine Lord is going to be answering with his own tower on gold, which has kind of become also a standard answer. People used to make Donzos themselves, but yeah, as we see the tower coming up right away. Yeah, people used to answer with Donzo, but it seems like they've just realized that maybe a simple tower and maybe even a mill on the side of the tower, so that you're able to gather sheep close to the tower and garrison whenever you need. Is just simply more resource efficient.
Yeah, it's gained a good bit of popularity, right? This tower play alongside the pit mine as opposed to the Donzo. Some players still go for the Donzo. It can still be a prudent choice, but this is the investment, right? The Donzo, of course, the fact that they are 30 wood more expensive than a regular spearman means that in combination with the houses as well as the turnaround time on the lumber camp and then producing those spears, those Donzo, I mean, the macro gets very tricky, and you know, there's no way you can possibly avoid having at least a little bit of idle time on that barracks. And I mean, if you get outmassed and start losing your houses and pit mine anyway, then the play is essentially just a waste at the end of it all. But Marine Lord is just not going to go for it, right? It is going to be the tower alongside the mill, like you mentioned, so that's going to secure the pit mine and means that Wham's investment is not going to be significant. But I love this shot called the tower, right? Some players might think, oh, I mean, what is the point of a tower here? Well, what is the point is the fact that there will be no further houses built around this pit mine. And notably as well, there will be no gold gathering around this pit mine either. And let's just have a look where that second pit... Yeah, the gold is all the way. The second gold is right there, even more unsafe than the first one, directly in the front. This is a rough one here for Marine Lord, but something that one must expect, right? Because, I mean, you know, we talked about Marine Lord spawns plenty in the past, but on Frisian, the golds are pretty much always like this.
Yeah, we see Wham pretty much has the exact same spawn, so so yeah, no luck to be blamed here. Marine Lord knows what he's against, but yeah, now he's gonna be kicked out of that gold vein, and it's gonna be really hard for him, I think, to secure the other one. Though it remains to be seen how much pressure Wham is planning to put on in the feudal age. As we know, Japanese is usually pretty happy skipping the feudal age altogether and just going straight to castle to get access to those insanely strong mounted samurai. So yeah, potentially if Wham decides to not put too much pressure in the feudal age, and Marine Lord should be pretty fine getting the other gold vein. But yeah, we will have to see what Wham does.
Yeah, alongside this, even a little farmhouse placed there on the berries. What a great spot for that tower right alongside that farmhouse. It means that that villager is ready there in time, not only to garrison in the tower if necessary, but also to repair it. Just a really nice touch by Wham, I have to say. Very nice decisions being made here. And just like you said, right, Japanese, historically, they love to skip the feudal age and go directly to their prime unit, which is that mounted samurai in the castle age. But things have been shifting a little bit lately, haven't they? And especially after such a start, after such a great tower placement and denying that initial gold mine there from Marine Lord. And we've seen a couple players do this, players like Anatan notably, B as well, and a bunch of others, just going all out, relentlessly aggressive with the Japanese, with the Yumi, with the Spearmen, maybe even on the Bugeisha. Horsemen are also an option. So many options for the Japanese. Means that just putting relentless pressure here can actually be a very apt choice and keep the Malians always on the back foot.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would definitely not be surprised to see Wham or stick in the feudal age and put a lot of pressure, as you said, because with this start, I mean, Mali, if they cannot get access to gold, they are pretty much dead. It is the most important resource for them, and without gold, they're not going to be able to do anything. And Marine Lord moving right away to secure that second gold vein there. So let's see. Wham. Obviously, one of the other advantages of the tower not only denies gold, but it gives insane amount of vision right in your opponent's base, and it's going to be really hard for Marine Lord to just sneak anything.
It's true. And on this map especially, right, I mean, notably here, Frisian has always been known for this. There's so many of these small ponds, all containing plenty of shoreline fish, which is the fastest resource to gather from for villagers in terms of food. So combine that with a heavy investment into units here from Wham, I think it can become so scary here for Marine Lord, who now has 2 archers to defend the villager, building that secondary pit mine up alongside the houses, and is now going to follow up with javelins. Looks like Wham is going to open with the horseman here, as the barracks is finished. The stable, excuse me, but I mean, I got to question that placement a little bit, Shuckle. I mean, why there of all places? It's as if he intentionally is blocking his own farms.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that is intentional. Maybe he wants to get that wood instead. I don't know. I will kind of doubt it, but it could be intentional. It could be intentional. But as we see, Wham, you know, planning on producing units in feudal and cannot try and make sure that Marine Lord is not able to get the gold that he desires so much. And so far, so good.
Now the horseman and scout will look to put a little bit of pressure on that secondary pit mine there from Marine Lord, who now continues to mass jabs and now has a barracks as well in preparation for those Donzo that will be necessary. And really nice upgrade priority by Marine Lord as well. We saw that wheelbarrow being prioritized whilst he ages up, followed by the double broadaxe and now horticulture as well. So his economy is going to be looking very healthy indeed. Wham, meanwhile, keeping up the horseman production, also has an archery range now. The first Yumi has hit the field, second one in production. So I think, Shuckle, we're going to have a really aggressive feudal age on our hands.
Yeah, it's looking like it, and Marine Lord has the double archery range and is making a lot of jabs. And I mean, as we know, jabs an insanely good unit in defense, especially just being able to poke so far away and kind of chill on the TC and make sure they can defend and always poke. And so it's gonna be really hard for Wham, I think, to find much damage. But he's definitely planning on putting the pressure.
It's mainly the food I'm really concerned about here for Marine Lord, because with such limited gold access, sure, he can eat a bunch of cows, he can put them in ranches for a while longer, but if he isn't able to consolidate some map control, Wham will have free reign over the shoreline fish, over the deer, and he's going to be able to just severely outproduce Marine Lord here. But Marine Lord feels like he doesn't want to be pressured any longer this game. Must have the confidence alongside those Donzo and the Javelins to push directly across the map. And this is the perks of having the age up tempo as well as those economic upgrades now, right? Because he's up faster, he's able to produce units faster, and is now confident enough to push across the map. But the numbers are looking good from Wham. There's no greed here. There's full unit production instead. He has the Fudasashi secondary berry upgrade as well, alongside Steeled Arrow. Steeled Arrow is in now, which could be really significant in this fight, actually, as the charge comes in from the Horseman and gets a pretty good one as well. The Donzos are not there to read them in time. Great surround by Wham on the Javelins, but the Javelins are doing a great job focus firing the Yumi as well behind this. Looks like a pretty even fight there, but I think it just edges out in favor of Marine Lord a little bit.
Yeah, that was very scary for Marine Lord for a bit. I thought he was really going to get caught and wiped, but his reinforcements were able to get there just in time to make sure that he could keep his army alive. I'm not sure how much Marine Lord was expecting Wham to be investing in the feudal, but as we see, Marine Lord slowly investing in cows at home. So it kind of hoping to get his eco going and get with that Grand Fulani landmark, I imagine. But for now, this is just a full feudal fight.
Yeah, there are 3 cows filling up 1 ranch already, and Fulani will be the prudent choice here, I think. Not too much value to be gained from the Furimba garrison in this matchup, I would say. Now, there are double ranged upgrades in for Wham, and, you know, as you mentioned, you were worried for Marine Lord. I was as well, because right then Steeled Arrow was finished for Wham. It could have been very, very scary, but of course the Javelins and the Donzo, just premium units here for the Malians, so was able to weather the storm and keep Wham pinned in his base there somewhat. And Marine Lord is actually looking pretty healthy in this position, I would say, right? He's not under severe pressure here. He has free reign to mine this gold mine here. Looks like the second barracks, I believe, is also going up for him. He has his own Steeled Arrow, now Iron Undermesh in on the way as well for him. And the cows, they keep coming. They're going to keep filling up those ranches. And eventually it will reach a pretty scary point, but look at this, Shako. I think Wham is cooking something else.
Yeah, it looks like Wham is slowly getting to Castle Age, and probably is going to be trying to get some kind of a Castle Age kill timing, I imagine. And he also has this the Bannerman that came out, so now his archers are that much scarier.
It's true, and the tough thing here for Wham, though, is, you know, we see this classic horseman raid that is often accompanied alongside a sneaky little castle timing. But Marine Lord knows exactly what's going on, right? He spots the double tower on the gold. I mean, you know, what else can that signal, right? But a castle age indeed, as the floating gate now gets placed and is going to be on the way. Nice and safe, right? And I like this from Wham, not taking risks. Sure, he blocks some of those farms for later on. Even the first line is blocked. But the last thing you want is to get caught by a javelin dive here under the TC and get your landmark cancelled. Does get discovered on the day and is going to be pushed away, but notices in time. So only the single villager falls down. Looks like Wham is going to use his newfound space to try to counter pressure Marine Lord on his side instead. The 3 houses here, though, this is a little bit painful, right? If these do go down. Oh, a single villager decides to be quite rebellious and go on a little stroll, but he's going to be met by a very angry Malian army. It looks like Wham finds great value here, actually picks up 2 villages there on the gold mine, and he's going to be able to keep Marine Lord pressured here as Marine Lord is forced to keep back his reinforcements and also is idle on the gold at this point in time. But the ranches are half filled. There's 9 out of 20 cows currently on the field. That, yeah, Marine Lord has to be very careful about this, as Castle Age is in for Wham now.
Yeah, that Castle Age timing is going to be pretty scary. I imagine Marine Lord is not going to be too greedy trying to reach 20 cows before following to Castle himself. I think probably right now he's probably thinking that it's soon going to be time to get. But Mali is also one of those civilizations that's potentially quite happy chilling in feudal for a bit longer. They do have an answer to pretty much everything that a Castle Age can produce, thanks to those Musafari warriors, and obviously the Javs, which thanks to that really high base damage, are kind of able to deal with just about everything.
Oh yeah, and the ranged armor as well, right? Even veterans here on these Yumi, although it's scary and Yumi are probably one of the better archers up against javelins, simply because of the sheer mass means that the focus fire from the javelins is even less effective against them. However, there's kind of two ways Marine Lord can sort of play this position, and you touched on one of them, right? He could just cut cows and units and try to age up ASAP here to get his veterancies, or he could just keep massing units, keep committing to those cows, and just look to outmass Wham here. However, the issue is that, is he gonna have the time to do so? Because Wham, he really wants this Shuckle. You can see this army. He's out for blood once again in this game number 4. Mounted Samurai have hit the field. The Yorishiro is undoubtedly within that stable, as already there are 4 here on the front line soon. And the veterancy is in for the Yumi as well. The Yumi are going to be focus firing the Donzo here. Good little pickups here, but there's a lot of javelins. Wham has to be very careful with his mass. You know, more javelins than Yumi, that is definitely not a fight you want to take. So Wham has to be so careful not to give away too much of his mass. Because the reality is, once that corral comes in for Marine Lord, it's going to be pretty worrying.
Yeah, definitely. But I was looking at the cow number, and it was actually going down. So it looks like Marine Lord is actually kind of stuck eating the cows instead of being able to freely boom. And yeah, this is still a pretty good situation for Wham. And looks like Marine Lord is going to be following to the Castle Age pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, and with 33 jabs and 16 Donzos behind this, he's looking pretty cozy on the defense here. And just like you mentioned, he opts instead to eat the cows for the additional food income. Of course, the gathering rate from cows is faster than sheep, and it's gonna supplement with a few additional ones within those ranches. Grand Fulani Corral is on the way, 13 villages. Definitely rushed a little bit, but prudently so, right? You really want these upgrades in this position because these timings can get very scary, and a couple of seconds can be the difference between a hold and a loss in this position for Marine Lord. As he evacuates the gold mine, recognizing the position he's in, he has to wait for this age up to finish and get his upgrades. He tried there to torch down the tower just to buy himself a bit more space and time, but is instead met by the mass, and Marine Lord trying to fight here, recognizing he does have the mass advantage, but notably the tech advantage is really in favor of Wham here. Veteran Yumi as well as Mounted Samurai going to do fantastic work here. And still that level 2 is in for Wham already, so these Yumis do very good damage, but the Bannerman went down. That's pretty painful there for Wham. Another Yumi Bannerman is going to follow suit, but the corral is finished. Now, the ranches are not full, so the food income for Marine Lord, as you can see already, is great, but it's not, you know, it's not something you can't possibly top. Veterans is coming in for the Donzo, as well as for the Javelins, level 2 Undermesh in on the way for him as well. And Sofa might be a prudent choice here. There's a follow-up from Marine Lord. But so far, he has to hold this push for a while.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty scary for Marine Lord for a bit, but it looks like he just had enough gold to get pretty much exactly the upgrades he needed for both blacksmiths and the unit upgrades. So I think right now he's looking pretty okay. I think, as you said, you know, the scary moment is really usually right as you age up. Is that moment where you're really scared of that push that could kill you right away. But it looks like he held it, and even if his ranches are not entirely full, still 11 cows and a Grand Fulani, which is a pretty significant amount of resources. And Wham has 2 relics on the way, but that is, you know, pretty late considering how long he's been in the Castle Age already.
Yeah, it's true. There was a bit of a priority, I think, on the unit production, on the upgrades. So he just allowed the few priests that are coming from the Floating Gate to get the relics. I think he might have produced 1 from the monastery, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not wrong with the timings, there should only be 2 out by now for him instead of 3. Might get spotted there on the gold mine and is going to go down, as Marine Lord secures his 3rd pit mine at this point in time. But the relic's definitely favoring Wham here, as 1 is secured, 2nd coming back, and looks like a 3rd is now picked up as well for him. And interestingly enough, Wham now trying to go for a full-on Abogasha switch, which is something, I mean, if this is not spotted, it can become incredibly scary.
Oh yeah, if those Onabugeisha are so easy to mass for the Japanese, and they cannot counter everything that the Marine Lord has right now. So definitely, if he can hide it for a bit long and get to that critical mass, he might just be able to wipe Marine Lord's army. But Marine Lord himself answering with a sofa switch, it seems, which is another classic, obviously, of the Malians once they reach that castle age. And the sofas are pretty good versus the Bugeshas. But that's, you know, depending on the amount of the numbers that they have, right? Because if Wham is able to get like a really big critical mass, you're gonna need a lot of sofa to hold that.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. And Wham is able to blob on a Bugesha really, really fast here on behind all of this, right? The Japanese have a fantastic food income courtesy of the Kure storehouse alongside the Daimyo Manor, and of course on this map there's so many fish as well. So these are some of the reasons that Fulani loses a little bit of value compared to other civs, right? That they can still match the food income somewhat, as we see Wham fully utilizing the shoreline fish. But yeah, the Ona Bugesha switch, it's so powerful once you get to that 30, 40, even 50 plus and just are able to suddenly out of nowhere overwhelm your opponent. It can win games outright in the span of just a few seconds. But Marine Lord smells it, and also with the map control, it's, you know, it just makes so much sense for Malians to pivot into these sofas. Sofa's such a fantastic unit for the Malians. A faster, cheaper knight with even more armor, although the rest of the stats are a little bit weaker for them. And oh, looks like a few of them do discover Wham on the gold mine there, and actually quite a few of them do go down. 5 villages went down on the gold mine. Great raid found there by Marine Lord. Wham finds one as well, however, but not as much fruit to be born there, as only one villager is there building the pit mine, and even that one gets away with its life, courtesy of wheelbarrow there. Poison archers about to finish for Marine Lord as well behind this. Looks like survival techniques being researched too, and as well as Musafadi veterancy is now underway as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the classic comp of a Sofa Archer from Marine Lord, which is so strong in the Castle Age. Marine Lord kind of smelling the Bugesha switch, and the Archer is going to be the perfect answer to it. But along with the Sofa, you know, as we saw, Wham was kind of, up until now, freely able to gather all the resources on the map. But now that the Sofas are out, Marine Lord is able to start punishing him.
Exactly right, and that's the issue here for Wham, right? He's spread out all across the shoreline fish. His villages are vulnerable, whereas Marine Lord's food income, the main bulk of it is just under that corral. And there's not too much raiding to be done there, unless you're able to sneak a lot of units in, and safely so. As Wham continues with the Ona Bugesha, continues with the Mounted Samurai. By this point, Yumi production has halted, and that's 5 Spring Order placements were just in there for Wham out of nowhere. Like, that is not something I expected. I guess he really wants to secure both his gold mine and the food, most likely. However, the numbers for Marine Lord keep growing. Just a minute ago, it was 86 for Wham, up to Marine Lord 60, and then only a minute later, Marine Lord now exceeding the corral, really doing significant work here. And I feel like the game is just slowly slipping out of Wham's hands the longer this goes. It's just the corral, right? It's the classic. If you're on 1 TC against corral, you know, it's just a matter of time, really. If you don't have any of your own scaling, if you don't take, you know, incredibly good trades or do huge damage to the Malians, you simply just get outmassed.
Yeah, he now has 18 cows along with the Fulani, and this is just an insane amount of eco that is able to help him pump so many Sofa and Archers, and yeah, I'm getting pretty scared from Wham here, because even if for now the military numbers are still looking okay-ish, I'm afraid that it's just gonna get worse and worse from now.
Yeah, it's very much possible, because it's just too much income to overcome here for Wham. I mean, you have the shoreline fish that can help tide you by for a while, but the economic count for Marine Lord, of course, the villages at the top, that does not include the cows, but even without the cows, Marine Lord is ahead, and with the cows, it's you know, Marine Lord realistically is more on like 110 villages as opposed to 71. It really is very significant, and this army is so scary. Marine Lord has all the tools he needs to deal with Wham's army. 29 javelins, 27 archers, poison archers for that matter, so many Sofa, as well as Donzos, Musafadis. Marine Lord has every unit available to the Malians outside of Warrior Scouts, but even of that there is one at least. And Wham has a significant number of on obligation now, but with so many Sofa and so many archers, it's just a little too late. I think the timing just didn't quite work out for him here, as he looks to try to force the issue somewhat. But although Wham's army is still looking really, really healthy, is the remass that's the problem, right? As these players keep trading and fighting, it'll just keep favoring Marine Lord more and more and more, as the destroyed value is already almost 2,000 ahead in favor of Marine Lord here. Wham, however, he is flirting with a pretty interesting idea here, and that is that Imperial Age. I mean, if he's able to conserve this mass and get those elite upgrades, there could be something here, innit?
Yeah, there could definitely be something, but that feels so greedy when you're behind on eco and behind militarily already. I think if Marine Lord smells that, this might get really tricky for Wham, but this is a pretty good raid that he's able to get in the back. But yeah, Marine Lord already pressing, and that Imperial has not even been pushed. It kind of looks to me like a repeat of the last game we just saw before. And Wham already reinvesting right away in units, and still not really pressing the Imperial button. Yeah, this is a pretty scary situation for Wham. And Marine Lord just smells blood in the water, it seems.
Yeah, the map is being controlled beautifully by Marine Lord here, checking the north, checking the front of the base constantly, checking the samurai raids here from Wham as well. Of course, the Sofa can't quite measure up to those mounted samurai by themselves, but alongside a few archers, Musafadi, that will become way easier here for him. Although Wham did find some good damage there, actually picks up 7 total villages for his troubles. A good start, but he's going to need a lot more of those to crawl back in this game.
Oh yeah, as you said, I mean, that Fulani is worth like what, 30 villages by itself probably, so he's quite far behind, and he's gonna need more and more damage. Yeah, and I mean, I think Marine Lord is also probably not gonna be long into to the Imperial himself.
Yeah, is most likely going to pivot into it at some point. I mean, you can try to sort of aggressively push into Wham's base here if you like, but there's no real reason to do it, right? I mean, you have all the map control, you have all the res available to you on the map. Marine Lord can even start taking those sacred sites at this point in time. You might as well just wait for your timing, for your Imperial upgrades, and then you can go for the kill. Speaking of, however, as another samurai raid comes in here on the southern side, mounted samurai are going to meet the woodline, and actually there's a good bit of village nearby, but he's not paying attention, and they just pass each other just like that. However, the Tanegashima gunsmith is soon to finish here for him, and I mean, with the elite upgrades, it could be really good for Wham to take a fight, but even if he takes a favorable fight, it has to be overwhelmingly in his favor to be able to actually push back Marine Lord, because as we mentioned, the remass potential for Marine Lord far exceeds Wham's.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was he didn't get much kills with that raid, but he's getting a lot of idle time, which is definitely something. But yeah, he's still a 30 military unit behind, and the military value is still in the lead for Marine Lord, and Marine Lord already clicking the Imperial Age. So that timing for Wham to kind of take advantage of that upgrade superiority is going to be very small.
Looks like another little raid by the samurai discovers a fair few of Marine Lord's villagers on that gold mine, but Wham is looking to force the issue in this game. 400 is on the way, but only 9 villages on it. Very patiently played here by Marine Lord, which could be a prudent choice, but it's also looking a little bit scary as the Bogesha are marching straight towards the corral. And if these corral cows do go down, they are getting killed on the spot, as they should. If these do go down here, and Marine Lord doesn't stop it, then that remass potential I was talking about is suddenly a distant memory of the past. All of the ranchers are actually getting torched here. This is starting to get a bit scary for Marine Lord.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is a really good move for Wham. I mean, just taking advantage of that upgrade superiority, and Marine Lord is just kind of hesitant to take the fight until now. And I think now he's kind of forced, because as you said, if he loses all the cows, it's looking suddenly pretty dire for him. But now he does take the fight.
Yeah, Wham just goes straight past Marine Lord's army from earlier, right? He didn't want to take the fight. He knew that he has to take those cows out immediately in order to be able to remass. But the reality is that it's just such a massive army from Marine Lord. Even behind in upgrades like this, he can just clean this up for sure. Mustafadi is just checking the advance of these Yumi there. Of course, they can't quite stop them, but they will distract them at least somewhat. So many villagers from Marine Lord just running there from that shoreline fish, knowing that the threat of these Yumi discovering them is pretty significant. But yeah, Wham is just bleeding units at this point in time. Great move there to deny a lot of the cows, and actually picked up a large number of villager kills as well. 11 villagers went down there for Marine Lord. Wham now taking the economic lead in that regard, not including the cows, of course. But now the upgrades are rolling in for Marine Lord as well behind this. And he's going to start forcing the issue as well, most likely on Wham's side of the map. Only a few units left to clean up here in the north side of his base. And once these are dealt with, I feel like Marine Lord has had enough of this one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this was really, really good for Wham. I mean, the game looked pretty much over for a while, but that Imperial, that raid in early Imperial really kind of like put him back in place, but I think Marine Lord still has a pretty solid grasp on this game.
There's a really nice farm transition behind this for Wham, however, right? So
yeah,
even though he doesn't have a... I mean, he has the villager lead and killed a good bunch of the cows, which is a great start. He also has a great number of farms behind it. The Shogunate Castle is in as well. The Yumi do get discovered by the Japanese. All of them will fall like flies in the face of these counter units here. Samurai find another entry angle in the north side of Marine Lord's base, coming all the way around the back towards that wood line, but Marine Lord is going to put some pressure off his own as the Sofa discovers so many villages here on the north side, on the shoreline fish, on the gold. There's a good bunch of towers here to defend, but most of them are not fortified. One of them went down already. The villagers are dead. This one, the fortification comes in, but too late. These villagers will also die. Now, the Onobugesha are going to check the Sofa, but these are now elite Sofa. And there's a lot of DPS, a lot of damage coming in from these Onobugesha. Not quite enough Sofa to check them, but of course the Sofa can always just run away.
Yeah, what a scrappy game that has been. I feel like these players have been pretty much fighting and skirmishing since early in the Feudal Age, actually even in the Dark Age. And they just keep going. But yeah, Marine Lord kind of finding damage back and kind of scraping his advantage back again. And yeah, he still has a really, really good position right now. Even though the food situation is actually in the advantage of Wham right now. We see the food income is pretty good, which is quite surprising when you're playing a Malian player that was fully cow boomed. I mean, you know, those cows kind of had a bit of an issue along the way, but being ahead on the food department is pretty notable in itself.
No, for sure. The cows, that cow income is a bit of a distant memory at this point in time for Marine Lord, as he only has an anemic 1100 a minute. Not exactly the spot you want to be in as the Malians, and Wham has actually been taking decent trades here. Now the destroyed value is still heavily in favor for Marine Lord here, but the army count is looking great for Wham. And I mean, honestly, Shoko, it's just pure Onobugesha at this time. Like he's not making anything else. 2 mangonels on the field as well. Now we have the additional Yorishiro upgrade coming in as well. So 2 additional Yorishiro are going to be coming from the floating gate for him to deposit. Most likely going to be on gold. That's still the most popular choice as such an important resource in this late game, and finite on top of it. Marine Lord, meanwhile, he understands what's going on. It's just going to be pure archer, pure Sofa, so he has the tools necessary to deal with this Onobugesha mass. But these Onobugesha, they are running everywhere, wreaking havoc left, right and center. The mobility is a real problem here for Marine Lord. He has the Sofa, but that's only half of his composition. So the Sofa can check these Onobugesha, but the archers not as effectively. And it looks like Marine Lord might actually be forced all the way back to his base once again. There is a keep up on the back of Marine Lord's base, which will secure a bit more of those the production buildings, as well as one of those relics at least. But again, the corral is still looking mostly empty. Not as many cows, still only 6 in the ranches. Second TC went up there on that secondary wood line for Wham as well, and he's going to keep massing. He's going to keep massing behind this. More Onobugesha. a little pause at this point in time. Do we actually have other tactics in for Wham just yet? That's a very significant... No, we do not have it yet, actually. Bit of a misstep, I have to say. Such a big upgrade for these Honorable Geisha, even better than Elite Infantry tactics, but that's not the case yet. As Marine Lord meets these Geisha head-on with his Sofa, they should be able to clean up the rest of them, especially without order tactics, and yeah, even more, just to seal the deal completely. But a lot of the pit mine has also fallen again here for Marine Lord. And Wham is doing a great job of keeping this game.
Yeah, the Mass Ona Bugeisha play is just proving to be really annoying to deal with for Marine Lord. Even if, in theory, he has the perfect counter with the Sofa Archers, he's just not really able to clear the entire map, and he keeps losing pit mines, he keeps losing houses, he's lost a lot of cows. Though it looks like right now he's rebuilding the cows in the back, so Iziko should start to pick up again. But yeah, that Mass Ona Bugeisha play looking so strong. 93 Bugeisha already and 7 more in queue. I mean, this is pretty insane. I don't think I've ever seen that many Ona Bugeisha before.
It's just overwhelming numbers. Wham is just looking to raid Marine Lord to death at this point in time, but the gold access is starting to become a very stark problem for him. Marine Lord bold enough to even actively gather from Wham's large gold vein there on his side of the map beyond the trade post, and Wham just can't really realistically secure that for himself at this point in time. You can see there more gathering rate has been denied, more gold gathering has been denied once again by Marine Lord. Another large swath of Honorable Geisha marches straight past in the north side of the map, but Marine Lord is perfectly aware of that. But meanwhile, the other half of the Honorable Geisha come in from the south side instead, and they're going to be looking to put on pressure once again. Marine Lord does know about this. There's a good bunch of units here to meet them. Mostly Sofas, that should be enough. Wham does spot them, ends up getting a good surround, courtesy of just the Honorable Geisha just continuing to march here. And yeah, Marine Lord knows the surround is just a little bit too much, but still no order tactics in for him. It really hurts at this point in time, whereas Marine Lord, I'm pretty sure he already has, I believe it's called precision training from the blacksmith for those archers, but no biology yet, I believe, for him. And seems like, yeah, once again, these Honorable Geishas get discovered here on the north side of Wham's base, and it feels like Wham's resource access is slipping ever more in this game.
Oh, that could be a really good pickup. I don't know if he's gonna have time to deny it. Oh my god, that is so many villagers just falling right away. That is an insanely good pickup from Wham. And he's gonna deny the keep entirely and probably even destroy it.
Yeah, almost like it's so many villagers going down there for Marine Lord. A painful loss in this game. Once again, Wham takes the villager lead, and with 2TC behind this, he should be able to do to really start running away with the economy. The food especially more than double in favor of Wham now, but the gold is still a significant problem for him. Now, Nagano gets sniped out, one of them at least there for Wham, and again the pit mine gets discovered by the Honorable Geisha. They're just running everywhere on the map, Shako. I mean, what can you do at this point? It's so annoying to keep up with, like mosquitoes from each side of the map, north, south, west, east. You just can't keep checking all of them, and the thing is, like, if you meet them with units, it's so hard to have the correct amount to deal with them.
Yeah, those Honorable Geisha look like the most annoying thing to deal with, to be honest. I would have died like many minutes ago, because those raids just keep coming, and it looks like Marine Lord has had enough, and he's like, now I'm going to go under your TC, and you're going to stop raiding me to death.
Now, the lack of siege here for Marine Lord might be a bit of a problem for him, and could be enough to completely stop and halt his push forward. The Shogunate Castle, very sturdy building indeed. That TC has been upgraded to the max. Alongside the rockets, it does not only tremendous amount of damage, but is also really durable. So without siege, Marine Lord can't realistically fully break Wham in this game here at this point in time. And Wham is just more on a Geisha. It's just more on the Geisha once again. But still no order tactics. Now, he finally has the gold necessary to upgrade them. Biology is coming in for Marine Lord. And I think once biology is in, realistically, I think it's a bit too much for Wham to deal with. I mean, Wham can actually go a second Imperial Age now if he really wants. There we go. Finally, it's in queue for Wham. And once order tactics is in, if he's able to get just an overwhelming massive Honorable Geisha again and pick and split apart Marine Lord's forces and take some good engagements, he might might be able to overwhelm.
Yeah, but that is 31 so far and 70 archers on the field. And I mean, still also 20 jabs, which I'm pretty sure are still the same jabs from the feudal age that have been kept alive by Marine Lord the entire game, which is pretty insane. But yeah, right now it looks like I'm not sure if WAM is going to have the time to get that upgrade in, because the Marine Lord is pushing.
Pushing indeed, and pushing relentlessly at this point in time. Clearly he has had enough of all these mosquitoes running around the map. There's so many archers now at this point in time, and just enough Sofa to keep the line held there on the front line for the archers to do all the damage they need. Double mangonel behind the obligation for WAM is going to be a bit of a problem here for Marine Lord, means that he can't really advance unchecked, but the hand cannoneers from the Tanegashima gunsmith get called in there. 25 of them on the field, all from the Tanegashima, all for free at this point in time, using up those tickets, and that's actually a lot. This could be a big turnaround point here for WAM. Order Tactics is about to finish for him, and this army suddenly is looking even scarier than before for WAM.
Yeah, I did not see the 25 hand cannoneers pop out like this out of nowhere. And behind this, he's able to secure that a big gold, which is obviously so important for that late game, and yeah, that game just keeps on going.
Keep now going up on that northern large gold vein here for WAM. A gold vein that he desperately needs at this point in time, as Japanese, ever the gold-hungry civilization, but they do not have as much passive income as the Malians, of course, when it comes to that gold. I mean, I say that, the Yorishiro definitely ate that, and the 4 relics even more so. Looks like WAM feels bold enough to start pushing across here, but is met by the entirety of Marine Lord's military force. Sofa from the north, from the south, directly onto the mangonels. A few of them split. One will go down. The second one is going to be alive, but there's so many archers at this point in time. But are the Bugeisha dying fast enough as the hand cannoneers press ever forward, and Marine Lord's military is dropping really quickly?
Yeah, this is looking better and better for WAM right now. It looks like the hand cannoneers are just really turning the fight around, and that game looked in the hand of Marine Lord the entire time, and out of the sudden it looks like WAM is taking the lead, and this is actually looking pretty scary for Marine Lord. He still only has 12 cows, so his eco is really not that great.
It's really not. He was never really able to fully remake those Fulani cows. It's something I think even now he should really get to. Just look at that food income, Shako. 1,400 to WAM's 2,800 is just not enough here for Marine Lord, realistically speaking. The upgrades are a little bit lacking as well. No tier 3 horticulture, no tier 3 wheelbarrow. Blacksmith upgrades there's a few to be gotten for both players still at this point in time, but with how much action there is, and of course the priority on university upgrades, you know, there's plenty to think about still. Now, WAM has a bombard. He can start making real advances across this static defense here for Marine Lord, who did start to remass, but still, the military numbers still aren't quite there for him. Now, the Sofa march directly charging onto the Honor Bugeisha, but there's so many hand cannons, 23, along with the Yumi Bannerman, an additional significant boost to damage as well. Not only for them, but the Honor Bugeisha as well. Plenty of archers looking to constantly barrage with arrows on this front line. The Honor Bugeishas will keep falling. Still, a 15,000 army destroyed value advantage here for Marine Lord, but this army is just looking like it's a bit too much.
Yeah, this game is totally insane. There's so much chaos. There's been so many, just so many kills all around, and I'm just so surprised by the ability of Japanese to just keep pumping like this. Like, it feels like Marine Lord was ahead the entire time on eco. He's ahead on destroyed value, and yet he has never been able to find a decisive kill. And right now, WAM is looking better and better and better.
I think at this point in time, Marine Lord has to slowly start thinking about adding in his own Musafadi gunners. Such a powerful unit for him, especially with the aid of that first strike, although the 400 Hunters might not all be in the right position to do so. Of course, the archers will trade very favorably up against the Honor Bugeisha, the courtesy of that bonus damage, but you gotta ask yourself, might be better to have a little bit of a more mixed composition in terms of a backline here. You should have probably archers and Musafati gunners to output significant damage and burn through these Honor Brigatia at an even faster rate. And of course, then the Musafati gunners will do great work against the backline from Wham as well. But now the Bombard and the Meganel push ever forward, and it looks like Wham just keeps gaining more and more ground towards Marine Lord's base as the march comes through again. The Honor Brigatia relentlessly pushing forward here. Marine Lord a bit apprehensive to fully engage, understandably so, as he tries to remass, but still only 180 out of 200, and Wham, it's been a while since he was under 200 realistically at this point in time, and with the Bombard here, he can just start sieging. Now, it's only one Bombard, so the siege will be pretty slow, but still, there's no way to get past this army now for Marine Lord. He does peel off a good chunk of Sofa towards the north side, and there's a decent bit of loose economy from Wham that he can find with that. But you have to remember, when you go for a raid like this in the middle of a fight, then that could be a signal for your opponent to go directly in to force a fight, and that seems to be exactly what Marine Lord is thinking, knowing that a good chunk of the Sofa are not where they should be in Marine Lord's base to defend, as there's Honor Brigatia in these choke points, which should serve somewhat against them, means that the Sofa, with the additional armor and health, should do quite well up in direct trades here, as the archers as well doing tremendous damage. And yeah, in these choke points, Wham has to be very, very careful. Half of his hand cannoneers have fallen, as well as half the Honor Brigatia, which now look to be remassed. Wham is going to be checked for now.
Yeah, looks like Wham just lost his patience for a bit there, because those choke points, when you're against mass archers like this, is just never a good place to be. And Marine Lord taking total advantage of it, and he even managed to get a bit of eco damage in the back, and he's again back in front of eco with a pretty sizable lead of 13 Vils plus the 17 cows that he's been able to rebuild finally.
Bombard now on the way for Marine Lord as well, and that's what he needs to start pushing across. The Sofa that were not there in the fight now reconnected once again. It's like they're saying hi to the main army once again, because they did not really find much damage up in their north side. There was a keep on that large gold vein from Wham, so not too much damage to be found there. But Wham, now the roles have switched, as you mentioned, perhaps a little bit of impatience there, not waiting for the Bombard to do significant damage, but 51 Sofa on the field here from Marine Lord, boosted by biology. And Wham was on the back foot, but is pressing forward, and Marine Lord, meanwhile, is going to look to just kite. He needs to kite, trim these Honor Brigatias for a little while, and now the charging comes from the Sofa. Plenty of hand cannoneers still, however, for Wham, more of them having been produced from the Tanegashima gunsmith. Now a reinvestment into Mounted Samurai as well. Biology also in research for him, but there's so many Sofa, and still so many archers. I don't know if Wham actually has enough. Gold is starting to run low for him as well behind this. Meanwhile, active stone gathering from Marine Lord. He might be thinking of a key drop. Okay, he just spent a large chunk of it, so there's definitely a keep coming somewhere. I would assume it's on that frontal sacred site in between the two bases. Yeah, that's exactly where he's putting it, and it makes complete sense. You have to secure this forward position here, as Wham once again looks to go in with the Honor Brigatia. The archers expertly kiting back and forth. Now the Jovas charge in head on directly, once again unmanned by the hand cannonades, which do so damage. But there's no Yumi Bannerman here. The hand cannonades do not have the most damage that they can possibly have, and Serpentine Powder is not in either, I believe, but the Sofa are actually still falling really quickly here. There's so much damage coming in from not only the Brigatia, but the hand cannons as well. Meanwhile, the archers will continue to barrage arrows onto these Honor Brigatia, so many of them falling repeatedly. Again, Marine Lord edging even further lead in the destroyed value, now over 22,000 ahead at this point in time. Massive volley from the hand cannoneers again, swings it by another over 1,000. This game is just action-packed to the max.
Yeah, this is honestly one of the craziest games I've watched in a long time. We're 47 minutes right now, and they've been fighting since the Dark Age non-stop. And honestly, I thought Wham was dead, I thought Marine Lord was dead. I have no idea what's happening anymore.
Yeah, it's one of the most back and forth games I've seen in a long time myself. Just both of them taking the lead back and forth repeatedly at different stages in the game. Oh, this is significant, however. There's still plenty of gold left in that mine, and the Bombard does get caught just in time by Wham. Only one more of those cannonballs were needed to take out the keep, but the Samurai are there just in the nick of time. And Biology's in for Wham now as well. The Samurai are coming in hot for him, more and more being produced. The Sofa will look to deny this gold mine even more. The keep is still on fire, and this is a great timing here by Marine Lord, knowing he can push Wham off of this gold completely. And without this gold, with now investing into these mounted Samurai, it could get way trickier for Wham.
Oh yeah, definitely. This goal is a key, and we saw Marine Lord was trying to trade even earlier. I think he's gonna give up on that idea for now. But yeah, gold control is going to be really, really important. And I mean, I think Marine Lord Zico should be that much better than Wham's right now. And even his map control, you know, looking at the map, there's so much pink and not too much blue, to be honest. But Wham keeps on scraping by, and every time that Marine Lord tries to clean up the north, Wham just pushes the middle, and this game just keeps on going.
Looks like one of the keeps does get destroyed. There is, once again, another bombard on the field here from Wham. There were double keeps up on that southern sacred side there, in between the two players' bases. But Marine Lord connects from the north and actually sandwiches Wham's army in between the keep and his reinforcements there. A lot of the units go down here from Wham. Great trades here for Marine Lord, but still, there's a really strong army here from Wham still. More on the Bugeisha, more hand cannoneers, and now more mounted samurai with biology as well. Meanwhile, Marine Lord sticking to the tried and true Sofa and Archers. Still no intention to go into those Musafadi gunners, which, you know, I don't mind too much, because with such a heavy on the Bugeisha front line from Wham, the Archers seem to be doing enough work, but he might have to go into those Musafadi gunners soon enough, because those mounted samurai numbers are building pretty quickly. And now the front line is looking to connect. There's not many Sofa here. I think some of them are busy raiding at this point. Okay, now they connect in turn. The charge comes through, checks the advance of the Honor Bugeisha. Meanwhile, mounted samurai also countercharge in turn, more and more kiting with the Archers. There's so much value being gained from that poison arrows repeatedly barraging on that front line there. And again, we reach another little stalemate. The main thing is there for Wham is that the sacred side did get decapped, so the pressure of the timer is for now gone.
Yeah, this game is just insane. It's just such a back and forth, and it looks again like we've reached a point where both players are kind of equal. I mean, map control does seem to favor Marine Lord a bit. But yeah, it seems like Marine Lord is just not really able to deal with the army comp. And now, as you said, with the mounted samurai being added, those mounted samurai in Imperial are just absolutely insane. But if Wham cannot keep on securing gold, he's not going to be able to make many more of them.
The good thing for Wham in relation to that gold is the Yorishiro, right? He has plenty of them, a lot of them deposited in those forges, I would assume. And of course, 4 relics behind this as well will do great work. Yeah, at least 3 of them are in forges. Yeah, 4 actually at this point in time. And I think, of course, there's 2 more that are deposited somewhere else. 1 probably still in the stable, 1 perhaps in the main TC. So plenty of passive gold income here for Wham. You see, I think pretty much all of the income that we see now, the 750, is all passive, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's active gathering anywhere here for Wham. Another Honor Bugeisha battalion moves across the north side of the map, looking to wrap all the way around back towards Marine Lord's economy on the north side. And Wham is going to use that opportunity to instead press the center here, taking out these fortified towers on the front line. Going to look to capture the sacred site himself and gain a bit more ground in this game. And securing these sites, I mean, these sites gain even more value at this point in time, because that's a significant amount of additional gold income. 100 per minute at this point in time, as gold runs out, is very big.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, as you said, you know, so much passive gold for Wham, which is definitely what has been keeping him in this game. I mean, 4 relics, all the Yoshiro, it's just so much gold. And yeah, Marine Lord, even with those 20 cows, has really not been able to get the decisive blow going. And but looks like Marine Lord is doing another switch of himself, finally going into those Musafadi. I saw him research elite army tactics, so I imagine we're gonna see many more Musafadi coming from him.
Interesting choice, however. I mean, with the mounted samurai, it makes a lot of sense, right? But they're just going to get absolutely Swiss cheesed by the Zone of Bugeisha. Let's be realistic. I'm very surprised to see him go into those as opposed to the Musafadi Gunners. But of course, with how little gold there is left on the map, the Gunners are very expensive in comparison to the Musafadi. So that might be the reason behind that decision. More and more raids coming in from WAM, on a Bugeisha from the north and the south, coming in to disrupt Marine Lord's economy even further. Now, as you mentioned, the cows have been filled up again. There are 20 out of 20 in those branches, likely all around the Fulani Corral. The raids will get shut down by a swath of Sofa coming in back on the defense. But the archers, they kind of left abandoned a little bit and are discovered by the mounted samurai. Now, there's so many archers here that it's not too big of a threat. The Musafadi are also there to stop their advance in turn. As more on a Bugeisha in queue, as well as horsemen, and now mass spearmen as well behind this for WAM.
Yeah, as soon as WAM spots the Musafadi, he starts pumping Bugeishas and horsemen again. And also a lot of spears, a ton of spears from him. But yeah, Marine Lord has 19 Sofa in queue and 16 Musafadi. That is a lot of army in queue, and a pretty healthy resource bank too.
Indeed. One entire gold mine was discovered there on the north by Marine Lord, and we just see his income shooting from 500 gold a minute to now 2,000 almost income per minute for that gold. And that could actually be a huge determining factor in the result of this game here. As Marine Lord, with newfound confidence, presses forward, but again, there's just no siege. But with such large armies, so much cavalry, so many fast units, you need siege to push across, but the siege is always ever in danger against these units. So many melee units, so many fast units here for both players. So whatever siege you have, although you need it to advance, is always under threat as the armies are about to collapse. Massive armies on both sides. Over 100 pop-in armies for both. Spearmen on the Bugeisha charging directly onto the front line are met by the Sofa, and there's no secondary front line here from North besides the Musafaris, which are soon to meet there as well. Archers focus firing not only the front line but also the back line. A lot of the hand cannoneers did go down there, but there's not too many left there for WAM. Looks like Marine Lord is forced back. He's going to keep kiting. He has so many archers, he can squeeze a lot of value out of them as long as he continues kiting, as most of WAM's army is melee. So he needs to stay on the move. Once again, the charge is in from the Sofa, so he re-engages, will fight for a little while longer, and is likely to retreat soon once again up until the charge returns. Great focus fire from Marine Lord on the back line, taking out the remainder of those hand cannons, but the full wrap from the Bugeisha and the spears. The Sofa are falling pretty quickly here for Marine Lord, but the gold income is looking so great for him that he's able to remass fast. But again, looks like another stalemate, although Marine Lord once again edges out in destroyed value.
Yes, indeed. I mean, there's 30k destroy value ahead for Marine Lord, but it doesn't really seem to matter too much, as no player is really able to get the decisive blow going, and every trade just seems to be, you know, going okay for both.
Yeah, I mean, both players are fighting tooth and nail in this game. Marine Lord is fighting for his series life, as if he loses this series is finished for him. Of course, he's not out of the tournament, but the series will be kaput for him. Meanwhile, WAM does not want to allow a Game 5 to happen at all, just relentlessly pushing forward. But I think, you know, I've said this many times, and I'm reticent to say it again, but I feel like it's slipping just a little bit here for WAM, here on the front line at least. But now we see why. On a Bugeisha have been split off to once again start torching those ranches and just kill those cows, but not quite enough. They are quickly met by the Sofa and denied. Now, one of the forges falls down. I think that one had a Yorishiro, but I may be mistaken. It does indeed fall here, and the farmland is under threat here from WAM. He is remassing, but he can't quite keep up in population. We see it was falling faster than it was increasing, but that is changed now in turn as more and more units are being pushed out. Horsemen, spearmen on the Bugeisha, just 4 melee brain at this point in time from WAM, which can be very effective. Marine Lord, however, is also now dropping in population. The front line is melting once again here from him. Not many Sofas left. Most of them were busy dealing with the Honor Bugeisha raid on the back. Looks like we have another raid in the south side there on the wood line, if I'm not mistaken. And horsemen coming in from the north as well. Once again, stalemate.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't know what the win condition is supposed to be for any of these players. It seems like they've just been trading in the middle and you know, raiding everywhere and playing for map control, but nothing seems to be really, you know, getting a decisive advantage. And I do not know how they're supposed to do to win this game. I feel like trade should start to become important. If someone is able to start securing the trade route, which Marine Lord seems to be in a better position right now, I feel like this could become an important factor.
Yeah, Marine Lord definitely has the edge in terms of map control, but the map is so large and so open, and the trade post is so forward that securing it means it's very difficult. We do have Odachi in queue, quite curiously here for Wham. I'm not exactly sure why, as Samurai would be a bold decision, but I'm not sure how effective of one at this point in time against so many Sofa, so many Mustafadis and so many Poison Archers at this point. Once again, Horseman Raid is caught in its tracks by the Sofa of Marine Lord in the north side of the map. And in terms of how to close out this game, your guess is as good as mine at this point, Shako, because I think, I mean, there's so much passive income on both sides. That is what enables the game to go so long and so bloody at this stage in the game. I think probably Sacred side victory is the most realistic way of forcing a victory for either side here, but you know, with so many units, actually holding them is pretty difficult. And I've got to say, this is one of the longest games I've seen where neither player even like reaches 120 vills. We haven't, like, I think the closest we got is like 105. I think I saw the most at one point.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I saw them go above 100 vills, to be honest. This has been just a non-stop mass army fighting, and yeah, one of the craziest game I've ever seen, definitely. And we're an hour in, and it still looks pretty even.
Yeah, even now. Curiously, the Horsemen, I think Wham wasn't paying attention. They go straight past that exposed pit mine there instead of going to the back into the keep here from Marine Lord. They will find a few farms there, but the ranches are further south instead. Meanwhile, Marine Lord pushing in from the center mid-map here, looking to torch some of the infrastructure there from Wham. Another Spearman Bugatia raid in the north side here is going to connect towards the center to be met by Marine Lord's archers. But now we have a full Samurai switch here from Wham. It feels like both players are just kind of trying everything at this point, especially Wham. It's just doing like one unit differently at a time just to see what exactly will break Marine Lord in this game. Meanwhile, Marine Lord has been finding great success with the Archer so far, as expected. Just such a great composition from the Malians here. Did then pivot into those Mustafadis once the Mounted Samurai come out, and now with such a significant massive horseman is going to rely on the Donzo, understandably so. There's now the connection happens in the center here towards Wham's side of the map. The attacking force from Marine Lord is checked by Wham's reinforcements. A lot of horsemen, a lot of samurai here as well, alongside spearmen and hand cannoneers. But still, the mobility favors Marine Lord here outside of the horsemen. So he's going to be able to retreat whilst kiting and doing so.
Yeah, yet another fight that is not able to produce any decisive winner. And yeah, we're now past the hour mark. Both players are 200 pop. We still haven't seen anyone reach above 100 vills, I think. 100 military units for both players. But I think it looks like the army value as the strongest, it's been the best for Marine Lord that it's been all game. I think they were mostly equal with Marine Lord having a small lead for a bit, but now it's got almost 5k army value ahead. So it looks like having access to that gold, it's slowly starting to pay off. Because he's able to just keep pumping so far. I mean, he's got 34 so far in queue and 55 on the field.
That's just an absolutely ridiculous amount of sofa that are not only on the field but also in queue. And I think that gold mine is so significant, like you mentioned, Shuckle. I think Wham was just a little bit late to spot it, if at all. I think by this point it's completely mined out, if I'm not mistaken. And that just allowed Marine Lord to just keep having this huge mass of sofa at this stage in the game. Fight happens in the center here, and there's a massive surround from Marine Lords from the north and the south. Most of Wham's forces are cut off on the Sacred side, met by a bunch of sofas, delaying, reinforcing this front line here. So all of it, they do start to fall quite rapidly. We see Wham's population steadily decreasing at a pretty heavy pace, and even more reinforcements connecting from Marine Lord on the backside. The army pop is now double. Looks like Wham is slowly peeling apart at the seams here. He is starting to break. 35 spears in queue, but are they producing fast enough? Again, Wham's population just keeps dwindling more and more. Sub 150 now. As I say that, another 20 units are popping out of the production buildings as Marine Lord does break the front line, however. However, as I say that, even more horsemen peel off in the south side of his base. More raids happening at the same time. Marine Lord Sofa pushing ever forward, steadfastly so. He discovers a lot of production here, barracks as well as stables, and farms on top of it as well. The secondary Shogunate castle from Wham is also here on this, what was once a lush woodline is now just farms at this point in time, as Marine Lord 61 Sofa, Archers, Musafadi, Donzo, and the mass Ozutsu call-in. 28 Ozutsu out of nowhere. The Tanigashima gunsmith are called in, massive AoE damage coming from them, and that is enough to push Marine Lord all the way back. That is not something he wants to fight against just yet.
Yeah. Do you think this game is ever going to end, Myriad? I think these players are going to be stuck in this game.
I hope you brought your tent, Shako.
Well, I'd like to have a bit of coffee too. That would be nice.
Yeah, I think we might have to ask production to bring some in there soon.
Yeah, we need a tent.
Not
tent and some coffee, please.
Luckily, the game is just absolutely so action-packed. I mean, I'm not in any danger of falling asleep, but you know, the energy is slipping. That's for sure, because it's exhausting just watching this game. I don't know how these players are keeping up. Honestly, at this point in time, you can see just the massive armies once again. Marine Lords looks way bigger, but it's mostly sofas. The value is on his side, however, right? The pop efficiency definitely favors Marine Lord at this point in time. As Wham is kind of just stuck on spears. Marine Lord still has the higher gold income. Makes sense with those pit mines. You can see just the roar of the Ozutsu cannons in the background as they keep shooting volleys towards Marine Lord's side. And again, both players, we can see they are somewhat reticent to fully commit to a fight here. Neither really sure who will win. Marine Lord is going to keep looking to squeeze value with these archers, and I gotta say, he has done an amazing job of doing so throughout the course of this game so far. As the game went, his destroyed value just kept creeping more and more in his favor. We now see close to 50,000 in Marine Lord's favor at this point in time. Really, that's just massive. But the fact that Wham is still in this, despite that significant destroyed value deficit, is beyond impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really impressed by Japanese here. I mean, look at that food income. He almost has 4K food a minute. This is absolutely insane. And I think this is the only reason he's been able to stay in this game. He just keeps pumping and pumping. And once again, we see a very big fight taken by both players. And I don't know who is winning this so far. Both players are losing pop. But it looks like it's going a bit better for Wham for now. But just as I say that, a bunch of units died from Wham.
It's heavy losses on both sides, isn't it? But the front line for Wham is breaking. The pop efficiency is really coming through for Marine Lord here. He loses on the south side of the fight, but on the north side, his front line pushes through. The spears push back the Sofa, and the resurround comes through. The Horseman, as well as the Spearman, is enough to push Marine Lord back here. And of course, the Ozutsu doing a lot of damage behind this. Pretty much half of them have fallen, and they are free. Of course, the Tanigashima gunsmith will keep accruing tickets throughout the course of this game. But again, once more, another stalemate in this game. The destroyed value still heavily in favor of Marine Lord here, but it hasn't really grown more in his favor yet after this fight. Looks like Wham actually traded pretty well in this fight. Remas with Mounted Samurai as well as Spearman once again. Mass Spearman at this point in time pretty much from Wham alongside Horseman and the Ozutsu, of course, behind it. Meanwhile, Marine Lord sticking to the tried and true. Archer, Musafadi, Sofa, as well as some Donzo. A few stray reinforcements here, scattered, are met and cleaned up by Marine Lords more coordinated reinforcements.
Yeah.
Wham is pinned in his base.
Yeah, Wham is pinned in his base, and the map control is still looking very good for Marine, as it has been for a long time now. But look at that gold income for Marine Lord. It looks like he's finally managed to secure a decent trade route, and I think in theory that gold income should be able to prevail for him. But I'm kind of too scared to call anything at this point, because this game is way too wild and way too chaotic.
I gave up on that long range shuckle. I've said it too many times that I've been proven both right and wrong so often in this game, depending on who's winning either fight. But the trade is very significant. Sacred Side victory is ticking for Marine Lord as well. And alongside the trade, that should probably be enough actually to keep remassing effectively here for him. But somehow the food income is still really anemic for Marine Lord, not only in comparison to Wham, but also from where it actually should be for this stage of the game. Even with the 20 cows, only 1,400 there. Wham, almost triple ahead at this point in time. As it looks like another re-engage here comes. More and more kiting from these archers, continuously gaining value. Recharge from the sofa, as well as the melee infantry from Marine Lord. Ozutsu continuing to roar their handheld cannons on that back line. But they are, of course, very slow units, so they can't quite keep up with the spearmen and the horsemen effectively.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, at 1,500 food per minute, it just seems so little for Mali. I wonder if he even has any farm going at this point. It just seems so little.
Yeah, it's not much at all, right? He had a few farms working for him, but those have been raided to death so many times constantly, and he probably just didn't really remass them. I think he must have a few farms working for him at least, but he's managing to stay at 200 or 200, but you can see he's actually staying under 100 most of the time in that food bank, so clearly needs more coming in. Re-engage once again from both sides, just back and forth pushing, using the charge of the infantry, of the cavalry. Both players are very effectively here. But neither can really effectively break the other in this game number 4, and what a game number 4 it is.
Yeah, definitely, but we see Wham, you know, he only has spear horsemen at this point, and I'm getting pretty scared for him because, you know, just only being able to make spear horsemen so late in the game is really not that great. Those are not really the units you want to be making, but I mean, he's got so much food per minute that he pretty much has an infinite amount of them, so it's still going to be really hard for Marine Lord to break that. But definitely, I think Marine Lord now being the only player able to pump those gold units, those are, you know, very important primary units, should be able to give him an advantage.
It's true. The gold is a very significant advantage here for Marine Lord. Something that Wham just cannot access. Now we are getting close to that 5-minute sacred timer. Very well secured. The north side is, and the south side. There is a keep and a tower there. But now the real significant problems are starting for Wham. The wood. The wood income is starting to look really anemic. This is his last wood access, and he knows it. He's looking to desperately secure it with a palisade wall here, and I think Marino realizes that that is the only wood Wham has access to. The income is looking really rough for him in that regard, but there is a call-in of the bombards. 3 bombards called in by Wham. That should really help out against this front line. However, Marine Lord has to be careful. There's a charge from the north side onto his back line, but it is then peeled back as more and more fighting is going on. Remass is very healthy from Marine Lord. From Wham, not so much. The pop is dropping. As we mentioned, the gold access is a problem. The wood access is also soon going to be a problem. Food he has for days, but you can only trade so much food up until the trade is so unfavorable that it's essentially pointless. The bombards, as well as the remaining Ozutsu, just keep shooting repeatedly, trying desperately to keep the Japanese in this game. But Wham, I think he's starting to be on his last leg, Shuckle. It's starting to be a little bit too much at this point in time. The archers. But, well, as I say that, the sofa front line for Marine Lord is gone, but now we have the Musafadi gunners hitting the field finally, and they'll do great in cleaning up whatever front line Wham has left.
Yeah, those Mustafadi gunners should, in theory, deal with pretty much anything that Wham is able to produce right now due to his not having access to any kind of gold. But as you said, gold is definitely not his only problem. Wood is for sure is bigger issue right now, the one he's trying to keep safe. But 3 minutes until Sacred Site victory right now.
3 minutes indeed, and those 3 minutes are crucial here for both Wham and Marine Lord, of course. If the site even gets decapped, I'll be pretty surprised, because Marine Lord has a very strong position, but he has a notable lack of frontline. Only 11 Sofa and Donzo at this point in time for him. Bombards in production as well. 3 on the field for Marine Lord, a 4th one in production as well. 3 Bombards on the field for Wham too, as well as Manganel's in queue now as well behind it. Horsemen and more Spearmen for him. Kind of the only units he can really afford. His gold income, something he has struggled with for a very long time now, but passively he still gets 600. Very much a healthy passive income of gold there. Wood is also a real struggle for Wham at this point in time. Decent income, 1400, but he's just spending it so quickly because of these Spearmen, because of these Horsemen, as well as now Siege in production as well. Wham's going to try to force the issue, charge in directly on the front line. He knows he has to push this. There's not much time to waste any longer. The front line is really weak here from Marine Lord. It's going to melt pretty quickly, but the rematch potential is way higher for him. And with such a strong backline as well. 34 archers, 26 Mustafadi gunners. I don't think Wham can make significant advances here, but because of the lack of Marine Lord's frontline, it means that Wham could theoretically just sit on this sacred site and actually decap it, which would then extend the game even further in this set. 2 minutes left at this point in time. Wham is actually not sitting on it, so it's not paused.
It looks like Wham should be able to decap. Yeah, it looks like Marine Lord is just falling back and letting Wham decap. So are those tents ready, Myriad, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure tents are enough at this point in time, right? 1 hour and 14 minutes into this bloodbath of a game, really. And you can see the destroyed value for both players is just astronomical. Marine Lord has been trading favorably throughout most of this game. Even now, he looks to be just over 50,000 ahead. Another little Horseman run by comes in the south as well as the north. Marine Lord did give up that sacred site for the greater good. And with this trade, I can't believe Wham's still in this, Shuckle.
Yeah, this is insane. It feels like the only thing he has going for him is that 4K food per minute, and that's basically what's been keeping him in the game. But yeah, I don't understand how he's been able to kill so many so far and so many Mustafadi gunners. Like, in theory, it feels like it should have been dead for 30 minutes already, or even 40 minutes, to be honest. But he's still here fighting, and he's still on 200 pop.
Part of it is the Mali struggle as well. Now we have Farima leadership coming in for Marine Lord as well as veteran warrior scouts.
I don't even know what Farima leadership does, to be honest.
Additional movement speed for the, well, nearby cavalry boost the movement.
Oh, yeah.
A unique Malian upgrade there. I mean, you know, it's not the most significant upgrade in this sort of situation, but it will help with the kiting. Actually, Marine Lord could have had great use of that in this very specific game earlier, because it has been so back and forth. But still, Wham, I'm just so impressed by the fact that he's still in this game. I mean, Marine Lord has full trade, 2.5 thousand gold income per minute, compared to Wham's 600. But he just can't break him.
Yeah, and Marine Lord's food income is looking better than it was also earlier. So like, Marine Lord's position is looking stronger and stronger, but he just cannot break Wham.
And now with Manganels again for Wham, alongside the Bombards, the siege numbers are climbing significantly for both players. 5 Bombards on the field for Marine Lord. Even 4 more in queue. He's looking up to go to 9 Bombards. I'm pretty sure we have chemistry by now. It would make a lot of sense. Sofas as well as archers behind this troop for him. Marine Lord has a very healthy bank. Meanwhile, Wham, not much of a bank at all left. I mean, his macro is impeccable with this kind of res, that's for sure. As Wham just keeps looking, fighting tooth and nail. He has done an excellent job of keeping himself in this game and forcing Marine Lord thin, forcing Marine Lord to keep fighting constantly to try to break him and struggling to do so. Wham! The bank is just not there. I feel like it's slowly slipping. The site has been captured once again by Marine Lord, but I don't think he can hold it for too long. Just the melee units from Wham are hard to overcome.
Yeah, it looks like the food bank is finally looks like it's going down for Wham, but he still has 28 horsemen in the queue. So he's still going to be okay for a bit, but his pop looks like it's dropping. And Marine Lord's siege, the siege ball is looking pretty strong. That is 7 bombards.
Yeah, the 7 bombards on the field at this point in time. They're going to do great work against Wham's army. Bombards, of course, do huge damage to units as well. Not only buildings, they're like super hand cannoneers, essentially. And Wham's pop is failing him. His economy is failing him by now. You can see he's struggling to remass as much as he did before. The wood income is looking way better, but you can see how desperately he's selling his food. He has one of the best food incomes I've ever seen in an Age of Empires 4 game, but it's all being spent not only on units, but also traded for gold and for food. And at this point, the rates must be unimaginably bad.
Yeah, I mean, normally I think like 2.5k food a minute is a pretty good Imperial food income, and 4k food a minute is pretty insane, and just shows how strong that buff on the farm from the Shogunate Castle is. And this is really what's kept Wham in this game for so long.
Oh, true. Having so much food to work with, not only for units, but to trade as well, in order to get more gold, more wood, both of which Wham has been struggling with for a while. Re-engagement comes in. The bombards are caught a little bit out of position there as they seem to struggle to get through their units. Strong backline here from Marine Lord. 60 with Safari gunners as well as plenty of archers are going to get pushed back. Wham with a second wind here in this game. He's looking to push back aggressively, taking Marine Lord a bit by surprise with his impetus, as Marine Lord, his own population is steadily falling now as well. Meanwhile, Wham actually takes the lead once in population there briefly, but it doesn't last long.
Yeah, it just feels like Marine Lord is not able to kill Wham really, but Wham feels like he's just kind of surviving right now. Like I don't really see him being able to really kill Marine Lord either. Yeah, it feels like Marine Lord has the upper hand and has had the upper hand for most of the game, but yeah, I just don't know how Wham is going to get out of this and actually win this game.
Yeah, it's just incredible, and it's not like Wonder victory is an option at all. I mean, the banks just keep getting exhausted for both these players. The fighting is just relentless. There's just so much bad blood between the Malians and Japanese in this game, that's for sure. As again, the bombards shoot and run, shoot and roll away. They can't be caught on the front line here by Wham. There's just so many melee units. Tanegashima Gunsmith, once again, the tickets have been traded out for a mass of hand cannoneers. Serpentine powder on the way now for Wham as well. Definitely something he wishes he had way before, but I'm not sure whether any sort of single upgrade can really make a difference at this point in time, as both players just keep pushing and pushing. But how long can they push, really? As you mentioned, Marine Lord, just it felt like after that sort of initial castle timing from Wham, he's kind of been ahead by a little bit all game long, but just can't close it out, Shako.
No, this is definitely one of the craziest games I've seen, and certainly the craziest game I've ever casted. As we see Marine Lord now doing a Donzo switch. I mean, he's made a couple Donzos, but it seems like it's the first time in a while that he's actually trying to lean on them as some kind of front line, which I find a bit surprising considering how much gold he has. But I mean, I guess considering how many spears Wham is making, maybe Donzo is just a safer choice.
Do you know what, Wham, I think at this point he's gonna have just PTSD from these long games. I mean, I remember that time he cast the Byzantine game, the 3 hours and 30-minute game.
I remember that. I remember that.
Now like looking to slowly start get locked into one of them himself as a player. Poor guy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at this. Again, we have a fight happening, but who will win? Probably no one. Once again, right? I mean, it's just so many spears, so many hand cannoneers, horsemen, plenty of siege for both players. Again, just a bloodbath. Both players just bleeding so many units. Again, it's a stalemate. I mean, like it looks again like Marine Lord has a slight edge now. 60,000 destroyed value in his favor, but still can't break through. Is forced back again.
Yeah, I'm not calling any fights anymore. This is just no player is able to get a decisive win. I mean, we can see Marine Lord is ahead. Marine Lord is clearly ahead, but how does he actually kill Wham?
At this point, what does being ahead even mean? What does it mean anymore?
What does life mean? What is even anything?
He's trying again to take the side, right? And there's, I mean, is there any stone left on the map? I see a large stone mine there. That's oh my god, that actually isn't even touched.
Yeah, how's that not touched?
That's insane. There's almost 3 keeps worth of stone there. Marine Lord should definitely look to take that.
Yeah, but Marine Lord is an ethical player. He doesn't abuse stone, you know. Stone is an unethical resource. So.
Is that why he has his massive?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes.
As we now see another fight about to commence here. Just the mangonels here from Wham. He does have a pretty large mass of them. I'm not sure if we have adjustable crossbars for either player yet. Just mass siege, mass units again here for either side. Just a bloodbath once more for both players here. Looks like, yeah, Marine Lord at least has the siege health upgrade from the university, whereas Wham does not behind this. Hand cannoneers again being actively produced by Wham at this point in time. The front lines for both players just melting, and it's just another stalemate at this point in time. Both players suffering heavy losses. Marine Lord again still 60,000 destroyed value ahead, so even fight is what that means if he's still at that. More and more siege rolling through for Marine Lord here. It's getting to the point where there's so much siege actually for Marine Lord that it's getting a little bit tough to defend it, as Wham just keeps pumping units, keeps pumping horsemen, spearmen. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, not as many archers anymore. It's mainly Sofas, Donzo, Musafadi gunners. Archers are no longer being actively produced at this point in time.
I mean, I think the wood situation on the map is gonna... I mean, yeah, Marine Lord should still have some wood because he's had a lot of map control. Yeah, okay.
There's so much
He still has a lot of wood. He still has... Okay, I guess Marine Lord is fine on the wood situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so I imagine that's why he's making Donzo at this point. Is probably just because he wants to keep his siege safe, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, it could be a, you know, maybe mass Donzo and force Wham into archers could be a play, considering Wham has no wood. I don't really know.
It's an idea for sure.
I don't really know.
Yeah, honestly, I don't either. I mean, it's an option, but there's so many hand cannoneers that they'll deal okay with the Donzo anyway, right? And as you mentioned, like there's still so much wood on the map. It's not like that's going to run out anytime soon. Once again, another pitched fight right in the center on the sacred side. The highest point of contention at this point in time. It's not so much of a sacred site anymore. It's just a death site really at this point in time, as the siege fires off on the siege. Siege on siege action. The other front lines are just collapsing one onto the other. Backlines as well, trading out. It looks like, however, Marine Lord is actually breaking through in this fight a little bit. Is pulling back slightly just to regroup his forces. And Wham, now quite severely below 150, 143, is remassing now once again to push above it.
But that wood line.
Yeah, the wood line. It's a problem. The rest of the wood he has access to is towards that center or in the far north there. And both of these places are pretty difficult for him to access at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the destroyed value, like we're above 500k destroyed value in total. I wonder what is actually the record of total destroyed value for a game. I feel like this has to be up there with some of the most action-packed games we've ever had.
100%. I would assume the 3-hour, 30-minute Byzantine game probably has the record, at least for a professional game. But I feel like this might become number 2 shortly, at least, because it's just incredible. But from what I remember, this game has been definitely even more action-packed than that one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this has just been non-stop fighting for an hour and a half now.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, Wham and Marine Lord played a set in the last EGC tournament like a couple of weeks ago, and I think the entire set was 45 minutes, maybe under an hour.
For sure.
Under an hour for sure. And now we have a single game that is an hour and a half.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, Wham is, I've been saying this before, he's slowly breaking, but is he? You know, is he actually breaking? As another big surround coming in from the north side is going to catch the Mangonel. The Mangonel will be destroyed. More Mangonels on the side that could be caught, but the reinforcements from Marine Lord are going to connect once again.
Yeah, definitely.
I dare say it.
And what is it, another stalemate, Myriad?
The stalemate.
What a game, what a game. I mean, it's tiring for us to cast, but imagine for those players that have been fighting non-stop. And I mean, we know how fast both of these players are.
Yeah.
Like, this is insane for them. Like, it just shows, you know, how much experience they have and how good they are. Because I would have given up on this game a long time ago if I was a player. There's no way I can keep up for this long.
It's just insanity. Like the amount of stamina, not only physically but mentally as well for this kind of game is just insane. I bet they both have hand cramps by now. God bless them. I mean, it's just so. With a game of this length, it's just incredible. Again, Wham is pushed back towards the confines of his base. Okay, but I think
look at that pop.
Yeah. For the first time in a while, as the thoughts are mirrored there.
Oh, and I think this is it.
Finally,
oh my God.
GG is scored as Marine Lord in one of the hardest fought wins of his life, I think.
What is this game? What is this game? And Wham is laughing even though he calls the GG. I mean, what a game. This is one of the craziest games we've ever seen. And I think both of these players probably deserve a bit of a break. I mean, as we see, they kind of need to go take a walk for a bit.
Marine Lord looks exhausted.
I mean,
nice little stretch. He's like, oh, where am I? What am I doing?
I'm kind of sad we can't interview both of them right now before the final game, because I feel like I would like to know what was going on in their head.
Oh my God!
In this game, but that was one of the craziest game I've ever seen.
It really was. It's honestly just. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I mean, the game speaks for itself. That was just absolutely insane, and.
So what was the total destroy value in the end? I think we were close to like 600,000 or something like that.
I think we just broke like like 60,000, right? I think
600,000 was quite insane.
Was it 600?
I think that's what it was. Probably more actually, because the last time I checked was like. Actually, maybe not. We might have been just under 600,000. I'm not sure. But that's definitely the craziest game I've ever seen. That was insane.
It's just absolutely wild. And well, of course, the players are going to get themselves a well-deserved break. Hopefully, we're allowed to have a little one as well.
Yeah, and look at the resource. I mean, an hour and a half game, and the resource value is like so. The total resource gather, right, is so close. Like and. I guess this is why this game took so long. But I mean, look at the military value lead. The Marine Lord was ahead the entire time, but that just didn't seem to matter.
That's the thing, right? Marine Lord, like after he became safe in that castle age, the entire game he felt a little bit ahead. There was a hiccup there with the Imperial timing, right? A lot of the cows go down. It was a bit scary. But from then on, he was always just a little bit ahead. But it was never at one point enough to just break Wham, right? And the result of which,
I mean, look at this 360 APM for an hour and a half. I mean, I don't even want to know how many actions that is. 90 times 360, but that is a lot of clicking. That is a lot of clicking.
I wonder if his hands are okay after that, or if. I mean, if he did a hand warm-up, I bet he regrets it now, because his hands are overly warm at this point in time, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think you need a cool down after this, not a warm-up for sure.
You could definitely say that, but that was this is not a real game. 32,000 actions from That's Marine Lord, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah. I mean, one was like what 250 APM, so yeah, just a bit under, maybe 25k action, something like that.
Yeah.
But what matchups do we have left? Then we have Mongol and Delhi against Ayubid and Ottoman. I mean, I'd have to give the edge to WAM civs here. I would rather have Mongol and Delhi than Ottoman and Ayubid, I feel.
The map has been picked, right?
And,
It is regions.
Regions. So, what do you think? What do you think the players are gonna pick here?
It's an interesting one because, frankly, all of these civs suck on regions. Kind of. Well, it's a tough thing to call because, well, regions is a weird map, to be honest with you.
Yeah, regions is really weird. I mean, I feel,
it's a pseudo King of the Hill-esque type of map, right? With the resources on the flanks. The center is crucially important, obviously. But the thing is, right, Delhi is a weird pick here because of the sacred sites. There's only 2 and they're on the edge. I'd be very surprised to see Delhi. However, Mongols, like for example, Mongol Ayubids, I think Mongols kind of struggles against both these civs, I would say, normally. Delhi kind of does as well, if I'm honest. I think they're favored against Ayubids at least. Ayubids has good chances against them, and nowadays I think against Ottomans especially they can kind of struggle with Sipahi as well as Imams, reigning supreme in the feudal age.
I feel like regions with all the berries on the side maybe could be good for Ayubid or Delhi. But again, I don't remember having seen Ayubid being picked on that map before. I've seen Delhi being picked, I think. Mongol probably is the strongest civ left, I guess, in there. But it feels like if you're going to go fast imp on a map like this, I'm kind of afraid of your goal situation, right? Because usually when you do the fast imp with Mongol, the moment you reach imp, you kind of run out of gold and you need to move out. And on a map like regions, I'm kind of afraid that if you go fast Imperial, you would just get starved out of gold and it just wouldn't work. So yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, I don't know. I feel for Marine Lord, his best civ is probably Ottoman, but do you want to play Ottoman on regions? I don't really know.
I mean,
it's a weird map. It's a very weird map.
I was exaggerating a little bit. Like it's not terrible, right? It's one of those things where Ottomans are actually okay, I think, and so is Ayubids really, because they have the tools necessary to secure that center. They have the siege, right?
That is true. That is very true, actually.
They have a tendency to go for that siege, and in static situations, sieges is obviously really, really potent. In terms of Mongols, I'd be very surprised to see a fast Imperial here, right? It's not really possible, not only because of the food, but the gold. Like you mentioned, it's all in the center, and if you can't access it, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
Like you run out of it as you about finish going imp, or close to, and you have a secondary gold mine, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I think there is one, right?
I'm not sure, actually. I think you have another one. Yes, I think so.
It's been a while since I played the map.
Yeah, this map has been kind of out of the pool for a while. So I think also, this is kind of the thing with this tournament. It's happened so fast after the last one that the players haven't had much time to practice, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see, right? Because I mean, all of these matchups are interesting, but both players are having a little break, and I think we will go for a short one ourselves as well. Well deserved after such a game. You can see Wham. Oh, poor guy. Looks like he's still exhausted even now, and I think he can hear us speak in that regard. So yeah, we just bide with us just a little bit, and we'll go back. Actually, I don't know, are the players ready, or
I guess we can probably go.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just go. Let's do it. Let's cover the last set. Surely we're not going to have another 1.5 hours.
Oh, surely not. Surely not. I mean, I guess on regions, it's hard, right? Because of all the gold being in the middle. I feel like the player that gets control of the middle is going to be in a very good spot. So I don't see another 1.5-hour game. Obviously, there's also the food. It's not all about the gold on this map. There's also all the deer on one side and all the berries on the other side. but for the late game, when it comes to like the kind of stalemate that we had in the last game, I don't think it's kind of possible.
It's much less likely on this map. I mean, I have had an hour game on this map before.
Oh no, Mira, don't say it. Don't. Say
You know, there were different civs at play. Not see. I hope if I say it now, then that jinxes it and makes it impossible, right? We can't just be too optimistic about it not happening. We have to acknowledge the possibility, and then maybe the gods of karma will prevent it happening. Copium, of course. We shall have to find out about that one. I was very excited to see the saves because.
Yeah, I think the players are probably picking right now. I'm guessing it looks like they were just sitting down, so
having a good think.
Yeah, that looks like a thinking phase right now for both of them.
Yeah, we have the thumb palm combination on the mouth for Wham, and
that is the official thinking phase.
It's true, and it's okay.
And the same one for Marine Lord, so double thumb.
Yeah. It was on the side of Marine Lord's head initially, and then it went to the chin, right? So it's like it's sort of a progression in thought there. But we do have our matchup, and it's a spicy one, all right. It is indeed Delhi for Wham up against Marine Lord's Iobids, and this is an exciting matchup. I think it's very, very close. I would give the edge to Delhi on regular maps a little bit, but this is not a regular map. I think on this kind of a map, they might struggle a little bit more because they just don't really have the ability to lean on those sacred sites. I mean, it's one sacred site aside. Of course, they're always in the corner on this map, and there's only 2 of them. I think it can be pretty tough for Delhi.
Yeah, I don't really know. I feel like, obviously both of these civs are berry civs, and there's all the berries on the side on this map, and obviously I think like whoever gets control of those berries in the early to mid game is going to be in a very good position, I think. And I don't know. I just feel like Delhi is just slightly better military pump, in that early mid game, and so I'm a bit afraid that Iobid is, would get kicked out of the food. But I mean, obviously they can still rely on the deer on the other side. But being a berry civ, there's like 6, 7, 8 berries on that side. Like that is a lot of berries.
Yeah, it definitely is, and the other issue is, of course, that although Delhi has a better pump, as we just see Wham and Marine Lord exchanging a few looks and a few words.
It's pretty good to see them all smiling and happy, after such a game, and
they're comparing stats. they're like, oh, that's really funny, actually, just trash talking each other. I love it. Oh, it's really good. But
yeah, this is definitely trash talking going on right now.
Yeah, can't quite hear them effectively. Otherwise, I would relay a lot of what's being said. I'm sure that would be pretty good for you all to hear.
Oh my God.
Can we talk about Marine Lord's picture, please? why is he just a head and a neck on the left side? Can we like Wham just looks like.
Yeah,
he just looks.
Maybe it's to compensate for the stats,
Probably
because the stats look pretty heavily skewed in favor of Marine Lord, so maybe that's why they decided to give him a bigger picture there.
Yeah, maybe so in that regard.
Okay, the players have the headset is on, so it looks like we're pretty close to jumping into our very last game of this absolutely insane series. I mean, before the series, we're talking about it, like who's favored, who do you think is going to win? And I think a lot of people kind of had, Marine Lord taking a very decisive win here. And here we are in a 2-2 situation with a match point on both sides. And yeah, an absolute banger of a series that shows, why both of these players won their first game yesterday and are here sitting in the winners' brackets.
It's true. And what a way to end it as well. I mean, there's so much on the line here in this, well, not only the tournament, but the series as well. As the one who loses is under threat for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well, right?
Yeah.
They'll be facing the rest of the players, but
the one who wins is going to get some much needed rest, much deserved rest after such an insane game and series in general. But we're pretty close to jumping the last game, and I mean, Iobid Delhi, on regions, as we said, I'm really not sure how much practice these guys have gotten in this matchup on this map. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't at all, because
It's a
been
unique,
so fast.
yeah, it's a very unique matchup. Well, I mean, we've seen it sometimes, but it's especially unique on this map, especially as we get a nice little showcase of the map that is to come. It is regions. Beautiful pan here from the one and only tech wizard, Cal, on production, as we load into the one and only final game in this opening series of day 2 of Masters of Steel Invitational. And after such a hard-fought series, it's all going to be settled here as Marine Lord spawns in the south side of the map, playing for Gentlemates in the color pink as the Ayubids, facing Whammo1 from Canada in the color blue, playing as the Delhi Sultanate here on regions. And both of these civs are very aggressive a lot of times, right? And especially in the feudal age, Ayubid, I don't realistically think they can just ignore Delhi's feudal shenanigans and side shenanigans. Marine Lord, I think, will probably have to invest a little bit at least, maybe at least just a couple of Desert Raiders. Should probably be enough to keep Wham on edge and delay those sacred sites. But as we mentioned, the sacred sites, you know, Delhi, I did say I'd give the edge to Delhi on regular maps with 3 sites where they're all contestable, but here, just look, realistically, Wham will only be able to access his, and it'll be a real struggle to get even a second one as a luxury.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this matchup, I think, you know, when Ayubid got released, this matchup was pretty common because both civs were pretty good and regularly picked. And I remember, you know, Ayubid especially was considered very, very strong for a while. And I remember a lot of people picked kind of Delhi as a counter. And I remember, I think it was Marine Lord actually that kind of pioneered like an answer to Delhi as Ayubid, where it was, you know, play feudal and then use the fast age up, which I forget the name, you know, the one that allows you to age up to castle age. Yeah, the advanced menu, exactly this one. So you could use that to go to castle age and kind of like quickly upgrade your unit and get a very good castle age timing on the Delhi. And he was, I'm pretty sure, the first player to use that, and it kind of became meta after this. So I haven't seen this matchup too much since then, and I wonder if it's not what he's got in store, because I really don't know how much he's practiced this matchup either.
It's been a while, as both of these civs recently have fallen a little bit out of favor, right?
Yeah.
They've struggled to gain as much ground as they did in the you know, in the advent of the Pro Scout meta several months back. I mean, Delhi, you know, has had a bit more luck with Pro Scouts themselves, right? They obviously get it for free, and they did. And they had great success with that, obviously preventing other civs from doing it as well. But now they are struggling just a little bit more than they did in the past as well. But there's a lot of ways for this matchup to be played from the Ayubid's perspective, right? You mentioned the advancement wing after an extended feudal age. It's a very prudent choice indeed. And I've even seen, you know, heavy feudal age into then a Mastersmith's castle age timing as well.
Mastersmiths.
Indeed, the Mastersmith's timing to go for the kill maneuver with the blacksmith upgrades and the veterancy to abuse Delhi's lack of, well, Delhi's research time on their upgrades, of course, and that can be really potent as well if you don't see through it. But even fast age ups I've seen, you know, with the dervish wing, just skipping feudal altogether, that much riskier, but it can work in certain situations. Maybe on map like this, where Delhi doesn't have the same sacred site power as they do on other maps, that might potentially work. I'm really curious to see. But the growth wing is the first wing of choice here for Marine Lord. 3 villages, as well as additional food on the berries. Certainly a nice little bonus for him. Plus 50 food on all berry packs under the influence of a mill. Stable follow-up, most likely for a Desert Raider. And the Desert Raider, of course, being a camel unit, does debuff any horse cavalry by 20% less damage. And that's pretty big in these fights.
Yeah, the Desert Raider, really, really strong unit that I think, you know, when Ayubid released, it was probably underloved. You know, people didn't play it too much, but then in the past year or so, it has really become the main units that those Ayubid players tend to go for. I mean, the Camel Lancer is obviously also really good in the Castle Age, but But yeah, that Desert Raider has really shown to be a really strong unit with its ability to go both melee and range. Yeah, debuff the enemy cavalry as well as give bonus damage. Yeah, it's just really strong.
Yeah, just a really potent unit. Even the ability to make it from archery ranges as well as stables, the only unit in the entire game with that unique bonus. Very nice addition for the Iobids. Of course, being able to switch between melee and ranged. These are understated bonuses, I think, for the Desert Raider. It gives it such flexibility and power. Marine Lord is going to follow up with a barracks as well, combination. Wham actually foregoing Ghazi Raiders entirely, and instead opting for full infantry opening here with the Dome of the Faith. A curious choice, actually.
Wait, what is the other building he's building there? Is that a second archery range?
That's just a house.
Oh, it's a house. Okay, yes. I thought for a bit it was. I was like, that would be crazy. Yeah. 2 archery range, like what? But no. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, just foregoing the Ghazi Raiders entirely already is pretty crazy. I mean, that has become the standard opening for Delhi for such a long time now.
And for good reason as well, I think, right? Because the Ghazi Raider, I mean, gives you so much. It gives you so much initial early control. They're so strong in those early skirmishes around the sacred sites, of course. But you can always pull them back to heal as well, right? So even though you might not win a fight against those Desert Raiders initially, I mean, you can get them down to low HP and you can heal, but they cannot. And that's a big bonus. So I wonder if this infantry choice is partly because of the way the sites are laid out, and whether Wham just plans on taking his own sacred site safely and then pushing to force the fight on the secondary sacred site. And of course he can actually throw up walls with the infantry as well, unique bonus for the Delhi. So he might just look to wall in both sides.
Yeah, there could definitely be. I mean, he could also just decide to focus his entire attention on one side, right? Because if he could, for example, secure the right side with the berries and the sacred side, he could be in a very strong position, right? Having access to all those berries as Delhi. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just pretty surprised. But I mean, Marine Lord scouting it immediately and answering himself with a double archery range and instantly starting to make arches. Yeah, and a Wham following now with a Ghazi Raider. So both players with the 1-1-1, and it looks like we're gonna be getting some feudal play.
Indeed, and the issue here for Wham is, you know, the infantry opening, although not very common, I see the potential behind it, but especially if he fully committed to it alongside Tower of Victory. Of course, he did go Dome of the Faith, so that wasn't the option to begin with. But now moving into Ghazi Raiders, I just don't really understand the idea here, because you could have just opened Ghazi Raiders and then moved into this infantry anyway, and you would just have more Ghazi Raiders. Marine Lords would be under heavier pressure as a result, right? So I'm not sure what exactly the end goal was with this opening. Perhaps just a little bit of fear of a dervish play, maybe. Perhaps it was, because of the scouting route, he might not be there in time to see the growth wing. But I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, right? But Marine Lord actually feeling in a good enough position to push across here. He's going to challenge Wham directly on the berries, and quite the time to get caught here as Wham. Not ideal for him.
Yeah, perfect timing from Marine Lord to kind of catch him right as he's moving out like this. And I mean, this is a really good beginning of the game. Look at the destroyed value already. He's 1.2k ahead. This is insanely early game for Marine Lord right there.
Yeah, I do think part of it was Wham maybe cancelling a building. That was part of it, at least one or two. It was replacement, yeah, because it's quite an extreme.
Yeah, it is pretty extreme.
So early. But yeah, that was definitely a really good engagement and catch there by Marine Lord. Actually, that's actually a massive lead already.
Yeah, this is really strong.
You can't really afford to lose this early tempo as Delhi in this situation.
Yeah, Delhi is one of those cities that really relies on that map control, right? And being stuck in your base like this. Now, as we see, he's able to pro scout already. He's got a couple a couple of scouts on the way, and looks like he's got a pretty greedy wall going right there. But yeah, this is a really good situation for him.
I wonder what the next step is here for Marine Lord. For now, it is continuous remassment into units. Meanwhile, Wham, it just keeps swelling archers, but again, takes an unfortunate premature fight. You know, it's already looking really dire for Wham, I have to say. The Sacred Site is a memory of the past. He's not going to be able to actually capture it at all. He went to go for a little wall around the site there, as you can see it. But I'm not even sure whether that finished it. But again, that dilutes his numbers even further in this game. And Marine Lord, meanwhile, just swelling further in numbers.
Yeah, look at that military lead. And that's even with Wham having five scholars. So that military is even stronger than it looks. And I mean, this looks to me like a prime position for that advancement wing.
Oh yeah.
We'll see what Marine Lord decides to go. I mean, keeping the pressure on and making sure that Delhi is stuck in his base is obviously a right choice too. But yeah, such a strong game from Marine Lord early on, and yeah, very dicey position for Wham.
Yeah, you can clearly see how he originated this sort of Iobit's playstyle up against the Delhi in this matchup, right? He's just so confident, knowing exactly what he's doing at all times here. The mass on the horsemen, the spearmen, and now the archers. I'm sure there's double archer range at least here for Marine Lord. And now villagers, the woodline itself is under threat here for Marine Lord. And honestly, it's looking so dire. I feel like it might be over already.
Yeah, I mean, if he loses that woodline, which I'm not sure how he's going to hold it at this point, he's just dead, I think. But, I mean, the TC is being strong and Marine Lord is playing it cautious. I mean, he knows he's ahead. He knows he's far ahead, and this is the best early game he could have hoped for, I think.
It's true, and this is a classic, right? When you have so much strength and control that you can push the wood line, you just take it one side, force the villagers the other side, and then pivot around to attack from the other side. It's all very classic, very effective here, and that's exactly what Marine Lord's going to do. Once again, the villagers are forced to the north, more idle time, more time not working here. Almost losing further villages there. 2 have went down on the northern push, but now instead is going to trade out units once again favorably here for Marine Lord. It's just a very unfortunate start here for Wham. I think he must have lost focus a little bit in that break because, I mean, the start, we mentioned as well, right? I'm just not sure what the idea was with the full infantry start there. It's not like he heavily pressured Marine Lord's Iobits either on his side of the map. The wall might have went up, so the site is secured, but I mean, it's only one sacred site, and it's not like you can leverage the gold into, you know, faster upgrades as the Delhi or even any sort of armored premium units here. The only thing you can use the gold for in feudalized Delhi is more scholars, sell it, or even go for an age up, but
yeah,
like there's not enough military for scholars here, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, Marine Lord is 6 villages ahead, right, already, and he's got all the map control. He already moved out on the berries on the right side of the map there, which we talked about being, you know, so key in this matchup on this map. And yeah, the position that Marine Lord is in right now is really good. And I mean, I feel like if the game is not over in feudal, Marine Lord should get like a pretty free castlage very soon. And yeah. And the resource bank is starting to go up, it seems.
Yeah, slowly creeping up, right? Now that he has access to these berries. Of course, he had horticulture very early on, as he keeps pressuring this woodline. And yeah, Wham. I mean, he has no other option, really. He has to get this tower up, but he's going to pay a heavy price for it. 2 additional villages go down. Make that 3, and the 4th, and the 5th. And yeah, like, the only reason he doesn't lose the others is because of the garrison. But again, the horsemen and the scout, they give vision. Even more villages go down. 4 additional ones falling here for Wham in this game.
Yeah.
And it's just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid this Myriada, he's 13 vills behind. This is looking very dire for Wham, and Marine Lord has the resources to go up now, so I think the age up is coming right away. Let's see if he goes with the, yeah, and see, we don't even get to see the age up.
Oh.
Wham calls the GG, and I mean, that game was over. There was no need to wait for the castle age.
Yeah, it was too much, and Marine Lord takes a hard-fought set, probably harder than he potentially bargained for here in day 2 of Masters of Steel. Takes out Wham 3-2, but Wham, not all hope is lost. Wham did win his first game against Vortex yesterday in stunning 3-1 fashion, so he is still in it. You can see a bit of disappointment on Wham's face, understandably so, but I think he should be really proud of his performance. He fought tooth and nail for this. Going toe-to-toe with Marine Lord like this, the 5 games, I mean, how many players can say they can do that?
That was one of the best series I've watched for sure, and I mean especially that Mali Japanese game. It was, and it shows how close these players really are. We talk a lot about Marine Lord, BC, and Louis now being like so strong and winning so many tournaments, but really it comes down to so little every time that anyone can beat anyone really, and we saw it today, with a 3-2 really, really hard fought win for Marine Lord, and yeah, congratulations to both players because that was really amazing. I mean, I guess maybe that, yeah. So yeah, congrats.
Yeah, big congrats to Marine Lord and Wham as well with a fantastic effort here, really making Marine Lord sweat. I think we saw after that game. Marine Lord
it was sweaty. That was sweaty
huffing
for
and
sure.
puffing. Yeah, that was a very close one. But that does conclude this first match of the day here. And once again, big congrats to Marine Lord here. He is the winner of this first match we see there in all his glory.
Yeah, the first player to reach 2 wins, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's
yeah,
true.
it has to be, of course. It's the first game of the day.
Yeah.
But I mean, the brain is also fried for us after such a series. But,
Oh yeah.
But it's okay.
Excuse our blubbering and our stuttering and our lack of cohesion. But yeah, we have a little look at the standings here. Marine Lord is at the lead here, having, of course, being the first one for 2 wins. Followed by Wham in the group. Vortex and CSO are both under threat of elimination, and that is going to be determined today. So we see in the elimination that actually we see there Vortex actually taking out CSO. So CSO is eliminated. The decider match will be between Wham and Vortex. So make sure to tune in for that one. Meanwhile, in the other group, we can see Beastyqt leading the group there, followed by Louis MT. Of course, the scores are even. It's just a matter of order. And then Papipo and Anatan, who have both lost their initial matches. Beastyqt, 3-2 against Anatan. Yesterday, we saw fantastic series there. Papipo against Louis MT as well. And now we see, wait a second. I thought Louis MT won against Papipo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Louis beat Papi.
Yeah,
beat
a little
Anatan.
bit of a issue there. Yeah, just a small hiccup noise, but elimination match. We see it's actually neck and neck there, 2-2. That is still ongoing right now. But that will be it from us casters here. So we will be passing off over to the analyst desk.
Yes, they're gonna have a lot to talk about after this.
Oh, indeed.
But, yeah, thank you, Mirad, for this cast. It's been really fun. Thank you.
Pleasure casting with you. And yeah, we'll pass you over to Corvinus on the analyst desk. He'll give his final thoughts, and then we will see you quite soon for our second match.
See you.
Welcome and welcome everyone. Here with me, the winner of the series right now, amazing Marine Lord. Now, that's gonna be a really good questions, and you guys are waiting for it because I already seen it. First of all, you played the first map, Dry Arabia. When you saw that your opponent is picking Byzantine, how did you felt?
I wanted to avoid Delhi against Rus. Other than that, I didn't really care about any matchup. But Byzantine Rus is one of those matchups where I'm not too sure what to do. On every map, it's a little bit different. And I feel like if my game plan was fine into javelins, I think, but it was not good into longbows. So when I saw longbows, I was not sure if it was going to work. So I guess it was just about skirting that, and then I would have been fine. But since the early stage of Castle Age, I think it was super hard to win because I was just slightly behind compared to a normal Rus against Byzantine.
Also, do you feel Rus need buff?
No.
No.
Don't do that, please.
Because
That's not
everyone
good.
was calling in the chat, listen, Buff Roos tournament has 0% win rate so far. Nobody won with Roos, but the chat was all calling it. All right, let's go to the next one, which was Cliffside. It was French against House of Lancaster. Now, the interesting thing is, the other day, House of Lancaster won against French. It was Louis French, and it was a victory. But here, for some reason, you played it so clean that I was really shocked. Like, what was your main goal at French on this map?
Just make a lot of knights, make sure he cannot get too much gold, and eventually you should win in this matchup. Also, make sure he can only get like 1 to 3 mainors maximum. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard if he gets 6. But yeah, this matchup is pretty close, I think. And it's one of the matchups where I was actually confident in the draft because I worked on it. Right now, like since it was only 1 week of preparation for this tournament, and the draft is pretty new, and like map pool is very different. In so many matchups, I'm kind of like clueless or like not sure what to do. But in some of them, like this one and the last one, I was very confident because I worked on it.
I can tell you that clearly that so many people also had the same reason of like, wait, actually French is still good. Wait, actually JD is like, oh, all right, but French is still good.
Yeah, French is still good for sure. Yeah, but you need to avoid some very hard matchup. Like Russe, for example, is very hard for French. So you need to avoid the key matchup. But in my draft, against his drafts, I could get any matchup. It was fine, I think.
All right, let's go to the next game, which was 4 Lakes. You played Zushi and Van played OOTD. I was a little bit confused because I felt like Zushi is such a nice serialization on playing a water map, but he just showed up with so many gilded crossbow, and I felt like maybe the H4 wasn't the correct answer?
Yeah, I don't know what I did this game. It was crazy. I know I was so far ahead, and I was like, okay, maybe let's go H4, Mazugenu, and kill him. But then I took a fight just before that, and it was slightly too early too. So this game was the worst one for sure for my part because I had pretty much a sieve win, right?
Yeah.
And I was ahead, and then I threw the game pretty much. I threw my army so many times into his base too. Yeah, I don't know. Like usually I play very well against OOTD, I feel, but this one was tragic from the beginning to the end.
But it was everything fine after a while, because we got one of the maps, one of the matches of the day. Listen, I've never seen for so long such a long game, okay? Frisian Marshes, the Malian versus Japanese. When I talked with the other pro players, I was like, guys, I have never seen this matchup. Do you know how to play it? Vortex was looking at me like, I don't know. Nobody knew how to play it. How did you feel? Did you know how to play this matchup, or something delayed you?
I know how to play this matchup on Arabia, or like on any normal land map, but this one is pretty different. Relics are all near to the center of the map, so if he plays well, he can get 4. And overall, like the Spear Rush obviously does a bit more on this map because the 2 golds are very close to each other. So I was not sure about this particular map on how to play it, and I feel like his playstyle was pretty good. It looks like an Anotan that he plays a lot like that with a lot of archer. But I prefer this way, like he goes archer, horseman, with a late age up. I think Anotan just likes to go mass archer. I don't think it's very good into Malian. But this one was actually pretty good. I don't think I made that. Like I made a few mistakes, but I don't think I played bad this game. And it was pretty much, yeah, terrible position at some point, but I got it, I guess, at the end.
We were really like talking about this game because not just because it was long, but it was epic to see that you are pushing into Wham, but Wham is holding, now pushing you back, now you are pushing, and like, you know, it was like non-stop fight at the bottom of the sector side, right? Because that was like most of the time the main goal. Well, you set up trade, and I was in shock because you put there the landmark as well, so it was much easier to protect it, yeah. Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the like late game economy because Malians in theory is weaker than Japanese. On top of that, he got 4 relics, and on top of that, he got the landmark. I'm not sure what's the name, but like the landmark that gives 3 units every.
Tanagashima Gunsmith.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, maybe with all those bonuses, maybe at the end I will just die eventually, and I can't do much. He was just sitting in his base, right? So he just needed some wood, and even the wood I was trying to deny it, and after like 1 hour, I could start getting into his wood lines. But yeah, it was incredibly hard, and I think maybe I should have lost this one, but at the same time, he had a way bigger economy, so he had a bigger army all time, and I was trading decently, I guess. And then the siege came in when I got a lot of gold and a lot of wood with my trade. But yeah, very hard game.
So your pick of the sofa and the archer, do you believe that was the correct pick, or you should have make hand cannoneers earlier?
I started making hand cannoneers when I was like, okay, my trade is secured now, and I can go for it for sure, because I want to get obviously like one more upgrade in the university. And when you start getting hand cannoneer, he will most likely starting to add some mangonel to his army. So I need to make sure I have enough money for like what's the name of the siege upgrade? But like the siege upgrade for the HP and for the damage on my bombards. So I was like, okay, we need to make sure I have a good bank. So I'm gonna keep trading, and when I have like 3 or 4k gold and my trade looks safe, I'm gonna go for the switch, and I should trade slightly better than before. But it was still looking very hard even with so many gunpowder smiths.
I mean, the reason behind that, because his food economy was insane. Of course, you don't see it, but he was on like 4,500 food per minute.
Yeah.
The only problem was when you raided his wood, and his wood economy went down, right? So that was one of the biggest things that you did in that game. That actually I felt like in the end that pushed you to the victory.
Yeah, for sure, it was my only win condition, right? Like the sacred sites are pretty hard to defend on this map. So like the first one, he was just going for it all the time. So I was like, okay, gold I cannot do much because it's just relics and like the Yorishiro. And farms, obviously, it's protected by like
keeps, keep TC. Yeah.
So it was like I can only aim for, gold outside of the map for me and to the Naim and for woodlines. But woodlines on this map are very big, and I knew it would take so long to like make sure he goes out of his bait to get any wood.
Well, looks like we need to do some little changes on Frisian marshes to make sure there is not enough wood for the players to stay inside their base and go outside to get us some wood. Well, let's go to the last game, which was another really confusing matchup, because I never really seen this IUB Delhi as often, and of course on region. And it was really confusing for me because region has only 2 sacred sites as well, right? And picking Delhi on this, but that wasn't a really big problem. Maybe you couldn't see it, but for some reason, I don't know if it was a mistake or not by them, but he had no sanctity queued up inside the mosque. So maybe you were a little bit surprised that there is no sacred site capture. Maybe that was a misclick, or maybe he was nervous. But how did you felt? Did you play this matchup correctly with the IUB, or?
Yeah, basically, I think this matchup is pretty IUB favored. I think overall, like his draft, he was pretty blocked at the end because he has IUBs, and I had Ottoman against Mongols and Delhi. I think Ottoman maybe against Mongol is close, but I think IUB is going to win against both. And for the mistakes, maybe it's a mistake, I'm not sure, we have to ask him. But I practiced with Pepipo, and he did the same against me. He was like on one, he only made the Dome of Face, no mosque. And since I had the map control, or like in the matchup, I had the map control, he decided to just go for fast pro scout and not go for sacred site. Which is decent, because on this matchup, I think if you try to go for sacred site, you just die. Like I go early wheelbarrow, I go early eco upgrades, and then I get so many units with eco wings.
But do you not think like he should have go like, let's say, Tower of Victory, even though it's not the best landmark in the game, but still helps your archers a lot, right?
Maybe, yeah. Honestly, I don't know what I will do in this matchup from the D side. I will just try to avoid it, but...
So you are happy that you were not the Delhi player, rather the IUB player, right?
I mean, yeah, when I got IUB at the end, and after game 4, we were both slightly exhausted. So I was like, okay, IUB, I'm just going to play my solid game plan. I got this matchup in practice like 2 days ago, and I did very well in it. And it was exactly the same pattern. So I just wanted to get some sheep, but at the start I was very worried, because I only got one for like so long, and then eventually I got a lot, like towards the end. So I was like, okay.
So you literally got the little bit of like, okay, so I couldn't find that many sheep, it's going to be a problem. You felt like that, right? But in the end, you managed to do that.
I got a very good spawn though. Like I could have a safe deer and very safe.
Can you tell us how do you call that spawn?
Beastie spawn. No, actually, it's a Marine Lord spawn. Beastie spawn is when you get a broken spawn and you still lose with it. And then you avoid speaking about it.
Very good, very good, very good. I love it. I love it. So, I think the players are not ready yet, so I really want to ask you that, would you pick Rus again in your next game or next match?
We will never stop doing it. Yeah.
Okay, so we are increasing the win rate or the loss rate?
No, I think I will start increasing the win rate. Hopefully, right? Because
listen, we need the first player who actually goes in and now wins a game at least, so we have like, let's say 10-20% win rate for Rus.
I mean, Byzantine is very good too, right? So like but yesterday I lost to Japanese, which is a a Civ win pretty much. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't defend Risk anymore. I'm just bad with it.
Like I think that players are already started banning Japanese.
Really? No.
Yes, I just saw the drafting of.
As a third ban or like second?
No, it was it was either first or second ban. First or second.
I don't think that's correct. I think that's stupid. But third one, it's pretty common. Like Japanese are often banned. Japanese or Byzantine as third.
Oh no. The first ban on both sides was actually China.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, China. So yeah, I think it was second ban on the Japanese.
Maybe there was no water map in their drafts. No.
There was 4 legs.
4 legs.
4 legs. Yeah.
People are not that afraid of Templar anymore. I'm not sure about it. Like I didn't try it too much. Obviously, we didn't have that much time.
Yeah,
to
there was no time. Yeah.
But yeah, Templar is very, very broken, obviously, on water. But for legs, since you cannot really attack the opponent's economy, and you have a safe economy, you have other civs like Japanese, Zushi, and all the very strong civ in eco water that are fine, I think.
Well, there was actually one Templar game today, which was between Vortex and CSO on Kawasan, and actually he won against the Mongols with Templar, which is interesting. No, like for me, I would see the Mongols rather winning against the Knight Templar. Maybe that was some mistake by CSO, but how do you see? Would the Mongols win against?
No. I think people are confused about this matchup because in the last tournament, so many people were so bad with Templar. Eventually, I showed them the way how to play this matchup, and now they are good with it. But at first, they were playing it so wrong. So, yeah, this matchup is particular, and I worked on it a bit. So when I played it in tournaments, I knew people would just copy my style and the way I play it because it's just broken.
All right, so that was from all of us. That was from Marine Lord. I'm so happy that you were here and we did this little interview with you and all of your fans. I'm pretty sure they watched it. I'm so proud. Your family is so proud. Everyone's so proud of you. Well, good luck, have fun, and for you as well. Thank you so much for watching.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
I gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds. giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play.
We've all tried this. Ready to game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3.
Hello, 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 and welcome back. We are in it for a banger of a match between Beastyqt and Louis. We're just getting that set up on screen now, and you can see it here. It is me, Winston, and we are joined with Whammon, and we're going to be casting this wonderful set. This is a winner's match, so both of these players have won their previous set. Beastyqt taking out Anatant and Louis taking out Puppy. Both of those sets were best of fives that went all the way to game 5, and these were exciting, thrilling matches. Very exciting stuff, and yeah, I'm just really excited for this. And what are you thinking so far?
Well, so far, I feel like we've had a very long one, but I think that's exactly what we expected here. This is a very competitive LAN. All of the skill levels, they've been matching up very, very closely compared to what we've seen in other tournaments, and I think that's what most people were hoping for. But ladies and gents, we do have our draft system here at the bottom, and from what I listened to earlier, this honestly looks like a pretty decent draft for Beastyqt because of those picks I see out of Louis. Now, something that I know he prioritizes here is KT. And getting KT in any draft, a lot of players would say that that's a free win. But I know that he has a plan for this especially. But we do see that first matchup right over here with Zushi versus Rus. Now, Rus historically has been an amazingly strong civilization, but I believe it's 0-6 in the tournament currently.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, there could have been a Rus game that I missed in the most recent set, but as the last I heard, it is 0-6, which is crazy. Definitely not doing well. And we see some interesting things here. Changing up some of the bans, right? Rus may have been prioritized as a ban earlier, but now we're seeing that Japan has been prioritized as a ban as this tournament has progressed. They're currently sitting, I think, around a 75% win rate. They are winning a lot of games right now, and players are looking to make sure that they adapt, right? We're not seeing stagnant strategies. We're seeing players that are coming here to win, and they're bringing their A game, and that means you have to pay attention to what's occurring in front of you. And we are already into this first game. That is not that. I just got so, okay, that's fine. We're good. So this is the head-to-head. You know, these players have been, I mean, just looking at this, that is actually pretty incredibly close, right? And these, you know, Beastyqt was talking that he's pretty confident against Louis at times, but I think Louis has some decent matchups, some good game sense, and he has a similar style strategically to Marine Lord, and that also hasn't been Beastyqt's forte. I think a lot of these wins from Beastyqt might have been earlier, right? But who knows? I mean, this is a crazy situation. I'm really excited for this winners match.
Now, when we are in a position where Louis has been dominating in the scene for a while, I know Beastyqt, he will be the first one to respect that. But I know that he historically, in the recent tournaments, he's been very aggressive because he figured he could just kill his opponents. Louis, though, he's that guy who just never dies. He will stay alive and then come back swinging. So we do see that both these players are very intently staring at that screen, planning out Beastyqt, warming up that APM. We do have the statistics there behind them where they can take a look at both of these players at the same size for this round. So this does look like these two are almost ready. Cascade also standing there at the back. Oh, okay, never mind. I was wrong. Oh, gosh. See, sometimes when you look at the light, you don't always see the statistics either. We there have the player cards beautifully laid out. So as we can see here, these players have ranked each other. So Micro here at the same level as Beasty, but Macro, Beasty scoring a little bit higher. I'm quite surprised to see that because Louis, he's been a little bit of a macro god.
Yeah, I mean, Louis' game sense is really incredible, and I think that's what's really set him apart. I mean, we saw him win the most recent S tier in the EGC Summers, and that's honestly been incredible. Taking a win over Marine Lord, who has just been kind of the favorite in recent tournaments, and so it's really exciting to see. And this is going to be pretty tight. I think the players here are really prepared. This matchup, I'm a little nervous for Louis, simply because of Roos's performance here, but who knows? Louis is a strong player. He's dominant right now, simply dominant. And we saw in Beasty set against Anatand, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows there, right? Like, those first two games looked pretty rough for Beasty. Things were not clean at all, and it took kind of this crazy comeback situation for him to really turn it around in the end. So we'll see if he's able to bring his A game at the start of the set, because I don't think that Louis is the type of player who's going to just give up 3 games in a row late in the set.
Yeah, Louis is definitely not the kind of guy who gets tired out and declines in performance at all. I feel like Louis is the kind of guy who tires out anyone else who dares cross him. But with these two, I'm expecting some very conscious decisions on, as we saw the head of the trophy there for a second. Guys, by the way, if you have not lanced that trophy, it is gorgeous. But we do need to understand that both of these players know how to capitalize. Oh, and there we go.
Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at that sword and shield. That is a beautiful thing to be able to take home.
I know, especially each day it comes closer and closer to someone wielding that at the end. I am a bit intrigued because I was talking with some of the players about this, and they were saying that Zushi was a pretty important pick against KT. So I'm a little surprised to see it here so early. And against Roos, it's probably fine, but I think at least the way the meta's been shaping up in this tournament, I think there were more options against Roos that could have been solid. Maybe this Roos pick is a bit of a surprise from Louis. I'm not sure exactly what Beasty was planning, but I don't think he'll be upset by this. But I do think, you know, maybe this leaves him a bit weak to just a simple game win from KT on one of these water maps.
That's something that might seem like, hey, I wanted Zushi against KT. But when you're thinking about these civilizations, KT is just a civilization you do not want on Holy Island. And Beasty got rid of that map very, very surely. Now, sure, KT has a lot of potential in a lot of matchups, but you want it on your water map. So I know that Beasty is quite confident in his Mongols, especially against KT. I actually think he has a pretty positive win rate between the two as well. So KT has not been as dominant against him because he does have his maps where he knows, okay, we're just not dealing with that on Holy Island at least. But for the rest of the draft, you also have to think about the fact that this was a first pick for Louis. This was not a civilization that was banned out. And usually we see KT banned out pretty quickly, but now it was lit through. And I think this is done consciously, because one thing I know about Beasty as well is he doesn't play Japan either, but he knows Louis does. So all of these players are constantly adjusting to what they see in this tournament and how the meta has shaped. So that KT pick was a very high priority for Louis. And we can see that Beasty was aware it was coming, because Mongols is up there. In his previous set against Anatand, he was a little bit greedy and did not pick the Mongols because he assumed that Anatand wasn't going to either. But Anatand nabbed that thing away pretty quickly. As you guys can see there in the corner, we are experiencing a little bit of an audio issue for the players. So while they iron that one out, we will be yapping about the draft here. Now, guys, actually, I do have something that I do need to discuss with you guys, and that's the giveaway. So Steel Series is doing a Gleam giveaway, and head over to the channel to get details to enter, and it's a pretty stacked set of prizes. After this as well, we will be heading over to the Analyst desk after the series, and we will be doing a live giveaway on stream with 2 items, but your participation counts and your knowledge on the game counts. So this is not you just entering, this is you actually answering questions based on the streamers, the players that are here, and ensuring that you are up to date with all the AoE memes, and that is actually going to count in your favor, knowing what a Keck W is.
That sounds incredible. Can I participate?
I don't.
Am I allowed to?
The gear you get, you might want to. Might want to.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes. So there's yes.
There's
we
a
get our
chance.
phones out, and when you see the questions, that you have your opportunity.
Okay. Okay.
Do you watch enough Twitch?
Maybe. I don't know.
Most viewed streamer in AoE4.
I don't think I have one. I rotate around. I rotate around.
I guess
I have
that's
to.
healthy.
I have to. I can't just watch one. That's
Bias.
disaster. Yeah, bias. Right. I'll get no ideas.
Now, Louis took
How would I
down-
join?
How would you join?
Yeah. If I were to want to enter this.
So what's going to happen is you guys, during the break, we're going to have a quiz pop up on screen. And what you basically do is you will just type your answer in the chat, in the Steel series chat. So if you are over there on my channel or on Beasties, you have to come over here into Steel series and just put in your answers as this goes along. Because that's the way you participate, and everything you get right just edges you a little bit further up on that leaderboard and increases your chances at winning. So we will be getting info on the gear that will be given away pretty soon as well. And then Corvinus will take you through that journey with the winner to ensure we get the players or the people what they deserve if they know their game.
That sounds incredible.
Now, Winston, back to this drafting situation here. I want to just look at matchups here, specifically on the maps. Four Lakes, you are a much better player than I am. If you are a man with Four Lakes, I'm expecting to see KT Mongols based on the previous series that we've seen before. Is this a pretty safe prediction in your opinion?
Probably. I think there's a good shot of that. I'm trying to think. Definitely saving Delhi for regions on Beastie's side.
Makes sense.
And I mean, there's also the Abbasid pick.
Yeah.
I'm wondering even where you slot that in. It's a bit tricky.
See, this is usually...
This is a hard, I struggle to play Louis' draft in my own personal sense of it. I don't know where I'd play things specifically. I think BC's draft feels a bit stronger with Biz being able to play Arabia nicely. That leaves Lancaster being pretty flexible. I don't know. You have Frisian as well for Lancaster where they can just boom. Like, I think things are nice here. On the other side, though, you have Ottomans still. Yeah, maybe you have Ottomans on region? I don't know. We'll see. This is why they're the pros.
Yeah,
they can read that. They're like, oh, this is good or bad. And I'm just like, right.
Based on the draft, I did get a few people voicing what they thought about this. But Beasties definitely looks like it's a little bit more versatile to me. And counterpicking is a little bit easier. Abbasid, I feel like we haven't seen enough of them in this tournament, in recent times especially. Because Abbasid has been a civilization that was prominent quite a while ago. But it's also not a civilization that you would just pull out of the hat when you are on Four Lakes and you're thinking about your cheaper docks and when you have Katie in your pocket. So it feels like the civilizations that Louis has, they were not necessarily the first picks on the maps that we have here. The counter picking can be quite tough. Although I've seen Louis' Knights and him being on French, that's going to be definitely a tough one. And I know HRE, being his second pick as well, is not just a pick for him, it's a pick away from Beastie. Because HRE is a comfort pick for Beastie. It has been for, I would say, years at this point.
Yeah, and there's also just some of it being just different styles, really. I mean, some of these civs, if they just suit what Louis has been prepping, if they suit how Louis feels about the game going into it, then it's going to be a good draft. We can take a look at the players as they prep a little bit. Louis looks trying to calm down, trying to focus. Beastie is really looking at the screen.
Beastie is fully focused. And you can see he's using his game buds with that active noise cancellation. Actually, we were sitting in the Uber this morning, in the taxi, sorry. I just generalize and call it all Ubers. So it's a car. But we were sitting in there and he was yapping about the fact that those game buds just completely block out all noise. Usually at tournaments, a lot of the players can hear the casters. And in previous events where we were, a lot of the players were complaining that you can hear the casters, especially when you are opening with a barracks. And you just hear the casters faintly yelling, oh, there's a spearman, and then they know what's coming. So this is the first time he's now mentioned in AoE4 that he got there. He sat down, he played on stage, and there was no noise coming on through. And I do actually believe that SteelSeries is a 20% off gift or code in the chat. So if you guys want more information on that, I'm going to ask that our Twitch chatmans ensure that that link is posted there so you guys can get that discount code if you feel like grabbing yourself something SteelSeries. They've been so supportive of our scene, and it would be lovely if you can support them back. But with these guys now seated, they are decked out. They're ready. Mind game ready. Cal trying to get Louis all set up and going. If I am sitting here as a player, this winner match is important. It's not just important for you to go through, but the next match, you want to be the guy who's watching. You want to be the guy who's analyzing, hey, what is my opponent, or what is the guy who's possibly going to meet me in the finals going to be doing? Because if you make it out here, you're going to be against the Group A's second place. So that feels pretty scary because Group A has been absolutely insane. I believe currently the match that we are facing after this is going to be, who is it? It is Vortex versus Puppy Pole?
No, Wham. Wham. It's Wham for sure. Yeah, it's Wham for sure.
Okay. So we were discussing this with the players a little bit earlier, and the confidence levels are all around the place, but I don't think this is going to be easy for any of them, because this is, again, very competitive. There have been, I don't think there's been a single 3-0 so far, which is really good vibes.
It's impressive, honestly. I really think we've talked about it previously on the broadcast. Like, it is incredible how competitive the scene is in this exact tournament timeline, right? Like, this is crazy. We haven't had a tournament without a 3-0. It's been a long time, right? Think about us going the distance with that. That would be crazy, and that would be so impressive. And it's just one of those things where every time these players are coming together, I feel like the skill level is increasing. People are getting better. Players are getting stronger. Strategies are getting tighter, and things just feel so much more tense. And you can sense it as well. The players, they're watching each other's games and just being like, what's happening, right? They're like really nervous about who they're going to face next, because it matters. Like, it's not just, oh, play the best civ and play the good strat and you win. It's, no, you have to understand how your opponent's going to approach it. You have to understand how they're going to think about it. You have to understand where they're coming from. You're going to have to understand what they even played against recently that could influence their decisions now. Like this Roos pick, maybe Louis has an idea here where he's seeing people lose with Roos, and he's like, well, they're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And now this is maybe just a super debate, and BC might get caught off guard again by some crazy strategy he doesn't see coming. But maybe he also understands this well, because he did, lose with Roos on this match, on this map against Anatan. So we'll see if that's able to come together for him. This is, oh man, that's set. Can I just say the set is so cool with the civ flags behind them? I just think that's such a nice touch. It really brings it all together.
In the SteelSeries castle. Now, we do see that those guys are clicking the buttons real fast. And ladies and gentlemen, that means we're going to hop on in. Guys, game 1, Beastyqt versus Louis MT. The boys are ready, and they are going to be fighting it out. Now, with Beasty on Zushi's legacy, I know that he is not as confident on his China and Zushi as most of the other players are.
That's interesting. I mean, we've seen some variations where Roos is delaying a bit, Prof Scouts a bit for some early defenses. Against Zushi, I don't think you need to do that. So in this context, I think maybe Louis is able to just really rush professional scouts, and we just have a real race on our hands. On the other hand, maybe Louis has some other strategy. I mean, we've seen some players even opting, like Beasty, for example, in his game against Anatan, he opted to even skip Prof Scouts altogether as French, which was a bit surprising in the moment, but it really panned out for him. So maybe Beasty has an idea here for that, but to me, there's almost no way of that it's such bread and butter for Zushi. So there's no shot, but like maybe, there's always surprises awaiting around every corner.
Now, this is a map that we do usually see Pro Scouts on it. Now, considering Pro Scouts, we want to look at those deer positioning. We see Beasty's deer there in the north side, behind his base, technically, and his deer on the opposite side as well. Pretty close to the edge there, which I would say is a pretty good spawn, because usually if your deer's on the same side as it is on Louis' side, that one is pretty close to the TC. But at the same time, if Beasty is able to shut down one side, he shuts down both. Well, on his side, he is going to pretty safely be able to head to the other deer if he is under siege from the one side.
Yeah, and if the builds are what we're expecting, there aren't going to be a lot of units to really contest the Prof Scouts just right away. So that first northern one for Beasty and maybe even that southern one for Louis, it's probably going to be, or sorry, the one to the right for Louis, those are probably going to be pretty easy to get. And of course, Louis as Roos is able to get that second scout out, which is really nice for getting the sheep. So it's one thing we want to check, you know, as the map has largely been explored to see these sheep counts.
Now, we do see that Louis opened with 2 scouts, though. And as our producers are showing us there, he did get, that was 8 extra sheep, I guess. It does not feel like you had a 2-scout opening, especially when you see that opponent of yours having so much more. So that scouting pattern not paying off for Louis just too much.
Oh.
Beasty's going. Let's go see that juicy spot. Juicy spot on the double gold. Is he going to take it with a lot of trees?
The berries, yeah.
The berries. Oh, he's going to get golden berries. That's pretty nice. He does only get 1 gold in that range, but
it's a decent number of trees.
Yes.
It's like kind of surprisingly a lot. You'd think you need a forest, but there's a lot of just of the random interspersed trees there that really contribute a lot there. We'll see the actual numbers later, but I mean, at this point, Zushi's like main potency isn't really getting the optimal meditation guns every game. I think, you know, with both the nerfs to the building and also as time has gone on with the power of Prof Scouts being a lot of the power of the Civ right now, it's been less impactful. Like, oh, I have to get this super OP position, which is why we used to see the Civ on stuff like Holy Island, right, where there were very often, you know, triple mines and berry, and that was like, oh, just getting that is enough. Now, no, it's like the Prof Scouts play is really what kind of pulls it together, and he's got all the core resources there: gold, stone, food, like, sorry, gold, wood, food, all you need.
Yeah, usually with Zushi, especially on a water map, you do see that meditation garden on a stone just because it gives you that extra bit of oomph. But with this one as well, you're already securing a little bit of food. With it being on the berries, I feel like food has been such a prominent position for most players to pivot from. And like you said, Zushi, a civilization that's really good at pro scouting as well. It's not something that you would want to prioritize by getting an extra gold mine in there too. Now, Louis, he is already a little bit aggressive with those scouts. Beasty now getting that stable up already. So scouts will be coming underway. But now the real question is the aggression that comes out of Beasty in the feudal age. Does he just go and get as many scouts as possible on this map, ensuring that he gets as many deer there? Or does he actually try to do a little bit of a play to shut down the pro scouts from Rus? Because the map is a little bit smaller, it does feel like when you do send your units out, there's not as many opportunities for you to intercept.
Yeah, I think with the positioning of Beasty's back deer here, I think he might just be thinking if he can trade even, it's fine. Now with the addition of the stable, he could add a few horsemen. We likely will see that, but not necessarily. Sometimes we've seen players, you know, opt into earlier ranges here as Zushi just to get a bunch of Zhignu going. There's lots of different kind of styles here at that point.
And he was supervising the stable as well to get those scouts out as quickly as possible. We see Beasty's pro scout finishing just a bit earlier than the Rus because of that supervision bonus that they have. Now, professional scouts finishing up for Louis pretty soon as well. And we'll see if he tries to just play the safe, pick up his own deer. It does look like those scouts are in position. Beasty has been a little bit annoying by killing those deer, ensuring that Louis needs to go individually click on those. And I mean, this is such a small play at this level that makes a massive difference because it forces you to constantly re-click those deer that you want to go and pick up. And Beasties are already on the way back, and he's already made some other units to join that party as well.
Yeah, the Horseman Spearman just trying to get across the map, I guess, with these. Just get across the map quickly. He's even supervising, I think, the Spearman out. So he's going to have quite a lot on the field here. It's an important opening. I'm not sure how much value this is going to get. I mean, that first deer pack on the north of the northern one of Louis 2, that's already going to be mostly gone by the time he gets here. The one on the south might actually get denied, which is a pretty big deal considering that Louis hasn't invested in units just yet. He's going for the archers, which are going to be much slower to ever denying. And you saw Beasty, he's sort of walling off the north, but he also started with the pack far, far away. And kind of recognizing that Roos is going to be a little bit slower to units could have been a smart play here, because now he's going to get these deer for free almost, right? This is the starting, and he's able to deny his opponents, but it's not perfect here for Louis. We're going to see Knight Archer, just a really solid composition all around. We see this kind of the bread and butter. We've seen some players so far in this tournament overcommit to the Knights with Roos in Feudal Age, and that has been part of the problem. We've also seen players overcommit to the Castle Age too soon, and maybe they should have made more Knights, and that is also part of the problem. There's definitely an issue here for Roos where they're just not able to produce enough units quickly enough to really compete with civs like Zushi here, where the production speed is just absolutely insane with the supervision, and Beasty's been doing this quite well. He's already got 3 officials, of course, so really able to do that, and now he's pausing production, and I think we're going to see a pretty fast castle time behind this. And relic positioning, like, is, yeah, dead even. This map is pretty consistent, right? So, yeah, curious spots here. I mean, the Knights are going to do pretty good at defending the archers.
The problem is just it goes into castle, and Zushi's Castle Age, I feel, is just so difficult to deal with. You're not playing against a civilization that is sitting back like, oh yes, I need to get upgrades. This is good. No, they have supervision. They upgrade at the speed of light. They're going to make lances go straight at you. And the units that Louis has, those units don't deal too well with the lancer variety. Yes, you've got a few chunky knights there in the front lines, but you are going to be stuck making units. When you as Roos, you're a civilization that you're used to being able to just go for castle yourself. You've now spent all that OP gold, as people would say, for Roos to just make knights instead of heading towards where people usually want to be. And those deer, they are being dropped. They're not all making it back to base. This is going to be a problem if you need to keep that production going strong. So with him having 2 knights in the queue, you guys can see the gold is used up. Every single time he has it, he just keeps making more. And Beasty, already in Castle Age now, instantly queues up that Lancer, which is going to mean that Lancer is going to make this fight a lot harder. Louis, though, he's doubling down. He's getting more knights in the queue, but the archer production has been stopped as the wood is slowing down. I wonder if he's just selling it already.
He might be selling wood. I think we're going to be seeing a situation here where the castles are going to be too far behind. The question is, will Beasty even get a good fight before Louis has upgrades? I don't think so. Looks like Beasty's kind of playing a little bit slower here, maybe. He's not really running forward with his first Lancers, so it looks like Louis should be able to just back up, get his upgrades, and see his own transition. I think we'll see Veteran Knight here, but I'm not sure what we'll see besides that. Maybe Vet Archer in this context. There's only 10 archers to upgrade. We've seen Marine Lord just making loads of archers in all of his games, so maybe that's something Louis is going to be doing as well.
The high trade house does get rushed up with 13. He wants this, he wants it now. Because there was also a timing here for Beasty where he realized, okay, my opponent has been investing in military. I probably cannot just run into him with 1 or 2 lances. I have to wait for the numbers. But the moment Louis ages up here, this is when Beasty gets that warning sign of, hey, time to attack, baby. And that's exactly what he'll do. We see another lancer in queue now, slowly making his units so he can start getting some relics into that base as well. He knows he's got enough units on the map to try and do something about this. Army value almost dead even, and the score, as you guys can see, 36-19. These boys have been producing every single unit they can. Horse archers instantly queued up for Louis here. Now, this feels a little bit interesting to me because head-to-head, they are going to struggle, but it does look like the archer mass here is going to be scary enough to push Beasty's units away.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those matchups where the horse archers are actually quite good. And I think that's something where the horse archers have been struggling is there's just a lot of matchups where they're not able to get all the same value. If there's a large enough mass of Jugnu, it can be somewhat problematic. Oh, this is a really nice raid, forcing some idle time out on Louis. Not getting a Vil just yet, and might even just lose a Lancer for free here, but that is at the cost of quite some idle time. Things are a little slow there, 12 idle Vils for this long. If that Lancer does go down from Beasty, that's still definitely worth it.
Beasty he knows the strength of Zushi, and Zushi is known for TC diving. They go into your base, they idle your TC, ensure that you run around non-stop, and uses that time to get ahead. We do see 2 relics now on the way to the base, and Louis is nowhere near getting that Warrior Scout up. Or Warrior Scout, what is that thing called? The Warrior Monk, there we go.
Monk.
warrior of a monk, but he is not on the field just yet. Horse archers, though, numbers are still increasing. And the Rus games we have watched in this tournament, people double down on these horse archers. They still feel like, hey, this is going to be worth it. But they are the unit that you use to raid, and it just doesn't feel like Beastie's base is available for any raids right now.
Yeah, I mean, their main strength has historically been just like incredible DPS, but and for a very good cost, right? DPS for cost is like their main potent thing, and recently that just hasn't felt as impactful, at least in this tournament so far. But we'll see. I mean, one thing we had seen in a lot of the games where Rus was losing so far is the horse archers are getting challenged much earlier, and they're not able to get to that mass just based on the timings. But in this context, there really isn't anything that will kill the horse archers right now. There's nothing on the field for Beastie that will guaranteed kill them. The knights are going to have to get a lucky charge, which means you're banking on Louis messing up the micro. And I don't know, do you really want to bank on that right now? I mean, maybe you do. Maybe it's the best thing to do here. It's just hope he messes up, but I don't know, Louis is such a sharp player. I don't see that happening, at least not right now.
Now, what Beastie is doing here is, I feel like he is banking on exactly that. Because with the amount of lances we're seeing out of him here, it forces Louis to have to micro like an actual god. Louis needs to be able to make no mistakes, because if he makes a mistake for one moment, his horse archers are dead. So those horse archers now, they are running for their lives, but they're not doing damage during all of this. And eventually those lances do catch up. We see the knights are very, very confident running into these spears. There's enough of them. So Beastie does not need to lose those spears in positions like these, but he's doing it with a counterattack in mind.
Actually, that was really rough for Louis. He lost a lot of the HP on his knights, but he only has 8 knights. This is his front line against the lancer charge. And that's all that's protecting his ranged mash, which otherwise would get slaughtered by these knights. So first off, the archers are going to get just absolutely mopped up on that wood line. And now Louis is going to have to really rally his knights, get them into position, and play really smart here. We're going to have to see in crazy micro the distraction Wololo in Beastie's base while villagers are going down. 10 idle vills. Louis is rapidly falling apart here. The vills on the south side of his base just getting completely slaughtered. Oh my gosh, all the horse archers went down by the high trade house. What is happening? In just a moment, everything fell apart.
What's happening is a double-prong, triple-prong attack, just going from every single angle and ensuring that Louis was forced to make that single mistake I mentioned.
Oh, in the wood line.
He's about to find all the villagers, and there's no wall these guys can go to. And the Lancers are just going to chase. And even again, if they just get that idle time, it's worth it. Behind this, Beastie has 3 relics. Yes, Louis is getting 2 of those, and it does look like those will be coming all the way back. But we see a straight line of units coming straight from Beastie's base. And that just means more power. And guys, those are Jugunu. We've seen them in our bases. We know how those things hurt. So the Knights from Louis, they are going to really struggle, especially with +2 attack now coming on in as well.
Yeah, I think BC's position at this point is super optimal. Like, there's very little I think Louis can do at this point. He's going to try and do some shenanigans. Oh, actually almost catches Beastie there. But yeah, I mean, losing 7 vills like that in this position is so brutal, especially against a Civ with the tempo like Zushi's. The switch up into Jugnu is going to be pretty surprising and could potentially even catch Louis off guard. It's not quite going to now because you can see it coming, but man, it's a dynamic situation, and we're just always seeing idle vills for Louis, up to 9 vills lost, and that is 5 more being threatened here by this small force, and there's just nothing in the vicinity to even counter this at all. There's nothing to even threaten this army. What, 3 horse archers aren't really going to do the trick here, I think, and I believe that's 5 vills. They are doomed.
Now the army recognizes this, but again, double-prong attack from every single side. Now the Knights are going to be able to catch out these Jugunus, but that's a lot of Lancers that can turn around to them, and they're coming from the back. Beastie does not want to overcommit on this, though. He wants to get back to that Jugunu army and ensure that when he takes a fight, he takes it well. He knows he's done the damage. He needs to be methodical about this, but at the same time, don't give Louis room to breathe. Now the question is just the food. Because as I can now see, Louis' food has plummeted quite a bit, and Beastie is still on a healthy 1,000 per minute.
Yeah, and up 17 Knights. He's been kind of doing a lot in Louis' base. and somehow he's tripled the knight count. And I can tell you that is not where Louis wants to be. Louis up to 14 of these horse archers, which, you know, now we talked about the Zhignu earlier. There's now 28 on the field, so if it does come to a standing fight, the DPS is just not going to be there with these numbers, and the Lancers are going to get the charge in. The Knights have to retreat. The Horse Archers are retreating too. Only a little bit of damage coming in at a time, taking shots left and right from the Zhignu, and Beasty's just going to dive right for the economy, straight into the belly of the beast. Louis has looked so strong in these past tournaments, but here Beasty is just absolutely domination in game number 1 here, and that is a fast GG for game number 1. Roos continues its streak of just losing.
Louis may have thought that he had the answer to the loss streak of Roos, but no, Beasty had other plans for him. That Zushi civilization, he's looking pretty comfortable on it, actually. I know he's been voicing his concerns about the Zushi playstyle and being able to match the other players to that level, but maybe Zushi is just that good.
Yeah, it could be a Zushi thing, right? And maybe that was a bit of a bait here, because I think maybe the expectation from Louis was that Zushi would be picked on 4 lakes to deal with the Knights Templar, right? But if that's not the case, then maybe it's a trade-off here. Maybe that makes the Knights Templar game a little bit easier for Louis, but who knows? Like you said, the Mongols, there's other options for this to be played, and we'll see. Man, Louis looks a little rattled here.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough one to lose, especially considering that you just won your S-tier tournament at EGC. So Beasty, though, he looks like he's got a plan in mind. He's sipping that water and ensuring that he stays hydrated, because the next one, it might be equally sweaty.
Yeah.
Leg up. That's how you know he's serious. I also see that. But now we do see that we are going to have a little bit of a break for Louis. So giving the man a chance to rest, because after that, I would need one too.
Yeah, I think just even taking the moment to have a little breather here seems important, especially if he was expecting that game to go significantly differently, because that wasn't particularly close. Like, right, there was similar timings with things, but as soon as Castle Age came in, just, I don't know, the officials' production speed was just so much. There was just always triple the number of units on the field for Beasty. What are you supposed to do? And this just tells that story the same, right? There was a small window, right, where if we look at the military value lead there, 10, like a lot of that was just those 10 feudal archers that he had kept alive for quite a while, and they had stood their ground until they just kind of got mopped up in the wood line. They hadn't really contributed much, so it was sort of dead weight in the army of Louis, and potentially a faulty investment, because they never really did anything. It kind of threatened the defense, and it was, I think, intended to protect the deer patch, but that didn't even pan out. A lot of the scouts still went down on that deer patch.
Now, when you're investing that heavily into archers against a civilization that banks on its lances being able to dive your TC, it does feel pretty tough. You do need to find an answer to the spears that are moving around the base, but at what point do you stop investing? And I think that's the question that Louis may not have had the answer to in that moment. He was making more of them, and Beasty was readily transitioning and not overcommitting. So when Louis had his timing, when he had the units, he just couldn't find the damage against Beasty, and Beasty knew when to pull back, kept the units busy so that there would be an opportunity for him to actually capitalize on this. Now, we do see that military value lead that we're talking about here, as we see that when Louis aged up, he was basically dead even, because that is when Beasty attacked and did get a few cheap shots onto his opponent here.
Yeah, I also just want to give a quick shout out here. Well, we are taking a little bit of a breather for Louis here. Can I just say that this screen is awesome? Yeah, just looking at this. Oh,
never mind, guys. You're not allowed.
You don't get to appreciate that. No, we've seen it enough, I think. But that's a really well done. I just want to say that's a very well done layout of the post game. You just see it all at once, and it's very clean and concise. It's cool.
Yeah, it gives you the pretty good overview, especially with the story of, hey, I won a battle, I lost a battle, I won a battle, I lost a battle. It does tell the story pretty well. Now, going into the rest of this situation here. Now, Louis gets to decide on the next map, right? So there's a Dry Arabia in his pocket, and the other one is...
Frisian, right?
Frisian, yes.
Frisian Marsh, I believe. I think so. I hope so. I said it was earlier.
At least
If
you
that's
have your
wrong,
glasses.
It's tiny. I'm trying.
Now, the civilizations that Louis has on this, I mean, Dry Arabia, we've seen, it's usually left for last. People leave it for last because that is usually your most standard game, where skill matters most, and there's no crazy shenanigans people usually pull out on Dry Arabia. It's what you see is what you get. But Frisian Marshes, a lot of the players have been practicing some specific strategies around this. So the question now is, does Louis have something prepared for this? Now, Abbasid has been played on Frisian. We've seen some Ottomans on Frisian as well. But at the same time, we've also seen French on Frisian.
I feel like it's French. My gut is telling me French here for Louis, but I mean, maybe he wants that for regions too. I'm not quite sure. I don't personally know exactly how Louis values Ottomans, and I'm keen to find out through this tournament.
Now, Winston, we do have some good news as we see that whole map from bird's eye view. Ladies and gentlemen, there are uwus, there are sacred sites, there are relics all around. I absolutely love this view. Look at that scout just running around. Cool? Villages just pouring around, and a dock being dropped down on the water. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mongols on Beastyqt, the other way around, and Louis on the Knights Templar. But this is the matchup that I was talking about earlier. This is the matchup that Beastyqt has shown he doesn't mind playing.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. I mean, Mongols have been played on Four Lakes historically, right? So it's not really a surprise to see them have strength here. I'm curious what the real game plan is. I mean, is this some sort of map control play here where you just sort of deny and you can play interesting docks and put them in cool spots and hope that that works out? I think we'll see exactly what Beastyqt's plan is. I mean, Louis' plan with Knights Templar should be pretty straightforward. You know, we've sort of seen it on this map that this is the one map where players are kind of okay with letting Knights Templar through. And one of the biggest reasons for that is that there isn't an immediate gain had from the instant age up. It does require you to build a dock, which is something that you can see coming. So it requires Louis, for example, if he really wants to abuse Knights Templar to the maximum here, he'll need to get a dock in a really prime position. And there's ways for Beastyqt to kind of handle that. He has the con to help scout. It's more efficient at this. Like, it's able to sort of help maintain that map control. And also, if you are able to just manage your own pond and keep one safe, that kind of mitigates a lot of that value of the Knights Templar on water, which is usually their speed and the ferocity of that first attack on water is what leads them to a quick snowballing win. But then again, on this map, 2 sacred sites. There's only 2 spots that Beastyqt needs to kind of juggle between in order to fully deny pilgrims. So this is why, even though Knights Templar are so dominant on both the ladder and in tournament play on all these hybrid water maps, this map is probably their worst of the hybrid maps for them, just because the nature of the layout, the nature of the 4 docks being so, or sorry, the 4 ponds being so disconnected.
And I think that's probably why Beastyqt felt comfortable going into this matchup. He feels that, hey, if there's a place I can shut them down, it's where there's only 2 sacred sites. It's where I can definitely secure a little pond of water for myself and not deal with my opponents. But here we see that Louis is going for ships on both sides already. He wants to ensure that he has this food income because Louis, he has shown a different side to him recently. He's the aggressive guy who can attack and slow you down, because Mongols, they thrive on the fact that they need to make 2-3 Mangudai, raid you, bring the deer stones to your base, and you are in for a lot of problems. But Louis, with this, he has a few more choices, I feel like. Especially when you do have that income. The problem is just, when your villagers are out there on wood, they are very susceptible to being Mangudai'd.
Yeah, I mean, Mangudai could be an interesting option here. It even depends on what age-up choices Louis goes for, I think, in that context. We haven't seen many players taking Chevalier Confrere on this matchup. We've been seeing the priority being on Knights Hospitaller. It gives you that extra HP on several different units, the Villager, the Pilgrim, the Fishing Ship, and those all add up. And it just makes things a little more comfortable. And you can even get some interesting plays here. Now, Beastyqt did lose to Knights Templar, to Anatan against, he had, I believe it was a Ubids, right? Against Anatan's Knights Templar. And there he honestly just lost to just a few military units on the field early. So maybe Louis saw that game and is going to try and replicate that here. But I think it's a lot harder to pull off against Mongols, who have a much tighter base layout, right? They can easily defend with their town center, their starting resources, and then the fish is a lot harder to pressure with land units, as you have to kill the dock, and that can be difficult with defending ships. So surprisingly, right? I would say there's no real action on the sea here, which indicates that both players are really content to just use their economies to play on the land.
Now, what I would love to see is whether Beasty goes for a second dock, if he tries to secure that water, or if he goes for a straight up archery range and try to shut down that wood line. Because you saw that Khan poking, and he was poking real hard. Those villages are going to be very, very easy to pick up if Louis doesn't move them a little bit closer to the TC. But I want you guys to notice he's moved that low HP villager closer to the TC, going onto the straggler trees, because you want to ensure that your villagers don't get more and more susceptible to this Khan level of aggression. But now, Louis already has his own archery range. So this this means he's not going to be able to secure the water with a military ship this early on. But luckily for him, Beasty is most likely going to do the same. So there's going to be a lot less action on water than we are used to on this map.
Yeah, and we're seeing the first units coming in, a couple Mangudai. You were correct in that. I think that makes a lot of sense here. It gives you a lot of opportunity to raid, and the Hospitaller Knights are very useless against this. And against standard archers, Mangudai honestly feel pretty good. They can take the trades that they need, and it plays well. But here we see Louis getting already safe passage, right? Like, he's already gotten both techs, right? And Sanctuary, sorry. So both techs here are in, which means, you know, if BC's not already killing Pilgrims, things could become problematic for him. We'll see if he's able to pick up that first group of Pilgrims. It's currently out going to the north side, and I'm not sure if BC spotted that with the Khan yet. He did go around to the back, and this is an important moment here, right? Like, Louis has 24 gold in the bank. This is a huge influx that will kind of decide what he's able to afford later. As Beasty comes forward, if he's not able to shut this down right now, which he does miss, these two Pilgrims are going to make it. That gives Louis a lot of flexibility, gives him a little more time. All he needs is for a few of these to sneak in and to give him that advantage, and things will look good as that, that Pilgrim does a little shuffle. Oh, that's fun. And there we go.
Guys, he does not mind those too much. It seems those Mangudai have a different plan in mind. And this might just be a little bit of a... Ooh, he does get a villager here. Those low HP villagers actually starting to show problems, because we now have a deer stones here, and you guys can see those archers are very aggressively staring at the deer stones. Pilgrims now going towards the other side, but if these ones make it back to base, this is going to start getting harder and harder, like you said. But now there's two Mangudai groups and another one on the way, so these archers are going to be up for grabs if not careful. Beasty, though, he's floating quite a bit of food here, spending his gold as he can, but we'll see what that commitment looks like in a short bit. He does get +1 ranged attack now coming on in, but Louis, on the other hand, he only is getting wheelbarrow now.
Yeah, but honestly, Beasty missed both of the Pilgrim packs so far, which means we're seeing techs like Wheelbarrow now, 300 gold in the bank. Louis has options. He can get, maybe drop a blacksmith and start to get upgrades. Maybe looking just at going Castle Age, right? We've talked about all these Mangudai raids, but the archers have held the line. They've defended, and one Vil down, but he's gotten Pilgrims, so...
And double Pilgrim making it back every single time is going to hurt. We do see the archer numbers here now not looking like something Mangudai can handle. And with Louis not needing to go on gold, this means that a lot of villagers are not really able to be harassed. Pilgrims now also protected. The deer stones under siege a little bit, but as Mangudai are trying to find a way around, Beasty is starting to do the things that we see from Mongols.
This could be huge.
He does have the ability to pick off a few of these archers, but some of the villagers does look like they're all going to make it out. But the archer mass does need to move back quite a bit. A few more archers getting picked off, but he does need to be careful. The Mangudai, they are able to do damage, but not take these guys down.
Yeah, not quite in position to deny these, so another Pilgrim pack goes in, and that is enough resources now to go Castle Age. Louis has got to be happy with this, and now the Mangudai are going to take forever to kill the heavy spears, right? It's just going to take forever if he's only in Feudal Age. Now, Beasty, not too far away from Castle Age himself, which could give him a lot of advantages. You know, getting a couple more upgrades on those Mengadai certainly would not hurt at this point. Maybe starting to look at some Keshik or something else. I don't know, any sort of unit to deal with this a little more efficiently, because this Archer mass is growing and it will soon be supported by anti-cav. Things could get dicey here for Beasty. I don't know if this opening has gone as well as he had hoped.
That opening has not done the damage that you need to get your opponent to slow down enough for you to go for the fast Imperial that we see out of Mongols. So the step redoubt coming on out now with 10 villagers. The towers slowly starting to form around Beasty's base because he wants to ensure that he gets that base as a safe place, especially when your opponent is going to be aggressive. Heavy Spearman now in Q2, and he is trying to pick off a few archers as he runs around, trying to pull the army back to Louis' base. And this is the strength of the Mangadai. It's a civilization that just has a lot of answers to keep you in your base. You have the Keshiks, you have the Mangadai. So with the Mangadai, you're constantly going to be raiding. There's always going to need to be an archer blob back at the base. And this feels so risky because if you just send a few archers, they're all going to get picked off and then you are slightly cooked. But Beasty now being aged up, we are going to see Keshiks in the queue instantly. And upgrades for the Mangadai coming on out as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're going to need some sort of front line here. And honestly, I think this is the best answer, but it doesn't feel great if you're in BC's position. I mean, he might be okay with the position overall. Maybe he's played this quite a lot and understands that this is how it opens, but certainly not getting a ton of value right now. He is up dramatically on Vil count, so that could be part of it. But, you know, it's not these raids, they cause a little bit of idle time as the Vils have to walk around. You see, every time he runs through the back here, the benefit of Louis' position is that he's able to just move to a new wood line without having to build a new lumber camp. So the drain on a normal Civs economy is actually pretty dramatic when you do this. With Templar, much less so.
And Beasty is aware that this is something that's not going to work forever, because as we can now see, Louis is moving across the map. These spearmen definitely keeping horse archers or Mangadai very, very busy. But the big pink blob is heading on over to the gold, because that's exactly what you need to deny.
This could get, I mean, the counterattack is a really interesting choice. There's some towers here, though, which means that, I mean, if Louis is not paying attention or being careful here, he could take a really bad engagement, a little bit of a weak trade. And on the back side of this, he's getting so much value still with these couple Mangadais. You can definitely see the slow army composition from Louis is struggling.
Now, the bright side for Louis is that he has not lost a second villager after that initial loss, and he's still able to keep most of his units alive here. The problem is just he cannot find the damage he needs to play against Mongols. Now, Beasty getting every bit of upgrade he can to ensure that he can stay alive. When he starts to get greedy, as we see the gold trickling in, the step redoubt doing work, but there's still that pink blob knocking at the front of his base. These Mangadai, though, they cannot be ignored, and Louis realizes, I need to take care of those towers because they're just going to turn these fights on its head, and I'm not going to be able to take them down like this. So now getting that siege engineering is going to change this up a bit, because Beasty's units, they're not that great at dealing with rams, not yet at least.
He's building up a mass of about 7, now it's going to be 10 soon. Keshik, he's got crossbows to deal with the heavy spearmen. I don't know, I think if BC's able to get enough numbers out while Louis is still making these rams and building time, there could be a really strong pincer here, and currently just going for reinforcements, but that could also mean trapping this army from Louis deep in a position where it does not want to be. There are a lot of crossbows on the field. This is enough crossbows to deal with those heavy spearmen at this stage, and with enough Keshiks to front line, the burden of micro here is gonna somewhat be on Beasty to make sure he's getting max value out of all of his ranged units, but Louis just has to run, and there's not a ton he can do here except try and kill some of these Mangadai as he goes down.
The problem is Beasty's whole army is here, and even though Louis technically is ahead, half of the army is back at base or currently desperately running after this. The Mangadai, that composition of mobility also just ensured that he was able to get these units from the side. Ooh, and those Keshiks are just pounding away at those spears at the back. The problem is now, does Louis have an answer to this army? if Beastyqt starts to get greedy. Now, the Magadai, they do get picked off as Louis' reinforcements arrive. And yes, Louis' army is still going to be the thing that can kill Beastyqt. But I don't know if they can hard enough, as that is, again, just going to be a bunch of towers reinforced, ensuring that you take unfavorable trades. And Beastyqt, he's starting to float. Winston, we know what this means. It's about time.
Cognitive Palace. Let's go. I mean, it might be a play. I think you definitely don't want to throw this game by going imp a little bit too soon here, because you're in danger of potentially doing the same thing that you just did to... Oh, he's going to be able to just squeeze through, and that's going to be pretty frustrating for Louis, because his army was there. If that was walled, Beastyqt could have lost quite a few units.
But now those Keshiks are just going to have a field day. Getting a decent charge off, but no villagers going down yet again. Louis is just a master at keeping these alive. These guys, they will probably not tell the same story. Desperately trying to build a wall. The Khan flanking around, trying to pick off. He does get one. And out of that raid, Louis just keeps his villagers safe. Absolutely master play at how to not lose villagers.
It's that hospitality difference, though, you know? It's the hospitality, keeping those villas nice and tanky, really speedy. Everything feels nice and cozy, you know? And they just feel good. They want to stick around. They don't want to say hello to the Keshik. They want to run away.
But that guy especially, though, the Keshiks did not find him that important. But the relic, though, Beastyqt does not allow that. Not at all. He does allow 4 of them to go to the base of Louis, though. So Louis has been snacking, but Beastyqt, on the other hand, he will be snacking on the palace. The Khaganate Palace now being built up with 18. Now, Winston, the most important question, what is the first unit out of this?
Hui Hui.
Hui Hui Pao? I am feeling a little bit of a palace god, actually.
I'm banking that this is a Hui Hui Pao.
Okay. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, this is for you to decide what is that first unit we will be getting from the Gamba of the Khaganate Palace. Now, it does look like there are a lot of alarms going on, because this is exactly what you want to do when you are playing against someone as the Khaganate Palace is coming on in. You want to keep them in your base, or in their base, so that you can keep being greedy and keep letting that time tick. 4 villages now going down total, and it does look like French Knights are the first thing on the cards here for Beastyqt.
It's not a Hui Hui. Once again, these Keshik just coming through. I mean, at some point, I feel like Louis just needs to commit a bunch more vills to trying to wall some palisades on the right side, so that this loop at least can't continue, because Beastyqt is charging through on this left side and doing this same circular cycle, and it's essentially a cycle of doom, right? You just can't escape it if you don't wall this escape route, and this escape route keeps working. And so Louis is just going to keep having to deal with the cycle time, keep losing, you know, maybe not a ton of vills at once, but 1 or 2 at a time, and it really is starting to add up. KT already starts the game with a bit of a deficit when they get these Pilgrim upgrades, and now he's down quite a few vills.
And now he actually got a few Pilgrims alongside that. And I see Twitch chat is correcting me. It is a Roost Knights. Yes, guys, he's getting some Roost Knights on the field. So Knights be Knighting. And I am just happy that this is going to mean a very chunky army for him. But Louis, on the other hand, he's got archers. And archers, they don't deal well with the composition switch that Beastyqt is doing at the same time. We see men-at-arms in this army. And yes, I always say with enough archers, you can counter any men-at-arm. But those number of archers are not going to be what you need. And Louis, though, he's trying to match this by going Imperial himself. And Winston, I don't know what Imperial is going to give him to handle what the Mongols is about to push out, especially with Nestor Bees too.
If he's putting faith in his economy, it's certainly just Venice. Condottiero? I mean, maybe part of it is just access to the trader. I don't know. Condottiero could be interesting here. I mean, it's a good read against the hand cannoneers potentially, but they're not like that good. It's just slightly better. So I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. I'll have to see. I'm really curious how he's going to play this.
He does get a few warrior monks there as the next one, but no Hui Hui Pao just yet. The thing is, if you have the Marine Lord luck, you do get the Hui Hui Pal when you start to push out. So maybe Beastyqt is getting a little bit of that Marine Lord vibes from being around him at the LAN, and we'll see if that thing comes at the right time. But we do have a fortress put down now, which means another Pilgrim joining that route. The problem is just that Pilgrim is going to struggle after a while with the army composition here from Beastyqt. Again, very mobile army. He can be everywhere at once, and that fortress does not protect the sacred site. So it feels like these Pilgrims are going to start falling pretty quickly, if not getting denied. More elite knights coming on out, and this starts to feel quite hard, because Louis does not have anything in that composition that's going to handle this. He's floating a lot of gold. What is he? Oh, a lot of gold, a lot of food. What is he going to make with that?
Not quite sure what the plan is. I think there's more units. I think his macro is not really matching condos at all, so I don't think we're going to see them. I think he just went imp for the sake of going Imperial Age here. And now that the scary army is revealed, Men-at-Arms with the hand cannon backline, it's a solid composition. Beastyqt pushing forward in a critical moment here, going up 2-0 against Louis. With his first pick Civ would be a massive pickup for him, as the composition of rallied Cognate Palace units, Man-at-Arms, crossbows, hand cannoneers forces Louis to retreat into the confines of his base, taking safety between the monasteries, hoping for some safety. And we see condos on the field.
Winston, do you see what Beastyqt just got from the Cognate Palace? That's a Hui Hui Pal right there, as he needs it to start pushing on out. Now, it wasn't ready on the field just yet, so he is going to need to work for this a little bit more, stay alive, but that's not going to be a problem. This is Mongols. He has 83 military supply. This man is the aggressor, and Louis does not have an opening to do anything against this. With Louis not being able to spend that food, it does feel pretty tough to actually try and contest this, and Beastyqt's composition is just growing and growing and growing. Hand cannoneers now being the major part of this army too is going to make this really difficult. Hui Hui Pal is now done. Palace Guards joining the next, and another fortress coming on out for Louis. But again, these are defensive fortresses. These are not the commanding, dominant fortresses we see from Knights Templar, especially on their water map. Look at that deer stones. He's just cheekily standing there in front of the fortress, telling him, hey, you can fire at me. I'll take it.
Yeah, as our players are aiming to max out before this next big fight, you can see a clear difference in population, though, 190 to 200. A lot of that propped by the production of that Cognate Palace. 150 pop for Louis is still just not quite there. We don't see the production really. 3 in queue. Not really, like you said, 2K food, but not really finding a clean way to spend it here. Might be a bit of Louis' downfall. I don't know what he would make. Like, a horseman switch seems dire at this point and not what he really needs necessarily. We're seeing a mix of spearmen, heavy spearmen, condos, and archers, but a lot of that archer mass has just been alive for a while. So a lot of Louis' army is just been that he's been taking good trades against the raiders. But the raids have paid off dividends here. 24 vills down so far from Beastyqt is just a phenomenal job at raiding Louis, who's generally been an impeccable defender. But we'll see how this push goes. I mean, the Hui Hui's taking its shots. Some crazy range.
Yeah, Louis is going to need something special to be able to take those, and he knows he cannot take a forward fight, but at the same time, those units are running for their lives into Beastyqt's base, and at the same time, Beastyqt is just cleaning them up from behind. He knows that this is in a suboptimal position for Louis. Louis now trying to make his way back, finding some villager. I say singular villager right there, but Beastyqt's army is going to be chasing this down, and a few units will be picked up. The tower is now providing a sense of protection here for the Hui Hui Pal. Villagers also at the ready to protect it and repair it. A bombard now in queue so that Beastyqt can ensure that he can clean out this push. And with that growing Mongol mass, we gotta ask ourselves, is Katie still a tier 1 pick on this if you don't find that clear damage? Because Beastyqt didn't do the damage he needed, but Louis couldn't find any follow-up either.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Louis seemed a little bit lost as soon as he hit Imperial. Like, his army here just completely out of position, and this fight was pretty rough for him, and that might be a game-losing fight, as now 100 military to 20 plenty of siege to help the push. Louis tried to pull the army of Beasty down to the south corner so he could mop up these forward defenses and maybe try and kill the Hui. But so far, no luck. Maybe gonna get on top of it here with the, but the repairs come in just in time, and Louis unable to take down the Hui, which is going to matter as Beasty's reinforcements are now charging forward, coming forth once more into the fray. They stare down the front of Louis' base, and Louis down Vils, down military, down bad in this population situation. 89 pop to a clean 200 from Beasty. Look at the sheer number of upgrades on the side of Beasty. And yeah, Louis is just going to have to tap out there. Beasty with a clean win, even though that early game, it didn't seem particularly dominant. It seemed like Louis was really clever with the positioning of the early, which sacred site to send the pilgrims to. It just sort of kept working. But, I mean, Whammon, tell me, what do you think is going on in Louis' head right now?
Louis, I feel like, could be very surprised here. KT has been one of his comfort picks. There's been instances where he bans KT first, and he still picks it first, even though his opponent would not have access to it, because he feels like it's that good of a civilization, and it's a huge priority for him. So being or losing on your comfort pick must not feel that great right now. And we have to ask ourselves, is this going to go to Louis' head? Is he going to be able to get out of this? And as we can now see, Louis, he still, that was a thinking phase, but at the same time, a what just happened phase. So now looking at that graph, we can see Louis investing in that little bit of second dock pretty early on. It looked like, hey, this is a pretty big boost to an income. Beasty not able to find any damage. It looked good for him, but even then, the economy count, you see that pink graph just slightly at the top there, but Beasty eventually skyrocketing after that, after transitioning onto his second water as well. And the question is just, was Louis supposed to shut down the food on water instead, alongside trying to stop the Mangadai?
Yeah, I think honestly, whenever I'm in a situation where these Mangadai are just running circles around the base, I always feel a sense of regret that I haven't walled like a little portion in the back, right? You want to just put like a tiny little wall from your wood line to the edge of the map, and it doesn't prevent the units from coming in. It prevents them from spiraling around your base forever. This is the same with Knights, but Mangadai especially. It's just so critical in my eye. And every time I lose to this, I'm reminded, if I had just don't delay. Just don't wait. As soon as you have 100 wood, send like 8 Vils. You might even lose one if the Mangadai spots you, or there's 2 Mangadai there. But it is worth it in the future when your base gets a lot safer and those raids end up losing units. They trap themselves, you're able to corner them better, they take worse trades because they have to run past, worse positions on the map, and that is very difficult to handle. That is something that can make those raids really not work, but Louis kept that whole south side of his base completely free. He had a little spot on the north side where he had a little hole, a little wood line, a small, the tiny wood line, and a small hole there, a little gap there, a little palisade there would have made a big deal because those Mangadai were just running circles around that. And, you think, could it be as simple as walling there? I don't know. I'm not the pro player, so I don't want to say, oh, you just build walls and then the Mangadai don't get in. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I am saying whenever I lose like that, that is the one thing I'm thinking of, is why didn't I defend better? And because his army was stronger. We saw that. He had like 30 archers in feudal, and he just was never able to go across the map. And by the time he had finally dealt with a bit of it and felt safe enough with the numbers he had at home, Beastyqt had already built 3 outposts on his main gold. There was a Steppard out there. There were Springald emplacements there. And what is he going to do? What is he going to do? There's just nothing Archers can do. He went for the siege. He went for the ram thinking he was maybe really behind. Just got completely clapped in that fight. And at that point, the game was kind of over. But, I think respect to Louis for playing that one out just to make sure, really trying to validate that claim, right? But yeah, interesting game all around. And I wonder how Beasty is feeling.
This, I think, is a game that was so important for Beasty to win as well. We saw in his previous set against Anatand, he looked good. But okay, everyone's looking good. But Anatand looked really, really strong. And Anatand was an opponent that Beasty felt confident against. This is not the same level of confidence I heard from him before. And maybe that was the key to it. Maybe not being that confident, but being just, I can do this methodically. that was maybe the answer here for him. But now we did see a reverse come back from our players yesterday. So Louis is not out of this yet, but they did choose their civilizations. And Winston, we've got an Abbasid versus Byzantines in front of us.
Yeah, on regions too, which we haven't seen this matchup, I think, on this map. I mean, maybe this is something the players have practiced, but I don't believe we've seen this in the tournament yet. I could be incorrect about that though. There's some games. It's been a lot, lots going on. But yeah, this is interesting. So not your standard pro scout civs, which has been something we've seen on a couple of the games here, where you get all concentration of the deer there, and if you get map control, you can do that. So we'll see. We'll see how this pans out. I mean, it's a berry map for Beastyqt. If he can control that, the other corner with all the berry and that single boar, that's going to be a lot of food for Beastyqt. Just the berries, just long term. But that is, of course, if BC doesn't have map control, and Biz really have this aggressive timing. We've seen it time and time again in this tournament. Biz, they get to that 5 cistern, they hit a couple olive groves around it, and it just feels like they can produce as much as they want. They have the flexibility to counter a lot of different things. We could even see javelins in this game to deal with basically any of the cool options that Beastyqt brings to the table. But I guess we'll have to see what the players do here in just a minute.
Guys, we are ready to roll on in. Let's see what these two men are going to be pulling out. And we've been actually seeing a lot of spicy plays here from Byzantines. We do have some player POVs from both of these. Shout out to production. Oh my goodness. Winston, isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's pretty cool to watch.
And they're just so fast. I feel like when we're looking at the scouting patterns from both of these players,
they look so calm.
Yeah, they do. I would panic just from being that fast already.
Yeah, like in this context, it's like, oh, this is a peaceful situation. Like, oh, I found a sheep. Oh, nice, a sheep, another sheep.
Another sheep.
And then you look at the players, and they're just like, every single click is like the most important thing. But that's what it takes, It's part of it's the ritual of staying in shape and warmed up and ready for the higher octane moments. And other parts are, every little bit counts. These early game interactions around sheep are critical. Missing one, missing two, it can be very decisive later on in the game. So it's important that you're on point at all stages, and these players are sure to bring it.
Both of these guys not really getting a lot of sheep here early on. We can see there's still 15 or 14, sheep 13, sheep up for grabs. And this is definitely a matchup where I would say the sheep matters less than we're used to, right? We have Byzantines, which they love to go out on them berries. They love to be snacking. Abbasid, same thing, right? Not a civilization that we're like, oh no, they're out of sheep, this is the end of it. But at the same time, it's about survivability. It's about getting into that early to mid game and actually being able to outlast those early resources. But Louis now, he is on the winning side of the sheep war right now. Now, as we can see, the House of Wisdom finishing up there, and Beasty now still a little bit behind on the sheep here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, though, it's not the biggest deal for either of these civs. It is something you care about, though, especially with Biz, you get the grand binary in a lot of these matchups, and it is an important thing that you don't have to max it out right away. Generally, we see players try and build, between 8 to 12-ish farms in Feudal Age. If you feel like you have to do that too soon, it can come at a detriment of a lot of the potency. I feel like it takes away a lot of the options. It means that your castle age is a lot worse, stuff like that.
Now, with that third cistern almost at the ready, we do see that Louis is going for the military wing. Now, the military wing for this matchup specifically, it forces the Byzantines to invest in a unit we don't typically want to see out of the Byzantines, and that's the archer. But that cistern is in a very particular position there. That feels like the usual Grand Winery position in most cases, Winston.
Yeah, could this be Hippodrome game? That is where you'd want to put it. So this could be a situation for the Hippodrome, and this is the strategy, this is the prep.
This is something that I think Louis now actually can deal with just because of his military wing. And the question is, does Beasty know that Louis is going for the military wing? Because that is the critical key piece of information here. You've now blocked the place you usually would put wonderful winery to just get all the oil you need, but at the same time, you've got the berries there. You can handle this. Now, with the lack of sheep that he also got, I do think this is going to be a lot harder to sustain than what we usually see out of the Hippodrome. Military wing is almost finished, and we'll see if Louis goes straight for the base to try and deny at least a little bit of resources, because Beastie is still on stone. He's still getting the stone, so those cisterns, it's going to be level 4 pretty soon, and level 5 should be following shortly after. But with the military wing, it does become a lot more risky to be this greedy, and Beastie right now, I feel like he's a bit greedy.
Yeah, so I was thinking about the Hippodrome a little bit, and one of the key things about this map is, well, there's no trade post.
Oh, yes.
There's no trade post, and one of the things that players have been doing a lot recently is really trying to find the best trade posts early game with Biz, and that's one of the reasons that Biz has been kind of potent is, you know, yeah, you can go the normal, you can just go the usual, like just get your longbows, right, do whatever, but that's
a villager. Winston, that is a villager.
It's going to get spotted, and there's going to be surely some sort of horseman or something.
This villager is not supported by many units just yet, but
well,
they are there right now. Yes.
Is he trying to tower the Hippodrome, or sorry, tower the winery? And there's no winery. It's like, oh, surprise, I'm not even on the berries. I mean, this could be rather annoying because this is a big investment from Beastie at this stage. We're about to go up to 4, and he's going to cancel.
That is not a great feeling, because for you, you know the Hippodrome is not necessarily the move we see out of people. Now, that's a very low scout if that horse decides to turn around and snack on it. Oh, he will, but look at Beastie being a greedy...
That's crazy.
Absolute
That is a crazy aqueduct, bro. That is going so far. He's like, I want my next cistern to be in Narnia, please. Yeah, so that's interesting. So something that Louis has to prepare for now is once there are enough horsemen on the field, the Triumph becomes really, really potent against low numbers of spearmen.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have enough spears, and it's more than you think, because the horsemen get both healing and extra damage, and that's just flat damage. So it just feels good against spears. So you really have to be careful in those engagements, and that's going to mean Louis is going to have to find some sort of counter to horsemen, which means, I mean, do you really want to make more spears right now, as Abba said? I mean, you can, but it is not what you want to do on this map, where you're trying to be aggressive. To have to suddenly switch your production buildings over to the spears is going to feel annoying, and we're seeing Beastie committing now to the horsemen. I'm not sure how many horsemen he'll choose to make, right? It could just be a few for raids and wait for Castle Age.
This does depend on what his decision is when he sees that second TC, because Louis is about to put that second TC down. And when you see your opponent going for second TC, it does feel like you're putting yourself on a timer. But at the same time, this is the Byzantines on a soon-to-be level 5 cistern. And that just doesn't do the same amount of pressure to a Byzantines as you would usually see out of most people. Now, the thing is, he's up against a lot of horsemen from Louis as well. So 4 horsemen is not going to allow Beastie to just go out on the map and get the berries all the way out there in China, I would say. Definitely the eastern side being very far away.
Yeah, that Ville deserves a raise. Can we look at that Ville? Can we just like pan over that wall real quick? Can we just appreciate, like, that is an industrious Ville. Look at the distance. Look at the amount of aqueduct this one solitary human has built. That's just incredible.
Low risk, high reward. Oh my goodness, he could.
It just keeps going. It's like we didn't even get to the end. Oh yeah, and there's the final result. Yeah, you did it. Good job.
Confetti.
It's not quite a raise, but you know, it's sincere appreciation for your hard work. Here's the wolf.
You just build a wall. Time to hunt, brother, if you want to live. But Louis now, he's getting more and more horses. Beastie, same thing though. Beastie knows, just like you said about the fact that he can heal them up, it is not the same type of fight that we usually see in spearmen into horses. And even just having 2 spearmen usually would do a lot, but with only 2 spearmen, you're not going to be able to take those down. Louis now, he is going to find these vills, and he should not be able to kill one just yet, as they do have a wheelbarrow. They get to run back quite quickly, but This does signal to Beastyqt that Louis is making horses, and he should be a little bit more careful about going out there on the berries. But it doesn't seem like Louis knows this. He doesn't realize that Beastyqt is being a greedy goose, building aqueducts all the way into Narnia. Now, he does spot that second TC with his units, and this is going to tell him, hey, I can either just keep making units, I can go for castle, or I can keep making units and just kill him and deny that second TC, because there is a little bit of a timer here before that second TC pays off, because it was a very major investment here.
Yeah, and the Bastions, you know, let's not forget fresh food stuff has been cooking away, and you can see the difference. Beastyqt has 2 food and 12 horsemen. Louis has 500 food and 10 horsemen with an 11th in queue, right? Now Beastyqt has 2 more in queue, but like, Beastyqt is spending all of his food. Louis is slowly stacking up, and you know, this could be a situation where he needs to build more units, especially you need numbers to overcome Triumph. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. There's raids all over the place. A couple kills here and there are really going to start to add up. The destroyed value, though, is still quite low, as these players are just more dancing and just saying hello. It's a little high fives between the horsemen. They're not really they're not shooting to kill, you know. They're just being friends. They say high five, you know, a slap maybe, and then they go their separate ways. So there's quite a few low horsemen, which should mean that when Beastyqt does click Triumph, it's a very high impact, because every, you know, over time this Triumph gets longer and longer. So being able to delay it this long is really good.
And the thing is, Louis now needs to respect this. He does pull back, he wants to get a little bit of damage, but he cannot overcommit. Louis only now getting his military upgrades, while Beastyqt, he's already stacked up on quite a few. He's got his eco upgrades, he's got his military upgrades as well. He's going to be looking for a fight pretty soon. The second set of longbows also going to be joining soon. Louis, though, he's going to have 18 horses on the field. The problem is just the difference in Beastyqt's horses is going to make this a very tough fight. And the thing is, I think Louis knows this. Louis does need to find a way to do damage without losing the majority of that army, because we know Byzantines, once it gets to this point, it's so hard to stop their pushes if you don't have at least the same mass of units there.
Well, I actually think it's interesting. As the horses pass like ships in the night, there's a certain thing missing from Beastyqt right now, and that is he does not have 12 farms. He does not have the Grand Winery. This is usually where Byzantines kind of come online to a certain degree. There's been no farm investment yet, which means that transition into olive groves is still going to be expensive. With 50 wood, that isn't happening anytime soon. BC's just been trying to get berries to get enough longbows out, which I'm not really sure what the longbows are super doing. I don't know if they're the most valuable thing right now, but at some point, BC is going to have to do that farm transition. And on the other side of things, we already see Louis going into the culture wing, which is going to mean cheaper techs coming forward really quickly, which means that big tech advantage that BC has built up in Feudal Age, if he's not able to capitalize now, Louis will catch up quite quickly if time is given.
And Beastyqt has given Louis' TC a little bit of time to actually start stacking up. The thing is, Louis does not have any gold in the bank. So when he does hit that age up, if he doesn't reroute right now, he's not going to have enough for all those critical upgrades he needs to actually overrun the Byzantines' army. But now, Louis' units, he's got enough to actually stop these stray little horses trying to find damage. But Beastyqt, he's doing something else. He's flanking yet again. He wants to take down a few of these horses. Remember, Abbasid, they cannot age up faster. They're just aging up. Beastyqt also now looking at aging up himself while putting this pressure. Louis trying to split up his army to ensure that you do not take down all of them at the same time.
Yeah, some interesting micro back and forth here. A few units going down. As you can see, the destroyed value is still quite low in this game overall. Just a few horsemen going down. Beastyqt definitely getting the better of the trades, especially in the past couple of minutes. But as we start to see Castle Age, we also have to contend with the fact that camels are going to come into play, and I've seen Louis' games. I don't think he's afraid to make a couple camels in here, and they will absolutely demolish these horsemen, and I think it's not really relevant if they have Triumph. I mean, maybe veteran horsemen with +2 attack with Triumph is enough to deal with a few early camels, but I have a feeling Louis might make quite a few camels here.
And Louis still, he's got a lot of villagers extra. That income is looking good. And like you said, that farm transition is going to take a while when Beastyqt eventually decides to do it. Now, of course, you have to keep in mind there's a lot of berries on this map. That farm transition is very far away. But this is something around the 20-minute mark that Beastyqt is going to need to think about. Now, Beastyqt, he is looking for that engagement as he sees that age up coming on through. Now, clicking up his horseman upgrades too. the thing is, he's got cisterns. Those upgrades are going to come in a little bit faster around the same time that Louis is deciding to attack onto him. But you see those villagers, they're on the sheep, the very, very barren sheep that he is going to run out of pretty soon. But Beasty, though, he's feeling pretty confident against this. We do see the towers getting attacked, villagers under siege. He might pick up a few here. 3 go down total so far.
Whoa.
But does need to pull back for now, I say. Never mind. He is most likely feeling very confident with those horses because he's still got a lot of points in that hippodrome.
Well, that just gave Beasty a lot of information, actually. He saw that those vills still don't have wheelbarrow, which means that we're really trying to milk some value out of Culture Wing right now, and there's a lot of text to go through, and getting denied out this gold is quite huge here for Louis as he looks to take a fight, but is it going to be enough? He's made only 4 Gulam since going up. Here's the Triumph. The Horsemen are going to feel so strong here with the vet upgrades. The front line just going to go down. No camels in sight. Louis' army has completely melted. 8 units remain. 37 for Beasty. He's pushing in. He's got a solid composition. Longbows and Horsemen. The Triumph continues. It still has not ended, and triumphant is Beasty as he takes the series.
He takes on Louis 3-0. Our previous EGC champion, Beasty, is feeling good. You can see it on that face. He's getting up now, feeling great about this. Now, this is not just about winning this one match. This is so much more. The next game he gets to watch is his next opponent coming on out from groups, and that is going to be a very important one for him. Beasty now packing up those game buds as well. He is feeling good, mouth full of, after that sweaty game, we can definitely imagine he needs to hydrate.
Yeah, that was surprising. At the start of this series, we had talked about the competitive scene and how impressive it was that we hadn't had a 3-0 yet. Did we just jinx it a little bit?
I think we did. Winston, this one's on us. This is
that's
the
on us.
curse.
Oh man, that's the caster curse right there. I hope not. Louis there walking out a little dejected. You can see on his face not happy with that performance, and honestly, nor should he. That was a brutal position to be in. That was tricky. What could you even do? I think part of it was just completely not expecting that play from Biz.
Yes.
When that Vill was going forward, I was so confident that he thought there was a winery he did not scout. And that shows a level of expectation that Louis had for how that game is going to be played. Beasty completely counteracted that. And even small details, like you said, never even spotting that cistern on the far right. And that could have been something where, you're able to maybe send a horse or two and just quickly burn down the aqueduct, disconnect, and now all the vills are worse. You have most of them at 4, and the ones over there get very isolated. And just little details like that, I think, could have helped Louis' play, but I'm not sure. Beasty seemed to have quite the strategy for that game, and it paid off.
He prepared. Now, understanding exactly what your opponent likes to do, that is one thing, but it feels like he knew exactly what every step of Louis' decision-making is going to be. And Louis being a little bit overconfident, like you said, with that villager going on out, trying to do the tower rush, the late tower rush with the military wing, it does feel pretty opposite and a pretty good play to have, but the Hippodrome has been seeing a little bit more screen time. And I remember Crackety looking at me with sus in his eyes when I told him the Hippodrome is starting to make a comeback. But no, boys, we are seeing the Hippodrome. It's back and it's doing some work.
It's impressive there. And, I think Louis might have to take his draft back to the drawing board here. I think he's definitely going to have some thought and some introspection into how exactly he's going to handle this. Because, he's still not out of the tournament. This was not an elimination. He gets to go to the loser's bracket, correct?
Yes, exactly. So now the next match that we have is going to be the match from Group A, which is going to be an elimination match or a promotion match, as I guess we could say.
Right.
But now Louis gets to watch that too. And for him, this is going to be a very important set of information because he needs to think about this and his gameplay for the next set. But he only has one set to think about. So he needs to sit down, focus, and find a game plan that will actually secure him this. Because usually we would say Louis can make it all the way. But everyone's looking really good. Really good. Anatan, Anatand is looking fantastic. And Louis, he's going to have to put up a show. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send you over to the analyst desk. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you in the next set.
Welcome everyone. We are at the desk, the most important desk right now, because we are with a winner, a person who did something very, very dirty here, because the last S-tier victories person, the GOAT, have fallen with a clean 3-0. Now let me ask you about something. From the first game, Coastal Cliffs, did you where you imagine that he's going to pick Rus there with the not 0% win rate anymore? Because actually, Anatand won a game with Rus. So, did you expect it that he's gonna pick Rus there?
I actually did, and I was going to pick Delhi into Rus, but I was like, it's Coastal, Delhi's not great there, but if I get that matchup, it's pretty good. But if I get like any other, it's going to be a disaster. So I just kind of went for the more safe pick, I guess, in Zushi. So yeah, managed to deny some pro scouting, delayed a little bit, hit castle, and I just kind of followed through with a little timing there. So
a little bit of a fun fact that we were talking Rus counters, right, in a lobby where we are watching Beasty's game, and like, hey, what do you think was counters Rus? And everyone in the lobby said like Zushi, China, said Malian, and now looks like Japanese as well. So they were just joking around, but yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, actually, we were watching one of the Rus games, I think Marine Lords game, and I was next to Louis, and I told him, I'll let you pick Rus, I'm not picking that again. So he even banned it, actually, which maybe he thought I was mind gaming him, but I was just being honest. So in the end, he got it, but yeah.
And
didn't work out.
And he had to play against Zushi, so it worked out for you, for sure.
Yep.
All right, let's go to game number 2, which was 4 legs. Now, this is really funny. So everyone was like, okay, this is Louis, he gonna win everything. And I said one thing, okay? I watched everyone, I just yelled, Mangudai. That's all I said, Mangudai. And they were like, no, there is no way KT gonna lose to Mangudai on this map. I was like, no, listen to me, Beasty, Mangudai, his raids, everything builds up together, reaches Imperial, there is no chance for Louis to win. No, you're gonna see. Beasty going to lose this, but was it the Mangudai?
I think that was like the smoothest messy game, because Mongol games are usually very messy. You can't really plan it out. Everything is in the moment. But I feel like everything went pretty well. And I think Louis is probably the best KT player. Like, he's really good with KT. He even plays it on LAN maps, like practices it, not necessarily in tournaments. But so he's really good, but I felt pretty confident. I think KT is a bit overrated maybe on water maps. And yeah, I mean, when I saw him first pick KT, I was like, yeah, I'm happy with that. So, yeah, the game got a little bit like messy at some points. It gets kind of scary, but as long as you kind of transition to Castle and Imperial pretty well, there's no timing for KT to do anything, I think so.
That's amazing to hear. I literally felt a little bit of as well, because also on 4 legs there are not really attempt of building dock on the opponent's side, right? Also there was not really a huge attempt. It was like, all right, I'm gonna block out your fishing ships. It was more like, okay, we are transitioning into the castle age as well. He went up with the heavy spearman. Was it a little bit of surprise for you that he went with the heavy spearman?
No, I think a lot of people do that, because Genoese crossbowmen, you need like strong front line, because you usually mass archers at that point, so people go with the heavy spearmen. But I just committed a little bit in castle. I got one good fight in where I killed like half of his army, or caught half of his army, and then after that, I feel like it is heavy spearmen, so it is men-at-arm, but you don't really want your army comp to be like spearman / men-at-arm plus archer on a map where you have like crazy amount of resources. So I felt like my army is a lot better with Kashi, crossbow, Mangudai, a lot more expensive. So yeah, it's one of those things where he can't raid, so I can only die to like direct attacks. Meanwhile, if he makes any mistakes, he's just bleeding economy. So.
And did you get scared when you saw the condottiere, or you were like really like, oh my god, I have Mangudai anyway?
So funny thing, I thought they're lens connect, so I was like, how is he making those? And I was like, and I clicked on it. Like, I'm not even joking. In the middle of the game, I clicked on it and I read what it is, and I was like, oh yeah, those exist.
Those
Because
exist.
I don't remember the last time I played against them. So, I mean, I had a bunch of hand cannoneers, but I had also crossbows and like everything else. And I think he was probably getting pretty low on gold, even with 5 relics.
Yeah, also he didn't really much secure the gold on the map, right? Because most of the fortresses were also close to his base rather than on the map to secure like a large gold or gorge at all. So let's see, the last game was on regions, Byzantine versus Abbasid. Now I'm not really familiar with this matchup because most of the time we don't see Abbasid at all, like who picks Abbasid, right? So, but did you felt comfortable?
I mean, against Byzantine, so there was a little bit of a mind game going. So against Byzantine, you obviously want to like tower rush or you want to spear rush the berries. And I have seen or played against Louis, and he does like the military into tower rush. So because there was no Dark Age barracks, I said, I'm just going to go Hippodrome anyway. So when his villager arrived, he then realized I don't have Grand Winery. So he immediately started running back. And at that point, I feel like he invested into stable, a villager ran across the map, and then he went second TC, so I felt like in a really, really good spot. As long as I'm not losing villagers, I secured the bears on the right side. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to age up, get upgrades, and kill him, because I haven't used the Hippodrome tickets at all. I just waited for like the one big engagement, and he kept making horsemen, and you know, if we both make horsemen, but mine have an activation ability that makes them heal and do damage, I was like, yeah.
I honestly felt like about your units and everything, right? So the horseman, you have it. I said the others as well. Look, he has the food. And now if he just sends the horseman in and has exploratories, which if you kill a villager, you get 30 gold per villager kill, he's gonna just age up. But you aged up anyway, he aged up as well. But were you comfortable when he hit the next age faster than you? Like, did you feel that it's over anyway?
No, not really, because like I felt like that's fine, because I feel like he just wasted a lot of resources. Even if his upgrades hit, again, we're basically identical units, right? Except the horsemen from Byzantine are better. So I felt like I also have longbows, so if he goes spearmen, it's not going to work already. Yes. Even if he focuses my longbows with horsemen, my horsemen will kill everything else, like including gulams, and I was already making cataphracts behind it, so... Yeah, I felt pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, I honestly feel like this landmark is not really that much appreciated compared to the other one, because we like the extra olive oil, of course. We love if you are, you know, getting oil up. But anyway, so the Hippodrome with the +4 damage and the HP regeneration is just such a nice, you know, landmark to have, both on the horseman, Mangudai, or the cataphracts as well, right?
Yeah, I think Grand Winery
might be
Hippodrome is the king.
Oh my God, you heard it. You heard it today, right now. Beasty just said it. And you know, I can already... S tier. We need a new landmark tier list immediately when he will go home. Everyone has to spam the chat like, Beasty, make a new landmark tier list. You have to. Well, yeah, that was amazing 3 games we had. So... that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you so much for being here and showing that you are the Byzantine king with the Hippodrome, because you are the first person who wins like that, right? So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And see you guys after a little bit of break. Or not? Okay, it is.
Wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a clear cast mic. Be heard.
I gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to...
We've all tried this. Ready the game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. And that's one part of 13,335, the weight of GTA 6. That's right, we did the math.
Hi, I'm Cole wearing an Arctis Nova 3 wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity. What'd you say? I can't hear him at all. And that's the power of a Clearcast mic. Be heard.
I gotta find my clip and edit. Click share, Discord, share.
How durable is Arctis Nova 3? Well, let me show you.
The wait is over. For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. And spatial audio with active noise cancellation. They just keep on playing. And with great power comes great possibilities. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever.
The music is kind of a vibe, Myriad. Every single time I get into these ads, I'm just like kind of jiving out. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the second last series of today, Vortex versus Wham. And this is a elimination match.
That it is.
Very important.
That it is. So everything's on the line here. What's on the line is not only a lot of money potentially for the winner in the future, but also, as you mentioned, elimination for the loser, right? Whoever is finished is out of the tournament completely. No holds barred. It is brutality to the max at this point, you know. It is cruel and competition is getting fiercer than ever. And what two players to face elimination, right? I mean, these two are some of the best players in the world. Normally they're the ones who eliminate others, but at this level,
it's anyone's game.
Story.
That's the crazy thing. I feel like this tournament has been an absolute fest of destruction, but it's not the usual destruction we see. It's not like, oh, this guy's going to take the set. It used to be like that, but now everything is just all up in the air. Anyone can take it. But guys, we do have a little bit of a head-to-head in front of us. It looks like we have a bit of a favorite here, but also game count very close. Definitely.
It's
very close.
It's very close. In the last encounters, right, we see Wham most recently has been getting the better of Vortex, right? 3-1 in the Elite Classic 3. And then in KPMM 16 and 15. In 16, Wham taking him down 3-0. Not an easy feat at all, but Vortex before that taking him out 3-2. And Vortex still leads in the overall series, but the games are way, way closer. And of course, recently, Wham has had the edge. I mean, these two already met, didn't they, Mareka, in this tournament? On day number 1, Wham taking out Vortex 3-1 to go into the winners matches, putting Vortex down to elimination, who then took CSO out 3-0. And now they meet again to decide it all.
Now, this is usually a pretty tough position to be in because there's this curse, and I don't know if you know the curse. I've learned about this curse back from the StarCraft days. If you face them in a group like this, usually the curse states that they are going to do exactly the opposite to you. So, by curse predictions, Wham might be taking this actually, Wham might be losing this 3-1. Isn't that the case?
He technically should. If it's fully reversed, Wham should be taken out here in pretty painful fashion indeed. And obviously, like he himself, you know, unfortunate result for Papipo, of course, losing 2 tough sets, both 3-2. That must be really painful. So he must feel for his brother. And of course, now, being the only Canadian left in the tournament, he has to sort of bear the torch forward from here on out. So there's a lot of expectations, but for Vortex as well, right? His own brother didn't make it for the tournament. Lucifron, of course, quite a historical fashion, beaten out by CSO to qualify here. And he's, of course, the other brother that's left alone by himself in this tournament. So it's the battle of the brothers at the end of the day.
And that was the tough position as well. Lucifron was our backup player here. He has made it almost through every time, but Vortex, he got sent alone from Spain, and he has to carry the flag of Spain all the way here. Now, guys, before we talk about that match we're going to have, remember, after this, there will be some giveaways. So stay tuned after the match. The series. Don't go grab a cup of tea. Wait and participate, because we have mice up for grabs and a signed mouse pad with all of your favorite players on here as well. I do see that Papipo has signed it upside down because he's from the opposite side of the world. So if you are keen on getting some of those, more people can sign it. You can just send your requests. So aside from that, Myriad, we've got Rus versus China. And as a Rus player, I struggle to kill China. How does this matchup play out?
Struggling to kill China seems to be a common denominator for most civs in the game. That seems to be the case. But out of all civs in the game to do it, it would be Rus, wouldn't it? This matchup's becoming quite classic. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Seems like we've had a little bit of a bait and switch. It's in fact Rus instead up against Byzantines, which is also a classic one. Classic one by now, isn't it? And so far, Rus has really struggled this tournament against Byzantines, haven't they?
Well, Rus has been struggling, full stop.
Period.
Yeah. Rus, a civilization that players have been banning in every other tournament. apparently is not doing too hot in this one. And still, it is the first pick. It's 0-7 right now. A civilization that used to be completely the opposite way, where we would have a 7-0 by this point. But we can see some player statistics there in the background. Wham's stats just off the charts completely. So high, they're behind the PC screen. And that's the beauty of a screen. You can just see Wham is pumping all the way. But what I want to point out is the creativity here. Vortex is someone who's been noted as being a bit more creative in this. And there we go. Beautiful. Right there in front of us. And at the same time, being a little bit higher ranked in micro as well. So for those of you wondering, how did we get these stats? Only the top players voted for these players to get an average of what they perceive these players to be at. Now, usually when you see someone with a 9 on creativity and a 9 on speed, that's when you start shaking in your boots.
A little bit. It's one of those things, right? Vortex just known for his impeccable unit control as well as his aggression, and sometimes pulling out some really creative strategies, which he has shown on often occasion already, whereas Wham, just a supremely well-rounded player. Jack of all trades, really, at this point. So it's an interesting clash in that regard, right? We're going to see one of the most aggressive and potent players when it comes to micro face against someone who is, well, flexible in all ways, really, can play any map, any civilization with tremendous efficacy. And you can see the hands already working hard on that keyboard and the mouse. Looks like I might just be typing for now. Yeah, that seems to be the case. But yeah, this matchup, it's still so intriguing to me, because it feels like every time I ask someone about this matchup, they have a different opinion from the last person I asked. And then when I ask them again, their opinion changes. So really, who is favored is anyone's guess at this point.
Now, these two, as we can see, the player POV, which freshly implemented from the last series. I am so excited to see exactly how fast these guys are clicking. We do see exactly how Vortex is feeling. Every single facial expression matched with what every click means. Now, usually when we think about this matchup, I want to talk about how the tempo goes and usually how the game plays out. We do see Rus opening with 2 scouts. Historically, it was always 3 scouts, but we've been seeing a lot more players edge on the side of 2, which makes a lot of sense. You want to keep that little bit of extra food. It goes a long way, especially on a map where the sheep is really going to matter here. I would love to see, yes, that looks good. Vortex now coming at it from both sides. He does see the 2 on stone, which is also pretty standard here for the Byzantines. A civilization that now likes to be a little bit greedy and get their systems up, ensuring that their economy is busting.
We spoke about this before, right? It's this interesting dynamic of Rus really leaning towards that castle age, fueled by the faster gather rate of the deer, allowing them to pump so many premium units, whether it be horse archers, men at arms, those boyars, fortitude, knights later on, or premium tools that the Rus has access to overcome virtually any obstacle. But Byzantines, they don't mind sitting back, do they? As that stone rolls in, as the aqueducts connect to those cisterns, the water level rises, and so does the gather rate to exponential rates to that economy. When it reaches the point where once Rus does run out of that deer, sure, their economy is still stellar, but Byzantines just keeps going because the machine is well oiled by that point.
Now, the question is just, does Rus get enough deer to keep the pressure up and actually punish the Byzantines for being the greedy goose civilization we usually see out of them? Now, that is a question you have to ask Wham. Is he going to be able to put that aggression down and stop the deer from actually pouring into the Rus base? Because that's usually the factor here. Can I deny the deer from my opponent, and how much can I deny? Now, we do see that Vortex actually got quite a lot of sheep, and this is pretty tough for Wham. Because as Byzantines, you're not a civilization that is so heavily focused on getting the sheep. But if you're up against the Rus, it's so important to grab them, because if you don't, they are going to drown in resources, and they are going to have more than enough to outlast, even if you try to deny the deer. So Wham already, he knows that he didn't get that many. So he, of course, has this in his mind of what he needs to target and where he needs to go with this. But Wham actually going for the Grand Winery, which is a landmark we haven't seen from Byzantines as commonly as we used to.
No, Imperial Hippodrome has taken over a little bit in some cases, especially when there is the threat of that Dark Age. Of course, Rus, not really known for that, not something they often go for. However, although the sheep will be favored towards Rus, as is to be expected, Double Scout does enable that possibility in a lot of instances. Byzantines don't mind too much, do they? I mean, with so many berries on this map towards that flank, it is a notable lead. And with the faster gather rate once Horticulture is in as well. Although typically you gather from berries much slower, that is not really the case for Byzantines being what is essentially a pseudo berry sieve once they get that Horticulture in, and of course with the assisting gathering rate. And not only the food comes in, but the olive oil as well. And when the olive oil comes in, that means double the amount of troops that any other civilization can really field with just food alone. Notably on this map though, right, we spoke about the deer. Now, there are less deer on regions than on other maps, notably. So you might think, oh, well, why would you even pick Rus here in that case, right? Well, the reason for that is, although there's less deer, most of the deer is neutrally contestable. As we see, both players start with only one home deer pack, nice and safe, the 7 standard deer, and then there are an additional 12 deer towards the western side of the map here, and these are all neutrally up for grabs for both players. In fact, with the way the map has spawned, it's a little bit closer to Vortex in this case. So as long as he puts up a little bit of a fight in the feudal age, enough to secure himself those deer, then he's going to have plenty to munch on and work with, and that sweet venison will field so many units.
The problem is Wham is now starting to make Limitenay, and Limitenay, they are pretty slow. The thing is, he needs to decide where to send those bad boys, because they need to move across the map and decide on a location. Luckily, with all the deer spawning onto the left side of the map, he is able to do that for most of these packs, but there's one safe deer pack he is not going to be able to intercept. And you can see with those scouts from Vortex, he did as much as he could to actually just annoy Wham. And burning down, or trying to burning down the mining camp at least, is going to just be a little bit of annoyance, get a little bit of a distraction, and ensure the Limitenay is not in optimal position. But at the same time, Vortex did not pull those scouts back into position where they needed to be to instantly start picking up deer. So even though he is able to cause a little bit of annoyance, is this going to cost him 2 or 3 deer that he could have potentially gotten back to base safely? He does make the responsible choice though, and he goes for a handful of archers to try and stop this Limitenay counter that he so desperately is going to need to punish. The archer in position, as we see that scout getting dangerously low, but he goes back and picks up his carcass. He will be planning to feed the army, almost paying with the price of his life.
The archers have hit the field, already impaling the shields of the Limitenay. Sturdy shields they are as well, however, in the face of heavy town center fire with the garrison, not quite enough sturdiness on those shields. Longbows in production as well now from the mercenary encampment for Wham, and as well as Iron Undermesh on the way for him alongside their wheelbarrow. Looking very similar so far to the very first meeting actually, where Wham was the Rus and Vortex was the Byzantines. Vortex was able to secure that victory with some relentless aggression, Kairos Siphon timing alongside the Longbows and the Limitenay for him as the Byzantines, but the roles are now reversed. However, Vortex opts for the same, and I think this is the right choice. You have to respect this timing from the Byzantines. It's really dangerous when that Kairos Siphon hits, starts torching your infrastructure, and that's true whether it's longbows as well as when it's javelins. It doesn't really matter. Either way, you are under fire. Literally in this case, and with the archers and horsemen now in production for Vortex, he will have the tools necessary to deal with them, but it's a fine line, isn't it? You really have to be careful how much and how little you commit to these units, because too much and suddenly you've wasted too much time in feudal, you're running out of deer, and Byzantine eco is still pumping. Too little and, well, your base is pretty much on fire.
See, this is usually the tough position as the Rus player. You know you cannot just go naked castle like we used to go, because a lot of players just did not know how to do that level of damage. But now, you're up against the best in the world, right? You can't just sit there and say, oh, Wham, he's not going to make any units, I'm just going to sit back, relax, and go castle. Try to get horse archers out and harass. But no, you actually have to make units. But now the fatal question here for Rus is, when do I stop making units? When do I actually commit to going castle myself now? And that has been very much unanswered, simply stated here by the fact that Rus does not win any games currently, and Vortex right now sacrificing horsemen, not looking at where they're going. 2 will go down, and that is a pretty massive pickup here, because Rus, they are a civilization here that needs to be able to shut down this massive, and I say massive, Byzantine's army, but there's another 5 longbows that are about to pump out, and you need horsemen to deal with them. So Wham behind this, he is thinking about castle himself, and this is going to start getting harder for Rus, because we saw this in the previous set as well. It is very easy to overcommit on these archers, and all of a sudden there is a big tanky horse in your base and you have no idea how to kill it.
Yeah, the small lapse in judgment there costing Vortex a couple of the horsemen as well as the HP on the rest, on the one that barely gets away to tell his life story after that encounter. And with the level of unit commitment here from Vortex, he will be able to secure those there. The tough part here for Wham is, you see that Vortex is doubling down on the archers, and the archers, sure, stats-wise they are weaker than the longbows, both in damage and range, but the movement speed is a very notable advantage that the archers have. So with 15 to 10, if they're able to get a nice little wrap around the longbows and keep close to them, then the longbows can be cleaned up, and of course, costing olive oil, well, Vortex is going to have a way easier time remaking his archers as opposed to Wham is going to have to remake his longbows. Speaking of, though, High Trade House now on the way as well, whilst Vortex is actually keeping Wham pinned on his side of the base.
And this is usually not something we see from the Rus player. Rus player is someone who goes a little bit greedy, but Vortex, he reads this matchup and he knows what he needs to do to slow down a little bit of Byzantines. The thing is, even though it looks dead even in terms of villager count, we have to keep in mind that those cisterns have been doing work, and all of the income is boosted there for Wham. He is 100% happy with this position that he's in. As he's clicking up the Goldhorn Tower himself, not rushing it up too fast, only building it with 7, he knows that the next play is going to be for the relics. Now Vortex, though, he has a lot of horsemen on the field, a very mobile army. He should be able to shut down a little bit of this, but Vortex, he's got a pretty big mass. So he has to be careful. If Wham is out of position and some of his units get caught, this could be devastating.
To see Wham doing a little move out onto his home deer back, definitely a nice little bonus to get. Sure, there's no olive oil to be gained from the deer, but the gathering rate bonus is still there, which would allow one to pump out even more units, or indeed, in this case, get up to the castle age faster than they otherwise would. Now, Veteran C is coming in for the archers for Vortex, who is now going to go for a sneaky little attack on the berries, the secondary berries here for Wham, but quick reactions on the Canadian. He's able to garrison just in time and save the lives of those poor little villagers. Veteran C halfway finished now for Vortex, as well as both of the ranged upgrades. It does seem to be Warrior Monks in combination with the Knights for Vortex here. Makes perfect sense, right? Definitely a good composition to go for. And we have seen the dominance of Knights in this sort of mid-game here as the castle age begins and commences. It's just so powerful, especially as a civilization that has bonuses to those Knights, like the Rus with the Boyar's Fortitude upgrade. Although, speaking of bonuses, just like the Byzantines have the longbows, this is a fight you have to be very careful of with Vortex, because especially as you begin retreating, those longbows will keep volleying you quite relentlessly.
And you can see with that destroyed value there in the left corner, Wham just killed a lot of units. This was not a good fight for Vortex at all. He had the archer mass, but felt a little bit confident with Wham aging up, thinking, okay, I can take this upgrade, or I can take this fight, my units have their upgrades, but the longbows, they have a little bit of extra range. They do hit a little bit differently, and now the relics are starting to come on in. We do see that high trade house at 140 gold per minute, but now the archers, again, they're looking for a little bit of an opening, and even though their movement speed is a little less, you do need to keep in mind that they are closer to the base, so you're not going to be able to chase them forever. And now there are 3 cataphracts on the map. This does start to become a little bit slimy, as they will slide right through your front line and right on top of your archers, and Vortex needs to respect this. We do see the upgrades, blacksmith upgrades, being pushed out here from Vortex. He knows there's an inevitable fight coming, and he's got the knights to deal with this. The problem is just there are 7 limited, and I don't feel like the Rus Knights do too well against a Cataphract Limited A army with the longbows that are just able to kite a little bit better, especially with how defensive they're being.
It's a really tough composition to deal with, even for civilization like the Rus, right? I mean, you have all bases covered here as well. The longbows will deal with any kind of crossbow play or counter archer play for that matter, as well as spears, of course. And because of their high base damage and range, they'll also deal pretty effectively with armored units once the upgrades are in. Meanwhile, Limitane will be a fantastic addition against any kind of cavalry, whilst also being more resistant to arrow fire than regular spearmen. And of course, the Cataphract to round it off, one of the strongest cavalry units in the game. So much health, so much damage, and the same speed as a knight alongside that trample. It's a very scary unit. And Vortex, I mean, we see he's already behind in knight numbers compared to the Cataphracts. Sure, the knights would trade reasonably okay, at least cost for cost, up against the Cataphracts. But the problem is the economies, right? I mean, Rus has a fantastic economy, but arguably Byzantines, once the cisterns are up and the villages are irrigated, might even be better.
Now, this does look like a little bit of being out of position. That is a very heavy group of archers, but they are not going to do anything against these Cataphracts as they charge on top of them, obliterating most of them. Some of these Cataphracts are moving onto the knights, though, and the archers can kite and do a little bit of damage. And not all hope is lost just yet, but it does look like this is going to be tough. The archers are trying to focus down the longbows as they know that those are the main damage dealers. So once they get taken down, replacing them is going to be so difficult, but they're running into a few more Cataphracts, and this feels tough, Myriad. I don't know if Vortex can keep this up.
There is a counterflank incoming in from the Knights here for Vortex. I do wonder whether we have Boyar's Fortitude in already. That's a very significant detail in this fight, and we do not. Once again, similarly, just like Marine Lord did up against Wham, with a big fight, at least one of the big fights is taken before a crucial upgrade comes in, and the result of which we can see manifested here. Vortex suddenly half of the military count compared to Wham, who just keeps pumping. The Cataphracts, again, exceeding the Knights. Meanwhile, the longbows as well. If you add together Vortex's archers and crossbows, he still has less than Wham's longbows alone. And Wham, looking in a commanding position, now securing the third relic for himself as well.
Now, getting that extra bump of a relic is quite important because it's not just about getting all that gold, it's about that oil, and he's going to be able to make those limited edition units just that much better. Now, Vortex investing in a little bit of the Wham walls there around his base, ensuring that these raids do not come in for free, as Wham is starting to have a very sizable amount of Cataphracts here. Now, 7 crossbows, you might think, oh, this is decent enough, he will be able to try and snipe these down. They are not going to do enough damage against that huge mass, even if they do single target them, because by the time they do, most of them are already gone. Now, these longbows are starting to look very confident, and that's usually not what we see out of most people. You want to keep your longbows safe, but Wham feels confident in this. He gets to move out. Now, these towers also reinforced with that mangonel emplacement makes this a lot harder to actually find the damage that Vortex needs to do, especially with all those systems boosting the economy.
Vortex does find what he needs to, which is the flank berries. There's just this point right here on the map, on regions, is where Byzantines needs to get their food income. If Vortex is unable to deny this, then I really don't think there's much he can do in this game, because the amount of food and olive oil concentrated into such a small portion of the map is just astronomical here for Wham. And Vortex, although potentially before he may have been in a position to deny this, I feel like that window is slowly slipping away.
And this is not the Rus that we are used to seeing in this position. Oh my goodness. The amount of longbows just firing at the knights. See, this is one of those rare instances where your longbow mass can actually deal with the knight mass if they ran straight at them. Now, these knights are trying to desperately find some damage. They do charge upon 2 villagers, 2 of them going down, but some of these knights are going to pay the price. And now, right now, Wham doesn't mind losing a villager or 2. He's actually in a pretty good spot regarding that. And the farm transition looking decent here at the back too. He gets more idle time, a few more villagers going down, but the knights, again, paying the price. And Vortex's food is most likely not in the same position here as Wham's. Wham already has his farm transition underway, while Vortex, he is tapping the last of that deer meat out in his base.
Vortex does find the nice little raid from the back of Wham's base there. Manages to pick up 7 villagers for his trouble in combination with the picks on the berries towards the eastern side of the map there. And the eastern region, you could say, if you want to be really clever in this case, as Vortex now on the back foot, once again in this game. Does get out the Mangonel, 2 even right now to deal with this longbow mass, coupled alongside crossbows, and there are a lot of crossbows to deal with the heavy numbers of cataphracts, but I mean the numbers don't lie. It looks to be a little bit too much here for Wham. So many longbows, and the longbows themselves, out of all archers in the game, are going to deal pretty effectively with these Mangonels, and of course there's always the cataphracts as well. But Wham, he's not going to jump the gun. Patience is key in such situations. You have your opponent on the back foot. You have them by the throat in their base. No need to squeeze out the life too quickly.
The problem is he's just killed 22 villagers. Vortex knows this. Vortex knows he needs to find a way to deal with this mass. And the thing is, Wham has perfectly made this comp that he can handle this type of siege. Right now, Vortex is a pretty sizable crossbow army. Yes, he's got the Mangonels in there too, but there's a lot of longbows that can handle most of what's walking his way. And the cataphracts, they are not going to mind about any front line. They're just going to try and dive straight through. But now the villagers on a very rare gold for Roos to actually be mining. Now he does go right on top here, but I don't know if he's going to notice the charge misses here, and unfortunately for him only 1 villager goes down, but that doesn't matter. Or 2 actually. He has killed more than enough.
I think we might have just missed the trap on the woodline, but the damage that Wham has caused is actually way more severe than either of us anticipated here, as 24 villagers have went down for Vortex in this game, and you can see the income is looking absolutely anemic compared to it. I mean, Wham has more food income alone than the entirety of Vortex's income in and of itself. It is brutal in this game right now for Vortex. Double sight lock-in for Wham behind this as well. Triple, soon-to-be quad Mangonel play here for Vortex, alongside crossbows. I mean, it's just crossbows and Mangonels at this point in time, which he tries to push across the map with. He knows he just kind of has to go for it and deal some damage because he just took so much himself. But realistically, what's he gonna do with now the veterancy for the Horseman coming in for Wham as well? The Horseman switch is gonna be in full swing very soon. Very healthy food income here for Wham too, and Vortex understands there's just not much left for him in this first game.
Now, Vortex knew that this was probably the only opportunity he was going to be able to get to do some damage, because he lost all those villagers. There was no way for him to economically get back into the game unless Wham makes a critical error. But what we've seen out of Wham has not been critical errors. We've been seeing a man that's calculated, knows when to take risks, and knows when to pull back. Now, Wham, he's got his thinking face on. He feels good about this one, but what is next for him? And looking beautiful on that white SteelSeries keyboard there, must say, absolutely gorgeous.
It must be one of the big reasons why he is looking so strong in this tournament, right? I mean, on top of it, dragging Marine Lord in a hard-fought series all the way to game number 5, not an easy feat at all, especially after his recent performance up against Marine Lord, where obviously it was a tough 3-0 for him to swallow, but looking very sharp. Wham! This tournament has been performing tremendously, taking out Vortex on that day number 1, putting him on the elimination match, and now again leading pretty comfortably after this game, I have to say. Up a game against Vortex here, taking out Roos again. Roos, Mareka, what's happening? It just feels like, what happened?
It feels
what is this?
Players learned what to do against it. And as the SteelSeries of Confetti is celebrating the destruction of Rus, we will take a moment to understand that other civilizations also need a chance to shine. Now, I'm really glad to see a little bit of diversity here, because I know for a long time, Rus has always just been first pick, first ban. It's not been a civilization that people have let through. But now, as we can see, there is a new wave of consistency in bans. And that consistency is KT, China, Echery, and Echery. And the story is pretty similar for most of them. We have been seeing a few Japanese bans slide here and there, but most of the time, it's looking pretty constant. People have not really figured out exactly what to do about KT yet, except for Beastyqt letting that one through and saying, hey, I'll take it as it comes, don't worry.
Yeah, KT on these water maps feels almost like cheating, to be honest. A lot of the time, it's you know, you can almost fall asleep and win, but you know, sometimes things go wrong, and you know, I don't want to make it sound too one-sided. There are ways around them. Some civs have a better chance than others, namely Mongols, as Beastyqt has demonstrated. However, you know, the ban is there, the respect is there. It's a very scary pick, and China as well. I mean, China is just so dominant. They are good at literally everything in this game, and it's shocking really to see it, but not so shocking to see it banned as we are heading to Kawasan. Vortex's choice, no surprise there. Vortex, known for his, well, terrifying ability on water especially, isn't it? So picking what is one of his home maps here, the Kawasan, and Ayubid to do so up against, honestly, a very tough civilization, the Zushi. And plenty of reasons for it on this map. Zushi on Kawasan have looked so dominant in the past. That meditation gardens in the center, easily exceeding 100 food per minute, allowing you to pump those ships without even needing any fishing boats. The classic goldless age up for Zushi has been looking really strong. And players respected to the point where they will even just pull villagers and make a tower just to prevent the placement in that center mid-map. We'll have to see how that goes this game.
It does feel like a tough matchup because either way, you need to react suboptimally with your civilization, trying to build a tower, pulling 2 extra villagers to shut Zushi down. And it feels like Zushi usually is in the driving seat, but we'll see that in a moment. So Zushi, they are usually a civilization that needs to decide now, am I going to go greedy all the way to the middle and get all of that food? Or am I just going to get it on a pretty juicy spot there at the back where you usually get a little bit of stone in as well? And as we see that bird's eye view of the map, a scout running in the distance, Vortex versus Wham on Kawasan. Let's go see who is going to be the greedy goose going for the middle, or if they'll play it safe.
Scouts are on their way as we get a beautiful pan of the map there. Wham in the color green, spawning in the north side of Kawasan here, playing as Jushi's legacy straight away, going for what we expected, the goldless age up here, and you can see the tax is already being abused there. This is not tax evasion, folks, this is tax inflation in this game happening right now as Vortex spawning in the south side of the map in the color red as Ayu bids. And he's going to go for the dock play. What I'm curious about here, Moreka, is whether we will see the advancement wing, which sometimes we have seen, or the industry wing instead, which has gained even further traction due to that sweet build time, as well as, of course, even more importantly, the wood, allowing an immense pump of naval military.
Now, there is a slight change of plans here as Vortex decides I am not going to be dealing with sending my villagers to the middle. I am barely going to drop yet 1 sheep in the middle. And if our observer would be so kind as to zoom in on that bad boy in the middle so we can see that sheep that was killed right there, blocking the meditation garden. And this is the 5-head play, Myriad. This is the play where you sacrifice 250 food to secure the middle, or to secure the middle from any sneaky shenanigan plays from the Zushi. Now Zushi is pulling those villagers, and we can see the scout is aware Vortex knows this is happening, and he's like, you are about to find a little surprise here. But they still double down on this and want to get at least most of the berries, as many as they can. He wants to go for the middle. He sees, well, there's no safe spot for him as this sheep is standing there dead. Vortex probably breathing a sigh of relief here as he sees himself blocking most of those berries.
Yes, a nice little play there by Vortex. This is something that we have theorized in the past and haven't really seen it too often before as of yet here on Kawasan, but Vortex taking full advantage. And, you know, for his efforts, he denies, what, 10 food from the meditation gardens, you know? I mean, it's Zushi at the end of the day. It is Kawasan at the end of the day, so plenty of berries and plenty of space for the meditation gardens. But we repeat time and time again, every little inkling of an advantage counts at this level. So meditation gardens will finish with the 4 villagers. Wham's Reese Bank already looking really healthy. Does he have the dock up just yet? Doesn't seem to be the case. No, dock will be dropped now. Active wood gathering is going on as well, supervised by the official. Meanwhile, Vortex with the industry wing on the way as well. 1 minute and 10 seconds out. Although that dock is going to be up quite a bit beforehand. And I'm wondering whether Vortex is going to be able to actually keep this pond secure. He did not greed. It's only 3 fishing ships, right? Optimally, that will be enough, exactly enough garrison slots to keep them safe. But of course, the question is there a second dock? I think there might be a second dock just to the north side of that upper pond there. Yep, on the way now for Vortex. And looks like Wham will not spot that. It will go up, and that's a pretty significant detail. It means that Vortex has 2 docks to play with here already. Definitely a boost that he's gonna find most welcome. And I think even Vortex has a dock on the southern pond as well, already up and running, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just been placed down. The blueprint is there, and the villager is hard at work to build it. Springboard ship opener here for Wham, so he's going to be able to pressurize these fishing ships hardcore here. Meanwhile, of course, the Springboard ships, additional damage to buildings compared to the galleys. He can start putting on the hurt onto the actual dock itself.
Now that's usually the opening that we don't expect to see here on a water play when you want to deny as much fish as possible. And with this opening, he, unfortunately for Vortex, forces him to react in a way that might not be as optimal, because in this position you usually want to be able to counter one type of ship, but because of that age up advantage, Wham is just easily going to be able to take control of that pond, at least on the one side here. But we do see double ship now in queue, and we'll find out which dock these are going to come out of. We now see those going all the way to the back, but rock, paper, scissors are both standing at the front of the dock, and he needs to be careful. This is going to be perfect micro necessary, as the demo ship is looking for a connection on the Springald ship, but he does pull it back just in time without losing any HP on that demo.
Tri-ship combination out here for Wham, and this is a scary position for Vortex to be in, but the advantage for him is going to be those fishing ships, right? He's going to be able to heal the galley, already hard at work doing so, but galley overextends just a little bit. He has to be very careful not to lose it here, but the fishing ships connect just in time. The healing keeps coming. Wham refocuses his attention onto the fishing ships. One of them goes down, but the demo connects on the backside and takes out one of the ships, and there we... Vortex manages to take out the Springald ship there as well as deny the demo, but he does lose one of his galleys in turn, as well as the fishing ship alongside it there. But still, fantastic micro from Vortex so far, considering how behind he was on this spawn into the ship timing. Even now, just dancing with the fishing ships too that are left. Galley, once again, in play here for Vortex. Looks like demo is going to be following up as well.
Now, even though Wham does eventually have the ability to take control of that pond now, we have to take a look at this bottom one as well. This is in a position where he's got double docks here, he's secured this pond, and all Vortex needs to do is force Wham to keep investing on this lake so that he gets the value out of this. Vortex does seem to be like he is done trying to fight this, but he tries to get as much as he can from that ship, just gathering every bit of fish he can so it doesn't go over to Wham at some point. But now Wham making another Springald ship behind this as well. So again, a massive investment that goes onto that lake, but to be fair, Wham is going to have full ability to go and get whatever he wants from there. Vortex though, he's getting a demo ship. And the big question is, where is that boy going to come out of? Because if he tries to keep putting pressure up on that top pond, it's just going to ensure, that Wham needs to keep on investing, and he cannot slow down anytime soon. But both of these players floating a little bit of gold here, and floating a bit of food on Wham's side now. I don't know if he's going to be starting to spend these on land, or if we're going to go for a little bit of a castle play. He doesn't have the gold in the bank to do this just yet, but we do see those archery ranges coming on out now, and the barracks. So it does look like we are going to be investing in some units pretty soon.
Vortex is feeling the pressure in this game. We saw the demo was in production for a little while, which he then cancelled and then re-put in the same queue once again. So Vortex is a bit indecisive in this game. As a result of this early start, he's unable to keep that top pond secure. Wham does take full control. However, he did consolidate his control over that southern pond and is now pretty significantly ahead in terms of fishing ships here, which he's going to be pretty happy with. Golden Age 1 is also not far off. Only one additional building needed under that House of Wisdom network to bring him an additional plus 10% gathering rate. Nothing to scoff at, without a doubt, especially in these kind of aggressive matchups here. Vortex does a sort of little half-ditch last attempt there to distract Wham and keep him busy, maybe get him to reinvest into a ship there, but it's not gonna really bear fruit. Wham is instead gonna look to amp up the pressure as a result of this. Zuganu production has commenced, as well as Spears as a follow-up in production to defend those who said Zuganu. Meanwhile, Vortex is gonna produce Horsemen, 2 on the field already, as well as a Scout, which he did previously lose. And he's going to look to subvert some of the pressure that's coming towards him. But when it comes to feudal versus feudal fights, Whammon, I think Zushi is definitely favored in this instance.
It does feel like Zushi has quite a bit of a pushability here, especially with those Juggernaut numbers ramping up, because nothing that Vortex makes is going to be able to shut this down, in my opinion, especially not with the resources he has available. Yes, he's got a pond. It just doesn't feel like the pond you need to be able to make the units against Juggernaut. I don't know what he could potentially make out of here, Myriad. Is there anything in his composition that could be an answer to this? And the thing is, I don't think he knows either, because the amount of resources he's floating tells me that he is considering other options, and those other options might just be Camel Lancers in Castle.
It's true. Iobits just doesn't really have the tools to deal with a full-pitched feudal mass here from the Jushi's legacy. I mean, Juggernaut are just so much better than archers in a direct engagement, and there's not much room for micro for those archers. It's not like longbows where, sure, you have weaker firepower overall, but at least you have a great range to work with. The archers may have better range than the Zoogs, as well as more move speed, but it's not enough for effective kiting. Every time you stop, you will take some volleys and you will trade unfavorably up against them as a result. Vortex undoubtedly aware of this, so there is priority still on the Horsemen as well, but it's the exact same thing with focusing out the Spears here for Vortex. You can't do so effectively when there's Zuganu just barraging you with the repeater crossbow. It's so tough, so Vortex, he has to try to find his way out of the feudal age ASAP.
Now, he might have to find his way out, but I don't think there is a way for him to get out of this, because now he's stuck making units. He realizes this is the moment I need to keep on producing, and he just makes everything he can. We see the gold being spent on military upgrades as well. Now the sizable archer mass coming on in, but 20 Juggernaut, they do pretty well against the archer numbers, especially in feudal here. So he's got a lot of horses on the field, but again, Wham making the counter unit already, ensuring he's got enough spearmen in his pocket to deal with any of those. And of course, with spearmen, when you're up against archers, you have to be so careful not to lose them, but with enough spearmen, you can usually survive a pretty long time and do significant damage in this. Now, one thing I do love about this composition here from Wham 2 is that he is making rams. So getting rams is also a way to get those horsemen to not attack the right target. So I believe when you do a move, they very often look straight at the ram as well and go for that instead. So this does make it a little bit more slippery as well. Now, as Vortex is floating a little bit of resources here, he's just not able to spend it all, and there is nothing he can make fast enough to handle this. The problem is now we cannot go to Castle Age, because the moment he starts aging up to Castle, this is when Wham is going to fully commit, and he gets to see that on his House of Wisdom as well. And also, that age up cannot be sped up. You're stuck with a very slow age up, no matter what.
Theoretically, advancement wing is on the cards, but the issue is always ever present there. Sure, you get the age up quickly, that's it. There's nothing else alongside the advancement wing, so often it's either a move done to just secure the game outright with that timing advantage, or purely out of necessity to survive a timing attack instead. So Vortex, that might be on the cards for him, but there's a continuous reinvestment into troops here for him. But you can see just the difference, not only in economy, but also in the ability of production here. Wham! 40 Zuganus and 14 Spears on the field. I mean, Wham has more Zuganu than Vortex has Horsemen and Archers combined. It truly is a sight to behold. And Wham is just going absolutely relentless here. Triple Ram working its way on the House of Wisdom. 5 more Zuganu in queue, as well as space to follow up. But the mass is looking scary here from Vortex, and as we mentioned, he can't just keep recharging up into those Rams to pay them away, and it's a lot of wood investment for this early in the game for Wham here. So Vortex gonna look to force the issue on the defense here, not greeding for that castle edge, prudent choice indeed. But as long as Wham is careful, doesn't take 2 unfavorable fights, he should still be in a pretty commanding position here.
Now, those Zuganu are going through absolutely everything in front of them. Spearman Micro, actually, I'm quite surprised at how he's leaving the Spearman backwards, not trying to impale the horses as much as he can, focusing on getting the Zuganu to do as much as possible. But the Vortex mass is not slowing down. We can see in queue, he's got 4 more horses coming on in. And for some reason, Wham's army feels so barren, even though the numbers tell a very different story. And we do see a full group of Zuganu now joining here from the back. But is that what he may be needed to actually be taking these fights so efficiently? Because now Vortex is doing a pretty good job at this, but the question is, does Vortex have the food to keep this going? We see every single bit he has, he is spending. The Archer mass now, they are pushed back, and the horses, he needs to find a way not to suicide them into these Zuganu non-stop.
Significant detail here for Wham that's making these fights a bit more, you know, less one-sided than he would like, is that lack of undermesh. And by this point, I feel like he must have forgotten not having undermesh against such a heavy Archer priority from Vortex really hurt. And you can see the Zuganu are still trading relatively even against these Archers, even without it, but still struggling. Yeah, I mean, Vortex is just kind of pushing through now. And Wham, he desperately needs the iron undermesh, otherwise he can't keep trading effectively with the Zuganu. Once the upgrade is in, he can start really pressing the issue. Both magazines, of course, is also available for him, which I think he might already have. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we can have a look, which will extend the range of those Zuganu. No, we do not have it yet. Although I do believe it might be locked to the castle edge, actually. Or is that Dali horses? I'm not too sure.
That's okay, we can't know everything, Myriad. You already playing at such a high level, knowing 99% of everything about these civilizations. Sometimes we gotta miss one upgrade, otherwise you're just gonna be too perfect for everyone. And Twitch chat, you wanna make sure that they also teach us how to play this game.
It's true.
Now Vortex, though, he is finally clicking up Master Smiths. Now, Myriad, Master Smiths in this scenario, is this a way for him to instantly have that military prowess over the Zuganu composition? Because the Zuganu, the way you usually handle them is getting that +2 range defense. It's getting the +2 attack when you have such a heavy armor composition. Is this in Vortex's mind? Like, hey, I need to find a way to actually not die.
It is a cook.
Yeah?
It's a cook for sure, and we have seen this before, right? When you have these blacksmith upgrades and these large, massive units, getting through immediately the additional blacksmith upgrades to go alongside the veterancy can either be enough to save you, or sometimes, if you're ahead enough, to outright win the game for you. The issue, of course, for Vortex is that Wham is actually going to beat him to the age up, as would it be expected for the Zushi's legacy here. Not only a cheap age up, but a faster build speed on that age up as well. And Wham is wasting no time. The veterancy for the Zuganu is in, which looks to me like it's being supervised on top of it as well. Palace Guard upgrade coming in as well. Already 10 on the field. How did that happen, Wham? And I looked away for a second. There's 10 Palace Guards out of nowhere, which are also now being upgraded behind it. No blacksmith upgrade priority yet for Wham, however. He did get that undermesh in the end, though. So not too big of a problem in that regard. There are more archers than Zuganu, but keep in mind, the Zuganu are frankly just better, right? They are just better, and Wham is going to look to force that issue now. 13 seconds out, Master Smiths is, but the veterancy is still a long way out for Vortex in this game. He's going to look to avoid the fight. He has a good bit of gold banked up, he does. 600, that will be enough for the veterancy, as well as a good bunch of Camel Lancers, if he looks to go into them. But these are all tools that he will need really quickly.
Yeah, Vortex is spending every bit of gold he has into getting some Camel Lancers and getting that Archer veterancy. Getting +1 upgrades now, because those +2 ones, they come in for free. You just need to make sure that you get that +1 in too, because with this, he's got a shot. The problem is just, is there another gold he gets to fall back on? And right now, it doesn't look to be the case. He is going to struggle dealing with those palace guards coming towards him. But Myriad, there is 1,600 food in Wham's bank. And I don't know how he's going to be spending that, but guys, that is going to turn into a lot of units. He just needs to bank a little bit of other resources as well. Camel Lancers, though, they get a pretty good connection here, and the Archer's veterancy kick in. We do see that last upgrade trickling on in, and this is going to be a massive bump to him. Wham now, he is taking a fight very close to the base, and it doesn't look like he's winning this. These archers are moving forward, just sniping everything in their path, and the Camel Lancer, he is close by, ready to charge on top of anything. And now with all their +2 upgrades, these are not the type of units you want to be dealing with. The Camel Lancer does get destroyed here by the Jugunu, but every single time they turn around, there's an Archer death ball just taking down everything. Now these Lancers are going to look like they're made of paper as well.
Really nice timing here by Vortex there on the defense, completely enveloping Wham's mass there initially, chasing very good kiting onto the Zuganu, courtesy of that Mastersmiths. He even got the melee upgrades to get the secondary tier ones for free from that Mastersmiths for the age up. However, Wham now has Steeled Arrow level 2 in as well, Under Mesh level 2 being supervised as well. But damage is done. 11 Zuganu left only on the field compared to Vortex's 42 archers. And Wham, although his economy is superior still for now, but there's no relics whatsoever behind this. There was no mosque dropped, not for him, not for Vortex. It was pure units. And that investment did not work out as well as he had hoped. Wham suddenly, with half the military count, a little bit on the back foot here.
And this is where the game starts to open up to all these resources. Oh, but he commits, hold on, Vortex. He's running just a little bit too far forward. And now the Lancers are getting on top of the Archers, but those +2 upgrades, they are doing work. We do see that these units have that extra layer of survivability. He's not slowing down with that Archer mass that he's making. More in queue, 43 on the field already. Camel Lancers being a relic of the past. He only has 2, oh, getting one more actually. I cursed it. But these fights, they are brutal either way. The difference is just Vortex can replace this army. We see that income per minute now. And Vortex is still pretty much okay for now. Wham, on the other hand, look at how desperately he's trying to get that tower up on gold. Every single action he takes here tells us a story, and that is a story of desperation. He needs those villagers to work, and right now they don't have anywhere else to be. He's got the gold in the bank, and he just doesn't have a plan with them.
There is a secondary gold mine in the back here for Wham. He could look to pivot to that safely if he so chooses, abandoning this front one as it is heavily under threat here. A second wind of Lancers arrives here for Wham. 9 on the field now, as well as Raze behind this. Is going to give him a good bit of needed respite in this game number 2, as the mass of archers is pushed back across that center line. But they muster yet again to push across here for Vortex. His own reigns are going to be following up onto Wham's wood line, just there in the north. Looks like a bit of fighting from the military ships onto land as well is happening. Looks like one of the docks did get taken down. Meditation Gardens being harassed as well. Severely dwindling the amount of income coming in from it, even with all that food nearby. Normally, the place of rest around it only provides full income as long as there are no enemy units nearby, and that is no longer the case. Dervish on the field here for Vortex. Relic collection is going to commence. Wham now making his first monk to collect some of the relics, but is quite notably behind here, not only in the timing of that upgrade of the monk, but also in military as well. 12 Lancers are on the field compared to only 6 Camel Lancers. But this is critical archer mass at this point, Marika.
This feels like these archers can take on any unit that they come their way, except for a sizable chunk of Lancers. Now, the sizable chunk of Lancers needs to be significantly more sizable if they want to take these on, because now we're seeing 16 here and a nest of bees alongside that. Possibly a little bit of an answer here to that huge clump of archers. But Vortex, he's been playing in that Z formation for most of this. Vortex is not the kind of guy who's going to clump up his archers to one big nest of bees shot, and I am touching wood as I'm saying that, hoping not to curse the man into his own defeat. But Vortex now, he takes down that meditation garden, which will just cripple that food income from Wham a little bit more. Now, it does seem like he is in an okay position here, wanting to see a little bit what those walls are going to look like. It does look like Wham wants to secure this as much as possible. Vortex now getting his own relic, Wham doing the same, but Wham already carrying 2 back, so investing a little bit more into getting those done, even though Vortex is the one with the map control.
Yes, 2 monks are on the field here for Wham, and relic collection has commenced, 2 on the way back towards the safety of the Zushi base already. 20 lancers on the field here for Wham. Definitely a significant count. Crossbows as well, just to push the tide in his favor up against the Camo Lancers. But as we say that, the archers from Vortex, they get caught with their pants down as the Lancers from Wham march directly and get a charge and get a good few swipes of their sword. But the mass is pretty huge here from Vortex. He can't really stay too long, especially as the Lancers connect and that Camo Unease aura kicks in up against these Lancers. Wham has to retreat to fight another day.
Now, what I absolutely love to see there is the fact that Wham had that fight, and instead of queuing up anything else, he's like, well, these Lancers, they're doing pretty well. Let me get 5 more of these bad boys and go on in yet again. So, with that Lancer mass, he's hoping to make magic happen. We do see Wham all the way out here on the big gold. It is a very susceptible spot to raids, and those camels are sniffing their way to the top side of the map, but they will be met with a wall. Now, the siege on Vortex's side is going to make sure that this is a lot harder for Wham to actually try and make this work. But those Lancers, they're pretty chunky. They should be able to make it to the back line as long as the camel support is not there. And those camels, they are not with their archers right now. This does feel like a little bit of a confident move here by Vortex, but is it overconfident?
Well, triple Manganique in this case for the Iobids, certainly going to prove quite capable when it comes to that fight. Of course, there are Nesta Bees hitting the field, and although Mangonels are a lot closer to Nesta Bees when they are not Clock Tower, I'd say Nesta Bees are still just a little bit better when it comes to these engagements, and Vortex is going to take full advantage of the fact that his Manganiques also have fire here, soon looking to perhaps tee off some of them. Nope, he's going to stick to the boulders for now. More effective against units as long as the boulders hit. But the Nesta Bees gets caught on the exit from the Siege Workshop, almost goes down, but gets away just in time as the Lancers, the Dali Horses Lancers connect and meet the Camels directly head on, most of which do end up falling due to the sheer numbers of these Lancers. The Mangonels, they get exposed on the backline and they will quickly fall after getting off a volley there on the backside, but not many connections on Wham's side. Most of his backline is intact. The Lancers, however, many of them did fall. Vortex's backline is looking incredibly healthy behind this still as well. Production keeping up to behind this now. Veterancy for the Horsemen coming in. A switch might be on the cards for now. That fight certainly favoring Vortex there, taking out the Siege Workshop as well, but still not quite enough to break the Canadian.
It felt like Vortex almost overcommitted there. It felt like Vortex, he took a lot of damage, feeling confident, as we said earlier, but this felt a little bit too confident, and he needs to take a step back and be like, okay, I'm not gonna run that deep again, because a few more of those Nest of Bees shots and my archers would have been cooked. Now, he did try and get that Nest of Bees, and definitely where things could have gone a little bit hairy, but Wham, he realizes my fights can go well if Vortex makes mistakes. And the problem is just, Vortex, he's got a lot of resources in the bank too. And he's kind of in a good position here to dictate what's next. And honestly, What's next for him is almost a 200 supply. We do see 6 horses in queue, which is going to push him almost up to 190 now. And what follows from there? Well, it's either going to be a death push with a lot of replacements, or we're going to go get an Imperial Age that Wham can definitely not deal with. But Vortex, he's a very aggressive player. We know which side he usually leans on, and that is the aggressive one. He's definitely in the position to do so, knowing that he is able to break through that without much contention. He sends out the Camel Lancers to try and find a little bit of opening, find any stray villagers running around. He does see the villagers trying to desperately wall up here and spots most of Wham's army here at the back too.
All going up on the backside of Wham's base here as they are met by the Lancers there. Quite a quick wall indeed. Wham wasting no time in securing himself there. The Wham wall certainly proving worthwhile here. And behind his Vortex, managed to get up to some pretty critical horseman numbers. 23 on the field now, alongside the 3 Manjaniques, and a very scary looking backline. Crossbowmen and archers in equal numbers, but 6 Nester Bees from Wham. The Nester Bees are going to prove to be pivotal in this fight, but he has to be very careful. Meanwhile, villagers overextending there as well, throwing up a tower, but the Nester Bees are left fully exposed. Every single one falls in tatters to the horsemen marching directly in, and there's almost nothing left for Wham in this game any longer. Severe overextension costs Wham everything in this game number 2. Wow, how could he allow that to happen?
And that was the beauty of the Camel Lancers, just going all the way back. But at the same time here, we have a Lancers around, and it does look like he's giving it his all. The Mangonel, it does not go down just yet, and it's hammering away at these crossbows. Wham, he realized he may have been out of position here, but he is giving it his all. The crossbows now firing down at everything, but the horses, they are joining. Low HP or not, they are going to try and do this. We do see villagers on both sides, a little bit out of position here, but now the villagers, they do become the next victims, and now that keep is going to be a relic of the past. We do see now with the horsemen, they're trying to clean up the rest of these crossbows, not doing any bonus damage, but instantly going on to the Nester Bees. We do see that Imperial official supervising as well, trying to get those Nester Bees out as quickly as possible. But the horse mass has just proven to be too annoying.
Keep behind this for Wham was placed there, but it is not going to go up. And looks like instead, I think, is it Vortex that's throwing up the keep instead? I'm not sure. We can have a look there. I think it was Wham that had the blueprint, but now maybe Vortex is taking it. Yeah, no, it was Wham's keep that he tried to rush up, but the villagers got caught with their pants down, building that tower initially. And Wham, after losing the Nester Bees, has very little left in this game. 5 crossbows, there are 10 horsemen in production, but besides that, what else? 1 lancer, a springboard ship, 2 monks and a galley. Very little left for Zushi here, so he's going to look to make a valiant final effort here in this game number 2. But the numbers do not lie. Everything is looking fantastic for Vortex. The food income, the wood income, as well as the gold. The food income alone is looking so healthy compared to Wham's. And Vortex is able to secure that center, and there's so many berries. Another keep attempt is going to be spotted on the north side. Vortex is relentless with these raids. He's going to spot the keep. The keep will go up, courtesy of the faster build speed, but at what cost? As now Wham, only 64 economy to Vortex's 107. The Tower of the Sultan is going to get cancelled, I think, there on the front line. I'm not sure whether it was finished or not. I don't believe so. But another Manjanique is now being put up on the front line. Field construction indeed. Now production is being camped. Another Tower of the Sultan is going to be attempted here by Vortex. Certainly something that can be used to seal the deal. And Wham clambers desperately to try to find some sort of respite in this game, some way to crawl back. But the writing is on the wall.
This is such a tough spot for Wham. He knows he's 1 game up, but he needs to tire out his opponent, because this could be a very long series. We know these guys, they're aggressive, but they know how to delay and play a game late as well. So with this, Wham is giving it his all. We see all his units rally to the back there so that he can try and capitalize on this defensive position, and especially with the amount of spearmen he needs, this is not going to be the number that can be produced as everything is just melting here on the front lines. The horses just trying to fight their way through these desperate little Jugonus, hoping that they have some semblance of what a spearman is supposed to do against those horses, but there are none. Tower of the Sultan just firing away at everything. Poor Imperial official also going down, and Vortex feeling good about taking down Zushi on a map like this. Now, absolutely fantastic gameplay here by Vortex. He knew how to defend. He calculated that, but the question is just that ram push that Wham tried to do in the early game, is that the one pivotal moment where he was maybe just a little bit overconfident and lost too many units and just threw the whole game on its head?
I think you might be right, Marika. It was just a little bit overzealous, right? I mean, we're talking about a House of Wisdom here, over 10,000 health points on that alone, combination with the TC. I mean, triple RAM is really, really expensive. Imagine if all that wood was instead invested to be food and gold instead. How much faster the age up would have been. That timing that Wham was looking for might have worked, and the Master Smiths for Vortex could have been way, way too late. I'm not sure if Wham was fully hell-bent on actually killing Vortex outright in that feudal age. If so, bold choice indeed, but just so difficult to manage, isn't it? Especially on a map like this with the fishing, it's just very tough, especially against the House of Wisdom. It's so difficult to actually get a landmark victory against something like the Iobids in these situations. Afterwards, Wham just not realizing the strength of that Master Smith. I mean, how often do you see that Master Smiths coming in, right, and ends up overextending there on the fight and losing it, and Vortex taking full advantage. The Spanish bull on water, still reigning supreme.
Now, I absolutely love the fact that Master Smiths, when we do see it, it actually wins. Because it's a very tactical move. And this is exactly what Vortex did here. He waited for the right moment to get the upgrade that people did not expect. It's a very tactical one because it's unexpected. And this actually begs the question of, is it actually really good? And we're just underutilizing it until now. But looking at the rest of this draft, we still have some big question marks for ourselves. If I'm completely honest, I do think that Vortex's civilizations he has definitely puts him in a good spot, especially considering the aggression that we should be finding on these maps. But Mongols and Japan will be the choice going into the next one. But Mongols, not as if we see that much on land anymore.
Definitely not. And on a map like Cliffside, I mean, thing is, this is a nice matchup, very historical, not only in real life as well, but of course in Age of Empires 4 as well. This matchup has had many iterations throughout history, typically heavily favoring the Mongols in the past especially. Now recently, Japan has had a bit more success, courtesy of the cheaper barracks in the Dark Age means that they can actually genuinely defend themselves now in the Dark Age. I don't think they can quite push across and take the fight to the Mongol Uvu just yet, but they can at least keep themselves safe now and keep having access to that gold, to those berries, and allowing themselves the options to then fight from then on out. However, it's still tough. It's still tough. Now the Yumi are a tremendous choice in feudal age. 25 food per archer, half the price of a villager in food, and the Kurastoaus enabling that spam to commence to unprecedented levels. But the Mongols have some new tricks up their sleeves as well, don't they? In the form of that deer stones and the Khan's Hunter. Extra range on the archers? That's not something to underestimate.
The thing that we get from both of these civilizations, both of them have possible Dark Age plays. Both of them have a pretty strong Castle Age timing as well. And with these two civilizations, you don't really know what to prepare. Cliffside is not a map we've had on the ladder in a while, but it's a map that people played quite a lot of. Now, that is why we wanted to see a map like this in the pool, because it's usually a very aggressive map. This map specifically has a very short distance to travel between the two, so that's why these civilizations that are so good in the early game usually show their heads, and we'll see if we're going to be getting some Dark Age shenanigans, because Japan can also make samurai in Dark Age, right?
That they can.
And those things, they do quite well against the spears, especially considering they're an armored unit, but they are pretty expensive, and especially in those numbers, it is a risky move. But again, because these players don't necessarily get this matchup too often, this might be a very slippery slope to get on, because if you fall, you're going to go all the way down pretty quickly.
Good thing about those samurai in the Dark Age, it's not a unit you can mass constantly up against the spearmen, right? Especially with double production from Mongols. But one single samurai can do an immense amount of tanking from those spearmen, especially if you are quite proficient with your micro and being able to fully use that deflective armor to its full effect, alongside the spearmen as well as potentially Tatara from the forge. For the additional +1 damage, if you do get to that point, can be very, very effective and allows the Japanese to compete. But as to whether that's the case, we'll have to see as we do jump into game number 3 here between Vortex and Wham. It is the elimination match, the decider match. Who loses this goes home, and who wins has another chance to fight another day. As we see Vortex in the color red as the Mongols spawning on the north side of Cliffside here. That's a mouthful. Up against Wham in the color blue as the Japanese here in the south side. And Wham is not going to waste any time in Dark Age. No shenanigans here. He goes for the Tawara. He goes for the berries. He's going to soak up that food, get all the gold he needs to age up. Meanwhile, Vortex is going to go for their Classico. It's going to be the barracks. It's going to be the double production and potentially a tower rush as well.
See, this is now where things, again, get slippery, because we got to ask ourselves, is this actually Mongols' time to capitalize on something? Are they able to? The villager gets pulled back, though, so no tower rush will follow unless he's decided to send another villager over there. But with this, he's investing in the double spearman production, and we'll see if that's actually going to be able to hit the spot. Wham still on gold here. So we did see that he put a few extra on gold there to just ensure that he gets the resources he can, because of course he knows about this situation with the spearmen that will come on through. But we do see only 2 spearmen out now and no more in production. So this could just be a little bit of a fake out to ensure that Wham panics, pulls back, and tries to do nothing from here on out. Oh my goodness.
Did that go? No.
Oh, it didn't go through.
No, and that's something, this happens so often. I feel like it's so tough to gauge whether the torch connects or not, and whether, you know, like, I actually don't know whether the torch shouldn't even start being in the air or not. I just, you know, it's a little bit confusing, but still, unfortunate there for Wham. The bounty goes over to Vortex, so a little bit closer to the feudal age than Wham would like Vortex is. But he is going to beat him by quite a mile indeed, as the Kura storehouse now on the way with 4 villagers on the wood line. And tower is going to be, and oh, what a painful tower that is for Wham as well. Not only is the gold denied, but the large frontal wood line too, where the Kura is placed. That's a high value tower right there.
That tower will definitely be able to block off the left side there, which is a very important one. Wham will have access for a little while before that emplacement gets built. And the Khan screeching over the wall, just flying a little hawk over there to ensure that he gets the vision, is going to enable him to do good damage here. But Vortex, he's got a lot of food here ready for him. And this is going to mean that Mongols' ability to push is going to make this so difficult to just sit back and Japan your way to success. Now, he does have a safe wood line he gets to go to, Wham at least, but it is quite barren. And if Vortex decides to go for something like the Mangudai, he's easily going to be able to rotate around those wood lines. And we've seen this time and time again. When you get into a position like that, you are so happy just running around. And Vortex, he's that kind of guy, Myriad.
He's that kind of guy, and what a potent strategy to be that kind of guy for as well, with the Mangudai. And it is an easy thing to forget, but of course we all know about the Khan and this Falcon ability for him to peer over those wood lines and give the Mangudai all of the vision they need to shoot across it. But the Khan's Hunter providing the extra range to make it even easier to access those wood lines. And then the Khan's Hunter itself having the Falcon ability as well. Such a powerful play for the Mongols in this early feudal age. But out of all archers in the game, the Yumi is the premium choice up against the Mangudai, the additional move speed. The lower health pool means that overkill is likelier for the Mangudai, so the Yuumi, with their cheap costs, their fast move speed, they are the excellent choice up against the Mongol Mangudai. And we can see WAM, of course, is going to have the tempo when it comes to production as well, being up first, and of course not needing gold to produce this Yuumi. Second archery range is already on the way for him. Fudasashi also in for him. The second berry upgrade from the farmhouse means that the food income is going to skyrocket pretty quickly here for WAM, already reaching close to that 350 per minute mark. Vortex, it is going to be the Mangudai, as anticipated.
Now,
follow up. What's it going to be?
The problem for WAM is those Yuumi, they're great, but you need time to get the mass to be able to protect more than one side. Now, what I love to see is WAM goes onto the second gold and he puts a tower down first. He knows what's about to happen. He saw this archery range. He knows exactly what Vortex is planning. This is pretty standard here from the Mongols. So when you do see that, you feel like, oh, I need to do something about this. But building this stable close to the base means that WAM might not exactly know that this is happening yet. Again, another tower from WAM. WAM is playing this very, very safe. And that's exactly what he needs to do if he wants to hold out against this. But the Yuumi numbers, they are increasing. And Vortex, he pretended that he's investing into these Mangudai and Mangudai only. So getting those Yuumi archers, it feels pretty good. You're like, yeah, send those Mangudai to me. But he's about to get surprised with a lot of Keshiks as well. And Keshiks, they don't mind going up against a bunch of Yuumi, but just like this, you do see the Mangudai running around, seeing, oh, some villagers attacking a little bit, the Yuumi group chasing after them. But we did the leg count earlier, and those guys just run faster. With all those extra legs, they are going to be able to track faster across this map than those little Yuumis with their big bows they have to carry around.
I do like this little bait and switch here from Vortex, right? Just two Mangudai, keep WAM on edge, keep those Yuumi distracted. Meanwhile, the real threat will be in the form of those Keshiks, as the second stable actually gets placed down on the Uvu, and WAM Scout is just there to meet it. But the question is, did he spot that first stable there from Vortex? And I don't think that's going to be the case, as, yeah, he doesn't know. The two Keshiks already heading across, and WAM, he stopped production completely. It's just Yuumi, 7 Yuumi now. There is a barracks on already on the field, so he must know something. I think this might have just finished upon seeing that stable being placed down. But he's going to be there in time. I mean, there are towers, right? There is a tower on that gold that's going to keep those villagers nice and safe. Of course, not all of them can fit inside of that outpost, but there is a berry gathering going on behind WAM's base as well.
Now, you do see him putting up a wall here. The WAM wall's coming on out. Now, WAM has been quite reserved with his walls recently. He knows every little bit of wood counts, but this is one of those matchups where the wood counts. Winston was talking about this a little bit earlier, where it feels like when you get a tiny little bit of a wall up, it doesn't necessarily stop your villagers from getting killed, but it stops the Mongols from running in circles around you and just peppering up those villagers that you are so confidently sending on out. Now, the Yuumi, they are in position here, but the Mangudai do pick up one villager, and none of the Mangudai are going down themselves. This is going to delay the wall and just open them up for yet another raid, and that is a lot of Keshiks, Myriad. If those Keshiks decide to run around, they could potentially do quite a bit of damage alongside stopping that wall, because those Yuumi archers, they're not going to do much against 4 of these bad boys.
This could be a pretty dangerous timing here for WAM in this game. Only 3 spears, and yeah, he does see the Keshiks as they start charging in directly. However, WAM gets ample warning and is able to run away with the Yuumi. This is where that extra move speed is really going to come in handy. But 3 spears only, that's not really going to be enough to stop all of these Keshiks. Now, there is no undermesh yet for Vortex in this game. So diving towers, OTCs, not going to be that easy for him. But WAM is also lacking Steeled Arrow on the other side, which of course does affect both TCs and towers in terms of damage. And the floating gate is already on the way, stable being thrown up, and the intention is already clear. I mean, the floating gate is rallied directly onto the stable. That's where the Yorishiro will go to turn that stable into 1 1/4 stables, 2 1/4 stables actually. And WAM, it's a scary position because this is the gold he has. Okay, he did go for a second tower there. That's pretty significant. Arrow Slit is being prioritized for him as well. But Vortex, still no undermesh. He just can't dive that.
Yeah, Vortex now, he's got a pretty solid army, but usually with a solid army, you need a solid point of harassment. And this has not been the Mongols that we see out of most players. This is the Mongols that is running around, causing a little bit of havoc, but not connecting with anything useful. So now the floating gate is about to finish. He did not rush this up, which I honestly love to see, because this means that he had enough time to keep making units, or at least get ready for the castle age situation you're facing, especially when you're making mounted samurais, and you're going to need a lot of resources for that. So with 11 Keshiks, 1 mounted samurai is not going to cut it, but he's almost got the resources to continue. The food per minute, though, for Wham is not looking too great. And this does feel like a pretty difficult spot to be in. But we did see him go out onto the deer, so he is very much okay with moving out on the map. Someone not going for pro scouts, finally. Did not imagine we would have the opportunity to see a game without pro scouts. But these Keshiks, they don't mind taking a few hits here and go right on top of the Yumi. Some of the Yumis going down, but the archers, they do need to focus on these spears, because those Keshiks, if he loses them, he's in a lot of danger.
Yeah. And Vortex, the catching numbers are pretty scary at this point in time. Marches to support as well from the back. But there's 2 samurai on the field already. Now the relic is going to be collected as well for Wham. And Vortex, it's have to question the level of pressure here. Was it really enough? Because Wham, sure, he had a few food struggles, but he has back there, back berries as well. Very good spawn here for Wham in this game. So difficult for Vortex to pressure effectively here. But, you know, with a late archer follow-up, Vortex, I'm not sure whether he missed his timing a little bit here, but of course he did prioritize going for the age up instead. Steppered out on the way of villagers. The only issue here is, right, we do have 2 pastures, and which is great for Vortex in this case, but the problem is, if he wants to go for an Imperial Age, he's gonna have to survive this castle age here from Wham, who's already ahead of him when it comes to that castle age. And I'm just not sure whether he has the tools to do so. We'll have to see. I mean, he's going to be able to exert a lot of pressure with these Keshiks.
And getting those Keshiks out is key, but they're also really expensive. And we've seen he hasn't been able to do anything with them. All he has done is delay Wham from going into his base. And the problem is, this is not going to be working forever. As Wham's army is ever growing and you're steppered out, now finished, it needs a little bit of time. And it needs to move to a gold firstly. Right now it's just standing there in the base waiting for better days. But it needs to find a gold. And those golds, on this map specifically, they're usually not in the safest of positions. So now Vortex is going to be in a pretty tough spot if Wham decides to be a little bit more aggressive. So Wham, with his 5 mounted samurai, he is going across the map and he is looking for at least some blood.
One relic is already on the way home here for Wham. The second priest, Shinto priest, is already on the field. Seems quite quick. I think that might be from an actual Shinto shrine and not from the floating gate, but the villagers do get discovered on the backside from Wham. Plenty of mounted samurai here, spotting the deer. One did go down, but there are crossbows to meet them. However, very low numbers, so a lot of them are going to get cut down here. Meanwhile, Vortex uses that opportunity to see, oh, you have all the samurai here? Well, that's free reign for me to dive as well, and causes some idle time himself on the side there as well. But not too much damage found by either side here, and Wham just continues pumping those mounted samurai. More Yumi have been produced as well behind this. But besides that, only Steeled Arrow in for Wham, and no Blacksmith upgrades in for Vortex yet. Now Undermesh is coming in for Wham as well. Vortex has to be careful. The Blacksmith upgrades are pretty crucial in this case to be able to mount a strong offensive and defensive for that matter, but he does spot the Shinto priest carrying that relic all the way back home to sea and snipes it just in the last leg there. Realistically, that relic, of course, is going to go to Wham, but any little delay counts here. almost as if Vortex heard me. Now we see Steeled Arrow coming in for him as well. Very useful upgrade indeed, especially with those crossbows coming in. And Vortex, I wonder what the plan is going to be here. Are we looking for a very aggressive play, very typical of Vortex, or are we going to play towards that Imperial Age instead? But if we do that, the food is a problem. However, as I say that, the pastures, they're increasing.
Now, investing into those pastures is definitely something that Vortex needs to do, because he needs to find sustainability under his TC, especially if he's going to be a greedy goose going for Imperial. Now, Imperial, that's very far off, as he's it's a very important moment for him, Maria, to spend that gold on units and things that will keep him alive. And right now, those 16 Kashyyyks, they are in his base, and I've never seen a Kashyyyk inside a Mongol's base unless the opponent was also playing Mongols, because Kashyyks, they are a unit that love to raid, and him being all the way back there gives Wham again a little bit of time to just get further and further ahead. Now getting that second TC, he's got the majority of the relics in his base as well, so this does not feel too bad for Wham if Vortex is not able to force mistakes out of him. Now that second TC coming on out, it does mean that Vortex at the same time has a little bit of an opening here, because now there's been a major investment into eco, and he can now try and move out onto a goal to try and use that step redoubt just a little bit more to get closer to Imperial.
Trouble is, in this castle age here, it favors the Japanese so much, especially without that Kurutai there for the Mongols. The army for the Japanese, it's just better. The mounted samurai, such a strong unit, and Vortex doesn't have heavy cavalry of his own outside of those Kashyyks, which, I mean, well, good luck trading those against mounted samurai, that's for sure. However, a lot of them will get caught on the dive here by Wham as he looks to go in there. And Vortex, he's kind of toying with the idea of Imperial Age here. Now he's starting to bank up the numbers. But Wham, he did see the pastures. He saw the crossbow so cozily sat on the defense. He should know that something stinks. And that stink is the threat of the Khaganate Palace coming in here from Vortex, as the resources are starting to pull. Only a minute needed here for Vortex to have the res he needs to go for it. The mounted samurai are going to get discovered here by the Kashyyks. They charge directly into one another, cavalry on cavalry action, and this is not a fight that the Kashyyks want to take at all. Although their numbers do favor the mounted samurai a bit, it's not quite enough. You can see just the mounted samurai cutting down most of the Kashyyks there without too much effort. 3 mounted samurai went down to about 7 or 8 Kashyyks. The stat difference is huge there and really plays in Wham's favor. And I do wonder whether that fight was just a little bit too premature there for Vortex. And yeah, I think so as well, as he now decides to reinvest into troops. And this is, I've got to say, a little bit of a blunder, I feel like, for Vortex here. You have to commit to these units earlier if you want to do so. But if you want to go Imperial Age, you have to commit to that instead, because this half and half is a real issue. You might not have the units necessary to defend, and you might not also have the correct timing to go Imperial Age here. As Vortex has to sort of decide what to do in this case, because Wham is just going to keep up the pressure with the Japanese. It's the power of the Japanese in these kind of situations. Once they have that castle age and they have that resource access, a lot of civilizations struggle to check the advance.
And Wham is the kind of man who knows how to now capitalize on that major army that he just destroyed. The thing about that fight with Vortex is, with the Kashyyks being healing as they are doing damage, it does feel like, hey, I could possibly do something about this, especially now that I've got an upgrade or two, or my own opponent doesn't have any upgrades that benefit him in this scenario. But this was a little bit of a miscalculation by Vortex, which happens, you know? You can't be perfect, but he does get those spring-load emplacements on his towers as he is now edging towards that Imperial Age, and he knows the moment he does, this is when things start to fall apart, at least for a little while, when those mounted samurai start diving under the TC. Khaganate Palace has been clicked up with 18 villages. He wants this, and he wants it now. He's getting it close to his TC, but under that TC, I do not see enough towers to keep all those villages alive.
There's not enough towers at all, I think, Boreka. A singular tower, 15 crossbows will need to stop the advance of 63 total population of army. I mean, there's almost more mounted samurai than crossbows. And the gold on the front line. There's 2 towers here, but what a horrific place to have a gold mine in. And just poor Vortex just being forced to extend to this position. There's just not much he can do. Is the way the map is at the end of the day. And now, as the Kaguna comes in, do we have Military Academy in on the Blacksmith to boost the production speed of that Kaguna? We can have a look and check. But if not, then no, we do not have it yet. So which means that this Nest of Bees is going to be slow to produce. Nest of Bees is not exactly a terrible one, a terrible role to get here on the Kaguna against so many Yumi. Still plenty of Keshiks here to body and keep the front line steady. Can he block the choke point in time? He does not block the choke point. However, with so many spears, it begs the question whether that's even the right choice in this situation. As Vortex looks to mount a desperate defense here. Now the villagers are getting exposed. The bleeding begins here for Vortex. The gold mine is already idle. TC as well, fully garrisoned. The tower as well. Now, the ministry here for WAM is falling very, very quickly, I have to say. The Nest of Bees has come out and is in fact safe. And that Vortex is actually going to hold.
Now, he does get warrior monks for the next set. Now, those guys are going to be not the greatest loot you get, but at the same time, they can heal up your army. And that is quite useful here when you are desperately trying to stay alive in the scenario. And those Keshiks, they have taken quite a beating. Another tower not yet invested into, even though he's got the wood there. He needs to find a way to survive that next and the next dive that will inevitably come. He does have only 5 villagers there on the gold, so not overcommitting too much into that, banking on the free units to come on out. And we do have our warrior monks now in session. Next ones are going to be quite key. But we do see hand cannoneers also being chosen. So now Mangadai going to make this a little bit spicier, but the problem is you're up against those samurai. And samurai, they don't really mind a few Mangadai hits coming on the top of him. But now, look at those mounted samurai just diving yet again without taking much damage here. And the Keshiks trying to do something, but now we have a double prong attack with Wham and the villagers running for their lives.
And it's worth noting, Wham, this is not an all-in move at all. He's managing to stay really aggressive here, putting Vortex on the back foot, securing a hefty villager lead in this game. But behind all of this, he has had a second TC pumping for a while now. We can see 33 economic lead here for Wham. 83 compared to Vortex's 50, and Vortex just keeps bleeding. The gold mine is still under threat here. The Nest of Bees does get just snatched up by the mounted samurai. Just a moment of weakness is all it takes there, and it is abused in this game, of course, at this high level here, as Vortex is going to choose the hand cannoneers as his unit of choice to hold steadfast against the advance here from Wham, alongside the Kaghanat and as well as Keshiks. Another Nest of Bees is going to be in production. Not exactly what he wants against a significant melee mass here from Wham. And Wham, however, again finds a raid on the backside, and Vortex, he was slow to react. He was distracted on the front. Another 6 villagers, 4 here on the front line, and even more with Forgers. Oh, not quite. The crossbowmen do manage to clean it up in time, but that villager lead. Vortex, almost half of Wham's economy now. We can see the income per minute is just, it's looking really dire here for Vortex. While food alone for Wham is more than the entirety of Vortex's income combined here. And just to rub salt in the wound, Hui Pao is the next unit.
Yeah, the problem is that is a second TC with farms around it. Vortex not going to be able to do anything about that. And the Hui Pao, that's just the thing you need when you start to push. And he is nowhere near pushing. Now, though, we can see the army numbers staying pretty constant from Wham. He is actually thinking about Imperial. And the question is just, this Imperial age timing he's getting, is this going to be fine? Because Vortex, of course, now is going to use this opportunity to actually do a little bit of a counterattack. He does have some mobility in his army composition to try and do something about this. But I don't think he can afford to lose anything else. And with Wham being this far ahead, this does feel quite tough. We've seen the Kaghanat Palace do some pretty crazy things, but this one would take the cake, especially only having half the villagers.
It's true. But now, the Kaghanat is in fact weaker than it is before, right? And after taking so much damage, Vortex, I think, does have a bit of a mountain to climb in this case. The Tanegashima Gunsmith here for Wham is on the way. 17 on the age up for him. Now halfway finished already. And Wham, his economy is looking really, really healthy behind this. Does manage to secure the day towards the western side of the map as well as the ball. That is one of the reasons that the income is so good for him. Gold access aplenty as well. Now Vortex is setting up a camp. He's going to look to really mount up the pressure here. Now the Hui Pao, although not often the choice you want to get from the Cargonet, it can really be leveraged to your advantage here. Quite a significant bit of damage on it. You can see the Hui Pao, with only one hurl of that boulder, a third of that second DC's life is gone.
Now another nest of bees going to be joining the front lines here, and Wham, he needs a little bit of time to let this Imperial Age actually sink in, but he actually is making time by just causing idle time on the side of his opponent, trying to do a little bit of a raid or two. Wham still got double the villagers, but he still needs to make sure that he can stay up to date with this production. We do see the food per minute absolutely booming for him. So he's going to be able to keep producing. And he's doing a little bit of a unit switch here. Horseman now being the unit of choice. That is going to make sure that he has the mobility to actually handle what Vortex has on the cards. We see a lot of hand cannoneers, a lot of Kashyyyks. But Horsemen, they could possibly be those little groups that need to go out and stop him from being out on the gold all for free.
It does appear like we have Wham prioritizing once again a full melee composition in this Imperial Age. Shogunate Castle now being researched. It is fully finished for him. Level 4 melee attack in on the way for Wham as well. And veterancy for the Honor Brigatia too. So he's going to be Spearman, Horseman, as well as Honor Brigatia. He's going to look to just completely overwhelm overwhelm Vortex's forces here on the front line. But is it enough here with the triple tower set up? So many hand cannoneers as well. Is the rest of Bees looking to move into position to start shooting as well? Numbers definitely favor Wham here, but he doesn't have most of his elite upgrades yet. Secondary Nesta Bees on the back as well, looking to mount up the pressure. A second Hui Pao is going to be on the way for him as well. These hand cannons, they're doing a great job trading, but the siege gets abandoned. Just a little moment of mismicro there costs him a Nesta Beast, potentially Hui Pao, but it does manage to fall towards the back line there for him. A large, very large chunk of villagers moving across the map, trying to get to that third gold there towards the right side of the map for Vortex. And Vortex, the hand cannons, it's a little bit too much Wham. And Wham, actually, wait, Vortex actually, he just calls it.
Now Vortex realized the timing he had was not something he could close in on, and Wham probably feels good about this. Wham is now in a position where he's on match point. He's taken a pretty significant game here from Vortex, I would say, because Mongols is a civilization that I know that Vortex and Beasty has practiced together as well. Both of them know the capabilities of this, and Vortex was just not able to do the damage he needed to do, especially with those very exposed wood lines. Going for a little bit more of a caching play, it does feel a little underperforming in that scenario. And this is where you ask yourself the question, should I have raided in different spots? Was I putting my units in the right position? And I mean, that only the pros will know, but Vortex, we can see those resources gathered on his side not looking as even here, as that economy from Wham was just too strong.
Indeed, the resources gathered. Wham, with that second TC early on, the Daimyo as well as moving on to the Day and the Boar allows him to just surge forward in the resources gathered there and take the win in the end. Vortex, although it didn't quite look like he was finished, the truth is that the scaling was working so against him at that point, even with the Cargonet Palace, that when that fight, sure, he may have traded slightly favorably courtesy of the hand cannons, realistically it was only going to get harder and harder for him from then on out, unable to even take out that secondary TC to at least secure himself a little bit of respite and start scaling himself. Didn't quite manage it, so a big win here for Wham in this game number 3, which puts him now on match point.
And this is pretty good for Wham. As he knows, he's the only one left fighting for Canada. But Vortex also hoping to keep it strong here. We do see him picking Coastal Cliffs. We need to keep in mind that Coastal Cliffs is a very small map. It's aggressive. It has those fake fish on the sides that you can't actually go for. So it does feel like Vortex chose the map where he's close to the beach, he feels at home, but at the same time, he wants to be aggressive and he doesn't want to take any chances here. Malians Delhi coming out here. Now, I heard some rumors here that Malians might be busted and underutilized up until this point. So I don't know if Vortex has discovered the busted secret of Malians just yet, or if Wham will even give him the time of day. Because we know with Delhi, especially on a map like this where there's only 2 sacred sites, it does feel a little bit of a different of a play style that you need to do to get the value from them. But this does mean a lot of aggression. And on a map where pro scouts is also still very prominent, it's something that he's going to need to keep in mind when he starts making those Ghazis and trying to stop Malians from just getting free pit mines and getting all around the map while doing cow boom. You just can't leave them alone. The moment you leave them alone, you're cooked.
It's true, especially as a Delhi in this situation. It's not like Delhi goes for a second TC, especially not on a map like this with the stone being so far away. It's kind of kill or be killed for Delhi in this matchup a lot of the time. And this matchup has gone back and forth repeatedly, hasn't it? It was Delhi favored, then it was Malian favored, and then Delhi favored again, and then Mali favored again. It's tough to even keep up at this point, really. And really, I think it's somewhat of a skill matchup and bit of a map-dependent matchup as well. Now, as we mentioned, there's only 2 sacred sites here, which is normally a significant disadvantage for the Delhi, of course, right? Not having access to that gold. And for Malians as well, on this particular map, normally they like to have a little bit more space to work with. However, against Delhi in particular, if Malians do go for the very classic, reliable composition, the javelins, the donzos, they can effectively contest Delhi on this type of closed map. They don't have to maneuver as much. Their mobility isn't as, their lack of mobility, I should say, isn't as big of a disadvantage. But that's only one possibility, Whammon. Malians can just go full Sofa if they so decide. Especially now after they got buffed. They can even go Farimba, potentially, instead of the cows in the first place. Meanwhile, Delhi as well. Tower of Victory has been seen a couple of times recently, in this matchup in particular, not just Dome of the Faith. Really, the possibilities are endless.
Now that you mentioned Tower of Victory, I'm kind of getting excited because we did see a Tower of Victory the other day and it was beautiful. Because I think a lot of the players don't get to play against the Tower of Victory as much as they used to. And now that you stop getting that level of practice in, it's so easy to underestimate that bonus that gets onto those units. Now, I remember those Tower of Victory archer masses against the javelins, and I know javelins counter archers, but no, javelins do not counter a group of 60 archers. A group of 60 archers counters most things, but especially javelins, because they just cannot focus fire that well, even if you have the micro of someone like Vortex.
20% attack speed is nothing to scoff at, especially in the feudal age, right? Javelins, yes, they do very well up against archers, but as these numbers just keep increasing, and with that 20%, it's a different story altogether. But Tower Victory, although it's on the cards, it's tough to justify at the end of the day, right? I mean, there's just so much to be gained from the Dome of the Faith. Not only the research speed, but the scholars are. I mean, there's a reason they're included in the military count is because they're actually very potent military units with that healing and the amount of tanking that they can do as well there on the front line. But as we mentioned, there's so many possibilities here. I'm very excited to see what both of these players are going to bring. Farimba, notably, right, I mean, the Mansa Javelineers has been by far the most popular choice from the Farimba garrison. But they got a little shave in their strength, haven't they?
Oh, tell me more.
A bit of a move speed shave, and the move speed was the big deal, wasn't it? Just so effective at kiting. Means that they would trade it cost efficiently against virtually any composition just by sheer amount of just moving and shooting, moving and shooting. It was kind of obnoxious, to be honest with you. But well, that isn't the case anymore. Of course, they are still very capable units, but not quite as oppressive. So that is the choice here for Vortex. We'll have to see. but it might just be classic Fulani Corral instead, which might mean an immense influx of food.
Now,
not people, wham. What's the choice going to be?
Well, see, this is one of those where it's the safe play to go for the cows, right? But Vortex, he's not the type of guy who goes for the safe choice in most of his games. He's the kind of guy who will take the risks and get high reward, but we've seen what this can look like. Now, as we look at this, we do know that there's an audio issue. As you guys can see, there's a little bit of a technical pause. And while there's a technical pause, let me point out yet again, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will be doing a little bit of a giveaway. SteelSeries has now launched these wonderful wireless Rival 3 purple mice. There's also a teal one, which I'm very... Oh, aqua. What? Wait, I'm being the opposite of a color expert here. It's blue, guys. It's blue. No, not this one. This one. This is the other. This is the other version of it. But the purple. This is the purple version here today. It goes perfectly with that Byzantine's flag. So if you're a Byzantine's enjoyer, you definitely want to do this giveaway. But we also have the Gleam giveaway taking place on the channel. So if you are interested in winning a full stack of gear, you need to be checking out that Gleam giveaway as well. And aside from that, we have a SteelSeries mousepad here signed by all the pro players. And if you win it, you can send your requests for the rest of the casters and players that are here to sign it for you as well. So we'll send that out to the winner. So guys, that is going to be happening right after this series. So this being on match point, though, it could be after the next game. Now, as we see the rest of the draft, though, I know we're focused on this game. This is match point, of course. We do have to consider our options of what follows. Vortex, he still has Ottomans, and he still has Lancaster. Both of these civilizations being pretty good, I would say. I think a lot of players don't really know what to do with the Ottomans late game. They are quite slippery with those Sabahis, and they can make a lot of plays happen. While with Lancaster, you just have so many choices. You can be aggressive, you can be defensive, you can boom, you can be tempo. I love that about them. And their nerfs did damage to them, but it didn't take them out a little bit, yeah.
Tiny bit, right?
Tiny bit. I know people are saying it's not enough, and with the high priority on his pick list, we can definitely see he agrees. Because, guys, from the inside out, that is how you see the picks that the players prioritized as well. So Malians being his second priority pick, Vortex is most likely pretty confident on this himself.
Indeed. And I mean, the last map, if this is a Vortex win, will be, just make sure I'm seeing it correctly. Yeah, it will be Dry Arabia. And I mean, the choices for Vortex are great, right? Ottomans, House of Lancaster, they can be very potent on Dry Arabia. Whammo was a little bit more limited. He has the French. French is always just a great pick on these types of open maps. Abbasid can struggle a little bit more, right? Definitely it can be slightly harder to pilot them when you don't have as much resource access, which, I mean, Dry Arabia is just standard resources, of course. And especially if you don't have as much ways to keep yourself safe as the Abbasid. They do need a little bit of time to cook, of course. To get that scaling going with the second town center. Now you can play one TC potentially. I know there's a few believers in that style. It's yet to gain real traction and viability, but who knows? It could be a possibility. But I'd be surprised if we see anything other than French in that final game, which, I mean, historically they struggled against Ottomans, although recently they really have a tempo advantage courtesy of that pro scouts. It can be tough for Ottomans to hold a kind of heavy knight orientated play, as you know, it takes a while to get those Janissaries, that's for sure. Lancaster against French we've seen a couple of times, haven't we already?
The thing is, the question is still there of which one is favored. Can French actually take him down in time before, you know, the manners do the talking? Because with Lancaster, your whole play is around your manners. You will be teaching your opponent manners, or you will get mannered yourself, especially with those French knights. They do take a bit of a punch before they go down. And manners, shooting one arrow at a time, don't do too well in that regard. Now, guys, we did just get an update that the issues are fixed, so this does mean that we are going to be going in pretty soon. As we see Puppypaw with that beautiful white keyboard sitting in front of him. I have one myself, and I must say I had the black version, and then when I got the white version, the lights looked even prettier. And yes, I am passionate about my lights. Guys, that is why my gameplay is not at the level of these players, but instead, let's watch them click. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Vortex on a killer civilization here today, and Wham on the civilization that needs to punish or get punished. Let's see what these two do today.
Indeed. Wham! In the color blue as the Delhi Sultanate spawning in the south side of coastal cliffs here, looking to eliminate the Spanish ball entirely from the Masters of Steel Invitational. Day 2 here in the decider match between these two. Meanwhile, Vortex looking to make a stand here in game number 4 as the red Malians in the north side of coastal cliffs. And both civilizations have historically been very favored picks on this map, especially Malians. The Delhi Sultanate has lost a little bit of potency as of late, especially on this map, courtesy of the fact that Dome of the Faith has become more popular, which means more mobility-oriented play has become more popular for them. And of course, mobility can sometimes suffer a little bit on this map due to, well, it's a third of a map, isn't it? 2/3 of a map.
Yeah, losing a third of the map means that you lose a third of the camp. I say while touching wood, as yet again, I do not wish to curse us with a 3-hour game, because, guys, with these two, anything is possible. But Delhi and Malians, not the civilizations that usually ends up in those stalemates, but Wham, getting those free upgrades from the Delhi, it does always look so good in Dark Age, but they take a long time to get there. Sheep counter online, and we can see that Vortex is slightly favored here, but nothing too critical just yet. There's still 8 neutral sheep on this map, and that should be enough to get him through those early stages of the game. A lot of people I have been hearing talking about the fact that Malians, when they don't get the sheep they need, or if they're at a significant disadvantage, it hits them a lot harder than most civilizations that, like Delhi, that usually are fine just sitting on the berries and barely touch their sheep. But Malians especially, because you need to have time to ramp up, get those cows going. And if you run out of sheep before you have any of your ecosystem set up, you're pretty much cooked.
It's true. It's very difficult if you do not have the sheep needed as Malians. People might think, oh, well, you can just make cows. Well, what's easy to forget is that those cows, it's 100 gold almost, I think, a piece, right? And sure, it gives you a lot of food, but you need to have those villagers on gold to produce the cows, which means you have less villagers to actually gather from the food in turn. And obviously, you need wood to build pit mines, build houses, build production buildings, build donzos, blacksmiths, build the ranches themselves and the mills that then produce those cows. It makes the economic split really difficult to manage and frankly just very crippling to deal with if you do not have those necessary sheep. But I believe that was not going to be the case this game, as Vortex gets a nice little haul, and Wham as well is going to get a pretty good amount of shape. I do think Vortex might have gotten most of them, but not by too significant of a margin. Of course, Wham as a Delhi is still going to have access to the boosted berries, and later probably a free Pro Scouts as well for him. I'm wondering whether Vortex will opt to go into Pro Scouts here. Malians nowadays is interesting, as sometimes they do tend to go for that Pro Scouts, and sometimes they do not. Typically, it can depend on whether they are up against a Pro Scout civilization, as they then opt to go for it specifically to deny the day from the opponent. And the fact that they themselves get it, well, they're not going to complain about day packs under the TC, that's for sure.
Now, in this matchup, you do have to consider that Delhi can shut down Pro Scouts pretty quickly. And I do want to take a look at those golds, because, of course, with Malians, you want to get that second pit mine up. If your opponent allows it, which this is Wham, he's most likely not going to be allowing anything of the sorts. But we have to consider the opening here from Delhi into Feudal Age is usually now either a blacksmith, as we saw in the last few sets, or going into your usual old stable. So we'll see what he decides to go for. The stable is the call, and it makes a lot of sense against the Malians because you force the Malians to delay their greed and actually have to make a unit against your very, very mobile units. So the mobile units that Vortex is actually choosing is going to be horses. So with him going for pro scouts, which as we can see him now clicking up, he is going to be able to make a lot of scouts. Now, with these scouts, they do pretty well against the Ghazi Raiders because, in a way, they're like pseudo horsemen. They do pretty decently, and we see that second scout already in production. Scout upgrades also being clicked up. So these scouts are going to be extra spicy when he runs around here trying to poke at a villager. Wham, though, he needs to be careful with that bad boy because if he loses the scout, that is going to be a pretty hefty investment. We do see the scout already looking for some damage as he's attacking those villagers with his extra sharp sword.
We do see a secondary mill being placed here by Wham. He just has to remember to actually do queue up the upgrades there. An easy thing to forget, but he didn't invest into it, so needs to make sure to do it. Now prioritizing textiles as well. Yep, we see there highlighting that the fact that he did put all of them in one mill, so I really hope he notices. That's quite important for him. And Vortex, as we potentially hinted at, is going to go for that pro scout. So 3 warrior scouts on the field just already being just so annoying here. Vortex doing a great job of just keeping pressure on Wham's side of the map. Meanwhile, Wham is going to go and follow up with the spearman here. Probably in the anticipation of a sofa possibility here from Vortex. Of course, having invested into that stable, that is always a threat for him. And yeah, it is going to be Sofa as a follow-up for Vortex as well, and his own Donzo. A couple broadaxes in for him as well already. Meanwhile, Wheelbarrow not long ago has finished for Wham. And yeah, thankfully Wham did notice. So Horticulture is going to finish, and Pro Scout, Professional Scouts, is on the way for him as well behind this.
Now, the problem with Delhi's Professional Scouts is it does take a while, though. So he needs to keep that pressure up for a significant amount of time. He's just been forced off of his berries, even if just for a little while. It does tank that food income. But now, with these Donzos out on the map, he's going to be able to put a little bit of a scare in the boots of those as normal spearmen from Wham, as they do have that ranged attack, but there's an archery range behind this as well. And Wham is going for your standard little archer switch, and this is just what you expect to see from Delhi. That huge Ghazi Raider archer comp that is so popular, but no blacksmith. Oh, no, never mind. The blacksmith is there, and it is upgrading. I just could not see.
I think it's going to be Steeled Arrow as the priority here for Wham. A prudent choice indeed with the Archer follow-up, as he's going to need to be able to do a lot of damage to those Donzos to clear the way for his Ghazis to do real work, as well as his Spearmen. The Ghazis, of course, have an additional +2 damage up against armored units, so against these Sofas in particular, they will do way more damage than regular horsemen. And of course, Wham, if he's prudent on the micro, he can always pull them back to heal. A very powerful and potent bonus here for the Delhi Sultanate. Vortex, however, the day are already rolling in. That faster gather rate is going to be coming in very clutch for him in this match. Archer range follow-up as well. The first javelin hits the field, second one in queue as well. So far looking pretty classic here from both players. We'll have to see whether he keeps actively investing into those spears. It can be quite effective, not only against the Sulfur, of course, but potentially javelins as well. But don't want to invest in too many unless there's constant Sulfur production, because ultimately the javelins will inevitably kite them.
Now, usually by this point, we do see that Malians is usually greedy enough to go for a few cows already. But no cows are here just yet. And honestly, I'm worried because I feel like now that Wham can start capturing the sacred site, he's starting to put the timer on, literally, but also his units are looking feisty. That is a lot of Ghazi Raiders. He does pick up one of them, loses a Donzo in the process, but honestly, that doesn't feel too bad because he's just going to constantly be able to do this. Now, Vortex, on the other hand, he does have pro scouts. He's got a lot of deer in the base already, so he's okay, but he needs quite a while to get those javelins up and running. But now, with 10 archers already on the field, those Donzos are really going to struggle.
It's important for Vortex not to get too overzealous here. One thing that's, the pressure of having double Sacred Site taking on you like this can be quite scary as any civilization, right? You often feel this urge to just, oh, I have to decap these sites, but Vortex has the day. He has them working overtime under the TC, and naturally investing into those scouts and that professional scouts technology delayed his unit timings a little bit, but it will all be worth it in the end. He just has to bide his time a little bit, sure. Let the site stick for a little while here. Eventually, his army will just be superior in this feudal age, and also bigger eventually as he keeps gathering from the day. So he just needs to bide his time, not take too many losses, not overextend too far. Well, I say that, engagement is going to occur here. The javelins press forward alongside the Donzo are going to go look for a skewer onto the guards with good control from Wham to prevent that from happening. Meanwhile, the Jabs are going to be focusing onto the archers in turn. Take out a good few of them, but the numbers still really favor Wham in this position. That's what I mean. Vortex has to be really careful not to overextend too early here, as in the end, they may bite him in the behind potentially, as he now gets pressed all the way back to his base, and already the military count for Wham, including scholars, is double.
Now this does feel like we are still not in a position where Vortex can take this anytime soon. He's lost a bit of those sofas as well, and the Ghazi Raiders, they're going to do really well against that mass of javelins that are so far forward at the moment, and I honestly am so worried about those. They need to be very, very safely tucked behind those Donzas, but those Donzas are getting picked off so quickly. The archer mass getting rid of them in no time, and every single kiting here matters. Now 8 minutes on the Sacred Site timer, and again, it's not a serious problem yet.
Yet is indeed the key word. Vortex, however, has been pinned to his base a little bit, now actually forced to go out into those berries. Surprising choice considering he actually still has not only sheep, but they as well. Almost takes some villager losses there, but pulls back just in the nick of time to prevent that doing so. Wham as well, however, might be pushing his early good trading a little bit too far, as his archer numbers are starting to suffer quite a bit compared to Vortex's javelins. You don't really want those numbers to get anywhere near even. You need way more archers than the opponent has javelins to trade effectively and take out those Donzos in good time for your Ghazis to clear the way. As the upgrades are rolling in for Wham, after this Steeled Arrow, Iron Undermesh, excuse me, finishes, I would love to see a Scholar pull from him. He has his eco upgrades, he's got his Pro Scouts, and his Scouts are now gathering his own day. Once he pulls these Scholars, they can really start to turn the tide of battle. You're not too worried about, you know, Bloomery or the melee armor technology. It won't make a very big difference in these fights, but the Scholars certainly will.
Now these archers are trying to pick off all of these Donzos, but the javelins, they are in the right amount of numbers to handle these archers. These archers being quite far forward, javelins just quickly peppering them from behind, ensuring that the mass does not keep up. Wham seems to have stopped making them as much, and this feels kind of dangerous for him because Vortex, he's investing everything into those javelins. Now slowly starting to add cows. He's got 4 cows in the base, ensuring that the food starts ticking. Now the Sacred Site timer has been completely stopped and almost decapped on the top side as well, but he will keep getting that gold income from the top one. It is going to be a little bit harder as the food is going to start to run thin for him. He does have Pro Scouts, but with all the deer that was left on the map, he's most likely not going to be in the best position for a long time.
Vortex's numbers just keep swelling behind this. The javelins now officially exceed the archers. Donzos exceed the Ghazis. Wham looks in such a great position early on, but just maybe pushing a bit too far. Missing his timing there, and now the site has been decapped, and Vortex actually feeling confident enough to push directly into Wham's base with as the infantry player compared to Wham being the cavalry player. Not a sight you often see here, as Vortex is adding cows behind this as well. got plenty of his eco upgrades as well behind it. Wheelbarrow in, double broadaxe in as well, and has his ranged upgrades, most notably in this feudal age. Now looking to grab around the north side of this wood line. Wham! Looking to mount a defense. The Ghazi from the north. This could be a massive pinch round, but the Donzos, good reactions from Vortex there to meet them. But the Javelin is actually falling pretty quickly here behind. Wham is doing a great job with the micro to keep Vortex distracted, make the Donzos dance back and forth here, and may have caused the Vortex to overextend, but the Ghazi numbers are dwindling pretty quickly here. Charge again comes in from the back, looks to do great damage here on Vortex. There's not many Donzos left here on the front line, but this is not the entirety of Vortex's army. He will get pushed back for now. The sacred sites have both been decapped by now for Vortex. And all the engagement there looking good for Wham. It's worth keeping in mind that the destroyed value still favors Vortex at this point in time, and that was only a fraction of his army, or the numbers overall, favoring Wham at this point in time. But surprisingly, the Scholars still haven't been pulled, Mareka.
The Scholars not being part of these fights is definitely something that's quite critical, because with these Scholars, he could easily heal up those Ghazi Raiders and make them take a few more punches, and now those Ghazis are mostly gone. Now, we do see the food income for Wham is looking decent, but for how long? Vortex now still in 4 cows. He did manage to eat one of them during all of this, but it does look like he's being quite conservative with these, making sure that he capitalizes on the D in his base and produce everything from there. The Ghazi numbers now, even low, they're still doing some good work, but Vortex, he's still busy with those javelins and he's doing some good trades with them. A little bit of an overextension here, and I was about to say, I feel like, ooh, those cows are not for farming, they are for snacking, Myriad. They are not being used to farm with at all. That just means that Vortex is telling us very loud and clear he's going to keep making those javelin throwers, and then he's going to go for a little bit of that Farimba. And this is exactly what I wanted. I told you this man is aggressive. He takes risks, high risk, high reward. And maybe I've cursed it and he goes exactly for the Fulani Corral. But we will probably be getting a Farimba the moment he gets a moment to breathe. We did see a sofa being clicked up there, but his mind has changed as he queued up yet another set of javelin throwers.
It's possible, right? I mean, Farimba, especially in combination with Pro Scouts, is typically a very, very good choice, although Vortex in this case opts to go into a very heavy feudal investment in turn, in which case it would be more favored towards those cows as another engagement does commence here towards the side. Finally, the Scholars have been pulled by Wham, but not all of them, I don't believe. Only 2 of them here on the front line, as the Javelins micro perfectly on top of the Archers. Vortex always on point with his micro, as showcased here once again. Donzos meet the charge of the Ghazis in turn, but there's not many Donzos left here, and the Ghazis are pretty much on top of the Javelins, but the rest of the Donzos connect there to meet them. Most of the Scholars have finally arrived, but too little, too late. Most of the army from Wham has been neutralized at this point in time. The Scholars not getting there fast enough, the timing not working out for Wham in this game number 2. And realistically speaking, in these situations, you don't want to lose map control as Delhi. You don't want to start losing these fights in feudal age, because if Vortex does start to fill in those ranches, the income is going to start running away in his favor.
And this is a pretty major push here, because this is right on top of the berries. And the berries right now is the only food that Wham can potentially rely on. There's no farm transition behind this. There's no cows to fall back on. He needs those berries. So if he loses this position, he's going to be in danger. Vortex, though, he has a few idle villagers there at the back. Now, this could be because of a little bit of a raid, but at the same time, we just have javelin micros here in our face, and they seem to be winning. Now, Archers are the next target as the Ghazis have been thinned out. Vortex sending every bit of food he has back into the army, and Wham is in a world of danger right now.
World of danger indeed. Once again, the military count is reset here for Wham. He has been taking good trades, but overall still the destroyed value favoring Vortex pretty significantly here. Just over 3,000 in his favor. We see the production buildings actually kind of even for both players in this situation, but the truth is that the longer this goes, the worse it is for Wham. I don't think, though, that Vortex is actually really prioritizing any cows in ranches, instead going all out for that unit production. Yeah, he's using the cows just to snack on and feed on constantly. I'd love to see him just slowly start to fill them up. ever so slowly, just one at a time in those ranches. You know, you can use 2 mills, one to fill the ranches, one to produce them to eat, and that way he keeps that economic scaling going, because ultimately, Wham, you know, the Delhi farm transition, a famously painful time to go through. And on a map like this, Marika, it's going to come pretty soon. That first wood line is completely raised by now. Wham proceeding to that second one. And food, there's not too much left of it on Wham's side of the map.
The problem, I would say, for Wham is that Vortex has the ability to do anything with his composition right now. He's got 900 food, got gold in the bank, instantly used to build a few more cows here. But that's the key here, right? Vortex has the wood. He has the gold to start that cow transition himself. While Wham is running out of options really quickly, Vortex is just running into more options. But we do see this flank coming around, and Wham might be thinking that this is the moment for him to try and shut down this big Malian army. Now, those javelin numbers, they are pretty scary, but he has to be careful here. 30 Donzos, though, those are going to be really hard to target down. And those Ghazi Raiders, they are not. They're big, they're chunky, and they're dying pretty quickly. We see a whole bunch of villagers going towards the north now, unsure of what they're doing next as they... Oh, that's a lot of villagers, Myriad. A lot of idle villagers.
That's almost... Yeah, that's more than half of Wham's entire economy just running aimlessly at this point in time towards Vortex's side of the map. And meanwhile, this is not a fight that Wham can win. Equal javelin numbers to archers, that's a horrific position to be in as the archer player. Barely any Ghazis left here. In fact, Vortex just has a severely excessive amount of javelins for the amount of Ghazi Raiders that there are. And Wham, after such a good start, just misreads his timing a bit. He's going to go on those berries, and oh, I think we can already see just the view on Wham's face. The face, the hands covering the head, you can see the pain. He is not happy with that one, whereas Vortex, just a cheeky little smirk. He's happy. He takes this to a game number 5.
That is a pretty confident pose there from Vortex in the photo, and a pretty confident look on his face as he uses Malians to equal this out. Match point to both sides of the guys, the final match of this series. And honestly, what a treat. The first series we had today, 3-2. The second one, 3-0. Very surprisingly, I would say getting a 3-0 at this point definitely was not expected. Both these players seem to be needing to take a little bit of a breather. And while they do, I'm going to request to broadcast that we do a little bit of a giveaway if they have the ability to after we look at the graph. So Vortex over here just showing us what the Malian eco was doing. Now that economy count, a little bit different from the usual cow counter, as we know that those are actually all being eaten. But the unlimited food source, which was fueled by the pit mines income, definitely changed the game here for the Malian player.
It's true. And we saw exactly as I anticipated, right? And as I mentioned earlier, the military value lead, the Delhi pump initially is so scary to deal with. The lead heavily in favor there for Wham at the beginning of that feudal age. But the day was starting to come in. The cows were being produced and eaten by Vortex. And although he might have, although he might have overextended just a little bit before the food really started kicking in, the more it happens, the more food is gathered, the more the units pump. And the composition really favors the Malians in that feudal age, especially on a map like this. You saw Wham was doing his best to try to flank effectively, distract Vortex from multiple sides in the fight. But it was too little, too late. He wasn't able to really break that Malian economy. You got to ask yourself, well, should he have invested further into units even earlier and maybe not pushed across the map that early on to conserve his mass, or should he have maybe went for a castle age timing? But then Malians doesn't really mind an extended feudal age at the end of the day. A lot of ifs and buts in these kind of situations, but players playing very solid so far. And I mean, what a close series. It can go either way.
That's the crazy thing. Wham also earlier today, he did an absolute amazing job, I believe, against Marine Lord. The fact that Wham is just so solid against someone who's regarded as number 1 or 2 currently. It feels like this is a power move by Wham. On the ATR, I believe Wham has been 7th or 8th for a while now. And that's not the Wham we've been seeing here. The Wham we've been seeing here is a Wham that can take on Marine Lord without us going like, oh, wow, that's a surprise. It was. But seeing this type of performance just shows consistency, an absolute improvement. So I'm really excited to see what this means for our community as well, because I think for a long time, it's always been dominated by 2 or 3 players. And now, after this type of performance, we can definitely see that this is no longer the case. The players are back in their seats, as we can see, and the draft is underway. This is going to mean we have Dry Arabia as our final map. And like you and I talked about earlier, Myriad, you mentioned the French here being a pretty decent pick for Wham. Do you still stand by that?
French is always a good pick on these open maps, and French is such an interesting civilization because essentially since their inception, they have had the exact same playstyle. Pretty much the only civilization in the game that has went for virtually the exact strategy every single meta. Sure, there was a couple of 2TC French thrown in there every once in a while. Now recently Pro Scouts French as well. But at the end of the day, French does one thing and they do it very well. And that's just ooga boogering knights relentlessly, just shamelessly to the opponent's base. And it being very, very effective if we strike from multiple angles at the front. So it's the kind of civ which, if you are able to take advantage of your opponent, if you are able to really utilize the knight's control to its maximal efficiency, it can deliver amazing results and lead to some really one-sided games as a result. Wham has had some good history with French in the past. He's not, he's not considered one of those like elite French players. There's someone like Marine Lord or Lucifron or more recently CSO, as well as Vortex has been as well in the past. But, he's here for a reason.
Yes.
He is a top 8 global player in Age of Empires 4. So you can bet that he's going to be pretty scary on his French. And up against Lancaster, I mean, we've seen this matchup twice so far in this Invitational so far. And the score is 1-1. 1 win for Lancaster, 1 for French. So both of those were on Cliffside. Dry Arabia, I mean, in some ways it's similar, right? They're both land maps. The resource split is relatively similar, but it is more open. So technically, it should favor French even more here, but anything can happen.
And this is the big question now. What does the Dark Age look like? Because I think with Lancaster, we've been seeing a lot more spearman shenanigans across the map too. And honestly, the Dark Age aggression from Lancaster has been pretty hard to stop. Especially, ooh, look at those fast fingers. Maria, do you see that? Do you play that fast?
Every once in a while. Depends how many coffees I've had by that point in time, naturally. That does tend to help, but oh, I do hear confirmation as we see the beautiful logo showcased here, the split POV. Look at those eyes, like razors across the map. Oh, speaking of eyes, look at ours there on screen as well. But we are about ready to jump into game number 1 soon after this magical screen has been
adjusted. Yes, but based on the sounds we're hearing, whoa, there is a badge, and we're back to the POVs. Honestly, I don't mind this POV, and I would love to cast from this in the early game. See, now when I get to watch these scouts this closely, I want to point out that both of these players play in red and blue from their perspectives.
That's true.
That is interesting. Is this pretty standard for most pro players?
Depends on the pro player. I think most of them do tend to prefer the specific colors like this, red and blue, just for that consistency. And I think overall, in the long run, there's probably just a tiny, tiny advantage to doing this because it keeps that consistency of I'm always blue. If I see anything red, that is bad, and I kill it.
Yes.
Right? It kind of just leads. Obviously, it's a pretty basic way to think, but it's just one of those things. It trains your mind to work in this fashion where you just see these 2 colors and you can always distinguish, ally from foe, good from bad. You know the red means evil, right? It's classic, essentially. Now, I do like my unique colors, so I'm not sure if I can ever play like this, but maybe that's why I'm not quite top 8 yet. We'll have to see, although, you know, I'm getting close, who knows.
Don't worry, Myriad, you're a top 8 caster for sure.
Do we even have 8 casters total?
Not here. No, guys, this Spearman, kind of spicy, honestly, but it does look like he's going to get the amount of gold needed, but he's buttering those villagers up for a little bit of a tough lifetime later, as those guys are easily to be raided. They are not going to be the healthiest of villagers out there. And what we saw there with the wheelbarrow opening, this does make it okay for Wham. He's probably not too upset about this. He knows this is the standard way that things get played. And it doesn't delay French that much, but it does stop you from being a greedy goose in pro scouting, getting unlimited knights, because you just don't have access to that amount of gold now. School of Cavalry coming up with 4. Vortex going to be lagging behind a little bit, but because he denies that first knight by stopping the gold, he's going to be able to decide how many manors he invests in. Now, I do believe, watching the Lancaster pretty recently, they do feel comfortable with 3 if they stop that first knight. But 6 does seem to be a little bit greedy in terms of actually surviving when the villagers get back onto gold, and especially after they shut it down by just making a handful of archers.
I mean, so far, both of the Lancasters that played, in that case, it was Papipo as well as Wham that played Lancaster up against French in the previous matches. Both times, Lancaster did go for that triple mana into the fast castle with the white tower. That was the play. Of course, there was a variation of Dark Age Spearman, as we see once again being showcased here by Vortex. I have to say, though, 4 spears just to push them off of gold, that seems like just a little bit of an overinvestment to me. I mean, 2 is enough to overpower the villagers and make it so that they can't really trade back. And then you could add a 3rd one just to watch a secondary gold to prevent a sneak out there. But Vortex instead, I guess he just really wants to shut down this gold tremendously hard, right? He's gonna have 2 on the base gold, and then looks like the other 2 are spread out on the additional goals there. So he wants to be really, really on top of Wham's gold here, which is a prudent choice for sure. And Wham actually opening with a horseman here instead. Archer range follow-up as well. I kind of like this. It's useful to have just the 1 horseman to go directly either to the gold or to the stone, because it's pretty rare for both to be covered by the house of by the Lancaster castle. So Wham is going to look to take advantage of that.
But Maria, do you see that? I don't mean to say that this is a wolf in sheep's skin, but Vortex is making some Wham walls. Those are some really early walls.
Pretty shocking from Vortex. Not what you'd expect, right?
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Are they switching accounts? Because this is not something I've ever seen out of Vortex.
Can we check if the colors are correct?
So Vortex has been a player who's been very good at being the aggressor. And yes, of course, he can do the defensive plays. He knows how to get his times right. But this is very cautious walls. He sees that horseman and he knows what he needs to do. He needs to stop it from running around his base, doing its thing. He needs to ensure that he slows this down because he wants to get as much stone as possible to be able to invest in this fully. Now, he does have enough villagers over there to be able to get the stone for the first 3 manors, but he needs to be careful, and we do see one of the spearmen being pulled back to try and protect this. But Wham, with that spearman now being gone and the archers out, he's able to get back on the gold. So now, with being back on gold, let's see if he gets a knight first or decides to go instantly into the pro scouts. It does look like he's over mining a bit there. It is going to be pro scouts for certain.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the power of that early knight is in the timing, right? If you don't get the rest of gold, you can get the early knight and really put on a little bit of pressure, keep your opponent always on edge, that there's a scary looking knight looming around that's looking to snack on those villagers. However, that is not the case here. It was said it was the horseman that is going to be doing that, and the Pro Scout will be the secondary priority. Wheelbarrow is already in from that Dark Age, a prudent choice indeed by Wham, and the second and the gold has now been re-secured by Vortex. And this is what I mean, right? I mean, you know, we did invest in those additional spearmen for Vortex, but if we're being frank, like Wham is not going to greed to run out to a gold realistically. It's so easy to just pivot into those archers. It's units that he's likely going to need anyway. It's always useful to have just a few archers out there. So, you know, Vortex could have been just as effective in just investing in 2 or maybe 3 spearmen, and it would have led to a slightly faster age up in this situation as a result, right? But I mean, there's a reason he's playing and not me, right? The day, so it is what it is. But we have the pro scouts coming in for Wham at this point in time. The 3 scouts off on the field already. The first knight is currently in production. Specialized pick coming in as well. And Steeled Arrow as well. Bloomery, of course, is free for the French upon completion of the Blacksmith. And Muster the Nobles pulled in by Vortex after only 3 manas.
Now, getting Muster the Nobles at this point, it feels like a move where you instantly go into the King's College. Now, I say King's College, but yes, it could still be the White Tower, because if you get your Muster the Nobles out, you want to have units to keep your opponent as busy as possible, so you get to double down on the greed. Now, he does go for Wheelbarrow instantly after, and now all of a sudden I just want to stop making calls, because that changes the thing significantly. He's not going to be able to get that castle as fast as the food should be able to just get there a little bit sooner, but maybe his timing will be just right, because he has a lot of villagers on gold, let's be honest. But those pro scouts are finally making its way back to the base, and the archers are there to support it, but they're about to be met with those very spicy semi-lancers. And yes, I know they're demi-lancers, but I call them semi-lancers because it just makes it clear what they are. They are a little bit of a lancer, but not really, just, you know, a semi-lancer.
Right, indeed it is. They are semi-lancing across the map as we speak, and are now meeting the first knight. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this knight kills all of them, frankly, as Wheelbarrow is about to complete here for Vortex. And this little early Wheelbarrow here is pretty nice, I think, right? I mean, it delays you a little bit, for sure, right? But not that much, and it's just good to have. This makes me think that it is likely going to be a White Tower, right? Because, I mean, out of all eco upgrades, Wheelbarrow is one you save on quite tremendously if you go for the King's College. As I say that, he goes for the King's College anyway. And it is going to be, yeah, so... I mean, this is an interesting play, I think, because it's worth noting, Collar of Esses, of course, an additional +5 damage to knights up against armored units, as the charge comes in from the knight, actually, to catch the gold mine. And this is where Wheelbarrow is actually a nice big help. I like the cook here from Vortex. Like, you know, this is what I mean. The Wheelbarrow sets him back a little bit, but in this situation especially, it is nice to have. Wheelbarrow was actually the difference there between a villager dying and not dying. So very well micro there by Vortex to pull them back, and recognizing triple stable. So, yeah, the additional +5 damage is significant on those knights up against even French knights, but only if they're an age down. Once Wham does reach that castle age and the veterancy is in on his knights, the issue is that, you know, the additional charge damage, the stats as well, the ability to pull them back and heal with Chivalry already on the way, can result in, it's nice having the Collar of Esses, but the French Knights will still be better.
Yes. Now that's one thing that I think Wham is aware of here. He is a man who has played against House of Lancaster Knights. Now, of course, this is not something that's new. This was a very standard strategy, especially when the Civilization just came out. A lot of people were playing around with it, seeing what they would do against the French Knights. But in these low numbers, they are not going to be able to match up. And Wham knows this, making more and more knights, doubling down. Every bit of food he has, he's spending on this. And Vortex now, he is going to go for relics behind this as well. But your opponent is on a very mobile army, waiting to attack.
First Priest has come out now for Vortex. He's going to be looking to gather up those relics ASAP. Scouted production as well. We did see the triple stable coming down for Vortex. And I mean, this could be a really good idea from Vortex if he's able to keep Wham pinned in the feudal age longer than he'd like and take really good trades with these Collar of Esses knights and demi-lancers that are now in production. And he's been doing a great job of actually keeping these demi-lancers alive, because, I mean, they're not the strongest units individually, but once that Collar of Esses is in, they do a lovely bit of additional damage up against those armored French Royal Knights for them. As looks to Wham is going to keep reinvesting. Now there are some space, so Wham is not going to take any risk. I think he did see the King's College, so he knows that being an age down, there is a bit of a threat from these Knights, so he just adds a few space to pad his numbers further here and keep himself safe. Now there's a little rage from Vortex, finds the gold mine from Wham. One villager at least went down. Second one may follow suit. And yep, he managed to get another one. And maybe even a third here. He might require an overcommitment though. But Wham, he sends them back a little bit early. One knight is not going to be enough to dissuade these ones from going for another. But actually, the knight does pay with its life for those two villagers. Meanwhile, Vortex wants to get one of the relics, but isn't quite able to sneak out effectively with the monk. But the knight numbers are building pretty quickly for him. 8 on the field already. 13 if you include the demi-lancers, which would be equal to Wham. But Wham is quite prudently adding even more spears here.
And I love the fact that Wham recognizes I am probably not going to be able to just beat this with knights. Let me get a handful of these bad boys. But that horseman is being a little bit spicier today. And a conversion does not come through. Never mind.
Close.
I got so excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit tough to tell at that point in time. That last hit is always a little bit deceptive, right? It looks like a bit of posturing from either side here between Vortex and Wham. Vortex wants to start pushing across the map. We see the blueprint there. We know what his objective is. The gold mine is soon to finish, and that is the next closest one and also the next safest one for him. This could actually be a very pivotal moment in this game, because if Vortex is unable to secure that secondary gold mine, he could be in for a rough position in this game here. Wham himself now has finished his initial gold mine. He's going to move over to that secondary one in front of his base most likely. And Vortex just keeps swelling knights. And actually Royal Institute, for the first time, Wham, he wants to go all in.
That feels so different, but he knows this is not going to be an Imperial game he wants to play, because with that bonus damage, it just changes the dynamic significantly. Royal Institute, it puts you in a position where you can overwhelm these knights. With your royal bloodlines, you can make magic happen. The problem is, ladies and gentlemen, if you are aging up with 17, that means you're desperate. That also means there's a lot of villagers that should be on gold that aren't. And we can see exactly that. There's 54 gold in the bank. Wham cannot afford a single upgrade in the Castle Age. That's a castle hit, and silence, everyone. Yeah. Silence as we wait for the gold. No gold, no veterancy, nothing. And this is Vortex's moment. He knows that it's going to take time. So he's in here, he's attacking, and this could be the game-winning fight.
Yeah, this is quite a big pivotal fight going on. I'm surprised Wham is actually taking this, but he's really adamant to deny Vortex's gold. The veterancy is coming in now for the Knights. Now, it comes in quite quickly compared to other veterancies for different civilizations, but Wham, I'm not sure why he's taking this fight. There's no need to. He went for the Royal Institute, but he's throwing away most of his knights on this fight. Now, surprisingly, the fight went better for him than expected, courtesy of those spears. They're doing a lot of work there on the front line, but I feel like there was just no need to go for that fight. If Bloodlines is in, he's able to have so much stronger knights despite that Corveses. Add on top of it the spears, and if it would have been in, he can then just overwhelm Vortex severely. Wham is getting a little bit impatient there. However, courtesy of those spears that he very prudently added earlier on, he is able to stem the tide even without the veterancy in Vortex. Now, looking to go for a raid. He's going to find a good bunch of villagers here, but the spears are there to meet them in turn. This could be actually devastating here for Wham. Quite a few of them go down. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 8 villagers fall in the blink of an eye. And suddenly, the economic count is tied again.
Now, Vortex might not realize how big of a raid that was. The fact that he got the villagers is fine, yes, but losing all those knights for Wham was major. He does not have the food to keep this going. This is that point of the game where you've spent most of the deer that you've pro-scouted, and now Vortex is just He's got 3 manners, which is not a lot of income, but it already gives you that little bit of a boost that your opponent does not have. You can see him out here on the berries. He's doing as much as he can to do economic damage. Now 13 villagers going down. It's an absolute destruction. This is a tough position for any French player. Even though he's got those Royal Bloodline Knights, this is going to be so dangerous. Vortex does try to defend these villagers, and all of a sudden, Wham knows this is the timing. He could do critical damage.
Counter raid on the gold from Wham finds an immense amount of villagers all on the escape. There's not enough knights here to defend. Kills 5 of them in turn, and on the other side, Vortex again with the raid on the berries finds a good bunch of villagers, but the spears are now in position, and Vortex pays heavy prices for that raid. Most of his knights have fallen and is caught in between a crossbow transition as well. But these are Royal Bloodline Knights, Mareka. Look at the crossbows falling so quickly, but Wham's Knights as well, actually, in these choke points, not doing all that well and is going to be forced to retreat, but again ties up the villager count, and we're left with a bit of a stalemate. Now, Wham does have the military lead, but the income should favor Vortex somewhat, although that is not the case. I think there's still a couple of days left here for Wham, and he could potentially venture out onto the board as well if he so chooses with his newfound map control. But again, he finds villagers on the berries. Vortex, the greed outside of the walls. This could cost him the game and the series and the tournament in and of itself. How could he greed like this? The villagers outside of the base, they're gonna get caught and body blocked by the knights. So many falling.
It could have been worse. He did a pretty good job there at not dying completely in that moment, but I think it's inevitable because the second raid is hitting. Ladies and gentlemen, the death by berries. Vortex losing villagers left, right, and center. He knows he needs the food, but just like Wham needed the food, the difference is now Wham has the map control, and for a second there it looked like Vortex was going to be able to capitalize on this so significantly. But unfortunately, with losing that map control, it just all fell on its head instantly. It feels like Wham now, with playing the French, he's got that extra villager production on top of this. The villager kill count is 16-16, but this is not a normal House of Lancaster. This is barely a 3-manner House of Lancaster. So that boar that he just got is going to be significant for Wham, because that is just another chunk of knights that are going to keep on raiding. It looks like Wham stopping yet another relic. Even though Vortex, he's got 3 in the bank. He must feel pretty good about that, but the problem is everything else feels like it's going up in flames.
Yes, Wham with his newfound map control, now looking to secure the ball, which is going to really expedite his food income even further. Vortex has done a great job with the relics so far, but relics is not quite enough in this position. He's relegated to nothing but pure crossbow in this position, and again his gold mine is under threat. A singular knight does find the ball and is going to put a little bit of pressure, but that is kind of the only pressure that Vortex can further exert within this series. Now, the crossbow count is looking very healthy all of a sudden now for Vortex, slightly exceeding the knight count. However, Wham doesn't really have an answer to these crossbows. He's going to look to charge directly onto them. Spread position on the crossbows from Vortex. He's going to look to kite his way through these choke points. The choke points are going to serve him as much as work against him on this retreat. He's going to look, this could be Vortex's last stand in this series. He's doing a fantastic job kiting, but the idle time is there. The villagers are running for their lives, and a force surround is going to happen. Meanwhile, the horseman transition behind this for Wham as well. The horseman will deal really effectively with the crossbows. I don't think Vortex has it in him anymore. It's just too much idle time, too many losses. The greed has worked against him. It's only 8 crossbows left, and I think Vortex is slowly accepting defeat. You can see the grimace on his face. He slowly sees what's happening, and GG is called. Wham eliminates Vortex.
This was such an amazing performance here by Wham. Both of these players just absolutely showing us that anyone could take this tournament. You can see that relief on his face as he's just sitting down, taking this in, taking in that moment where he has taken it. I have chills, Myriad.
Yep.
When this camera pans back to us, I'm going to look like a little chicken. It's absolutely wild. Vortex put up an amazing show. But Wham, he came prepared. He almost took down Marine Lord today, and now he made it look like there's still some hope to do that later on.
Indeed there is, and what a set to round out the decider match here. Wham! A hard-fought victory once again. Another 3-2. The guy must be exhausted by the end of the day. I mean, this is insane, especially against a player like Vortex. Really keeps you on your toes, facing such an aggressive opponent, such a in-control opponent when it comes to that unit control, that micro, that composure in these matches. Vortex fought his hardest, but just wasn't quite able to secure the victory. Maybe greeting a little bit too much in this final game, but he has shown such a tremendous performance today as well. But there can only be one victor at the end of the series, Wham. And this one, it's Wham.
I cannot imagine the relief that this man is feeling right now. But to be fair, the winner here needs to go up against Beastyqt. And after watching Beastyqt take Louis 3-0, I think Wham knows that his work is cut out for him.
Oh, yeah.
This is not going to be an easy match for them at all. Both of these players fought their hearts out, and we do see Wham making his way over there to the analyst desk to do a little interview for us. But guys, before we get to that interview, we are actually doing a giveaway. And we've coded this thing from scratch, so this is the first time it's done on live, and we hope it's the pilot program for most other giveaways that we will be doing in the future. So I'm really excited to show you guys what that is going to look like pretty soon. We're just waiting to get a word from production to hear exactly what that will be. So we're ready with the quiz, with the break. So guys, we're going to take a short break, but what you need to do, read the question, head over to the SteelSeries channel. You can stay in your community after, but for now, go to the SteelSeries channel because that's how you participate. Make sure you write down the letter that is your answer to every single question. And the people at the top, those are the ones where the prizes will get rolled between. So guys, head on over to the SteelSeries channel. You have about a few seconds before this thing goes live, and then we will be doing the giveaway.
We've all tried this. Ready to game, but then your battery is dead. So with the Arctis Nova 3 wireless, we've optimized fast charge. Plug it in for 15 minutes to get 9 hours of use. That's more than a flight from Chicago.
All right, welcome everyone. Such a game we just witnessed between WAM and Vortex. But honestly, I was not really sure who's gonna win this match because both players look really, really tired and sweaty, especially you, right? You were really, really tired. So I have some questions. On region, you were a little bit happy that the Vortex picked Rus against you, were you?
I was kind of surprised that Vortex picked Rus against me, but very happy. Obviously, I played Rus the previous set against Maroon World and also won that set. I mean, game. But yeah, very happy with that matchup in general.
So that's amazing to hear because the last one that you played against Vortex, it was swept, right? Vortex was playing with Byzantine and you were playing Rus. Well, at least we did not increase the win rate of Rus, sadly. Well, anyway, let's go to the next one. Kawasan, it was Zushi versus Ayubid. It was very interesting because most of the people thought there's going to be like a Zushi win, right? But for some reason, something happened there. Can you talk about what happened?
I mean, there were a lot of things that happened badly that game. I had a pretty good start, I thought. I killed his fishing boats on his side of the pond. But afterwards into the mid game, I noticed a few things that I kind of made an error in, and I'm sure a lot of people at home and the players in the in the lobby as well noticed. But I didn't get the Spearman upgrade, and I didn't get Ion Undermesh, the ultra ranged upgrade. So I noticed that and I was really disappointed because I took some really big fights up until then. And I was a little indecisive of what to do. And honestly, I consider this an extremely easy matchup for Zushi. So losing that set was really, really painful for me.
All right, let's jump to game number 3, which was Cliffside. On Cliffside, there was Japanese versus Mongol. Well, honestly, with you, I was a little bit surprised that you pulled out so clean because your gold, the first gold was on the front, your wood line was on the front as well, and just one tower denied so many things. But you pulled it out because there was a gold in the back, kind of back, and you put a tower on it. Were you comfortable after securing that gold, or you still you felt a little bit like, well, it's gonna be either win or not?
No, that's a really great question because that was like the main thing I was thinking about in the early game. I'm like, okay, I'm fine here if I can secure gold on my side here. And I was kind of worried because I didn't see that gold until a little bit later on in the game. I saw a lot of golds in front of me and to the left, and I was really quite worried that all my golds were going to spawn in the front of the map. But I was, very comfortable when I saw that gold to the side of me. And I thought Japan should win this matchup.
So your most army composition in this game, the Japanese versus Mongol, it contained mostly like mounted samurais, right? And if I remember correctly, it was also Yumiashigaru, right?
Yeah.
So they are archers. But did you really? What did you felt when he put up an H4, an Imperial H? Did you felt uncomfortable that oh my God, I'm gonna lose it here because he's H4 and the Cagnes Palace and everything?
I was a little bit surprised, but I saw that he didn't have that many units at that time. I did kind of all in him at that point under his TC, but I killed a lot of villas and I kind of kept him on his toes. I also had the second TC behind, so I wasn't extremely worried at that point. But I wasn't like, oh, this game is, I've won the game, this is over. But I was happy with my position at that point, yeah.
All right, let's go jump to the next map, which was Coastal Cliff. It was Delhi versus Malian. Now, I was really curious what happened with this game, because like a little bit I felt like, oh, he's in a winning position, he's in a winning position. But I just saw that 30 of your villagers just suddenly moved, and I was telling the others as well, was it a misclick? Was it a misclick? What's happening? Your brother said, no, it wasn't a misclick, he's just out of food. But I was like, maybe it's a misclick. I don't know what happened. Can you tell us what happened there?
I mean, it wasn't a misclick, but honestly, I tend to not do very well with Delhi. It's a little bit sad because I think they're pretty decent civ, but and the people who I practice against are quite good with Delhi. But apparently, I just can't make it work. And you see situations like that where you kind of look like, well, this guy's just like bad. Like, but no, it was not a misclick. I was just really, really confused on how I'm supposed to win this game at this point, and yeah, I guess I just didn't win.
So your brother was actually correct.
He was correct.
He was the first one who said, no, that was a misclick.
Yeah.
That was a misclick. All right. Now let's jump to Dry Arabia, which was French versus House of Lancaster. I was so shocked that even, you know, he went up with the H3 with the colleague, yes, and he got the extra damage against heavy units with on the night, and I still felt like, okay, this game is in the hand of Vortex, but for some reason you literally just pulled him like to the left, to the right. You did amazing raids as well. You separated the army. What was your goal in this game actually?
I mean, so I kind of took Marine World strat a little bit. I was actually listening to him talk in the previous one after he beat me, and he said, yeah, just stay on the second gold, control the second gold. I did go Spearman because he did go for that landmark, so I thought it might be necessary in this case. But yeah, I mean, my position was just try to kill more villagers than he kills of mine and scale my economy faster than his. I didn't really actually, besides what Marino said, I actually didn't have a game plan. So I was a little bit worried going into this final game. But I knew that this was a pretty even matchup in general. If I play well, I should win.
That was the thing as well when I was talking with Mario. Like I asked him, like, why did you felt that you're going to win? And he said, well, no, make knights. Make knights, that's good. That's it. Just make knights. That's what he said. So I felt literally the same energy when I was watching you playing the French on this map against the House of Lancaster, that you're kind of pulling the energy of Marine Lord into this. All right. So we got 3-2. It was really long day for you, right? Because we know that was a very, very long game between Vam and Marine Lord today. And I'm pretty sure you are very, very tired and you kind of want to go to bed now, right?
Yeah, I'm extremely tired, but very happy.
Happy? Oh, that's amazing.
Tired, but happy.
Well, I'm pretty sure your brother really proud as well. That such a long journey. You guys are supporting each other and practicing a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, decent bit.
Some.
I mean, I think Puppy Paw is not practicing as much right now, but I'm practicing with him as often as he gets the chance. So, yeah.
And do you have maybe someone else that you practice with, or rather just your brother? You don't need to say name.
There's a few others that I've been practicing with. Some of them may or may not be in this tournament. So.
Well, I hope they're gonna make it in the future, of course. Well, let's see. We didn't get a message yet from the production, so I'm gonna ask you a question, a few. Your favorite color is blue. Why is it blue?
I mean, honestly, I don't have I don't care so much what my color is, but I think blue is a really nice color. It's not too fancy, but it's just straight to the point, you know.
Well, actually, I pick a lot of blue with the green or purple, yeah, so I can understand.
You go green now?
Yeah. Mostly because of that, right?
Yeah.
So let's see. There was a question about what do you enjoy outside of the game, and you said, I like learning about the world, especially history, finance, and economic. It's cool seeing some of the many patterns that influence us. That's so wise.
I mean,
do you really feel like this? That's insane.
No, I legitimately feel like that. I love to learn about things, history. I mean, all of those things: history, finance, economics. I want to say it sort of relates to the game, like you know, learning as much about the world, learning as much about the game. You know, I like to think that they kind of relate to each other.
So the next question was, what is your favorite cheese strat? And you said Fast Imperial Mongols, and you just got Fast Imperial Mongols in one of the games. Is it really your favorite cheese strat?
I mean, there's a few, I guess, to be honest. But I was really enjoying the fast imp because this was kind of asked around the qualifier times. And if people were watching the qualifiers, I was doing fast imp on full wakes like every single game. But just to name another one, I really enjoy the Men-at-Arms OTD rush strat with the Mind Walk, although it did get nerfed a little bit.
Yeah. So, the next question is, what was your least favorite map? You said moving out. Is it still moving out?
I would say it's still moving out. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about moving out that just makes me want to quit 5 minutes in the game. Maybe it's moving out to your other part, the other area, but I am not a moving out fan.
And so your brother said it's floodplains. Do you think he changed his mind after today?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it might be mountain clearing.
Yeah, it might be mountain clearing. Well, he was a little bit unlucky today, so yeah. All right, let's see the next one. Your favorite map is Arabia? Well, listen, almost everyone said Arabia, so...
I mean,
with a smile.
How can you not? Like,
yeah, how can you not? Arabia.
What's better than Arabia, you know? It's the classic. Like, I love it.
So let's see, your favorite unit in Age of Empires 4 is actually the Knight, because it's create cool games, in my opinion. Is it still the Knight? Do you think it's create cool game, or should we buff it because someone said that we need some snare as well into the game? Just joking. Just joking.
No, I really enjoyed the Knight. I mean, probably a better answer would be like the Mounted Samurai or something a little bit unique. But I actually do really enjoy the Mounted Samurai. It's so strong that you can play it every single game and it's never bad. But I really think Knights in general do create cool games, very active games. I mean, you saw that in the previous game. People just watched. Stuff all over the place, villager kills everywhere. I love those kind of games, yeah.
So let's see, another really good question. Is your favorite civilization Mongols? But I did not really see you playing Mongols because it was on the last tournament, right? So did it change?
No, it's still Mongols, I'd say, but Japan is a rising civ choice, a favorite civ choice of mine. I really have been enjoying Japan as well. But historically, I've always really enjoyed Mongols. I think they're one of the most unique civs in the game. Very well designed, in my opinion. They have a lot of cool units that they can use. They have a lot of cool strategies like Dark Age Rush, Fast Imp. They used to have more like slow Castle Age kind of style where you'd like do like an 8-min step redoubt build. With like the early pasture at the start of the game. Yeah, so over the time I've just really enjoyed Mongols. And there's a lot of people, like friends of mine, that enjoy Mongols as well. And I mean, it's a shared passion, you know.
And you said your favorite quote is, "Sure, blame it on your ISP." If you didn't know, that's one of the taunt from Age of Empires 4. Is it really your favorite quote?
I mean, it's up there for sure. It's just really funny. Like, it's very funny and relatable to sometimes my situation. Living in Canada, don't have the greatest internet of all time, but
yes.
So you know, I can use that, you know, whenever I mess up or something.
And the last question we have on this paper is best known for, and it says WAM walls. But actually, I think it's not the WAM walls.
What do you think?
I think it's WAM is trading.
It's pretty close. I think there's
Well, listen, you know how many times I heard that when someone was playing FFA games, or I was watching other streamers playing FFA games, and they were spamming like, "WAM is trading, WAM is trading."
Really?
And, yes. And they were like, "Who is WAM? Where is WAM? What is WAM?" Like, the meme went really viral in FFA games, and people love that. People love that, hearing that WAM is trading. And so, is it still WAM wells, or is it WAM is trading? Which one?
You know,
Which one do you feel?
I like both of them these days. I used to like you know, say, oh, I'm not a trader or whatever. I don't wall that much, but you know, I like both of them. I actually, personally, I like the walls a little bit more, just because, you know, if I do a section of walls, like, okay, I'm a wham wall, but if I have like 0 walls, then I can say, no, that's not a thing anymore.
All right, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a little bit of feedback from the production, maybe, that how is everything going? Should we keep going with the analytic?
We can talk about the game. Anotan versus Louis MT.
All right, Anotan and Louis MT is coming up very, very shortly. Which, what do you think? Is it gonna be like a long game between the two, or is it gonna be like, oh, Louis 3-0?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be really 3-0. I mean, both of these players could win, right? Honestly, I have no idea how long it's going to be. Anotan's obviously really probably on the side of longer games, but Anotan, in general, is a much more fast player. So.
All right, that's amazing. Okay, so we are going now casting the game, I'm pretty sure. So thank you so much for being here and beating Vortex.
Yep, thank you guys,
all right,
and enjoy.
Thank you, bye-bye. What happened?
Before we get into our final set of the day, we do have a lovely, lovely giveaway. I am Winston, joined here by Beastyqt in the casting booth. It is going to be time. But before we jump into these games, before we even talk about the draft, we do have that giveaway. You guys participated, and we have 2 prizes to give away to 2 lucky ducky winners.
The first thing that popped in my mind is 2 lucky ducks as well.
Yeah.
There
That's
it is.
crazy. All right.
Let's show them the first.
All right, so the first one is this lovely Rival 3 wireless mouse. Come into the close-up. Come into the close-up. Get him out of here. Close-up. Can we? Okay, no.
Here, this is how you do a close-up.
Oh, there. To you. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Right there.
There you go. There you go. There you have it. The Rival 3 wireless.
That's right.
We will read that winner in one moment. But other than that, we have this lovely Steel Series mouse pad signed by every player here. So let's walk around. We got Beastie.
It's a little faded, but
I'm having trouble reading it upside down. Who's that?
I'll just let you.
Okay. Then over here, this is a disaster. Then we got Wham.
That's right.
Marine Lord.
We got Puppy Paw over there on the bottom, and a Chad. Okay.
Puppy.
Yeah.
Louis and CSO. They signed
they did upside down.
Gotta,
so whichever way you put your mouse pad, there's going to be some.
There's variety.
Yeah, maybe you don't like the other. Yeah, you don't like the other players, and you swap it around, so it kind of works out.
Exactly.
So, we were actually discussing this just now. Which one would the viewers rather have? Like, do you want to have a mouse pad signed by the players, or you're like, you know what, I don't care about the players. Give me the mouse.
My tech could use an upgrade, but I think this has some real long-standing memory. You know, the value there would be kind of nice. So let's just dive in. Let's get our first winner.
Let's do it.
My phone is.
You will be doing the first one. Are you? Yeah. What are you going to do? Are you going to announce the winner
this is for the Steel Series Rival 3 wireless? We have congratulations to Ebonscar_76. Now, in order to receive this wonderful gift, you will need to keep your DMs open on Twitch. Make sure that we can message you, and also hopefully you're in an eligible
on Twitch
shipping company. Yes, on Twitch.
On Twitch.
Be open to messages on Twitch.
Second winner of the mousepad with all the signed players, gamers signed up is going to be MattBoss_69. Congratulations, you lucky duck. And once again, you need to keep your DMs open on Twitch. You'll be messaged in order to receive
your prize.
That's right.
And I think we basically have a game ready to go. Quickly.
Get me in.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's dive in. Woo! Didn't even see the draft. But let's dive into game number 1 here on Coastal Cliffs. We have Anotan versus Louis. Delhi for Anotan, Roos for Louis. What are you seeing here?
So this is a very interesting one. There was a little bit of a discussion regarding this matchup because Delhi is not usually played here on Coastal because there's only 2 sacred sites, but people realized, you know, you don't expect me to play Delhi, so I'm going to pick Rus because people love playing Delhi into Rus. So it's kind of a little bit of a snipe, if you will, with Delhi against Rus, even though Delhi, not the greatest map for it. So I guess Anatan got what he wanted, and we'll see how Louis reacts to it and if he's going to be too happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We've seen Rus do quite poorly in this tournament so far, like pretty drastically bad. Yep. And this has been a talking point behind the scenes. Players are, I don't know if people are surprised, but what keeps surprising me is that like some players just aren't adapting to this. And I'm wondering, do you think it's too early to adapt from prep? Or would you as a player just stick to what you know from prep and say, okay, it might be losing, but I can do it?
I mean, I didn't pick it in my draft because I was like, you know what? Seeing everybody lose, seeing myself lose, I'm like, maybe we should just skip it, you know, let my opponent pick it. So I think people are very practiced with it, they're used to it, and some people are like, you know what, I'm just going to practice or play what I practice, basically. I'm not going to change my plans too much. What's interesting is Louis played this matchup earlier in the tournament, but he played Delhi. He was the Delhi player, and if I'm not mistaken, he played against Poppy Paw, which he did manage to win with Delhi. So this is a bit of a reverse one, and maybe Louis has different plans. You know, maybe he's figured something out, so we'll see what he's able to do against Delhi.
Yeah, I feel like I keep seeing this Rus play, and I keep seeing like a semi-investment to Feudal Knights with the follow-up attempt to go FC into Horse Archer, and I'm just wondering how you feel about that right now. Like, do you think it's worth it to be building these 6 knights?
Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people are trying different things. Like some are like, okay, I'll make some spearmen and fast castle horse archers. Some are going knights. The thing is, against Delhi, you don't want to stay in feudal for too long. So you got to find that sweet spot where it's like you find a deer, but you actually manage to transition. At the same time, you want to make sure the sacred sites are not in control of Delhi player, which is a simple plan, but a very hard one to execute.
No real surprises here in terms of choices. Nothing crazy to really stand out. Can we get a quick look at the sheep count here? After all, I mean, we did have the Roost 2 Scout opening, and it looks like, I mean, probably not too mad for Anatan, right, to be against Roost.
He got about 8, I guess, total.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's still cooking with Rus. He's still going to find a couple. Looking at the deer situation, which is very important in any kind of pro scouting, both deer packs are forward, but that one is obviously close. He should be able to get that one. The second one is a little bit far, the one we're looking at right now, so there's going to be heavily contested. And the problem comes in, if you're doing any kind of fast castle, that second deer pack, good luck to you getting it without a lot of units. So he will either have to just get the first one and age up, or he will have to commit to a lot of units getting the second one.
Yeah, and our age ups are in. Not too much going on just yet. We have a little bit of harassment, but I mean, this is just poking, prodding, having a little fun with the game.
There we go, 15 to 12.
Yeah, we've seen this. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. We've seen this Roost build played out almost the same way as Louis' previous attempt. Not really seeing any surprises. Anything else on the map stand out to you in terms of like gold and wood spawns? There's no good high trade house, I suppose.
We see Anatan's first deer pack super safe, but it's not as important for Delhi because you are the one that's going to be usually doing the pressure. He has one of the berries saved. The second berry is very out actually. It's almost close to the sacred side, but same is for Louis. So I would say that the spawns are pretty balanced, and the wood lines for Louis, one's on the other side, or one side, one's on the other side. So yeah, it looks pretty even so far, and we will see. Louis will obviously go pro scouting. Now the question is, how much will he commit, and what is he going to do with that? Because Anatan is definitely going to try and stop that.
Yeah, we're seeing the commitment to the barracks already. This is just in preparation for the pretty much inevitable Ghazi Raiders out of Delhi here.
Yep.
Kind of wondering though, like about this commitment. Once you go Castle Age, we're seeing a lot of players just try like kind of the tried and true Horse Archer spam, see if it works. And I think every game that I've seen so far in this tournament, the Horse Archers just do not seem to be doing it. They just, a player will have 13, 18 and still just lose to whatever the opponent is making. Do you think that this has some impact on like how well Rus is doing? Is that just something about this transition just isn't working the way it used to?
Yeah, I think before people were just letting Rus get like deer almost for free, and now everyone's kind of committing a lot to preventing it. Now, we see something already very interesting that happened in Delhi's base. Anotend had the Scholar in stables. He was making Ghazi. The moment he saw barracks, he pulled the Scholar out. So this either tells me that he will transition to something else, and we see that he is transitioning to Spearman. So he sees the barracks, he says, you know what, I'm going to make a couple of Ghazi just to make him continue producing Spearman, but I'm actually going to completely switch. And now this forces Louis to either go archers or to age up, because the Spearmen, once they arrive, obviously they will be able to deny the pro scouting.
Yeah, and this is also when it's like really tricky to, I feel like, get good scouting opponent, because your opponent at this stage of the game, Anotend is so aware of each of these units that he has on the board. He's really trying to make sure that none of these scouts get the deer, but he's also going to just see scouts circling his base. So I think he even denied vision onto his own base, and it's like, what are you going to do? How are you going to know that the switch up is coming until you really see it? We've seen a lot of the Roost players just opening with a range pretty quickly, too, as a follow-up to this, and then going stable, maybe double range stable. I think you might have opened triple range at one point in one of your Roost games early on in the first set.
Did not go well.
Against Anotend. Yes, that was a disaster. But yeah, I'm just wondering, yeah, like, I'm wondering what the plan is for Roost just in this mid-feudal. Like, I guess we'll see how Louis adapts this game.
Yeah, right now it looks pretty good. So if you open Spearman immediately, you can get to deny the pro scouting, but because you open stable first, you can see the Spearmen are a bit late, and actually this is the second deer pack that's already coming in. So I would say Louis is most likely happy with this, and we do see archers. So he's going to make a couple, and like I said, if you do not make any units, he will not be able to get the second deer pack, and he's just going to be kind of stuck with one, and then maybe Anotend can mass units in order to prevent any kind of fast castle and then spamming units from then on out. Both sacred sites secure. He's going to do quick walls immediately, so that's pretty good for Anotend. And now the playing field kind of switches into Anotend's court now. He can either commit to units or go fast castle himself.
Yeah, and as he's building up on these sacred sites, we talk about Delhi not being like the best on this map, and that is because there's one less sacred site. Do you think this has like a huge impact on, you know, Delhi's win condition here, or is it just sort of like same old, same old?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot less resources, right, that you're playing with, but then again, sometimes on Drarebi you're not going to have all three sacred sites, right? So a lot of players avoid playing Delhi for that reason on these kinds of maps, because it's also a lot easier for your opponent to control two sacred sites rather than three. Your Ghazi Raiders are not as effective, so there's a lot of things that go into it, and Anotend's food is kind of piling up right now, which leads me to believe, together with these walls, that he is trying to do a quick wall, be, you know, getting some gold from the sacred side and reach castle.
Yeah, looks like he should just about get enough gold just from this, and maybe a few on gold at home. And he just finished Prop Scouts a minute ago, and so we're starting to see this first wave of deer come in, which is going to just help even further boost that food. Going into Castle Age for Anotend, if this is the play, which it seems like it will be, what do you think his best choice is?
So it depends on what the opponent is doing at that point, because if the opponent is like all-inning you, elephants are great at holding and man-at-arms and stuff like that. You don't want to commit to archers. What's interesting is Louis added stables too. So Louis, did not decap that. That's a big mistake, actually. He moved away the units before the decap happened, and he is committing to knights too. Now, what's interesting is Delhi is usually a civ that spams units, so I think he's expecting like, okay, let's fight. Actually, I got 2 deer packs, let's fight. But Anotend wants none of that, and he will be looking for the age up very, very quickly. That scout, okay, tries to bait it into the knight, but kind of damages himself quite a bit. So Louis is out for blood.
Yeah, and here comes the Castle Age from Anotend right behind it. Louis, we did mention, failed to decap the one sacred set he had already blocked. So, I mean, Anotend already at 400 gold right now is probably not feeling too bad. And here we do see this semi-commitment to knights from Louis. So it's not really going to be in time. This Knight Archer mass isn't massive. It's not a huge threat. And Anotend is certainly going to have enough time to just create some strong units, you know, whatever he wants, basically, probably Lancer, right? To just try and fight this, and he can quickly produce these.
I kind of wonder if Louis is smelling it a little bit, because that's not a lot of units from Delhi. Like, you're not supposed to be out-massing Delhi at this point in the game. Now, the problem with what Anotend is doing is he's getting faster castle, he's getting better tech, but he's actually going to lose the 3rd deer pack, which is not only food that he's losing, but his opponent is gaining. So it's gonna double the value in terms of how many units you'll be able to produce. So I think Louis is going to be very happy with that. At the same time, he kind of needs to age up too. He cannot... Making units this point forward will not give you as much value as if you just transition and upgrade those same units.
Yeah, now he's going up to 7 knights, and I think this is just what I keep seeing from Roost players, and clearly this has value, but it's just not working against any Civ's timings. Like this is exactly what we've seen every single time with Roost here, and that's just why I'm curious about adaptation and maybe the lack thereof here, and if that's like a critical issue here or just. Maybe I'm missing something because I'm you know me, I'm not the best player around, so it's like it's surprising.
Yeah, what's interesting is I mean Anotan immediately queuing up 2 elephants, right? So if you try any type of dive, that elephant is just not dying. Yeah. So now I feel like Louis maybe overcommitted a bit on the units. If he made like 3-4 less knights, he would be aging up to castle 2. 2 elephants already out. Okay, so you had double producing. He will now try to get relics, and now we're at the second part of the game where basically we're going to be fighting around relics and seeing who gets more off, which obviously Delhi has an advantage right now.
Yeah, and there's only 11 spears on the board. You're going to need more than that to deal with these elephants right now because they're only hardened spearmen. I mean, you have some support units, but you'd be surprised at how little damage these archers and knights are even going to do to these chunky boys on the field. So
yeah, you look at these and you're like, wow, isn't it overextending? And we're about to find out, but sometimes you have a big army attack elephants and then you lose everything. You're like, okay, well, I should not have done that. But those elephants are very brave. They're just going for it. They don't care. They want those relics secured.
Yeah, and I think Louis is really trying to preserve his massive spearmen here. He might try and get some fight in, but I don't know. He's so close to aging up. Could he maybe wait, or does he just need to buy time?
Yeah, I think Louis wants to deny relics. He's still trickling in units. You can see he has a little bit of a surplus of food, so he's still producing some spearmen, some archers. He wants to age up, and he wants to deny relics, because if he goes home now, he loses all the relics, right? So this is why you have to be active on the map still. Even though it's scary, you might get overwhelmed. If you just let your opponents get 5 relics, I mean, you didn't really accomplish much by all these units and all this pressure. So we see the last deer, I think, from Anotan, the second deer pack, is getting yoinked right there. So yeah, Anotan is now needing to put some pressure on, but Louis has so many units in front of his base, so it's very hard to move out.
Yeah, and this one elephant is getting a little low, and the spearman count is up to 16 and climbing. We're going to get vet spear, and at that point, there's a real risk in losing this investment in elephants. We talked a little bit about the food, and Anotan is stressed to the wall for food. He does have 1,000 food per minute for this moment, but as we talked about, he didn't get even his second hunt from Prof Scout. So his transition to farms is going to have to come a lot earlier. You mentioned the berry patch early in the game. It's kind of down on that southern side. If Louis is able to keep the central map control flowing, he'll be able to deny food, and Anotan could run out of smoke really quick. But 3 chunkers on the field.
Yeah,
Things are heating up in elephant land.
We're entering a state of the game where Anotan has to make ranged units. Like the mass melee comps only work until a certain point, and we're at that point. He needs to switch to something else because Louis will be making knights plus crossbows. So he can actually ditch the spearmen, which gets countered by men-at-arms. Crossbows counter everything Anotan has. So if he actually just makes a lot of crossbows and has a mobile army in knights, Anotan's army is just going to be a lot weaker.
Yeah, I don't think Anotan really wants Louis to take this fight, maybe just baiting it a bit. I feel like if the elephants just get charged on, a lot of the spears are going down here. Does he have vet spear?
Yeah, he's getting the upgrades. They just kicked in, and yeah, with the crossbows coming out, like Louis feels, this is one of those things where it's like, the game is even, but it feels like that Anotan is very all in, just because of the unit comp he has. We also see 5 villager kills, so Anotan doing some good harassment, reducing that villager count. Has 4 relics, by the way, on the way back home. No sacred sites, but Anotan's doing great right now. The problem is, how long is the food going to last? And we see some idle villagers around TC already. I'm not sure if Anotan is noticing that, but those guys are not gathering anything.
Not enough carcasses, but they're not showing up. And yeah, starting to get the relics, but where are we even going to go for food? It's going to have to be to that berry in the south, probably, right? That's going to be the only real safe spot, right?
Yeah, and on the other side, Rus has more deer. He probably still has deer. He has high trade house that's making deer, 3 berry patches, and the boar. So this is the game of food right now.
And the Golden Gate to just help buy some food if
yeah, he can just keep spamming units, and Anotan will have to transition to farms or do something. Now we see archers coming in. I feel like Louis' comp is just very diverse, and it's very hard to deal with. But 6th Elephant is coming out, and we all know that they're very, very strong.
Yeah, they sort of just have this compounding factor where the more they are, the harder it gets to take one down, it feels like, right? And the spearman count for Louis, notably, he's going to be relying strictly on the crossbows. I mean, the knights get just kind of decked by elephants, so just going to be relying on crossbows for DPS here. Won't be giving. Aware Louis, able to avoid that, is able to start to neutralize some of these kills. In a fight in the center, the elephants are going to be taking the engagement. Crossbows are in the position, but the spearmen have the surround on several of the elephants. If 3 or 4 of these go down, the investment will be lost for Anotan and maybe the game. The archers potentially looking to dive to woodline. The crossbows gonna have to retreat now. Their front line demolished by the big chonkers up front, and really up front. I mean, that's the whole force that he's been fighting.
Yeah, so he killed 2 elephants, lost the whole army, and that's kind of the power of the elephants. Like
the
you said,
crossbows stayed alive, and half the knights were raiding, so I don't know if he lost his whole army, but I mean, Anotan didn't have his whole army there either, right?
Yeah. So he's running away. The best thing Anotan can do is run back and heal those bad boys up.
Yeah, and it looks like he might be able to do so.
Yeah, he's trying to run away. The knights are still chasing. Now, one important thing is Anotan on the left side, the raid that we saw, that was his last food.
Here come the scholars.
There is no food income right now for Anotan. It is 0. It is dropping. He's making farms right there, which is just not going to work out for him, I think.
Well, if he's not able to keep them alive, the scholars have been pulled. This is 5 scholars to heal these elephants, but 1 elephant goes down before they can get the job done. The 2nd elephant is on the cusp of death, and he goes down as well. There is still 2 elephants on the field, 1 hiding on the woodline, waiting for some healing, waiting for some love. Maybe a hug is what he needs, because all of his friends are dying, and then an elephant never forgets. But Louis must retreat here, but look at the idols. Look at the economy. I mean, Anotan is just kind of falling apart here, and the macro from Louis, it seems pretty solid still.
Yeah, so what's happening right now is Louis, I think he just switched to berries, so his food per minute kind of dipped a little bit, which is not why there's not a lot of unit production coming out. And while, if we look at the unit count, this looks great for Anotan. 13 of those are scholars, and 2 are elephants. So, like, he basically has 2 elephants and a bunch of archers supporting them. So he is actually playing very, very aggressive with what he has right here. He's managing to get some villagers right now, and now Louis is transitioning to horsemen. I feel like making that many knights that get directly countered by elephants was pretty rough situation. He does have 2 sacred sites, but he needs to get to a big number of crossbows, not to only deal with knights, with elephants, sorry. He needs to almost 2-shot them at this point.
Yeah.
Because otherwise scholars get way too much value.
You need like 30 crossbows for that, and the amount of time that's going to take to even build up could be a bit of an issue, because there are archers on the field, and I believe we even have pikes in, so these archers should feel pretty comfortable. This is
Yeah, right now Anotan's food economy is very bad still, because he's on like, I think 8 farms or something like that, but he has all of his villagers on wood, and archers are very cheap to produce. So if you look at the production, we see 1 knight queued up and nothing else. He just has no food, but he's been doing a very good job being super effective with these units.
For sure. The crossbow count is slowly growing for Louis, but he's bringing them here now. I don't know if he wants to get in range of these archers.
No, that is way too many archers, and he needs to find a way to just keep gathering food and try to amass a lot bigger army. Perhaps even what he's doing right now, just transition to mass horsemen to be able to surround the archers, because 2 elephants cannot deal with 20-30 horsemen. It will get completely overwhelmed. And we do see Anotan securing that other berry patch, so he did manage to hold off, and he did manage to get more food for himself. So the unit production should resume for Anotan right now.
Yeah, that could be a couple more elephants on the field shortly. I mean, it was a big loss for Anotan's position when he traded off those, 6 elephants. Now, it was for Louis' army a bit, but a lot of the crossbows lived. Things are dicey here, and the Archer mass is still just growing. I mean, Anatan didn't have food, but like you said, it's not what you need for this Archer mass. And the 2 elephants to frontline, the horsemen, when are they ever going to get a good engagement here?
Yeah, and I feel like these archers are just getting so much value. Like, they picked off so many units, and if we look, Anatan traded 4,000, almost 5,000 soon resources more or better than Louis did. He's going to be picking off those crossbows. The elephants are tanking in the front. One is going to go down. And if Louis has enough income to just mass horsemen, he will be able to push this back. But that elephant is trying his best to stay alive.
But only 800 food per minute right now. It doesn't feel like it's enough income to really mass horsemen.
No.
At least early Castle Age, no. And you can tell the players are so focused here on this middle fight. Both of them just had almost 20 idle villagers. Things are kind of getting messy here in the final series of the day in Masters of Steel. This is game 1, and man, things are really spicy here. Anatan's bringing the heat. You know, Louis, after his recent games, has just been in a really solid position. Some would say maybe one of the favorites because he just came out of a win.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we saw Anatan basically playing with the same units for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like 2 elephants, and it was like 20 archers, and nothing was dying. And Louis kept losing a knight here, a knight there, a crossbow here, a crossbow there. So again, super efficient, which you see in the destroyed value right now. So Anatan's food per minute, 1.1k, now more than Louis'. Louis with 0 relics as well, 0 sacred sites. He's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, the 5 relics have been kind of the unsung hero of Anatan's economy, because his economy was not great, right? But he was able to do this farm transition on the back of the Archer macro cost, and mostly at the back of 5 relics and the occasional sacred site income. And he's got them both again, which, you know, just a couple minutes ago, it looked like Louis might have been capturing some, but here it doesn't look like it's going to be the case for Louis. And maybe surprisingly, dropping a game here against Anatan.
Yeah, I mean, Anatan's in really good shape, and you can see it right here. I think he microed really well. Micro was on point, kiting with the units when needed on point. Kind of went in with the elephant sometimes, maybe a little bit too aggressive, but it worked out great. Louis did not manage to get the right engagements, and we have 45 army supply versus 7. And even though Louis has food per minute still pretty decent coming in, it's very hard to now come back from this position where there's units on top of your production.
Yeah, the units on top of production is just a death sentence here, and the farms are now exposed as well to the right of this. In the back of the base, not feeling safe. A single Lancer has made its way across, and there is the GG. Louis not feeling good after that one. A hefty head shake. Anatan, well, he's rubbing his hands together.
Giving a little
hungry.
smile.
Yeah, that was a little grin there, a little cheeky, feeling good.
Rubbing his hands like a goblin, and Louis is like, did I just...
Yeah, I mean, Anatan's almost in shock there, actually. He's like, a little bit of a grin, maybe. He's confused. That's an impressive game from Anatan. At first, I thought Louis was really showing us the way with the Knights, but it didn't quite pan out, did it?
It started off really well. I think he got the deer pack, he got the second deer pack, he got Anatan's deer pack, but he kind of kept making Knights, which he just kind of overcommitted there instead of having a faster age up. But Anatan did win this matchup. Right? He got it, and he got the win. So this is a great feeling if you're playing. One of the worst things that can happen is you get the matchup you want and you lose, because then you're like, uh-oh. You know, that's not supposed to happen. So very well played from Chad, and he will be 1-0 up against Louis.
Yeah, and that's Coastal Cliffs, and can I just say that's another loss for Roos. It ain't looking good, Chief.
Another one.
Another one.
Yeah, Roos is like 1-7, 1-8.
They won a game?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mountain clearing.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. And yeah, so there we have it. That was game 1. And now we can maybe just take a moment to actually look at the draft. We jumped right in after that awesome giveaway of this really cool mouse and signed mouse pad. But let's take a look here at the rest of the draft. Anything standing out right away from you? Maybe the Byzantine dual bands?
Yeah, I mean, Byzantine is a very good civ, so I'm not really surprised. One thing that stands out immediately, which you can kind of lock in, KT will be played on Kawasan. Spoilers. Haven't seen the script, but that's what's going to happen. The question is, what is Anatan going to respond with? So he could potentially play Abbasid, Ayubid, HRE. Actually, all of his civs that he has can be played on Kawasan, so he has a lot of options. Whereas Louis first picking KT, you don't play KT on maps at the pro level. People don't have enough faith in that, so it will most likely be on Kavasan. So that's a little bit of an advantage, I guess, in the draft that Anotan has. He kind of knows, okay, one of your civs is going to go here. The rest of it, I feel like, is very, very Louis right now because he has the Malian, which he loves to play. He has French, Ottoman, Mongol, and Anotan also going with his comfort picks, picking Japanese first. And Japanese has been seeing a lot of love in this.
Yeah, it's been really solid. It's been doing very well in this tournament's meta. So curious about your thoughts on where we might see Mongols on mountain clearing, maybe saving French for regions and Ottoman for Arabia. Is that the plan? Maybe have Malians for that?
I am not sure he will be picking Mongol because Mongol can be played on land maps if you're specifically trying to snipe a civ, like Mongol versus Byzantine, for example, but there is no Byzantine, so I am not sure if Louis will be even picking that somewhere. I think the rest of the draft, Anotan, going into it, we see right now Kavasan, KT versus Ayubid. So Ayubid is the weapon of choice. A lot of people consider that a weak matchup for Ayubid, but we will see what Anotan brings to the table. But winning that first game allows him to have a little bit more freedom in the draft. Maybe you can take like a little bit of a risk. You know, you can throw away a civ or throw away a matchup, if you will. So let's say he wanted to play Atri on Kavasan. He can say, you know what, I'm going to save Atri for a land map, and I'm just going to pick Ayubid. Maybe I do well, maybe I don't, but he got that. He has that like free space to kind of do so. So be very interesting to see what he has with Ayubid, and is it going to be Gamboing?
Probably not. I wouldn't gamba on it. So I do have a question, though. Do you think that Anotan took any notes from your game against Louis? Because you showed maybe the way to beat his KT.
Right, but I mean, it's a different matchup. I think it is
a different matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different. Yeah, I think Louis is very, very good with KT, and I mean, picking KT first means like, you know, this is almost like a safe win for me. Yeah. So I think Louis is very confident in that one, and it's a bit of a scary one because Louis picked Kavasan right now because he lost. But if he loses this one with his first pick against a civ that you're not supposed to lose against, that is going to be a very, very rough kind of thing mentally. So he kind of needs to win this one, in my opinion, to kind of be able to play the rest of the series. Whereas if Anotan loses, he's not going to be like, oh my God, I lost that, it's 1-1. So I think a lot of pressure right now is on Louis to win the next one.
Yeah, speaking of pressure, I was curious if you had any behind-the-scenes insight into maybe the mental state of these players going into this match. Did you get a chance to talk to them? We can see them now just donning their headphones and preparing to launch into this game. Do you have any insight as a player into what they're thinking?
I think everyone's confident. Like not just these two guys, but everyone I talk to is like super confident that they will do well and they're going to win their games. And obviously a lot of these guys practice with each other, so they kind of, you know, are like, oh yeah, I'm doing pretty well against this guy in practice, and he just beat this guy. So simple math that I should be that guy too. Obviously not how it works, you know, but people have been very, very confident. And I think I talked to Anotan a little bit. He said, yeah, I think I can win. I'm not too worried. They practiced apparently a lot for the previous tournament or the one before. I lost track. We had that conversation. So I feel like he kind of knows how he's playing. Louis knows how Anotan's playing. So they're pretty familiar with each other. And I think it's going to come down to who can play better today.
Yeah, Anotan was practicing with Louis in preparation for Louis to play Marine Lord in EGC Summers. And that led to Louis winning. Well, that's what Anotan was saying. He was like, that's why he won.
He was kind of low-key saying that.
He was basically saying, I won.
That's how I understood.
He was pointing at Marine Lord and saying, that's why you lost, actually.
Yeah. He was just poking a little bit of fun, you know, but he was basically like, you know, you should smack talk less because, I kind of gave him all the skill needed to beat you. So, like I said, I think they're both very, very good. And, well, we don't want players losing because they have nerves. We want to make sure they're playing their best. And like I said, they're both very confident, so that's great.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the confidence count, but it appears to me that we do have a game to go into. And let's dive in to game number 2 in the final set of today. We do have the lovely Kavasan with the mountain of berries in the middle and 2 lakes on either side. we can see with this lovely swooping cam as our players scout the map looking for sheep, and they send their vills forward to dock.
Yeah, and we see the pink villager right there. Now, this map is very interesting. You can play it a lot of different ways. You can go, number one is just age up and then make a dock. Number two is make a dock, 3 fishing ships into age up. Number 3 is just keep making fishing ships. So it is very complicated, and it's going to take, we don't have that much time to explain, but basically depends what civ you're playing, what civ you're playing against, what your opponent is doing. So if your opponent is aging up, you can't be super greedy, right? So the opponents or the players will definitely try to kind of see, okay, are you making dock? Are you aging up first? Kind of what's going on? But usually KT definitely wants to go for a dock because they get so much value from chopping wood.
Yeah, and they also, as far as I understand, they want to be on your pond a little bit, right? Because they're going to have that fast agent.
Yeah, they do want to
They
fight.
want to play aggro potentially.
Right.
Yeah, they want to fight.
Mm-hmm. They do want to fight because of the wood gathering. It is very, very good. But what I'm seeing right here is House of Wisdom, and this looks like a fast age up from Anatan, but
skipping the dock.
Does he have 1 on gold? Can we check that? Okay, he has 2 on gold. Okay, I was going to say either he mistimed the fast age up, which costs 125 gold and I think 225 food. But with 2 on gold, now 3, he will be going for, I'm assuming Eco-Wing growth or industry would make the most sense. But I'm hoping for Gamba Wing.
I just yelled industry pretty loudly, I realized, because I got excited, and I really want to see it work. I was telling you about this. I want to see it work. You want to see Gamba Wing work as well? So
And Chat, is the funny thing is these 2 guys are the guys who go for Gamba Wing the most out of anyone, I think. So,
oh, here it is. Here it is.
And that's why, guys, I am here commentating and not playing with these guys.
Oh, man. And so here we have it. Tradewing Bazaar coming in, which, you know, we don't always see this at the start of Feudal Age, at least not in tournament play. This isn't the most common thing. So it gives you just an option every minute you get some buys to buy some random options. And it does require a decent amount of gold income because you need to have those villagers on gold and you need to be able to sustain that. But what it can give you is just a ton of stuff. And how you use that stuff is up to you. What you get is up to the Gamba gods. And we'll see what Louis does about this, because this is kind of playing almost against Knight Templar in a way, right? Part of their value here is that they can win the water. Well, what if you just don't play water?
Yeah,
well, he's gonna now, but like with the fast
one
age
good thing about Tradewing is you can also get wood. So you can actually just buy wood if needed, and that can kind of
just put every villager on gold
and be like, come on, one time.
Idle TC, every vill on gold. If your TC goes idle, you just buy vills and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right?
So I think that Louis is also very comfortable with this because he also plays Tradewing Bazaar quite often. He will not be like, oh my god, what do I do? He knows, okay, I need to check what unit, if there's units coming out, first of all. Because if there's units coming out, the dynamic of the whole matchup changes quite a bit. So we can see that scout. I would not be surprised if Louis now goes around in front of that House of Wisdom and just be like, okay, let me just sit around here, see what you have. And Anatan right now is like, come on. You know, lucky number, whatever, 7, come on.
He's at the casino right now.
Yeah.
He's no longer playing
He's
AoE.
hoping he rolls high here. Probably what he wants the most would be potentially like 4 units and then like double wood. That would be, you know, the dream. But I think even if you get 2 units, the reason why Gamba Wing is played on hybrid maps, if he gets 2 units, let's say he gets 2...
he sees it. He just saw... Did you see that laugh? He laughed. He's like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Louis literally chuckled when he saw the
so
Bedouin.
he sees the units, and the problem why this is so good on hybrid maps is now Louis has to make barracks or stables or archer ranges, but Anatan is actually fully committing to water. So it creates this weird kind of situation for Louis where he now needs to respond both on land and water, and Anatan only really is investing on water.
Yeah, I mean, he's spending his landmark charges here, but yeah, so it's interesting. So he did get 2 unit packs, like you mentioned, and was able to produce his first Bagla.
He knows how to do Gamba Wing, I'm telling you. He knows what's up. He's practiced, and he's here to get Louis. Now, these Sprinkle ships are coming out. We see Archer ship coming out. Anatan a little bit struggling for wood. No follow-up in terms of ships right now.
Didn't get lucky.
Right. Not lucky enough.
Yeah.
No demo ship, no Archer ship. So I feel like Louis now, second ship, third ship on the way.
What is...
Oh, Louis.
Oh, he's avoiding the skirms. Okay.
See, this is kind of the issue, right?
Yeah.
So he didn't make any production buildings, and now we see Anoten a bit struggling on water because he didn't need all that gold for the units. But at the same time, Louis now having some idle time, and that is going to be swift and easy defense right there.
Yeah, and that does mean that even though there's a bit of idle time on the water, KT, who's usually a little bit behind in Vils, is actually equal because of the fish neutralizing that. But if you say behind in Vils, now the Hospitaller Vils, when you go up with Hospitaller, one of the biggest benefits is that defense, right? They're a little bit faster. They have more HP. It's a lot harder for these raids to kill a Vil, and we saw Louis previously when he was playing the Civ being really, really effective at keeping these villagers alive. He would pull off hurt ones and go to the Strags near the TC, maybe go send them to Sheep, and these Vils are literally, these units are literally on stand ground just kind of menacingly staring down. Let's see what these next buys are. Ooh, never lucky. That is a stone buy, and traders could be interesting. I guess you could wait.
Yeah, you could make traders. It's obviously not great, but you know, it's something. And now this is a nightmare for Louis.
I think the
right
traders
now.
are literally awful, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
That
you
would
could make
give you,
some
like, 2
crazy
gold.
market, but yeah,
You'd have to
it
build
is
up.
not great. So this is the nightmare fuel right here. And this is why we call it Gamba Wing, because if you got anything else other than these skirmishers, we're seeing a completely different game where Louis is just gathering wood, he's enjoying his life, but these guys are doing so much work, and in the situation where KT should now be pumping a lot of units, pumping fishing ships, he's forced to run back and forth, which is definitely not what he wants to do, but he does secure the lake. Anoten managed to grab the other one, and both of the players will actually just boom up with a lot of fishing ships.
And that will help Louis out a little bit because he'll be able to build some more of these horsemen, which are going to be pretty important here as there's quite a lot of just mass coming now for Anoten with the Desert Raiders behind this.
Can we check the Gamba Wing? I think it has kicked in. Oh my god.
Oh, we got some units.
Oh god. Okay, if I'm Louis and I see that, I am not happy. I will say that. To be fair, the last time I've seen Louis play Gamba Wing, he got almost identical, you know, yeah. So, you know, it is what it is, right? Sometimes you get lucky with the Gamba, sometimes a bit unlucky, but Anoten is loving this right now. He has 8 units on the field from that age up, and he has 2 Desert Raiders. So Louis needs to catch up with the land units ASAP in order to be able to survive. And we see 4 swordsmen, actually, so 2 more popped out.
He's having so much fun with the Gamba Wing units, he just forgot to get Golden Age. He's just on 9 out of 10. Like, it would be 50 wood to really help him out.
Look at, oh my god, look at Louis' face. I think he just saw the rest of the units. He is shaking his head. He cannot believe what is happening.
Because now his woodline is about to be pressured here on the south. He's going to have to run.
And we have to say, do not try this at home. If you try, you'll get 3 traders and the opponent's going to kill you. So don't go with that. You have to be very experienced in order to use this wing. So we see some horsemen. He's trying to engage, but that is just a lot of units. Let's see if he can get a good engagement. Getting a wrap around. Desert Raider goes down. The skirmishers are going down, and I feel like Louis had way less units, but he's taking really good trade right now. This is probably as good as he gets.
Yeah, every single skirmisher has gone. Oh, I say that. Every single skirmisher has gone down. And now with just a few swordsmen left, the archers are just sort of going to feast here.
Yeah, he's going to push him back, and I feel like that was a big loss for Anoten. Losing swordsmen is actually not a big deal because they are a melee unit and it's whatever. Skirmishers actually do a lot of damage against light units, so losing, I think it was 6 of them, right?
Yeah, there was quite a lot there.
Yeah, that is just all. We kind of have the game completely swung in now in Louis' favor, so finally the Golden Age comes in, and Louis is probably very happy with that engagement right now. He's still producing horsemen, a lot of archers. We're going to see some pilgrims coming in, so he managed to kind of survive this early game, and the Gamba is over for now.
Yeah, and I think that safe passage click really indicates that Louis is feeling comfortable now. He might be gambling that Anoten doesn't get lucky again. But for the time being, like, he must be feeling so confident right now because that fight really was, it felt like a miracle, right? His woodline was super exposed. If that went worse, he just has to idle the woodline again, and that could have been disaster.
It's like, I mean, that's his whole economy, right? Can we check the worker count? I think all of it is on wood at this point. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, 10 fishing ships probably, and then 28 on wood. So, yeah, so it's literally his whole economy. Now, the wall on the left, I want to point out, that's a great wall. Now, the reason he's walling this is not because he's scared of getting attacked, not because of the fishing, it's because of the pilgrims. So, this is a max distance pilgrim, which means he's going to be getting 130 gold. It is also very close to your opponent's base, so you're kind of choking them in on their side of the map at the same time. So that's a very, very good value wall. Very cheap, especially because you're a KT. And we do see a little cheeky age up coming in.
Yeah, reinforcement behind this. Meanwhile, we see Louis still getting Sanctuary, so investing more into this pilgrim play. Reinforcement going to give you a lot of those Desert Raiders, but I mean, at this point, just more mass. Does that feel like the answer for Anatan, or did you think maybe he needed some economic growth? I mean, maybe he's been buying a couple Vil packs behind the scenes because he's still up quite a few Vils, but I mean, with no Vil kills on the board, you just kind of expect that still a little bit, right?
Yeah, so I think he got 2 more swordsmen, by the way, so he got another unit. Kind of wild. He got double food and, I'm assuming, one of the resources, but he will be aging up right now, and Louis is looking pretty good. He is age up behind, right? So he needs to kind of fix that. But he's playing against Ayubid, which it's going to take a while to age up. He still has time. He doesn't need to rush. And the double pilgrim income is actually very, very, very strong. So he's going to have that secured, and he's going to be super, super happy with that. Mon doing a little bit of a raid. I am not sure if he saw that age up wing coming in, because House of Wisdom is kind of there on the corner. But yeah, Anatan is just waiting for the age up, and we see the stable transition, so he will be going into Camel Lancer's Mass Desert Raider, and Louis needs to respond to this with anything but cavalry.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll see, right? Yeah, Camel Lancer is going to be probably one of the scariest things he can do right now, right? So I'm not sure he'll have the free Desert Raiders to help support that. I guess he doesn't even need to train those, so his stables can just work fully on the Camel Lancers, and maybe supported by the random Bedouins, right?
Yeah, kind of like budget archers, I guess. You're getting some free units. Now, he could have gone Eco Wing, but he probably wants to put pressure right now. Maybe he's not feeling like, okay, this game didn't go well. I was supposed to do more damage. And instead of going Eco Wing and kind of becoming more greedy, I guess, he wants to commit to military wing so he can get some Desert Raiders out and just put a lot of pressure on his opponent. So we'll see what his plan is. Right now, we see 2 Desert Raiders in production.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Maybe we'll see Camel Lancers now.
Okay, there we go.
And Louis on his way up to Castle Age. I'm really curious what he queued up. It's clearly behind a Vil. Genoa, okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty standard one, I feel like. Yeah, you just get a lot more gold. And I would say, looking at this game right now, we don't have any player that has a massive advantage. But going from here on out, I think KT is going to have better economy. And Louis is definitely the type of player who's like, you know what, if I throw a fortress on that left sacred site and the game goes on, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
You know, I'll play that. And Anatan is probably the more aggressive one, where he's like, okay, I need to make something happen, especially because he's making full cavalry kind of army. So he will try to go out on the map, secure the relics, and we'll see if he actually contests the water, because he could go for Rams or even Manjaniks.
Yeah, or the Tower of the Sultan.
Also true. Those do exist.
It's a big chunky boy, and when there's 4 of them, it's pretty hard.
It probably kills ships, right? Like pretty well.
With the arrows, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, the ships tickle it back. So yeah, it's just a really weird fight. I've seen it.
It's like the annoying thing you can make. You just leave it there too.
You just leave it there, and it's just a long resolution period before that's done. And we see sort of the Rainbow Army approach again from Louis. So we got Templar Brothers coming in, some Genoese crossbows coming in. Sort of a little mixed bag.
What's interesting is Louis still is going for Templar Brothers. This is something I've noticed in his KT games. He loves the Templar Brother and the Genoese Crossbowman combo. Right. I'm a bit surprised he's doing it here because well, Templar Brothers get countered right by the camels because of the debuff, but also Genoese Crossbowmen, they counter infantry right? Yeah. So they do have a high base
by these Bedouins. He's like, get him out of here.
He's like, oh my god, he got more Bedouin skirmish.
Yeah, right. And you doubted the Genoese.
Knows what's up.
I think the Genoese are going to get wrecked by the Bedouin skirms, right? Oh no, no, they wouldn't.
I'm not actually sure.
No, I've
This is one
literally
interaction I've
never
not
fought that unit against that unit.
Yeah. So
that'd be a first for me to see.
see the gold here secured. I'm trying to look. Anaton's golds are actually pretty far out. Can we check his next gold after this one? Okay, he's already double tapping on those. Okay, and then he goes all the way there. Okay, cool. So he's securing both. He wants to make sure that instead of all-inning on one, he's getting a little bit of both, so the gold income keeps going. And if we look right now, he's making some Pringles right there. He's making some ships right now because Louis is docking the right pond.
Yeah.
Louis being a little cheeky, you know, in the middle of it. Sometimes people don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Anaton luckily did see it immediately, made ships. Sometimes people don't pay attention, and there's a archer ship and a Springle ship. You're like, oh god, my whole economy is dead.
Oh, we have the ships supporting this as the Springolds trying to take the engagement. There are just a few spearmen in the front, but I mean the front line for Louis is just going to get eviscerated here, but he's got the archers in the back trying to deal damage. Will Anaton's army push forward here, or will he have to retreat from this archer mess?
Yeah, and Louis keeps committing into this. The archers are almost left alone. Some Templar brothers coming in. Springles were actually made to kill the ships, by the way. They still do bonus damage against ships. But Anaton looks like he is pushing this back. The military count is still in favor of Louis. I'm not sure what the situation is on the right pawn right now, if it's stabilized or not, but both players just fighting right now. Louis is going to be doing a lot of kiting. Camel Lancers are almost out here. There's 3 remaining, and the Desert Raiders are getting picked off by the archers.
Yeah, and I have to imagine that Louis is okay with this trade. I think his read on this game is correct. I think he knows his economy is better at this point, because I think the Gambit Wing does not scale very well, right? Whereas what Louis has done is set up for scaling, and just the Civ itself, he was able to invest in Pilgrims, and Anaton hasn't even seen a Pilgrim, let alone denied one, right? So, like, things are going very well, I would say, on Louis' side. And yeah, I'm a little curious if Anaton is going to have this transition, if this game stalls out even further, transition into like the mid game, and you know, Louis is just going to be sitting on the berries. I doubt he's going to take any of these berries. I mean, maybe he will move a few villas later, but like, what is Anaton going to do when he runs out of food here? Like,
yeah, what's interesting is, so food income for Anaton just plummets, by the way. He's losing the right pond. If you look at the minimap, there was a demo ship hitting a lot of the fishing ships, which we saw in the little camera in the bottom left corner. So his fishing economy is looking like a disaster right now. And finally, Louis is feeling confident to go for Genoese crossbowmen. He has 12 right now, no more archers, so his army is going to be pure gold army. And once again, those Genoese crossbowmen have very high base damage, so even though they're not supposed to counter cavalry, they still do a lot of damage per hit. And like I said, Louis is very, very comfortable with that. But we see 420, 430 food per minute for Anaton right now.
Yeah, that's pretty low and abysmal, and it makes it really hard to do anything. He's made 3 Springolds here. I mean, I'm not really sure what that's going to accomplish. Relic's starting to come in on the back of this for Louis, which means Sacred Site captures shortly behind, and things are going to start looking good. I could even see Louis moving some bills to stone soon, right? And just starting to really slow down the game pace, maybe? Or do you think he's just going to all gas here?
The moment he feels, okay, I've done something here, he will transition to stone in order to extend his lead.
Yeah.
So perhaps, oh my god, that is going to be
huge.
Massive.
The splits from Louis, will he get it? He does. Oh, Hospitaller fishing boats.
Right.
Demos are a lot worse against
him. Okay. I feel like if he gets these docks down, because he did a lot more fishing economy damage on the other side, maybe if he gets these docks down, he'll be like, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good now. I have fishing, he doesn't, so I can transition. This is a fight I don't really think Anaton wants to take. We see in the army value,
army
better.
Caught on the right click, what? Oh, I guess he was just trying to reposition his range units, but it seemed like they were just kind of waddling through the Springolds. But the Templar Brothers now going to be enough of a front line. The powerhouse Genoese crossbowmen able to deal that damage. They're going to be able to one-shot these Springolds in the back. The Templar Brothers charging forward. Anaton shaking his head. What just happened there? It seemed like the Gambit Wing just wasn't enough for him, was it, Beasty?
Yeah, it started off great, like with everything that he has gotten, which is kind of funny because KT is good against Hybrid, but the fact that he got all the units from the Gambit Wing that he got, and we still ended a game like this is very, very impressive by Louis, of course, because that first fight that he took, I feel like it was like 6 units against like 9 with the initial between skirmishers.
It was 4 horsemen and like 3 archers.
Yeah, it was clear he was going to lose it, but it was very, very good trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, I think like the archers were living with like a sliver of health. So I think the skirmishers just didn't have enough numbers to one-shot. And I think that might have like led to some weird micro issues because maybe Anatan was thinking he had enough to one-shot.
Yeah.
And like that put them in a really weird position. And then they ended up getting like 3-shot from the horsemen.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, whoa, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, because if you remember the idling around the wood line, like that's a lot of economic damage because it's like all his villagers just going left, right, chopping the new trees, not really getting any wood, and then just moving to the other side. So. Yeah, Louis pulling it back, and once again, I mean, his KT is best, if not one of the best from anyone. This is why he's picking it, right? He first picked it, so gets him the win. But like I said, this is one of those things where Louis is like, okay, this is my first main pick, right? I'm gonna pick this map. I won. Okay, we're kind of back into it. We're stabilizing. If he lost this game, I think mentally it would just be very hard to recover. So, Anatan, on the other hand, I don't think he should be like too upset at this loss because he probably knows, the matchup's not too great for me. Tried my best, almost kind of got him, right? It was very, very close until the very end, and I feel like the demo that came out on the right pond, killing like 10 fishing ships, was pretty big.
Yeah, that was close indeed. And I'm honestly wondering about the prep there because what would make Louis like laugh in that moment? Because this is a tournament setting. He saw it and he laughed. Do you think he knew that this was a chance and maybe he and his teammates were practicing thinking about it and he said, he won't do that. And then maybe one of his teammates was like, no, he's going to do this.
I think the first time he laughed is when
he scouted.
Right. No. When I think it was when the
units came out.
The units came out. He was like, oh, okay. He got 2 swordsmen and 2 skirmishers. The second time was like a laugh and like, oh, come on, when 6 units came out because he was like, really? Is that really what's happening right now? So obviously he wasn't, very happy with that. You're kind of the same way Anatan is kind of like praying, like, please give me the units. Louis on the other side is like.
If it's resources, like what does it really achieve, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, it is 1-1 right now. The next matchup and map is Mountain Clearing, and it is going to be Malian versus the Holy Roman Empire. And Louis has been playing a lot of Malian in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? It's like pretty easy to get your pit mines rolling, and we've seen some interesting plays with the central boar coming into question here. Do you think we're going to see HRE moving out to the middle of the map here? And do you think Malians have any like quirky, fun, cute ways to deal any damage, or do you think this is just like Malian does their thing and HRE actually gets the boar in this game?
So the problem with Malian is like other civs make a barracks, chop a little wood, make 2 spearmen. Malian has to do that, but you're also not building the pit mine and you're not building the houses, so you're shooting the opponent in the leg, but you're also shooting yourself in the leg too.
Yeah.
So are you really getting ahead? Because you're supposed to have a lot better economy. So the boar, I can already hear it. It's happening. And there it is. Anna Chad will be picking up that boar immediately, healing up that scout just in case. And we see Louis right now probably going to go for the full house surround right there.
Is that pit mine like a little tough, actually? You'll get not everything you want.
Bottom side, I think 1 house is blocked.
Maybe 2. I think 2 houses are blocked. I think that tree's blocking the next house. I think you can fit 1 house there where the mouse is, and then so that's.
You think that top tree is blocking 2? I have no idea.
It might be. It might be. I don't know. We'll have to see in game. I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world here. You can obviously start chopping there and clear that up pretty quickly.
We're about to find out. Anatan got that boar, so he's going to be pretty happy about that. Prelate is already inspiring all those guys. Come on, eat it quicker before the units arrive. Otherwise, we're gonna be doomed. So he's gonna make sure to get that, which opens up for a lot of possibilities with HRE. You can go for even something crazy like Burger, although in this matchup not as good. But most likely super fast Cathedral, and then you can just vacuum those relics and extend your lead quite a bit. So yeah, Louis is going for a bunch of houses right now. everything is looking pretty standard. Even though we did nerf deer pushing, the deer are so close to your TC here that it is not, even with the delay, you can still do it and get that value and food safe under your TC.
Yeah, it's real nice for the players here. I mean, with close deer, what can you do, right? I think that's totally fine. We have a really nice push from Louis, honestly. Like it's pretty crisp. Like these are close and fast, and that's gonna feel good later on as Malians, because it's just gonna mean that your cattle boom can be a little less crazy if you're even gonna do it on this map. You said that you've seen Louis playing a lot of Malians on mountain clearing. Do you have any insight into like what exactly he's playing into?
So in this matchup, I'm actually not sure, but I think I've seen him. It was a series against Puppy Paw. He went Malian versus Ayubid, and he just kind of went for super fast push and then cow boom behind it. Now, I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to be his plan against HRE, because HRE could basically get to castle as you're making units, so he might be changing something there. We will see. Obviously, Louis probably expected the board, didn't really, stress too much about it, and he's going to be aging up with 6, so which is actually quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I normally do 4, but I don't know.
Yeah, 6 is, sometimes some civs do 5, 4 is normal. 3 is kind of when you're chilling a little bit. 6 is kind of like, I want to get this ASAP because I am going something with it. So this might be like, I want the second mining, pit mine as fast as possible. This might be, I want the stable or archer range as fast as possible in order to get something. Because if he was just going cow boom, aging up that quickly doesn't, you can just make cows in Dark Age, right? As you're aging up. So we will see what the plan is there.
Yeah, and I remember, I think Maito did the math once on Montequery itself to be like, how quickly do you rush it? Because it does give you just gold the moment you finish it. Right. So it's like getting villagers. And so I think he did the math, and 6 is actually still pretty good. It's like, it's not actually that bad to do. Like economically, you're ahead if you build it faster, right? There's obviously a limit because diminishing returns on the build speed, but it's an interesting note that some landmarks, like, we see it with the chapel as well. Players just want to build it because then all their ecos.
Right. Then you get all the ecos.
It's like the same concept there. And you can see, Louis is just chopping these trees because he needs to clear off some space. The rehouses were blocked.
Yeah, and we see a lot of villagers on deer, so he clearly wants a lot of food. And yeah, there's a speed building with 4 villagers on the archer range, so this will most likely, I would assume this will be javelin throwers, and he's just going to go around the chapel, go around the board. They have more range than the archers, so he's probably just going to bully Anatan a little bit. Now the problem is, Anatan clearly going castle, right? There's no doubt about that. He's doing some walls right here to make him safer. The question is, what is Louis going to do? Because Anatan has picked his poison already. Now, does Louis cow boom? Is he going to also rush castle with Malian, which I'm not sure what you get by doing that. So he kind of needs to respond to this fast castle right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting play, an interesting situation for Louis. I feel like what Anatan's bringing to the table is just so speedy, right? And it's so, like, concise. Whereas I think, like, Louis building this javelin thrower and adding another one in, it's like he clearly has some expectation to get value out of this, but I'm not seeing a ton of value being immediately available right now. Like, maybe there's something like sneaking around the back here, but he's kind of showing Anatan that this is open, and Anatan will now like come find this.
It's funny because he was probably checking, is this open? And Anatan's like, wait, is that open?
Yeah, they're both just like, wait a minute, I think this is open.
Yeah, so the javelin throwers are coming.
Yeah, well, some damage in actually.
Yeah, that villager is going to run away. The castle is definitely coming in this game. The question is, again, what is Louis doing behind this? We see no cows right now. We see big pit mine getting a lot of houses on it. And we see barracks as well. So maybe Louis' plan is going to be, again, like against that Ayubid from Puppy Paw, to just make a lot of units and maybe try to starve out Anatan, wait for him to run out of food. Because let's not forget, Anatan does not have 3 or 4 deer pushed under his TC. And Louis has killed those outside of it. So that is over 1,000 food. 1,000 food. Oh,
we're getting something spicy, and it seems Louis may have had a read on this because he's already building the Musofati.
Okay, so this is what's interesting and cool about A4. So Anatan has been with the scout back in his own base. He is most likely assuming this is cow boom, but Louis is actually making Musafatis. So Anatan is in a way countering himself right now.
Yeah.
And I am not sure if he's going to have enough food to sustain. So as long as Louis now just makes cows, eats cows, and makes Musafaris, Anatan is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, just remember, he does have all the deer still under his TC. He didn't take those yet because they weren't under Aachen. He prioritized the sheep first. So he does have some food to work with. He might have to train a prelate and bring it over. And that might actually be what he's doing, is to get food there. Well, maybe this is probably for the relic, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe training more prelates. Maybe going to have a bit of a resource issue here on Anatan's side, because Burgrave, there's kind of a hidden cost to Burgrave, I found. And it's if you're not trading your units right away, you need like a lot of houses.
Yeah.
You need a good chunk of vills on wood.
You need a lot of eco in general to just support it, and
yeah,
the income you need is crazy, right?
And we see, you also think of the upgrades, right? Like these are just going to be early man-at-arms, so they're not even going to be Castle Age versions yet. And I think you're totally right. I think there's torches showing here, so Louis just wanted to break in and deal damage, and he's gonna get in, but running into this outpost means not much value here, right? Unless he just dives? No way.
Yeah, I think if I'm Louis, I just take it slow here. Like, he sees the situation of food, right? Like, that's a lot of villagers in one spot. You probably know, like, he cannot have food forever here. Like, he will run out of food, and when he does, what is he going to do then? Now, another thing is, if they both gather resources, Louis will not only produce more Musafaris, but with the numbers he's going to have, he should be able to kill the men-at-arms. Now, these workers here are, if Anatan doesn't evacuate, they're stuck, so that might be a -5 angle right there in the middle.
Yeah, and there's also there is a relic there, though, so there could be some crazy shenanigans. But I doubt anything crazy.
That probably is calm.
Yeah, okay.
So that is going to be -5 villagers, forces Anatan to actually engage, and that is a lot of men-at-arms coming in.
It's a lot of men-at-arms with the Musafati going to run to the front. The Javelins not really doing anything valuably here. The outpost notably did not go down and does have a relic in it for buffing up those garrison arrows. The men-at-arms going to be enough to tank that Musafati bonus damage for the time being. The Javelin throwers forced to retreat. Now the Musafati mass from Louis is still being built on the back end of this, but as we talked about, can Anatan keep up the pressure here? Can he continue this mass? I think he'll be able to for quite some time, and Louis maybe needed to win this first fight to stop a snowball.
Yeah, so what happened there is Anatan did a good job target firing the Musafatis with the tower. So the Javelins, like you said, kind of dead unit. They're not really doing anything. They couldn't pick off villagers because they were all in tower, and they were not doing a lot of damage to the men-at-arms. Now, we see before this fight, Anatan had 10 men-at-arms. He has 11 now. So the unit production is slowing down. On the other side, you can see Louis is already back up with those Musafatis. Now, we'll see if he's going to be able to take a good engagement. 60 Musafatis right now. And if you look at the production, there's no man-at-arm. It's a lot of food, and it's a lot of no income that he just does not have right now. Those deer, after that, he's going to be going on those berries and the outside deer. So unless he wants to transition to farms, of course, but that will slow down like all the unit production that he is going to have.
Yeah, there's no way this is going the way Anatan wants it to, right? Basically, he's using these to defend. When you do this build with Burgrave, you basically need to be like under their TC for this to really pan out, because the sacrifice here is you have no farm transition on the Aachen. So even your feudal landmark is going to stop giving you value pretty soon. I mean, sure, he's got the gold income from it and a couple vills on wood, but like the fact that it's not buffing his food income means that his transition here to mid-Castle Age, as you said, is going to be just kind of devastatingly weak.
I mean, if we look at the income right now, Anatan is already behind, and he has a relic, right? Now we will see. The only question is, can Anatan get a really good engagement to mow down this army, and can he keep up the unit production going forward?
This isn't going to be a winning engagement. The Musafati are getting a surround even on the left side. The man-at-arms forced to retreat. Cattle being produced behind this. More Musafati on the way. 5 in queue, 25 on the field. Anatan on the back foot. There are a couple prelates trying to juggle some relics, potentially looking to zone out these units, but now with the men-at-arms forced back, the Musafati can come once again, take out the central outpost, take out the mill, and just clear the vision for Anatan. And now he's going to be playing just with the scout to take engagements, and this is when Musafatis can do a lot of crazy things. And once again, these feudal Musafatis just running down Anatan. Keep in mind, Anatan, no blacksmith, no upgrades there. Louis gonna be almost full blacksmith, full eco upgrades coming into, missing the gold, but is that the most important thing for Malians at this moment? And I think Anatan could be in a bit of trouble here. This might be a last hurrah fight. He's got nothing in the tank.
Yeah, and we see one very important thing. He saw Lenskana coming out, and we see 5, 6 archers. He doesn't need a lot. He needs maybe 10 archers to one-tap those, and they're very, very expensive. Obviously very good into Musafati, but if there's 10 archers picking them off, that's not going to work. And Anatan right now, pretty sure 0 food income, right? Nothing under the chapel. He either needs to go farms or he needs to find a way to secure this. And making Lens Connect is actually pretty decent if you don't have a lot of food, since they are cheap on that. But the archer transition already being in, and we see Louis is eating cows in the back as well as on berries. Oh, he actually kind of little bit of a cow boom.
Yeah,
Just 2 right there.
He started it. He's got 4 cows now. I think he's trying to make sure he doesn't die to this all-in from Anatan, and I think he's doing that perfectly. Like, he's gonna have plenty of units. Soon he can dive. He might just want to wait out these berries. I think he scouted this, that, you know, he knows Anatan is on these forward deer. He knows Anatan is on these forward berries with a lot of his economy, a noticeable amount of his economy. And if Anatan just keeps taking these rough trades against Musafati, the game is going to be over relatively quick here. And Louis knows that. He knows that. He's eating his cows. He's not really worried about the future right now. He just knows, if I hold the next 2 or 3 minutes, this game is mine.
Yeah, Louis can sit in his base for the next 15 minutes and not need to move out at all and just eat cows, while Anatan has about a minute of gathering time left, and then he is completely out of food. So he's going to be engaging. Finally, the villagers are all idle, and now Louis, just go back. Don't go under the TC, just go back. Wait for the villagers to come back, and when they do, just go in again.
Yeah, and there is a bit of micro burden here on Louis. He has to pay attention, right? Like you said, the Landsknecht can just absolutely demolish a big group of Musafati, but I mean, it's Louis right now. He seems so sharp and crisp. He's got these archers on lock. There are 4 Landsknecht here, which is actually quite a big number to deal with only 9 archers. You have to really make sure you don't throw your Musafati too quickly. He did take a bit of damage there in that fight, but just look at the army numbers. Look at the income. Look at the economic growth here.
Yeah, now what he's doing, which is really funny because Anatan has full melee comp, he can actually kind of pull him out of the base with archers, because it's like, okay, well, I'll either kill your villagers or you come out to fight. Oh, you come out to fight, then I just kill your units. So he's just going to keep forcing this, keep forcing Anatan to move out. And Anatan kind of has to if he wants to keep gathering, but because he's gathering, he's just losing units. So we're kind of going in circles here, him just bleeding out. And we do see the age up is also coming at the same time. So the game is not going well for Anatan right now.
I gotta ask, as this game is looking really rough for Anatan, hasn't Louis once yet clicked the invisibility? I feel like it would just be cool. It'd be style points. It's fun.
Right. I don't know. That's something we have to ask
if he just pressed it right now, this whole shift here is completely... You don't see it happen.
Right. Style points.
Style points lost. Anatan has the style points.
Mission passed, respect.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is what it is. Maybe he's saving it. He wants to for the right moment.
Yeah, for the right moment? Okay, okay.
He's waiting for Anatan to move out so he can just sandwich him. And yeah, right now we see Louis is enjoying, and Anatan probably not happy with that age up. Like, just, you know, seeing that age up when you're in the middle of the game and you're losing, you're just like, oh, this is not good.
And you can see it. He kind of gave a little head shake there on that player camera, and it's sort of the beauty of a LAN is that you get to see these player reactions live to the game unfolding, and it adds that layer of drama. It adds that layer of just personality to these players that you just don't get in an offline event. Or an online event, you know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah. And we see Mansa Musafati, and this is something we do not see almost ever.
I love Farimba.
Yeah, we usually see Mansa Javelineers, but obviously this game is not appropriate for it, is one way to put it, right? There's no javelins on the field, so he just upgraded his whole army and made it so much better. And guys, don't look at Anaton's food right now. That's not a lot.
Honestly, one of the benefits here from Louis has been eating those cows. So he's been training cows to eat them with the villagers, not instead of garrisoning, and I think that's given him a big edge here. But as these raids finally come in, and when you build the Burgrave, you want to do this 2 minutes after the Burgrave is built, even earlier, right?
Yeah, but
and
because Louis was pre-making Musafatis, it just did not
big brain
work out. Yep.
Could you just say big brain, or do you think that was prep? You think he knew that this was an
I think his plan on this map is probably like, I'm going to make units no matter what civ I face.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes sense. Like, okay, if my opponent is rushing castle and I'm Malian's not going to go
barracks
knights
anyway, right?
or horsemen, right? It makes sense to go like either archers or men-at-arms. So you just went javelin, Musafati, because that pretty much covers.
And you'd have the barracks in case you needed to switch into Danzo later.
Yeah. I mean, if by some miracle the opponent's like, yeah, I'm going to make mass knights. I mean, yeah, you're like, okay, I'll just make Donzos. So.
Well, you see that sometimes when players go Regnits, they open knights to.
I think this map is, like, especially in this kind of situation when you're defending, maybe a little bit too small of a map. You don't get enough value, but yeah, when you're trying to do something and your opponent is making a counter for that a minute ago, it's not usually a good sign.
You know, we talked about how Anatan's food economy was stalling out, but to be fair, he did manage to get a decent farm transition behind this. Maybe with the use of that market there. Not exactly sure what his plan is going to be at this point. He has built up to 7 archers. Not going to be enough for this many Mansa Musafati as they dive in. The economy for Anatan on the ropes. The final military units going down. We see the villager pull from all sorts of areas. The relics are coming in. The sacred site is captured. Musafati from the left. Musafati from the right. They're coming in 1-2 punch. The villagers on the run now, getting cut off. What could even happen here for Anatan that is positive? I'm not sure. Beastie, do you see anything Anatan can do to save this game?
He just needs to get the prelate out, wall the whole army, counterattack, and win with it. That's it. That's all he can do. Because other than that, this is looking pretty rough. 20 idle villagers. He even has 2 relics, right? This is not even Regnits. He does have a Springle Tower, but I think if you're Louis, you just go, okay, let's just rotate and do that again. But Anatan has had enough, and he's going to tap out.
You can see that. That was a nod, a little bit of a smile. He's like, all right, it didn't work. He's like, fair play. Fair play.
Anatan's like, come on, man, Burger Rush, why do you have Musafati?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to go Cathedral, and then you're supposed to Cowboom, and I'm supposed to get relics, and then you made Musafati. What's up with that?
Wait.
Louis like, probably like, ha ha, Burger.
Yeah, Louis, he's pretty happy after that one. Got to be feeling confident. You know, the last 2 series for him have been dicey at times, and here maybe feeling a little more confident against Anatan in this set, already being up 2-1.
Yeah, so this game, again, from a player perspective, right? This game for your mental state is very good. You see, like, look at both of their faces, right? Louis is laughing, he's smiling, he's like, you know, he's like, okay, what do I play next? Anatan is thinking, if I lose the next game, I'm out.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
That's it.
There's no more, oh, I could have picked this, or next time. There's no next time. It's over, right?
There's no next
time. So now the pressure really starts, and this happens a lot at the LAN, because when you play online tournaments, you're like, well, next week in a tournament I'll play something else, right? Like, I shouldn't have picked that. But this is like, if there's so now if we look at the draft, if there's like a potentially really good matchup or potentially really bad, you're like, do I risk it? Do I not? And then if you don't risk it, and you're like, oh my god, I knew he's going to pick that, I should have picked this, you kind of get into your own head a little bit.
Yeah, you overthink it, and you know, Louis seems to have the number of Anatan's strategies so far after that first game, right? Things have really started to look up for him. And honestly, can we just say maybe that was just a roost situation?
The roost gap.
Yeah, the roost gap. Indeed.
Dragging everybody down.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's the third player.
Okay, guys, if you're sitting at home and you're playing Age of Empires 4, if you're a Rus main, it's not your fault. You're perfect.
Yeah, you're perfect.
If Rus was actually a good civ, you would be Conquer 3 in no time. But you are just dragged down. That's why you're stuck in gold or platinum or wherever you're stuck, really. And just it's Rus's fault. And if you played some of these other civs, we might see you at this LAN right now.
Yeah, it could be you. It could be you.
It could have been you, yeah, right.
It could have been you.
It could have been, you know, Dent 360 no scope instead of Louis or Anatan right here.
Wow. We even have the APM on the screen there. You can see Louis really clicking a lot.
But what's funny is Louis' APM is like 220, and then on the smallest map, it's 320, 322. So he really cranks it up for mounting.
Cranks it up. Just for that, he really got it. You know, manage. Well, to be fair, managing the cattle as a resource that you're trying to harvest with vills, it is pretty click intensive. It's like you have to keep checking the food.
constantly do it,
You have to keep checking it. You want to make sure they're in the right spot before the vills go to it, because sometimes if they're waiting for a cow and you train a cow, suddenly they're just going to run, meet the cow midway, and then you suddenly have a really terrible spot. It's like that dancing on the beach. They just run to each other, and then the cow's down in the middle of the nowhere.
Couple of times when I played, I was kind of out of sheep, and I was eating a little bit of cows, and I was cow booming, you know.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening is, as I was about to age up, a cow is trying to enter a ranch, and my villagers go, boop, and they block my age up, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Come on.
That's happened to me too.
Yeah. So they block your age up. You're like, okay, I just got to get rid of this 500 food cow that's blocking my landmark, which is very, very rough. Now, next map is going to be regions. Ottomans versus Japanese, but let's look at the rest of the draft. The last map potentially is going to be Dry Arabia, and we have French-Mongol, and we have Lancaster and Abbasid. That is 100% going to be Lancaster.
And French?
Unless
maybe Mongol.
So it's going to be Lancaster versus either French or Mongol in Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that in the future Louis picks Mongol and goes trade, but if you get a bad trade, is that something you want to do? On the other hand, French versus House of Lancaster, Louis likes that matchup.
Why?
He will actually go trade in that matchup, and he actively searches for that matchup. So
you think he's hunting that right now? He's like, pick it.
Yeah, so I think this was one of those. It's like regions. Okay, do I pick French? Do I pick Ottoman? And I think Louis definitely got what he wanted. And this is, again, the mental part. He's like, okay, I got Ottoman or Japanese. If I lose, the last matchup I got is the matchup I actually like playing. And I guarantee you that Louis has way more practice in that matchup than Anatan does.
Yeah, but I mean, this is Japan. This is Anatan's first pick. We talked about
he's
KT.
very good with it.
We talked about KT for Louis, and we said this is his pick. This is his shoe-in win. This is what he wants to take a game with and just have a confident, easy game. And he got that. But you have to respect Anatan's first pick as well. This is Japan. This is on a map where Japan can be pretty good, right? We've seen some success. I wouldn't say this is their best map, but it's certainly one where they've seen some success.
Japanese is probably the biggest surprise for me at least this tournament. Yeah, it's been played on land maps almost exclusively. Actually, I'm not sure if anyone played it on hybrid maps. But at the same time, like you said, Anatan is very good with it.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, you have Louis playing Ottoman. Now, if this was any other player, I would say, yeah. So anyway, Game 5, let's talk about Game 5. Ignore Game 4. This is going to be done very soon. Louis plays Ottoman a lot. Like a lot. And even though it's very far in the draft for him, nobody plays Ottoman except very few players. So this isn't one of those, it's his 5th civ, he's just doing a throwaway or something like that. He can play Ottoman really, really well. So we potentially have both civs being like comfort picks for the players. Obviously, probably everyone agrees from the players here that Japanese is stronger, but I generally have not seen this matchup too many times or played it too many times. So I'm kind of excited to see what happens.
That was actually about to be my question. With so many maps and now so many matchups in this game, is there a chance here in your eyes that maybe Anatan hasn't played Japan versus Ottoman on regions?
The thing is, on regions specifically...
Yeah, exactly.
like maybe if they played ladder and it's like Dry Arabia or something, but neither of these civs you go, okay, Ottoman on regions or Japanese on regions. This is what happens in tournaments. You have to adjust your draft as you go, and this is what they both ended up going. Obviously, Anatan wants to make sure he gets to Game 5. Right? He doesn't want to be like, you know what, I'll just risk with Abbasid or Lancaster. So he's like, okay, I need to win this. Let me pick my best civ. And let's just figure out Game 5 when we get to it. But again, Louis has more space to be like, yeah, I'll pick Ottoman here, and then I'll have French for the last one in a matchup that I potentially like. So again, I think this worked out for Louis. Anatan needs to get this game to game number 5. And let's see what the players are about to do.
Yeah, and so we're on regions. As we get from this Swoopy Cam, regions has this central kind of very notable gold and stone in the center of the map. Then there's a lot of deer on one side of the map and a lot of berries on the other side of the map in these kind of opposite corners. And this has been kind of a hallmark map where there's a lot of different situations that can sort of arise from this game, right? If you have prof scouts, for example, there are less total deer, but there's more contested deer. So that's one element of it. I don't think we're necessarily going to see a lot of professional scouts here with this matchup in particular. On the other side of it, Japan is a Civ that can use berries, especially in the mid to late game, and that could be when you run out of food. If Anatan is able to get to that right side of the map, he would potentially have access to a ton of food, and he's able to just slurp up those berries once you get your 3 unique eco upgrades from the farmhouse. Then you also have to talk about the gold in the middle. Once you run out of gold in your base, you have to be in the middle, and this generally is just a hard endpoint to matches here. And this is where I'm curious about your thoughts on timings. Once players are running out of gold in their base, like, who's hitting a timing better in this matchup?
So the interesting thing is none of these civs are heavily dependent in, I would say, late castle imperial necessarily on gold. Obviously, military schools, Japanese has your Ishiros will usually take the relics first. But one interesting thing, Japanese cannot build keeps, right, in castle. So it's going to be a lot harder for Japanese to hold the middle. So Anatan needs to hold the middle with units, whereas Louis can hold the middle with keeps and siege. So it's going to be completely different kind of unit comp that they're going to be playing with. And what's interesting is we see Anatan opening with barracks, only 2 spearmen, but Louis opened with military school. So these 2 spearmen, I actually don't think they're going to accomplish much, if anything, because in a second, Louis will have the 2nd spearman, and once that comes out, it's an even battle. So a bit surprised that Anatan did decide to open spearmen and only committing to 2. Because if you made like 4, let's say, then, you know, Louis will not be able to get gold anytime soon. But in a little bit, we see that 2nd spearman coming out. We'll be able to push that back. And he did get him off the gold, right? But I don't think Ottoman is necessarily like, oh, I need gold right now. You know, he can just go back. He doesn't mind.
And he could even maybe wait for the 3rd spearman here, right? Or just build a range and prep for, you know, mid-feudal, right? But something that's really interesting here is, I mean, Louis had even pre-mined enough gold. Like, this was really well done, I think, by Louis to just like take 0 damage. Like, he knew that this was an option. He knew that this would be what Anatan would do. And I think we saw Anatan do this in a lot of his games with Japan so far. Is kind of almost regardless of matchup. I want to say at this point, he's just like, I'm gonna make 2 spearmen because I can. And it's
very
control,
cheap.
It's pressure. It's just something you can do. We see some players opt out of this just in favor of a faster age up, in favor of a slightly better economy early feudal. But here, I mean, Anatan just going for it. I mean, what does he get? A mining camp? Like, is this worth it? Maybe?
Now, one interesting thing, and this is why knowing these kinds of like a bit of weird matchups is very important, and it's so hard to know who has more experience in this. Japanese loves Mounted Samurai.
Yep.
Ottoman can make Janissaries. So your biggest strength in early to mid castle, which is Mounted Samurais, gets countered very, very easily. But on the other hand, what do you go for? If you go for melee units, Louis can actually go for Mass Sipahi and then Springles. So I feel like comp-wise, Ottoman has it a lot better, but tempo-wise, Japanese has it a lot better. So it's going to be on Anatan to put pressure. This is not the matchup where he can sit back and be like, yeah, I'll win in castle, right? He has to do something. On the other side, the way Louis plays Ottoman, he loves raiding, and he loves just letting the military schools do all the work. He'll be raiding, he'll be attacking across the map. Meanwhile, back at his base, there's spearmen, there's archers, there's crossbows, janissaries, siege, waiting. So I'm kind of expecting that kind of a game, that kind of tempo to come out from both of these guys, and we see Anatan committing a lot to feudal upgrades, which leads me to believe he plans to stay in feudal age.
Yeah, we're about to get that first Vizier point from Louis. Curious to see what he might pick. Maybe Imams here. I'm not quite sure what his best choice is. I think we've seen some players go for sheep. We've seen all sorts of stuff here. Maybe the Metter?
Yeah, so it depends what his plan is. So if his plan is, I'll make a couple of units to military schools and age up, that's going to be Imam, because it allows you to trade and heal up and then get the relics. If his plan is to not actually fight almost at all, or even stay in feudal for a very long time, then the sheep makes more sense because it's going to kind of buff your economy. So Mechter is usually when you want to do like heavy raiding, and yeah, we do see sheep. So this leads me to believe that this will be Louis committing to actually playing in the feudal age. And I do think that Ottoman probably has a big edge. I mean, you have Yumi and Spearman against Sipahi and Archer. I don't really think that's a good matchup for Japanese.
I mean, you could have just stopped at Sipahi.
Yeah, like
and it's just like that's just a good unit, I think here.
Yeah.
It's just going to be really solid. Offers a lot of potential to raid. Now, Louis hasn't really fully committed to this. I think this is just from the military school, so he hasn't built that kind of like trademark stable. You put the military schools on Spahi, and you have the stable on Spahi, and then you have like 20 Spahi pretty quickly. I don't think we're going to see that just yet with this commitment to archers as an opener, but we'll see more, I think, in the future. And yeah, like, what do you really do as Japan here? I guess Samurai is part of the play?
Yeah, I mean, he's going straight into Samurai. Now, this is one of those where it's like, Samurai sound good? Let me try that. Or he's like, actually Samurai very good in this matchup. Like, I kind of know a little bit something. So we'll see which one it is. But we did see stable from Louis. He's remaking the scout after he lost one earlier. So military schools are producing Sipahi, and no gold right now for Louis. He has 0 gold mining, 0 upgrades, which is actually very not Louis. He's one of the players that loves to get all the upgrades. He's like, yeah, let me get wheelbarrow, horticulture. We do see a little bit of poking coming in, and those Yumis are very, very fast and able to just kite away.
I think this we see the stables now. Can we check Louis' base? Because he has 3 Spahi in queue. Is this a stable now?
Yep.
Yeah, so here's that stable, and this is where I kind of question the Samurai. Spahi, like, so Samurai have like relatively low damage against Spahi. I feel like they can just hit the button.
He just made 1. It's kind of interesting. He upgraded, made 1, and then he's like, okay, I'm out. That's it.
I mean, maybe he realized it was kind of a dicey move when your opponent already has 10 archers on the field. Like, you're not really getting tempo with this. You're just sort of holding your front line, and maybe you just prefer having horsemen.
Yeah, so I'm still very curious. Now we see some gold mining for Louis, and I wonder if this is going to be like I'm making units to starve you out, because if you look at Enaton's resources, deer in the front, second bear in the front, right? So that is very, very exposed. So I don't know if his plan is to just deny food gathering, or he is just making units being like, let me make sure I don't die. My military schools are working, but we see second archer range from Louis, so he is definitely committing to this.
Oh, wow, that could have been close. I mean, I think Louis was just like a little misclick away there from really just killing a vill while Enaton was maybe caught snoozing a bit.
Now, Yumis are great. They're very cheap. They build very fast. They can kite forever. But Mekter has +1 ranged armor, which makes Yumi a lot worse, or just any archer comps in general. And if we look, okay, back to Samurai. So he is going to be committing to Samurai. He's stopping Spearmen, and I am a little bit worried, to say the least, against Masipahi to have no Spearmen. But Enotan is the Japanese
master.
Let's go with that.
Some might say.
He's this Japanese bannerman.
Oh, okay.
Of all the players.
That's thematic.
Right.
That's all heck.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we see big blob of Ottoman army now moving out, and this will potentially might end up being really, really bad for Enotan if he gets caught in the middle. Running away with Yumi, that's one thing. Running away from Sipahi, a lot harder thing to do.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. That extra range just makes them so efficient at chasing. They do less bumping into each other, and they all just sort of hit that same unit and just kill it. And you can see shadowing this army is Louis. He's like, oh, come on, come, welcome in. He's like, welcome to my diner. You want to eat a piece of this? You know?
Yeah.
He's ready to just throw some
Sometimes
punches.
you're actually running away from your opponent, not because you don't want to fight, it's because you do want to fight. Yeah. You just want them to come out far enough so you can chase them down when they do see your army. So potentially what Louis was trying there, not sure, but Enotan will be pulling back, and both players are very, very, very committed to field.
Oh.
We see field work, which I am slightly surprised that he's not going military school. But at this point, if you have field work, and Enotan's archers are shooting all over the place, the samurai are shooting. If you can keep imams alive, they provide you insane value with that AoE healing. So the question is, can Enotan snipe them, and can Louis keep them alive at the same time? Because if he can, it's just incredible amount of healing you can do in Feudal Age, which not many civs can do in the first place.
I mean, there are a lot of Yumi on the field, so... But they would have to maybe overextend a bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. They would have to run in Sipahi range in order to do that. So Louis can this is the moment where you need to put the imams on separate hotkey and do like stand ground kind of thing.
Keep them way in the back and don't put them in the formation with you.
Yeah.
That can just
you
mess
can see,
everything up,
you can see they're in the back already.
So you want them later.
They're chilling, and wow, Louis just kind of goes for it. Maybe rethinks it a little bit.
He doesn't have a ton of Spahi here. Only 10. It's a little bit less than I thought he would have before he took an engagement, but he's just going to be going for it. The healing is coming in from the imams, trying to pull the Yuumi forward. The samurai just kind of getting chunked by the Spahi and the archers of this Ottoman force, but the Yuumi force still looking strong, pushing Louis back once again into the middle of the field.
Winston, I have terrible news. Imams died immediately.
Imams both died.
Immediately. So there was, okay. So that's what I was kind of afraid of. That's why I was surprised, because it's so easy to kill them at this point. If you can keep them alive, they're amazing. We're going to see them re-engage. All the melee units from Annotant are dead. Sipahis are doing work, but that is just what we like to call critical amount of archers, where they're just almost one-shotting these Sipahi right now, and there's no Mekta, right? So Annotant's doing a lot of kiting, doing really, really well, and now there is no running away
and
from
now there's a samurai chasing, and it all comes together. Annotant's plan is to have this samurai be the one that makes a really big difference.
And the Japanese master, our bannerman over here.
Yeah, it makes sense though when you really think about it, actually, because like the archers, like if he had just had spearmen, they would have died instantly. I think his goal was just to have a front line to keep the Spahi at bay for a minute, to have something that just doesn't immediately die. They die fast.
His plan is to just
but
kill
not
everything with archers.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And we'll be seeing a nerf to
do a
those
bit of
archers
damage
soon.
here.
We'll be seeing the nerf coming probably very soon. I mean, that's
right after this game, I'm sure.
Right after this game, yeah.
We're doing it now. It's happening already.
Okay, guys, give us a moment. So -1 damage, minus a little bit extra food cost. Now floating gate is coming in. So Annotant took a great fight.
Do we see stable?
And immediately goes for the age up. So this is the point where the food is running out. So he probably feels I got enough free space to actually age up and potentially go out on the map, snack on those berries, or maybe go on the deer. Meanwhile, Louis, this is the situation where he's in a position where he's like, oh, I have to make units, otherwise I'll die. But by doing that and your opponent aging up, you're not dying right now, but you're dying in a couple of minutes. So
yeah, I'm curious where these first Yuri Shiro are going to go too, right? Like, I would say usually you want to put them in a stable. That's the general play. But, I mean, Annotant seems to be vibing with these samurai. He just keeps making Castle Age samurai. Maybe he puts them in, like, a farmhouse just to secure his food income a little bit.
Yeah, it's possible for sure.
You don't see a stable is the main thing I'm thinking of. Range.
This is going to be for the upgrade, I guess.
Is he going to go own a Musha or something?
The thing is, you can see Annotant's, like, the way his army is moving, right? He doesn't know if his opponent is attacking, right? So he's like, okay, I'm in a good spot. Let me just get that upgrade super quick. Let's not risk it. I don't think it would be a bad choice. Obviously, we have the God view, right? We see everything, but it wouldn't be a bad choice to put it in barracks and just be like, okay, mass samurai now. Because the samurai now are very, very tanky.
Yeah.
So they're going to do an even better job for these archers to tank for them. And those Sipahi go down. Pretty painful. 5 Sipahi versus 42 Castle Yuumi.
Man, this is a Japanese master at work, right? Like, Louis, he looked so solid in the previous 2 games, but now I'm starting to question if he's got a great game plan for this match. I'm wondering, surely he had to know that Japan was going to be picked here. Maybe this is also a matchup where he wasn't as comfortable. We kind of assumed maybe he had a plan.
Yeah.
This plan seems like just play like kind of a normal Ottoman game and hope it works.
Yeah, and it definitely did not. Like, looking at this game, if I'm Louis and if I played this kind of game before, next time I would go like triple stable and I would just mass units like crazy.
Fun fact, veteran samurai was just researched. So we're gonna see more samurai.
Yep.
Annotant is committed. No mounted samurai.
I kind of wonder if he went triple stable Sipahi and just massed him like crazy and just try to surround the army.
I actually thought Spahi would be like a full, kind of an all-in Spahi play would have been a pretty good idea.
All right, we see the dive-in coming through at the worst possible time if you're Louis. This is not when you want to get attacked.
Worst case scenario, because these are now veteran Yuumi. They don't have a bannerman with them, so they don't have that glow. They're missing that damage. So they're kind of like a little bit less crazy than they were, and he's diving under a fully garrisoned TC, and the defensive archers getting enough surface area on the opponent's units here, so it's not the worst trade in history for Louis' army. I mean, that wasn't the worst trade. That could have been worse.
Yeah, his +2 ranged armor kicked in like in the middle of that, so he already lost a bunch of units to the DC and the archers of the opponent.
And there's the Bannerman going down. The spot, he able to make a return, and I mean, 6 Vil kills total here for Anatan's timing. A lot of idle time, but now Louis gets to work on building up some siege for whatever the follow-up is.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to clean up. Now, the thing about these kinds of games, now this looks good for Anatan, don't get me wrong. He is in a good spot. I mean, he's causing a lot of idle time. If Louis manages to stabilize, he's making cavalry and siege, and Anatan is on archers right now.
Yeah, that's...
So while he did damage...
one not counter.
Right, so...
Basic math tells me that that's like really rough.
That's pretty good for Louis, right?
Yeah.
So he also has military schools, and at the same time, you cannot really now move out with archers anymore. You cannot do these little cool tricks because Sipahi are going to mow you down. So now we are going to see the tempo switch to Louis' side, but the question is his economy just way too damaged in order to come back from this one? Because even though you're making Sipahi, you might actually lose to archers.
Yeah, this is why I was really surprised by the choice to put that first Yorishiro in a range. Because I feel like what could have been really good here for Anatan, maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, would just be in a tech switch.
Yeah.
Right? Like your opponent's going MIA now, so you have Mangonel's going to be on the field, you have other things, like, and this is kind of expected from Ottomans to sort of keep playing to their strengths. And I feel like Anatan had other strengths to leverage here, and now we're starting to see these Mounted Samurai come out, but it feels almost like missing the critical window where that could have been even more special.
Like, he could have had 10 of them right now, right?
More than 10.
Yeah,
right?
so, but still a very good switch, because Louis is like, okay, you're making archers, I need to make Sipahi. And funny thing about Sipahi is if you have enough of them, they kind of kill everything. So if the Mounted Samurai arrive and you have like 10, 15, 20 Sipahi, you can still deal with them, but these archers are just causing so many problems. And that one Mounted Samurai with the archers is going to tank so much. In Anatan, he's smelling blood, he's not letting it go, and he wants that game 5.
Yeah, I was about to say the shark is lurking, so the smelling blood is very accurate here, I think. Like, this army is just rotating around looking for that damage, looking for a way to do anything. And yeah, this is looking a little bit spicy. Anatan trying to find a way into the belly of the beast. Louis looking for a little counterattack, looking for a raid. Anatan has backed off now for a minute, so, you know, Louis feeling a little confident. The Sipahi raids haven't been the worst for him. Catching a couple random units, but reinforcements, like...
If we look at the food count, by the way, for Louis, it is 159 food per minute. That is just very rough. Oh my god, the Mangonel, the hero. He needs to kill all those 28 archers and end the game. Is still pretty bad for Louis. So Louis will be tapping out. Sipahi raid not working out quite as well as he wanted.
And now
Japanese Bannerman, he makes it.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese master.
Yeah.
He did it. And that was quite impressive too. I think, you know, going into it, we sort of had an intuition that Japan's been doing very well in this tournament, and there's clearly a reason why. And, I mean, here we see Anatan proving that he has done well with this Civ in the past. He will continue to do well with it. And that was his first pick, right?
Yep.
And he gets a good win with it.
That's why it's his first pick right there. I mean, he just proved it. He's like, you know, listen, I pick Japanese first, I win. That's what matters. And even if you maybe disagree or like, maybe I shouldn't have picked that first. I mean, he gets a win.
A win is a win. And that means the pick was worth it.
Right.
No matter the cost.
Yeah, it worked out in the end. So right now it is 2-2. And yeah, we see Louis is doing some threatening. I don't know what that was. He's like,
I think it was a thumbs up.
No. He's taunting him. Whoa. He's throwing something at him. I don't know what's happening. Whoa. Get the security.
Whoa.
Are they doing rock, paper, scissors?
Are they doing rock, paper, scissors to see who wins?
I would hope not.
All right. A little chuckle from the two frenemies.
I don't know what that was for.
It was cute, though.
Yeah.
It's like a meet cute.
Yeah, I'll
give
give
it a love story.
I'll give it a 9 out of 10.
Not a 9
At first, because we didn't see from the screen, I thought he's throwing something at him.
I thought it was
water
like the
bottle or
bird.
something. He's like, I can't believe you made Yumi.
He knows the camera angles, just throws up the middle finger like. Like, how dare you?
Like, I can't believe you made Yumi
You made
Archer.
samurai?
That's lame. I was making Paki and then you made samurais. Come on.
Yeah, the disrespect. But I mean, Anatan made it work here, and just look at the post graph here. Nothing too shocking here. We do see that end game just really shift in favor once that dive came through on the TC. It really just idled so much of Louis' economy. And here we are. One last look at the draft. You had previously called that it's French or Mongols against Lancaster. And do you think it could be a Bassett? Do you think it could be Mongols?
No.
You think it's French versus Lancaster in this final matchup? Because that is what I think.
He could take Mongol and gamble that he gets a good trade, but that is why I cast right there.
Mm-hmm. There it is. There it is.
Cinema.
And that's that. That's that.
And I think Louis is very happy with that.
I mean, we could just say the draft has been analyzed at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
It's the script.
It's done.
Okay, Louis is going to pick French game 5. Okay. And
and then I win the third giveaway. I see that right there. You hear that, production? I just won.
So yeah, Lancaster. Lancaster game 5. Yeah, there it is.
Down.
So I'm also expecting trade, which I'm not
Really?
sure if we've seen this tournament.
What if the markets are bad? Do you just do it anyway? Or
They have to be really bad. Like they have to be like behind his base or something.
direct middle or something?
Yeah. But that happens very rarely on Dry Arabia, which is why I think he's picking on Dry Arabia. So yeah, I'm just gonna predict that straight away. And
it looks like they're in game already, so we might have a game up here quickly. Two more seconds. We just heard. We thought we were gonna go in.
they
now
look like they're kind of cooking there. The fingers are going. Their fingers are moving.
Wow.
Okay. Maybe they're playing like Minecraft or something.
No, we are in. It turns out we are actually in game number 5 here. This is just another one added to the list of sets in this tournament. Masters of Steel, hosted by Whammon, sponsored by Steel Series, long day. And this has just been an incredible tournament. Don't laugh at me. He's laughing at me.
I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about.
I had a mouthful there. It's tough.
Yep.
It's tough. We're all doing our best here. We're in game number 5. I was trying to hype it up.
The last match of the group stage.
It's crazy.
That's it.
This is it.
This is the last player that will be entering into round of 4, right?
Yeah. This is it. It comes down to this game. House of Lancaster, Anna Chad versus Louis French. You're expecting the trade.
Don't look at the markets, guys. Oof. That's a good market.
Well, that's a perfect market.
That's a good market right there. And if I'm Louis and I see that, I go, Look at that top wood line. You could just do a little wall there, prevent that whole side being. Oh my God, that's
crazy.
Happening.
But
he's getting tower rushed.
Yeah, Anatan's coming forward here. He wants to put a little pressure on. He doesn't want French to just get the gold and get easy access to knights or techs for the traders. It kind of denies both things. And here's that first spearman comes in clutch. Louis. Wow, that's calm steel nerves. He knows exactly how much damage he can take. He doesn't want to risk leaving too soon. The villager just does a little kick maneuver and runs away.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, they throw their daggers.
One interesting thing is Louis loves wheelbarrow with French. Doesn't matter what matchup, he always opens the Dark Age, and a lot of people know this, obviously. So Anatan doing a super fast spearman opening in order. That's a villager.
A villager is going to go down, goes around the wrong side, but wheelbarrow kicks in, but the charge is there, and you're going to run.
Wow.
And down it goes, and so immediately this pays for itself. Anatan is going to be happy with this opening no matter what at this point, because not only is the age up delayed, here comes the tower to deny further techs and upgrades. We might be looking at something a little awkwardly fast as the spearmen are going to, they were busy torching that. They didn't have anything.
Winston, he does not have gold for the age up.
He doesn't have gold for the age up, so this is desperation. The tower still being built. The spearmen taking more and more health off these villagers. They're going to retreat. Louis solid with this micro here. The town center is garrisoned in time to deal a certain wave of damage, but 2 more vills have been brought to the front. 4 gold remaining. He got enough gold to age up, but at what cost, Beastie?
Wow, I forgot I was casting it. I was just like, oh God, oh, another villager. Okay, he manages to get enough for the age up. You see a little shake from Louis. He's like, oh my God, the jacket comes off. Okay,
Jacket comes off.
Okay, now he's like, okay.
Oh, the jacket goes on the floor. Throw it on
Okay.
the ground. He's like,
Kill
get
my
this outta
villager?
here. I got a game to win. School of Cav, no Chamber of Commerce. He didn't even have
Because the gold.
Yeah, everything is under pressure.
Oh,
and-
he is pissed.
Yeah, Louis is ready.
I have never seen him like this.
Yeah, that was impressive. Or maybe
I don't know if that's a good thing or a
maybe he's
bad
just
thing.
a little overheated. Like it's hot.
No, he's pissed.
Okay.
He lost the villager in Dark Age. You go, that I can't believe you just did that. Now, the villager count is now still, it's 18 to 17.
I mean, the French benefit, right? You
Should it
train
already
those
kick
slightly
it?
faster.
I guess it should. I'm wrong.
But it should be equalized, probably.
Okay, that's the Beastie special right there. We see double gold next.
Two villagers. Wait. Louis is almost 2 villagers ahead.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit of idle time for
Well,
Antek.
because, the spearmen were a lot, and...
They were very fast, and the villager was pulled, right? But...
Abbey of Kings! We're going to see
God.
We're going to see the Chads.
Okay.
The Lords are
no one
coming in.
predicted that. That is crazy.
That's crazy. That is actually pretty
And we know it's not a misclick because where he put it, right? He didn't put it next to gold. And where is Louis? Okay, Louis needs to see this. I don't know how many people. I don't know how many people actually scout for this.
Yeah, I mean,
how many times have they seen this?
This is actually important where his scout goes next. Does he just try and scout the middle for the sheep, or is he actually going to go look and see what is happening? Because Anatan's, the Abbey of Kings, if you're not aware, it gives you access to 4 lords, each of which will add an additional boost of HP to nearby infantry, and that's stacked. So having 4 of these is really, really, really potent. And it's sort of like having an extra upgrade that you have to maintain with keeping the lords alive in these combat situations. So the question is, what does Anatan make with the lords here?
Well,
I mean, they're sort of like a man-at-arm, I guess. You could just
I mean, you usually want to make infantry with it because cavalry kind of runs away from them and you lose the whole point of them.
Yeah.
But I actually, now I'm thinking, so he didn't go Lancaster Castle, right? So what I'm thinking is he skipped it because it doesn't really help against knights too much. So what I'm thinking is he might still go Manor Boom, 3 or 6, and then just mass units and commit to Feudal Age. It is extremely important for Louis to realize this. If he does not, this might end with one of those very unfortunate, I was not aware you actually did that. Okay, he's scouting right now. We need to keep this vision and see what he sees. Look, he's not even checking the landmark because it's so automatic,
he's
right?
looking, well, he doesn't want to run into it on accident. Oh, he's looking a little bit. He might be sniffing this out. He's like,
he's like, what's happening?
Like,
wait,
what's going on?
Anatan got stone for the tower. This is not a manor boom. There's no manners. Anatan right now is cooking. There's sauce all over the floor, all over his...
He sees it. He saw it.
right now.
He sees it. He
Okay,
saw
now
the Lord. He definitely saw it if he was looking quickly. The question is, how do you deal with it? And I think it's knights and archers. And that's surprisingly Hobbler. What? Okay, so this is... Anatan has some plan here. And this is it. He prepped this at some point probably and said, I only use this when I have to. And he said, you know what? Game 5, elimination game.
Yeah.
If I go down, you know what? At least I'm going to bring out the hot sauce.
Yeah,
At least I'm going to bring the spice to the table.
Whenever you're doing these kinds of builds, you don't do it to multiple people.
Yeah, it's
the
a
next
one...
time someone plays against this, they're like, oh yeah, I know what you're going to do. I know what I'm supposed to do against that.
I won't get wheelbarrow, and then I won't lose the fill, and then I'll be okay.
Right, I'll just make units. But,
and then I'll scout to see what landmark you make.
What's happening right now is Louis with his scout.
Hobble our Lord.
Space, and he's checking and he's like, I'm not seeing anything here. There's nothing going on, but he should.
He's seeing it now in the south. He's spotting it in the south. This is a huge moment.
Does
he
see
sees the
oh,
lumber camp.
okay,
he sees the spearman. He's going to come around. He's going to see the stable, and this should issue a reaction from Louis. What does he do? Double stable. You now know what is coming. You know it is a Hobbler all-in spam proxy-based build. We rarely see proxy builds in AoE 4. This isn't a common strategy, and Anatan is bringing it to the forefront by attempting it here. We see the investment in defenses because he knows the Hobbler are coming. The thing is, Hobbler are really good at raiding under defenses. They're really good against archers, and that is all Louis has. He has 2 knights to defend against us. Now, the Hobbler have very low HP, so the knight charge is devastating against them. That is probably the best bet Louis has to dealing with both the combination of the mobility and the armor on these Hobblar. And I think if he could just get a few knights out, it'll be okay.
I feel like he needs another tower there. Like, I would throw down another one. Like, that's kind of scary, right, with the amount of units coming in. And he needs to realize proxy buildings, right, committing, this has to be some kind of all-in. When we see the left side, a bunch of units are coming, and Louis
They're looping the villagers. They wanted another tower, but there's no space at the end. 6 Hobblers chasing down these 5 villagers. This could be for all the marbles. Anatan smelling blood. The Night Charge, though, coming to defend. Is this going to be enough? The villagers running in like a headless chicken, just like, where do I go?
Where do I run? Both sides, there's units on top of them. So one thing that tipped off Louis right there is when he was in Anatan's base, he kept scouting, like, what are you making? You're not a lot of gold, you're not aging up, there's no production buildings, and then he saw villagers on wood. So he's like, okay, well, you have to have something somewhere. And then he went to scout the tower and saw the production buildings. This is a lot of damage being taken, I feel like, for nothing. 3 Hoblars are going to be almost going down, and Louis is stabilizing.
But it's kind of okay if the game really does slow down. Now, you don't want to do this right now, but you still have the Abbey at home. So a low HP Hobblar can just head on home and full heal really quickly and then join the fight later. It is a lot of micro, but I mean, it's Anatan. He'll be able to manage this. If he splits off these hurt units, heals them up. The one question mark there is, would you rather have them forward being aggressive?
And there's some very, very bad news for Louis right now. He is out of food under his TC. There are 2 deer, I think, but there's too many villagers to gather that. So he is struggling to gather food right now. He needs to get, okay, he's securing the deer. He's pushing the front army. Now, the strength of, I guess, Louis' position is that he can just push one side out and the other one cannot do much without the first one, right? Like, Anatan's army is strong together, but not separately. So he manages to secure more deer, which is going to keep him afloat. These Hoblars are doing some harassment, but they cannot actually harass the gold at the top, right? So what Anatan probably wants to try and do is maybe get +1 range attack and dive on those 2 towers.
And he's getting Yeoman out now, so he's going for a full tri-comp from the Lancaster base without any manners. And this is now with 4 lords. Once a full-fledged fight takes place, once they fully commit their troops into each other, these units from House of Lancaster will be so durable against the archers, at least. I mean, the knights might still kind of kill things, but there's only 8 of them on the field, which is definitely not where Louis wanted to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and you can see Louis is like the ship is sinking and he's just running around trying to deny units, and he's doing a pretty good job. He did lose 3 villagers, one of them being in Dark Age, so I feel like he didn't take as much damage. Like, I think this is okay. He's producing faster. If this was with manners, this is terrible. Like, this is super, super bad for Louis and almost game-ending damage, even though 3 villagers only went down. But because there is no manners, he actually just, as long as he just remains calm, there's deer on 2 different sides on the map, so he can actually go and try to sneak in some more. The knights can potentially escort, and Anatan's comp is very, what I like to call zug-zug. He needs to go for it, he needs to commit, and if he doesn't overwhelm, the French army will win, because this French army with micro is one of the best armies you can make in Feudal.
Yeah, and I think we just don't often see this army from Anatan, so we don't fully know. But the Hoblars are going to get spotted by that outpost. The scouts now trying to wrap around as well to maybe find more deer, but there's none to be had up here to carry home.
Wow, and we see right now Anatan is on the bottom deer pack. He is on the top deer pack, but those knights are coming right now, and that is a lot of villagers. And I think because, so this is the thing, Louis sees Hoblars, and he's like, okay, if I keep chasing you towards your base, you're actually leading me to your base. So what Louis can do right now is leave a couple of knights on the Hoblars and send everything here to try kill these villagers, which he sees right now. And that is most likely what he might try and do, or at least he will know, okay, this is where I can raid with my knights.
Yeah, it's a lot of knights now, 12 on the field. And, you know, we talk about proxies not all that often in the AoE 4 scene because it's not a widely known strategy, but there are issues with proxies that do come if it doesn't immediately lead to kind of like a cheesy win. Oh, this is not intended. This is not intended from Louis. This is a big misclick.
Okay.
Oh.
Loses one. Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse, but he's going to pull back. Now, that is a massive army. 16 spearmen and soon to be 50 knights. That is not the numbers you want to be playing
And
with.
it's a lot of micro you're going to have to put on the French player, whereas Anakin can just sort of A-move a bit and just try and tactically move the Hobbler. Louis has to click very precisely, and it's kind of weird because these production buildings are a bit, you know, isolated, but the Hobbler raids coming around the side, the main fight in the center looking like it could go either way at this point. It really comes down to, is this no manner build from Lancaster strong enough to contend with this potent French army in the feudal age? We do see an upgrade advantage slightly for Louis at the moment, but Anaten's slowly starting to creep up in that department. Now the archers going to be trying to find these snipes. It's in the fog of war, in this stealth force. It's hard to see. The Hobblers starting to get us around. The archers taking damage left and right. The knights nowhere to be found. Their charges on cooldown. The Hobblers getting a good amount of damage, and the spearmen are there to defend. 15 spearmen remain in this fight, buffed up by those 4 Lords of Lancaster. The knights try and take a defensive position with the stone mine defending them. The Lords, oh no, the army for Anaten is just collapsing. The front line has gone down. The charge came up cooldown. Perfect charge micro from Louis. Idlevilles galore because the Lords are going down. The Hobbler have found the position on the archers, but not before all but 3 spearmen are on the field. The archers doing their job. The knights remain on the field with 13 to go. Nothing left in the tank for Anaten. The economic all-in not there for him. Louis has just mopped the floor with Anaten's army. It was not enough to contend with those knights.
Wow, and he basically kept almost all the knights alive. So he did trade the archers out, but he killed all the spearmen. That's what matters. And once the lords start falling, that's where your whole army starts losing HP. And he just microed so well. He kited into that choke and then said, you know what, this is pretty good to fight in. You want to surround me? If I make a choke here with my knights, you're going to be doing a lot less damage to my army while my archers do all the work. And he's got the bag berries over here. The food situation for both players is about to look terrible for both of them, right? For Louis and Anaten, where usually House of Lancaster is going to have manners. He's enjoying. He's maybe like on his first berries right now, but the situation is dire for both of them. And if we look in Anaten's base, all his food remaining is forward, right? That top tier pack, this berry patch right here, and Louis now has all the freedom to move out on the map because he has more army.
Yeah, and even getting Chivalry now to heal up these hurt knights. And man, I just keep thinking back to that big critical fight there. There was this one moment where Louis looked like he wanted to cycle charge. The charge was off cooldown on everything, and the Hobblers just really collapsed on the archers. Imagine if all those archers were full HP when that fight around the storm might have been there.
Yeah.
Like, it just shows the power of this French force and how Anaten maybe miscalculated a bit the potency of these lords in this situation, and he's shaking his head, clearly disappointed in the situation right now, maybe seeing the writing on the wall, playing this out a little bit longer, trying to see if there's any windows. You never want to resign early in games like this.
That is a lot of... he doesn't even know where to send them. I think he's just going to mine gold and buy food. Maybe he's hoping, you know, like maybe Louis runs out of food as well.
Run out of gold.
Yeah, like he has nothing else to do, right? So he's probably going to buy some food and try somehow get us around, but that he has so many units that just knights can, I think, kill him at this point. And Louis denying all the food sources, he's probably feeling pretty good. At this position, Louis can actually go farms. Even though it's very weird, very early, he can go farms and just be like, well, my army is better, you're not gathering, so let's just play that kind of game. And that is a lot of knights. They're all healing up, by the way, so they're going to be ready for the last fight. And we see textiles even coming in for Louis. He's like, you know what, let me just not risk. Let me just not risk anything. Make sure that is all good. And Anaten, obviously, this is the last game, right? If he loses, he's out, and he doesn't want to quit. He wants to keep playing, keep trying, and he's probably looking into some kind of magical surround.
Do you know what the magic was? It was a sweater. The moment that sweater hit the floor, the game completely shifted.
He was pissed off. That one villager, I actually think that one villager death did more damage to Anaten than it did to Louis in this game.
That's a big brain take. I don't know if that's true.
I think if that villager runs away, Anaten wins. Because the jacket wouldn't come off, Louis wouldn't be pissed off, but that villager going down just kind of snowballed everything.
Old claim. Oh my god. Oh, that is Oh, this is going to be the end of it for
Anatan's face
Anatan.
as this happens.
That's the end of it for Anatan here. There's no way. Oh, you can see the wince. The pain comes through. The knights are there. Oh no, the spearmen. That's a lot of spears. But for what?
But is
I mean, at this point, the knights can just fight. They've got the archers. The archers just tanking for the knights here. It's going to be brutal. The villagers join the fray. They say, hey, we got bows too. We can join. Anatan tries. I mean, he's got a lot of spears here, but it's just simply not enough. Louis, on the back of his knight play, is going to take game number 5 in this elimination round, promotional round, what have you. Louis will be our 4th semifinalist to attend the games tomorrow. Incredible work from him. A sigh of relief from the victor.
Yeah, I mean, Louis obviously winning the last tournament, right? Coming in as favored into this tournament, almost getting knocked out, right?
Yeah.
In a round of, I guess, 6.
Was that three best of 5s that went to game 5 for Louis in a row? You think he's happy with that?
No, his previous one went 3-0.
Oh well, that was mixed in there. I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
that too. Well, you think he's happy about that? Like clearly.
Yeah. So,
not,
well,
right?
the thing is, if you win a tournament and you're the favorite, you want to kind of have a smooth sailing right into at least top 4. I mean, you don't want to. And like you said, you saw the sigh of relief, being like, oh my God, like, whew, that was a close one, right? It went to game 5, and yeah, he might not be like super, ecstatic. Oh, we went to game 5, but he is very, very happy that he has made it all the way through, and that he advances to the semifinals. And semifinals are going to be very, very interesting matchups. We will have a rematch of the last tournament finals, which was Marine Lord versus Louis.
That will be spicy indeed. Wow. Just want to give one big shout out and round of applause for Anatan there for putting on a great fight. He had a lot of really exciting series this game, one against you, one against some others, and clearly here against Louis, he brought his A game, and it was so close. It was so close. We were talking about like a game of inches, as they say. This was super, super tight. Really came down to these draft choices, and how this game panned out in the end was just so super thrilling.
Yeah. So again, he played really well, but like I said, competition is really hard right now.
Yeah.
Like everyone's so good, and like a year ago, 2 years ago, we had like a tournament quarterfinals or semifinals, and it's like a 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. A lot of these matches were 3-2s, 2-3. You don't know who's going to win. You don't know who's going to advance.
Yeah.
So I think Louis is probably happy to advance into semis, which should be very, very exciting.
All right, and I think we are all set here. Thank you, Beastie, for joining me in the casting booth. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are ready to head to the interview.
Take it away.
So guys, this was an action-packed day, and we are here with the final semi-finalist here. And I have 1 or 2 questions for you. Rongima, was it easy? Oh, wait. Are you happy? Wait. Are you happy? Are you Rongima?
I'm happy. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, was it easy? What is it? I wrote it out. 你开心吗?
Very difficult. 很困难.
Really?
Yeah, hard one.
Because Anatan is someone that at this LAN he did very well, but you are someone who is very scary at the LAN. So, do you think you can win tomorrow?
我觉得明天不一定赢。我在这次线下赛感觉睡眠质量不是很好，但是希望我能发挥好一点吧。
So I don't think I can definitely win tomorrow because the sleeping quality during these days are not so good for me. But I'll try hard to win tomorrow.
You are a favorite at this event. People love Louis MT. Everyone wants Louis MT to do well. So, do you believe that you can beat Marine Lord if you sleep well tonight?
I will try my best.
Oh, that's all we can ask for. So, aside from that, from the other side of the group, do you think Beastie or Wham will make it to the final?
沃姆这次线下赛打得特别好，我觉得这是一场非常激烈的 BO7，我希望谁赢呢？我感觉5-5开吧。
So WAM is performing extremely well during this LAN event, and it will be a hard matchup tomorrow. But I hope WAM will win that.
Ooh. So,
but I think they are like 50-50.
So you have a favorite. Okay. And last question about this. Who do you think at the tournament perform the best? So usually maybe they don't score too high, but now they are looking good. Is there anyone that you think?
我觉得这次线下赛每个人打得都很好，我觉得都远超乎我的想象。
So I think everyone is performing pretty well, and they go far beyond than my imagination.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, congratulations, Louis. You played amazingly. And I think all your fans in China and in our countries in the West are very proud of you. And I think if anyone, you can see we've got the Steel Series glitter as well. So we will see you tomorrow. Thank you for putting up an amazing show. And Twitch chat, we'll see you back here tomorrow at 12. So tomorrow, more things up for grabs. Oh, there's my camera. Oh, now it's there. So head back in and we will make sure that you can win some gear, that you can keep this memory alive as well. We'll see you back here tomorrow with our 4 Chads. And hopefully we get another long set of games. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.